The man in the photo of Ao Bao was right in front of him. Tang Rui's mood became extremely complicated at the moment. But he was more afraid. Afraid that the man in front of him would snatch his Ao Bao away. Tang Rui first stared at the man in front of him for a few seconds, with a scrutinizing look. And then pretended to be calm and asked, "You want to see me?" While Tang Rui was looking at Yu Liang. Yu Liang was also looking at Tang Rui. Seeing that Tang Rui's fists were clenched tightly, his face was a little panicked. Yu Liang smiled, trying to ease the current stiff atmosphere, and then said in a very kind tone, "I just heard that you were very powerful, so I want to see your strength." Tang Rui also wanted to know how powerful this man in front of him, who had an unclear relationship with Ao Bao, was. So Tang Rui took the initiative to challenge, "Do you want to have a try?" Seeing Tang Rui's confident look, Yu Liang certainly refused to admit defeat. Okay. After that, the two came to the open lawn together, intending to decide the winner. Before the fight, Tang Rui first stretched his joints and made some preparations. This fight was like the animal world, where two males pursued a female together, and only the victorious one was qualified to get the right to mate. So Tang Rui had to win no matter what. As soon as the fight started, Tang Rui put all his strength into it, and every punch was fatal. Yu Liang just wanted to fight with Tang Rui politely at first, and didn't want to really fight to the death. Who knew that Tang Rui had no intention of letting him go at all, and every move was intended to kill him. In this case, Yu Liang would not hide his strength. Two people of equal strength fought to a draw in the end. Tang Rui and Yu Liang each had injuries of varying degrees. Yu Liang was more seriously injured. He spat blood on the ground, then smiled and said, "You are quite strong. I admire you. But you seem to be very hostile to me. And did you want to kill me just now?" During the fight, Tang Rui almost punched his head through several times. But fortunately he reacted quickly enough. Otherwise, he would have died countless times under Tang Rui's fist. Tang Rui really wanted to kill Yu Liang, so that he would not have to worry about Yu Liang taking away his Ao Bao. But unfortunately, he did not succeed, and Yu Liang escaped by luck several times. Tang Rui did not answer Yu Liang's question, but turned around and walked towards the dormitory. He had to go back to sleep with Ao Bao. Looking at Tang Rui's tall back, Yu Liang cursed inwardly, "What a lunatic." As soon as Tang Rui walked outside the dormitory door, he heard Ao Bao crying inside, crying until his voice was hoarse. He quickly pushed the door open and entered. As soon as he entered, he saw the 6 roommates surrounding Ao Bao. Tang Rui thought they wanted to do something bad to Ao Bao, so he rushed up without saying a word, grabbed one of the roommates by the collar, and then threw him out heavily. Just when Tang Rui was about to attack the 6 roommates, Ao Bao suddenly rushed into his arms, hugged his waist, and cried hoarsely, "Ruirui! Woo!" Ao Bao woke up and saw that Ruirui was gone. So he looked everywhere, but he couldn't find Ruirui after searching the whole room. Ao Bao thought Ruirui didn't want him anymore. Seeing Ao Bao crying in his arms, Tang Rui's irritable heart instantly calmed down. The edges and corners on his face softened a lot, and his tone became extremely gentle. "Ao Bao, did they bully you?" Ao Bao shook his little head. Fortunately, Ao Bao shook his head. Otherwise the 6 people would be in trouble. Ao Bao raised his head and saw that Ruirui had a wound on his face. So he asked worriedly, "Ruirui, how did Ruirui get hurt?" Then Ao Bao raised his hand again and rubbed Tang Rui's red and swollen cheek. Tang Rui grabbed Ao Bao's little hand, then put it to his mouth, kissed it twice, and replied, "I just had a competition with someone else." Ao Bao was very angry, and wanted to know who was the person who competed with Ruirui. He dared to hurt his Ruirui. Ao Bao wanted to avenge Ruirui. Ao Bao was very angry, and kept cursing the person who hurt Ruirui. Seeing that Ao Bao was protecting him, Tang Rui was not happy, but his mood became more complicated. Ao Bao had always carried the photo with him before. I guess the man in the photo was very important to Ao Bao. Now that the man who was very important to Ao Bao had appeared, it seemed that Tang Rui, the spare tire, should also leave. Seeing Ruirui staring at him in a daze, Ao Bao pulled the stubble on his chin to make him come back to his senses. After Tang Rui came back to his senses, he suddenly held Ao Bao's body in his arms, and then tightened his arms tightly, because he was too strong. Ao Bao's little head accidentally hit Tang Rui's hard chest muscles. Tang Rui was fine, but Ao Bao was hit so hard that he was dizzy and had stars in his eyes. Before Ao Bao recovered, He heard Ruerwe choking in his ear and said, "Ao Bao. If I'm not with you in the future, you have to take care of yourself." Why did this sentence sound like Ruerwe was going to leave him? Ao Bao panicked, grabbed Tang Rui's clothes with his little hands, and asked hurriedly, "Ao Ao?" Tang Rui did not answer Ao Bao's question, but continued to talk to himself. Don't eat meat openly in front of other humans. If you are really greedy, eat it in secret. Also, you can only eat one lollipop a day. Don't eat too much. It will cause tooth decay. Tang Rui still has many things to tell Ao Bao, but there are too many things to tell, and he can't finish them at once. The more Ao Bao heard Ruerwe's words, the more flustered he became. In the end, Ao Bao kept crying and didn't listen carefully to what Ruerwe said. The other 6 roommates saw that the situation was not right and slipped away early. Now only Tang Rui and Ao Bao were left in the dormitory. In front of Ao Bao, Tang Rui generously showed all his vulnerability. He asked with red eyes, "Ao Bao, do you remember what I said just now?" Ao Bao was just crying. How could he remember what Ruerwe said? Ao Bao now only knew that Ruerwe was going to abandon him. Woo! Ao Bao buried his head in Tang Rui's arms and cried loudly, until he lost his voice and his body was still twitching. Tang Rui helped Ao Bao wipe his nose. "Ao Bao, I respect your choice." Tang Rui had thought that he would never let go of Ao Bao, but then he thought that his overbearing behavior would destroy Ao Bao's happiness. So Tang Rui gave the choice to Ao Bao himself. Tang Rui rubbed the red and swollen corners of Ao Bao's eyes with his fingertips, and then confessed affectionately, "During the time I was with you, I was very happy, fulfilled and satisfied every day." Tang Rui never regretted picking up Ao Bao, the little zombie. Ao Bao didn't want to listen anymore, so he hit Tang Rui with his little fists. Woo! Why did you suddenly not want Ao Bao anymore? Why did you suddenly not want Ao Bao anymore? Tang Rui grabbed Ao Bao's wrist and explained, "Ao Bao, I didn't want you anymore." After hearing this, Ao Bao collapsed into Tang Rui's arms. Ao Bao was really scared just now, but fortunately Ruerwe didn't really want to abandon him. Tang Rui didn't know what to say next, so he just hugged Ao Bao's soft body motionlessly. When his legs were numb, Tang Rui found a bed to sit down. Tang Rui let Ao Bao sit on his lap, and then asked, "Ao Bao, do you still remember the photo taken before?" The photo was burned in the explosion, and Ao Bao still had a little impression of it. Seeing that Ao Bao still remembered the photo, Tang Rui couldn't help but feel sour in his heart, and then asked, "Do you still remember the man in the photo?" In fact, Ao Bao had long forgotten the man in the photo. He only knew that he had such a photo before. So Ao Bao shook his head and said he didn't remember it, although Ao Bao has forgotten the man in the photo. If Ao Bao sees Yu Liang again, he will definitely remember that Yu Liang is the man in the photo with him. Tang Rui is now feeling empty and wants to be filled by Ao Bao. So Tang Rui asked for sex. "Ao Bao, let me do it once." In the past, Tang Rui always said to feed me to Ao Bao, but now he just said the word do, which has a very different meaning. Ao Bao was still stunned and didn't understand what do meant. At this time, Tang Rui had already touched his little buttocks. Ao Bao realized that do actually means eat. Ruerwe just said let me do it once, which means let me eat it once, which means Ruerwe wants to eat meat. After Ao Bao thought about it for a long time, he finally figured it out. It turned out that Ruerwe wanted to eat Ao Bao's little meat. Ao Bao looked down at his little Ao. Although the mosquito was small, it was still a piece of meat. Ao Bao has never been a stingy little zombie. Since Ruerwe wants to eat it, Ao Bao will feed it no matter how small the meat is. After Ao Bao understood Ruerwe's meaning, he took the initiative to help Xiaoxiao up and prepared to feed it. But Ao Bao didn't know whether to feed Ruerwe from above or from below. After struggling for a while, Ao Bao decided to let Ruerwe choose for himself. Ao Bao went straight to the bed, spread his limbs flat, and then said to Tang Rui, "Ao Bao, lie down. Ruerwe, sit on it and move by yourself." After understanding Ao Bao meaning, Tang Rui. At this moment, Tang Rui really didn't know whether to cry or laugh. In short, he didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Tang Rui helped Ao Bao up and said with a wry smile, "Ao Bao, I should have said that to you." Ao Bao didn't quite understand what Ruerwe meant. He really had no idea whether to eat or not. Ao Bao was getting anxious and rushed directly towards Tang Rui. Ao Bao originally wanted to knock Ruerwe down, But Ruiwei was as steady as a rock. So Ao Bao planned to knock him down ended in failure. Originally, Tang Rui was in a terrible mood. But after playing with Ao Bao for a while, his mood recovered. Sure enough, he couldn't leave Ao Bao. After the fun, Tang Rui said solemnly, Ao Bao, I want to eat you. When Ao Bao heard Ruiwei say that he wanted to eat him, he shook his little Ao Bao and said generously, Ao Bao, give. Ruiwei eat. Ao Bao gave Ruiwei the little Ao Bao. Ao Bao thought that Ruiwei would be very happy because he was so generous. Tang Rui was indeed very happy, and his smile never stopped. But it was a bitter smile. Thinking that Ao Bao IQ was not very high, Tang Rui did not care so much. Tang Rui directly pressed Ao Bao on the quilt, then lowered his head and kissed him hard. After the kiss, the temperature around him rose suddenly, and Ao Bao's face began to get hot, as if it was burning. Tang Rui put his hand on Ao Bao's red face and asked, Ao Bao, do you feel it? It seems that Ao Bao's body is very sensitive because he felt it after just one kiss. Ao Bao didn't know why his body had such a reaction, and it had never happened before. Ao Bao? Ao Bao felt that he was so strange. Maybe he was used to being a low-level zombie without any sense. So after upgrading to a mid-level zombie, there were still many things he couldn't adapt to. The fact that Ao Bao's body could react to him made Tang Rui feel more at ease. Tang Rui couldn't help but suck on Ao Bao's lips a few times. Ao Bao's lips were very soft, elastic and fragrant. Once you kissed them, you couldn't bear to let go. So no matter when or where, Tang Rui would always suck on Ao Bao's lips. This made Ao Bao's little mouth fuller than before. All because of Tang Rui's kiss. Tang Rui sucked on Ao Bao's little mouth again and again, and asked, Ao Bao, do you like me kissing you? Ao Bao thought for a while before nodding. Ao Bao thought caused Tang Rui's dissatisfaction. Why are you still hesitating? Ao Bao has always been dull and stupid, so it is normal for him to answer slowly. Ao Bao explained to himself, Ao. Tang Rui didn't really care about this matter. He just said it casually. It was getting late now, and it was almost dawn. Tang Rui anxiously touched Ao Bao's body for a while, and said, don't waste time. Ao Bao cooperated and raised his little hand to make it easier for Ruiwei to take off his shirt, because he had done it many times before. Ao Bao had gradually adapted to it, so it didn't hurt much this time. But he was still tired, and Ao Bao slept until the next afternoon. During the time when Ao Bao was sleeping, Tang Rui kept holding him and training with one hand. Just when Ao Bao woke up, Yu Liang suddenly came over. Yu Liang was not satisfied with the fight last night, because he thought he could beat Tang Rui. But in the end it was just a draw, and he seemed to be more seriously injured than Tang Rui, which made Yu Liang feel very unwilling. So he challenged Tang Rui to fight again. Seeing Yu Liang coming towards this side, Tang Rui's first reaction was to hide behind and quickly cover Ao Bao with his coat to prevent Yu Liang from recognizing Ao Bao. But hiding behind was useless, because Yu Liang had already walked in front of him. After walking over, Yu Liang immediately noticed the person in Tang Rui's arms. But the coat covered Ao Bao's face, so Yu Liang did not recognize Ao Bao for the time being. Yu Liang just felt strange and asked, why are you hugging him? Among the people on the playground, only Tang Rui and Ao Bao have been hugging each other all day long. They are so sticky. Afraid that others don't know they are a couple, Tang Rui answered him proudly, Ao Bao likes to stick to me. Ao Bao was named by Tang Rui. Yu Liang couldn't help laughing when he heard the name, Ao Bao. What a strange name. Hearing that the name he gave to Ao Bao was ridiculed, Tang Rui's face fell a little. Why is it strange? Yu Liang laughed mercilessly. It sounds strange no matter how you listen to it. It sounds like the name of a puppy. Yu Liang is very high in the safety zone, and is considered Tang Rui's leader. As a leader, of course, he will not think of currying favor with subordinates. So the leader will say anything to their faces. And what he says is very unpleasant. After hearing these two sentences from Yu Liang, Tang Rui was so angry. However, Tang Rui was not in a hurry to vent his anger, because he would let Yu Liang have a taste of his angry fist in the next competition. Yu Liang also saw that Tang Rui was angry, so he thought of changing the topic to a lighter one. Yu Liang's eyes turned to Ao Bao again, and seeing that Ao Bao didn't show his face, he asked, why is he motionless? Tang Rui replied with a cold face, Ao Bao fell asleep. Yu Liang then asked, why don't you take him to the dormitory to sleep? Tang Rui was worried about leaving Ao Bao alone in the dormitory. First, he was worried that someone would take advantage of his absence and do something bad to Ao Bao. Second, Ao Bao couldn't leave him. If he woke up and didn't see him, he would cry. Tang Rui didn't want to talk so much nonsense with Yu Liang, so he replied coldly, "It has nothing to do with you." Looking at Tang Rui's cold expression, Yu Liang knew that he was definitely not an easy person to get along with. So he didn't want to say any nonsense, then just fight. As soon as Yu Liang said he wanted to fight, Ao Bao woke up. Before Ao Bao opened his eyes, he habitually called Rui. When Yu Liang heard Ao Bao's voice, he felt a little familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before, which made him curious and interested in Ao Bao. Yu Liang wanted to see Ao Bao's true face, so he reached out and prepared to uncover the coat on Ao Bao's head. When he was about to uncover it, Tang Rui opened his hand with force and said in an extremely excited mood, "Get out. I don't allow you to touch my people." Yu Liang didn't understand why Tang Rui was so excited. He just wanted to see what this little guy named Ao Bao looked like. Not to hurt this little guy. Tang Rui yelled at Yu Liang out of control, "Stay away from Ao Bao." Tang Rui was just too afraid that Yu Liang would recognize Ao Bao, so he absolutely couldn't let Yu Liang see Ao Bao's appearance. Yu Liang followed his words and took a few steps back. Ao Bao, who had just woken up, felt very strange. Why did Rui suddenly lose his temper with others? Ao Bao wanted to look back to see who made Rui angry. But before he could see clearly, Rui held his head down. Tang Rui said in a trembling voice, "Ao Bao, don't look at him. Don't look." Ao Bao felt even more strange. "Why can't he look? Ah!" Tang Rui said angrily, "I said you can't look. So you can't look." Seeing Rui was angry, Ao Bao didn't dare to say anything. Tang Rui turned around and ran away with Ao Bao. Yu Liang looked at his hurriedly fleeing back and asked, "Didn't we agree to compete?" Tang Rui said without looking back, "Stand there and don't move. I will come back to fight you." Tang Rui quickly found Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting with Ao Bao in his arms, and gave Ao Bao to them, saying, "Take care of Ao Bao for me first. Don't let him run around. Stay here honestly. I will go to compete with that person." Tang Rui suddenly ran over and threw Ao Bao to them, leaving Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting no time to react. Tang Rui didn't say a word of nonsense, turned around and left, and walked very aggressively, as if he was going to seek revenge on his enemies. Ao Bao saw Rui leaving and wanted to follow him. Ao. Rui waited for Ao Bao. "Don't leave Ao Bao here." Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting held Ao Bao tightly, not letting him chase. "Your Rui told you to stay here and don't move." Seeing that the two of them were holding him tightly, Ao Bao got angry and bit them. Knowing that Ao Bao was a zombie, Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting let go of him, both of them afraid of being bitten, because once bitten, he would mutate. After they let go, Ao Bao got the chance and hurried to chase. However, before he could run far, he was caught by Xiao Shu and the others. Worried about being bitten by Ao Bao, Xiao Shu picked an eggplant from the vegetable garden and stuffed it into Ao Bao's mouth, and then used plastic tent cloth to wrap Ao Bao like a mummy to prevent him from running around. After being treated so simply and roughly by Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting, Ao Bao hated them so much. Ao Bao couldn't help but pick up the little notebook in his heart and write down the two of them in his little notebook. After controlling Ao Bao, Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting wiped their sweat. In order to make Ao Bao feel better, Xiao Shu took out the big eggplant that was blocking Ao Bao's mouth and replaced it with a small tomato. Ao Bao hated eating tomatoes the most. They were sour and not sweet at all. So Ao Bao didn't dare to bite the skin of the tomato with his teeth, but just held it in his mouth. Those who were busy in the vegetable garden heard that someone was fighting, and the fight was very intense. So they all went to watch the fun. Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting also wanted to see who Tang Rui was fighting with, but they had to take care of Ao Bao, so they couldn't watch. Xiao Shu muttered, "We just came to the safe zone, and Tang Rui has already offended someone." Xiao Ting said, "Brother Tang is powerful. Don't be afraid." Now Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting treat Tang Rui as their big brother. After all, in this safe zone, they are more familiar with Tang Rui, and Tang Rui directly handed Ao Bao to them to take care of, which also shows that Tang Rui trusts them now. Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting did not disappoint Tang Rui, and took good care of Ao Bao, and did not let Ao Bao run around. Tang Rui and Yu Liang fought fiercely. attracting most people in the safe zone to watch. As a newcomer, Tang Rui dared to directly challenge the authority of the safe zone before he had been quiet for a few days, which made a large number of onlookers think that Tang Rui did not want to live. But when they saw Tang Rui knock Yu Lian to the ground, the onlookers could not help but cheer for him. Tang Rui pressed Yu Lian to the ground, and before he could catch his breath, he said anxiously, "You lost? 2 males fight for a female, and the loser has no right to mate. So Ao Bao still belongs to Tang Rui." Yu Lian lay on the ground, spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood, and sneered, "I didn't lose. You just used 100% of your strength, and I only used 50% of my strength." Tang Rui was very angry. "Why didn't you use 100% of your strength to fight me?" Although Tang Rui defeated Yu Liang refused to admit that he lost. If he was not afraid that Ao Bao would make a scene after waiting for him for too long, Tang Rui would definitely beat Yu Liang until he admitted defeat today. Tang Rui looked at Yu Liang lying on the ground and vomiting blood with cold eyes. "Next time, I will definitely beat you to your heart's content." After that, Tang Rui prepared to take Ao Bao back to the dormitory. Seeing that Tang Rui was about to leave, Yu Liang quickly stopped him. "Wait a minute." Tang Rui turned his head and looked at him and asked, "Do you have anything else to do?" Yu Liang covered his swollen and painful chest, got up from the ground, and said, "The little guy named Ao Bao? His voice sounds very familiar to me. Can you bring him to see me?" Tang Rui answered irrelevantly, "Ao Bao doesn't know you at all." After saying this with a guilty conscience, Tang Rui walked away directly, without giving Yu Liang a chance to say the next word. The more Yu Liang looked at Tang Rui, the more suspicious he felt, because he and Tang Rui had never met before, and they had no grudges against each other. But Tang Rui was also very hostile to him for no reason, which was strange no matter how he looked at it. And the voice of the little guy named Ao Bao sounded so much like his Yu's voice. Yu Liang decided to find out if Ao Bao was his Yu. On the other side, Tang Rui found Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting and took Ao Bao away from them. Seeing that Ruerui took so long to pick him up, Ao Bao felt very aggrieved, and tears fell down the next second. Tang Rui pulled Ao Bao into his arms, kissed him twice, and apologized. "I'm sorry. I'm late." Ao Bao leaned on Tang Rui's chest, pouting his little mouth, and didn't say anything. Tang Rui took out a lollipop from his pocket, trying to ask for Ao Bao forgiveness. Ao Bao didn't want the candy at first, but he couldn't resist the temptation in the end. After eating the candy, Ao Bao's mood gradually improved. Xiao Shu looked at the injury on Tang Rui's face and asked, "Who did you fight with just now?" Tang Rui replied calmly, "The upper level of the safe zone." Hearing that Ruerui had gone to fight with others, Ao Bao's grievance disappeared, and only heartache remained. Ao Bao felt sorry for Ruerui's injury. "Ah, it hurts." After that, Ao Bao tried to tiptoe to reach Tang Rui's face, and then blew gently on the wound on his face. Who? Ao Bao blew on Ruerui, and it didn't hurt. Seeing that Ao Bao cared about him so much, Tang Rui was also satisfied. Just now Yu Liang said that Ao Bao's voice sounded familiar, so he must have recognized Ao Bao. So he couldn't stay in this safe zone any longer. Tang Rui had to take Ao Bao away at night. Otherwise Ao Bao would recognize Yu Liang sooner or later. Tang Rui looked down at Ao Bao who was blowing his wound and said, "Ao Bao, take out some food from your space." Thinking that Ruerui was hungry and wanted to eat, Ao Bao took out a lot of bread and snacks from his space and gave them to Ruerui. But Tang Rui didn't want to eat them himself. He wanted to give these things to Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting. "This is for you." After Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting got this big bag of bread, they asked in surprise, "What are you doing for us?" Tang Rui looked at them and said, "Ao Bao and I are leaving here soon, so you can eat that bag of food slowly, and we won't meet again in the future." Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting asked reluctantly, "Are you really leaving?" Yes, we have to go." After saying goodbye to Xiao Shu and the others for the last time, Tang Rui took Ao Bao back to the dormitory to pack up and wait until dark before leaving. As soon as he saw Ruerui packing up, Ao Bao knew that he was leaving, afraid that Ruerui would abandon him and run away alone. Ao Bao lay firmly on Ruerui's back like a sloth, and he couldn't get rid of him no matter how hard he tried. As soon as it got dark, Tang Rui carried Ao Bao to the concrete wall. Tang Rui was about to destroy the wall, but just as he was about to do it, a strong light shone on him, and then the alarm sounded. The shrill alarm woke up the sleeping survivors. Soon, Yu Liang brought a group of people here. Seeing so many people coming, Tang Rui subconsciously hugged Ao Bao's body first. Yu Liang narrowed his eyes and asked, "Are you going to destroy the wall?" Tang Rui replied, "I want to go out." Yu Liang approached step by step. His tone was also very aggressive. "Why are you so anxious to leave? And what are you afraid of?" Seeing Yu Liang getting closer and closer, Tang Rui hurriedly scolded, "Don't come over." Tang Rui was so flustered that he looked suspicious at a glance. And Yu Liang became more determined. He tentatively shouted to Ao Bao, "Yu." Ao Bao heard it and wanted to turn around to see. But the big hand on the back of his head kept pressing him hard. So he couldn't turn around. Tang Rui pressed Ao Bao's little head hard, not allowing him to turn around. Then Tang Rui looked at Yu Liang with an angry face. "I said, Ao Bao doesn't know you at all." Seeing Tang Rui was still stubborn, Yu Liang didn't care anymore and rushed forward to snatch Ao Bao from Tang Rui. Tang Rui saw him coming and kicked him away, saying angrily, "Don't force me." After being kicked away, Yu Liang got up again and ordered the group of people behind him to hold Tang Rui down. After the group of people surrounded him, Tang Rui was not polite at all and killed everyone he caught. But he was outnumbered and was finally controlled by the group of people. Yu Liang took the opportunity to step forward and pull Ao Bao over. Ao Bao was wearing a mask on his face. Yu Liang was so excited that he took off the small mask on Ao Bao's face with trembling hands. When the mask was taken off, Yu Liang didn't have time to see Ao Bao's little face clearly, and Tang Rui rushed over like crazy. Seeing Tang Rui coming, Yu Liang had to hide first. If he didn't hide, he would be dead. Yu Liang's dodging gave Tang Rui a chance to successfully snatch back Ao Bao. Tang Rui picked up the mask on the ground and was about to help Ao Bao put it on again. At this time, Yu Liang suddenly shouted, "Yu." Ao Bao turned his head and looked at Yu Liang after hearing the voice. Now Yu Liang finally saw Ao Bao's little face clearly. He was ecstatic. Ao Bao was really his Yu. Yu Liang waved at Ao Bao excitedly, "Shall you? Come here." Before Ao Bao could react, Tang Rui directly carried Ao Bao and ran towards the concrete wall. Yu Liang followed closely. "Where are you taking Xiao Yu?" Tang Rui did not answer, but punched the concrete wall one by one. Yu Liang did not care about Xiao Yu's shouting. He hurriedly stopped Tang Rui. "Stop! If the wall falls, all the zombies outside will rush in. Do you not care about the lives of other survivors?" Tang Rui just didn't want to care about other people. He just wanted Ao Bao. After a few punches, cracks appeared on the concrete wall, and the cracks continued to extend. Just a few more punches were needed, and the wall would be completely destroyed. Tang Rui raised his hand and punched it hard. Just as he was about to succeed, Ao Bao suddenly hugged his arm and stopped him from hitting it. Tang Rui looked at Ao Bao in confusion and asked, "Ao Bao, don't you want to leave? You want to stay with him, right?" The he Tang Rui was talking about was Yu Liang. But Ao Bao didn't know who Yu Liang was. He just saw that Ruirui's hand was bleeding, so he didn't allow Ruirui to continue hitting it like this. Ao Bao took Ruirui's hand, then lowered his head to help Ruirui lick the blood on his fist. Seeing Ao Bao licking his wound, Tang Rui's irritability gradually subsided. While Tang Rui was standing there quietly and letting Ao Bao lick him, Yu Liang came over and attacked Tang Rui with his supernatural power. Tang Rui had no time to defend himself and took the blow. This blow made Tang Rui fall to the ground, spitting blood. Ao Bao was so scared when he saw this scene. His little brain seemed to have a short circuit, and he stood there blankly. Yu Liang came over, hugged Ao Bao, and then looked at Tang Rui on the ground and accused him. "It turned out that you kidnapped my Yu. You hateful kidnapper." A month before the end of the world, Ao Bao was kidnapped by a criminal gang. Until the end of the world, Ao Bao was not found. Now Ao Bao is with Tang Rui. So Yu Liang naturally thinks that Tang Rui is a member of that criminal gang. Tang Rui did not have any explanation. He slowly got up from the ground and said word by word, "Give me Ao Bao. He is mine." Yu Liang sneered and replied, "Wishful thinking." Tang Rui spat a mouthful of blood on the ground, then lowered his head and said, "I'll say it one last time. Don't force me to do it." Yu Liang replied unyieldingly, "Humph. Don't think you can really beat me." Tang Rui raised his head sharply, revealing his two scarlet eyes. Looking at Tang Rui's pupil color suddenly changed, and the human breath on his body had disappeared, replaced by the breath of zombies. Yu Liang frowned. "You Before he could finish his words, Badruerwe came in front of him and knocked him to the ground with one punch. Badruerwe looked down at Yuliang lying on the ground and said, "No matter what your relationship with that little guy was before, she is my wife from now on. If you dare to snatch my wife from me, I will kill you without hesitation." Yuliang had been seriously injured before, and now after being knocked down by Badruerwe, he could not get up at all. Not long after, Yuliang fainted. Badruerwe glanced at Yuliang with contempt, and then he called Ao Bao, who was standing stupidly next to him. Ao Bao was stunned for a while, and then ran to Badruerwe. Badruerwe pulled Ao Bao into his arms and warned, "If you don't listen and don't be my wife obediently, your end will be the same as this person." Seeing Yuliang so miserable, Ao Bao trembled in fear, and then rubbed on Badruerwe's arm like a flatterer. Ao Bao only wants Ruerwe to be his wife. Seeing that Ao Bao was so well behaved, Badruerwe gave Ao Bao a kiss as a reward, and then said in a very threatening tone, "If you dare to run away with others, I will break your hands and feet, and then tie you to me, and you can't go anywhere." Ao Bao was scared just by hearing these words, and his hair stood up. Ao Bao was the best, and there was no one more obedient than Ao Bao in the whole apocalypse. In order to show his loyalty to Badruerwe, Ao Bao trotted over and stepped on the fainted Yuliang twice. Badruerwe was completely relieved now, pulled Ao Bao into his arms, and said ambiguously, "Let's find a place to make out first." Originally, Tang Rui planned to knock down the wall and take Ao Bao away from the safe zone overnight. But Badruerwe did not do what Tang Rui thought. Badruerwe directly held Ao Bao and found a hidden place to make out. After all, Badruerwe finally came out to see Ao Bao, and he certainly couldn't waste time on other things. As for the unconscious Yuliang, he has been taken to the hospital for treatment. Badruerwe brought Ao Bao to the vegetable field, ready to execute him here. But Ao Bao was very afraid of his big thing, so he was particularly uncooperative. Badruerwe got angry and slapped Ao Bao little, but the air suddenly became quiet. After a while, Ao Bao's sky-shaking cry rang out in the vegetable field. The red moon in the sky was frightened by Ao Bao's cry and hid behind the clouds. Badruerwe was in a panic. And then he, a big man over 2 meters tall, said comforting words in a soft voice, "Baby, it doesn't hurt anymore. Your husband will rub it for you." Ao Bao bit his little finger. Tears and snot all over his face, looking like he had suffered a great injustice. Badruerwe wiped Ao Bao's tears and snot with his rough palms, and apologized, "I was wrong." Under Badruerwe's gentle verbal offensive, Ao Bao gradually stopped crying, but his little butt was still burning and painful, probably because it had been swollen. When Tang Rui wakes up tomorrow, he will definitely feel distressed. Of course, Badruerwe also felt distressed, and he repeatedly promised that he would not hit him so hard next time. After hearing his promise, Ao Bao dared to get close to him. After that, Ao Bao took the initiative to kiss Badruerwe. Badruerwe also knew that Ao Bao felt pain now, so he didn't dare to be so rough as before. Even when they kissed, Badruerwe became much gentler, and he would no longer suck Ao Bao's little tongue violently. When his mouth was almost numb from kissing, Badruerwe stopped, ended the kiss, and asked Ao Bao, "What is the relationship between that man and you?" Badruerwe didn't like to see others come between him and Ao Bao. If that man was Ao Bao's lover or fiancé, Badruerwe would kill that man right now. Ao Bao's memory of Yuliang was gone, so he couldn't remember what the relationship was. Seeing that Ao Bao seemed to have forgotten the man, Badruerwe still refused to give up. "I will ask him in person tomorrow." But before dawn, Badruerwe fell into a deep sleep. When dawn came, Tang Rui woke up. When he woke up, he saw Ao Bao sleeping on him, and there were seedlings all around. Tang Rui knew that Badruerwe must have brought Ao Bao here. Tang Rui got up from the ground, and his action woke up Ao Bao, who was still sleeping. Ao Bao rubbed his eyes that were not fully opened. Ao Bao, are you hurt? Let me see." After saying that, Tang Rui turned Ao Bao, who was still asleep, over, and lifted up Ao Bao's little skirt to see if the little flower behind was damaged. After checking, it was found that it was not damaged. It was still pink and tender, with only a slight swelling. Nothing serious. It was probably because the Badruerwe knew that Ao Bao was afraid of pain, so he didn't do anything. Yu Liang also woke up. As soon as he woke up, he quickly sent someone to find Tang Rui back, so that Tang Rui would not run away with his little baby. Tang Rui was caught by a group of people before he could leave the safe zone. Since Yu Liang already knew and recognized Ao Bao, Tang Rui also had to ask clearly. So after being caught, Tang Rui did not resist, and generously took Ao Bao to meet Yu Liang. Yu Liang was seriously injured, and was resting in bed. He had to be fed even when he ate. Seeing Tang Rui bringing Ao Bao in, Yu Liang wanted to get up from the bed excitedly. Unfortunately, it hurt to move a little, so he could only lie down obediently. Yu Liang lay on the bed, waved to Ao Bao, and said anxiously, "Shall you? Come here. Let me take a good look at you. Have you lost weight? Have you suffered?" Ao Bao not only did not come over, but also shrank into Tang Rui's arms. Seeing that his own Yu seemed to be very unfamiliar with him, Yu Liang directly cast a questioning look on Tang Rui. "What did you do to Yu? Why did he become like this now?" Tang Rui answered him without hesitation. "Ao Bao is a zombie now." Yu Liang was shocked, with a look of disbelief on his face. "Zombie? How could he become a zombie?" Tang Rui then said, "When I met Ao Bao, he had already become a zombie." Yu Liang couldn't accept that his lovely brother had turned into a cute little zombie. Although he couldn't accept it for a while, the fact was already like this. So Yu Liang could only persuade himself to accept it in the end. After accepting it, Yu Liang looked at Tang Rui and said, "I want to chat with Xiao Yu alone. You go out first." Tang Rui shook his head firmly. "I want to stay with Ao Bao." Yu Liang asked in a very unfriendly tone, "What qualifications do you have to stay with Yu? Who are you?" "I am Ao Bao husband." Tang Rui said this in a decisive manner, and he would not allow any objection. Yu Liang was so angry that he spat and said, "You don't deserve it." Tang Rui also got angry and glared at him. "Do you deserve it?" The smell of gunpowder between Yu Liang and Tang Rui was particularly strong, and the whole room was filled with the smell of gunpowder. And Ao Bao chose to stand on Rui's side without hesitation, and helped Rui to glare at Yu Liang. Ao Bao also showed his white little milk teeth to Yu Liang from time to time, scaring him to death. Seeing that Yu actually helped an outsider to scare him, Yu Liang's heart was half cold. "Xiao Yu, do you really not remember me?" Ao Bao glanced away directly, indicating that he didn't know him at all. Yu Liang felt sad. Now his younger brother has grown up. His temper has become wild. He doesn't stay at home, and he doesn't want him as a brother anymore. All this was caused by the man named Tang Rui. It must be Tang Rui who taught Yu bad things, which made Yu Liang feel revengeful. When Tang Rui asked what his relationship with Ao Bao was, Yu Liang wanted to deliberately anger Tang Rui. So he lied and said, "I am Yu's husband. And Yu and I had already obtained the marriage certificate before the end of the world." Hearing this, Tang Rui's expression cracked, and his fists clenched and creaked. Tang Rui's face was gloomy, and he asked with gritted teeth, "Have you touched Ao Bao's body?" "I touched it before and after marriage. And Yu would pester me every night." Yu Liang lied without thinking and spoke smoothly, just like the truth, no matter whether others believed it or not. Tang Rui believed it anyway. Tang Rui went crazy and grabbed Yu Liang, who was recuperating in bed. "How dare you touch my people?" Yu Liang sneered disdainfully. "Everything should be based on first come first served. I met Yu first, so it should be you who touched my people, not me who touched yours." Tang Rui glared at him. "Believe it or not, I will kill you now. If you kill me, Yu's parents will not forgive you." This sentence was like cold water, pouring Tang Rui from head to toe. Tang Rui did not really kill Yu Liang in the end, but just punched him as a lesson, and said, "I don't care whether Ao Bao is married to you or not. Anyway, he is mine now. Don't try to snatch him away. You are so powerful. You snatched my wife, and you are so confident." Yu Liang was so angry that he almost laughed. To be honest, Yu Liang did not hate Tang Rui as a person, but rather admired Tang Rui's strength. But if Tang Rui came to be his brother's wife, he would hate Tang Rui very much. Tang Rui stared at Yu Liang and threatened, "If you don't want to die, give your wife to me." Yu Liang was not angry, but said with a bit of a smile, "Why should I give it up? Because Ao Bao likes me now." Tang Rui didn't want to talk about reason now. Anyway, he just wanted to get Ao Bao, so he didn't mind using despicable means to get it, as long as he could achieve his goal. Yu Liang ruthlessly exposed Tang Rui's little happiness. "Didn't you say that Yu is a zombie now? How can a zombie understand what likes and dislikes are?" Tang Rui didn't want to talk anymore. He wanted to take Ao Bao away from the safe zone and fly away. Yu Liang called him. Wait! Where are you taking you? Tang Rui picked up Ao Bao and walked out the door. Where I take Ao Bao is none of your business. You are just an ex-husband. Don't talk so much nonsense. Yu Liang laughed. Ex-husband? Who is the ex-husband? Tang Rui turned around and said to him viciously. Anyway, Ao Bao has nothing to do with you now. If you still want to pester Ao Bao, I will really kill you. Looking at this 2-meter-tall and fierce sister-in-law threatening him, Yu Liang was not afraid at all, and even wanted to laugh. In order to let Tang Rui stay, Yu Liang had to compromise. Don't knock down the wall. Otherwise the other survivors will not be able to survive. You stay in the safe zone for the time being. I won't harass you. Tang Rui thought about it. There were so many lives in the safe zone that he couldn't ignore them. In the end, he had to agree to stay in the safe zone for the time being. Although Yu Liang said he would not harass Ao Bao, he still always said things to Ao Bao, including food, clothing, and daily necessities, fearing that his younger brother would suffer. However, Tang Rui never accepted Yu Liang's kindness. All the food and daily necessities said by Yu Liang were thrown away by Tang Rui. For this reason, Yu Liang and Tang Rui often fought. Every time Tang Rui and Yu Liang fought, Ao Bao would go to help Tang Rui and help Rui bully Yu Liang. Seeing his younger brother always helping an outsider, Yu Liang, as an older brother, was very sad. In order to make himself feel more balanced, Yu Liang tried his best to anger Tang Rui. I used to sleep in the same bed with Xiaoyu every day. When Tang Rui heard this, he was furious and pressed Yu Liang to the ground and beat him up. You are looking for death. Yu Liang was not a pushover either. As soon as he found an opportunity, he turned around and beat Tang Rui up. After fighting for a long time, both of them were injured. When Ao Bao saw that Rui was injured, he quickly ran over to help Rui blow his wound. Left out in the cold, Yu Liang could only envy him. He said to Tang Rui with a sour tone, I really don't know what Xiaoyu likes about you. Yu Liang was not satisfied with Tang Rui as his sister-in-law. So in his eyes, Tang Rui was useless except for her strength. And there was nothing that could match his Xiaoyu. Tang Rui hugged Ao Bao in his arms, declared his sovereignty, and then showed off and kissed Ao Bao hard in front of Yu Liang. Ao Bao also kissed Rui back, and carefully wiped the sweat off Rui's face with his sleeve. This scene fell into Yu Liang's eyes, making him feel sour from the inside out. The younger brother he had raised for more than 10 years was actually taken away by someone like this. Yu Liang felt very sad, but also reluctant. Yu Liang sighed, then waved at Ao Bao, wanting Ao Bao to come to him and let him hug him. Ao Bao hates Yu Liang very much now, because he injured his ex. So how could Ao Bao obediently go over to him and let him hug him? It's good enough that he doesn't spit on his face. Seeing Ao Bao baring his teeth at him, Yu Liang couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't know where the well-behaved brother before the end of the world had gone. Not wanting to see Ao Bao and Yu Liang interact, Tang Rui hurriedly took Ao Bao back to the dormitory. After returning to the dormitory, Tang Rui went directly to the bathroom to take a shower. In the past, Tang Rui always took a shower with Ao Bao. But this time Tang Rui took a shower alone, and Ao Bao was left outside. Ao Bao wanted to go in and take a shower with Rui. So he lay on the bathroom door and kept scratching the door with his fingernails. Rui. Ao. Rui. Ao Bao also wants to take a shower. Hearing Ao Bao scratching the door, Tang Rui hid in the bathroom without making a sound, and remained indifferent, because he needed someone to calm down now. Seeing Rui ignoring him, Ao Bao cried out sadly, Ao. Ao. After a long while, Tang Rui's voice came from inside, Ao Bao. Be quiet for a while. Hearing Rui's tone was a bit aggressive. He must be angry or in a bad mood. Ao Bao pursed his lips in grievance, and then dared not to cry anymore. Ao Bao curled up quietly by the door, crying silently. There was no sound of Ao Bao outside. Tang Rui thought Ao Bao had run away somewhere else. So he opened the door and found Ao Bao sitting by the door crying. Tang Rui realized that it was because of his wrong tone just now that he made Ao Bao cry. Tang Rui bent down with his bare chest, picked up Ao Bao and coaxed him. I was wrong. Don't cry anymore. Ao Bao ignored him and turned his little head aside. Tang Rui straightened Ao Bao's little face, and then kissed Ao Bao on the face again and again. I was just a little upset, so I didn't control my emotions well. Ao Bao was still sad and didn't want to talk to Ruirui. Seeing that Ao Bao was still angry with him, Tang Rui anxiously went to get a lollipop to coax him. Ao Bao got the lollipop, but still ignored Tang Rui. Although Tang Rui had only said that short sentence in an impatient tone before, it had a great impact on Ao Bao's heart. Tang Rui didn't expect that his words would make Ao Bao so angry that even a lollipop couldn't coax him. Ao Bao, forgive me. Please. Ao Bao looked down at the lollipop in his hand and refused to speak. Tang Rui didn't continue to ask for forgiveness. He turned around and carried Ao Bao into the bathroom to take a bath together. Tang Rui also carefully rubbed Ao Bao's bath as usual, rubbing every corner of his body and cleaning the gaps between his fingers. Ao Bao sat on a small stool, silently watching Ruirui rub his feet, holding the candy in his little hand, but not putting it in his mouth to eat. After washing, Tang Rui wrapped Ao Bao's body with a dry towel and carried him to the bed outside. Tang Rui did not help Ao Bao put on clothes, but let Ao Bao lie naked on the bed. Anyway, there were only 2 of them in the dormitory, and the other roommates had gone to training. Seeing that Ao Bao was still unwilling to talk to him, Tang Rui was very anxious. So he continued to apologize and said, Ao Bao, I was wrong before. I apologize to you. Tang Rui was most afraid that Ao Bao would use cold violence against him. Ao Bao pursed his lips, crawled under the pillow, and hid and cried. Tang Rui took the pillow away and picked up Ao Bao again. Okay. I'm not angry anymore. I'll give you whatever you want. Ao Bao pouted his lips high, his face full of grievances. Seeing that Ao Bao finally made a sound, Tang Rui breathed a sigh of relief. Afterwards, Tang Rui took out a new toy from his backpack, and finally coaxed Ao Bao to sleep. Tang Rui had been absent-minded and a little upset from the beginning, all because of Yu Liang's words. Yu Liang said that he used to sleep in the same bed with Ao Bao, and Ao Bao would pester him every night. Tang Rui almost suffocated just thinking about the scene of Ao Bao being pressed under Yu Liang. Not to mention that this was a real thing. Looking at Ao Bao playing with the new toy, Tang Rui reluctantly asked, Ao Bao, did you really have sex with Yu Liang? Ao Bao shook his little head. Ao Bao no longer remembered what happened before. Tang Rui sighed. Ao Bao didn't understand anything, and it was useless to ask. Ao Bao, I don't want to pursue the past, but you are not allowed to let others touch you in the future. And that Yu Liang, you must be careful of him and don't let him find a chance to get close to you. Ao Bao nodded and agreed. He said that he would not pursue the past, but Tang Rui still felt very resentful. Tang Rui didn't dislike that Ao Bao's body had been touched by others. He was just angry that he didn't meet Ao Bao before Yu Liang. No more talk. Tang Rui now just wanted to use crazy possession to make up for the regret. Ao Bao, let me in. Ao Bao was scared, and his little hands tightly grasped the sheets below. Ow. Before he started, Ao Bao let out a ghost howling sound, mainly because he was afraid of pain. Ao Bao, it's okay. Just relax, okay? Ao Bao was still scared, and his little hands clenched into fists. No matter how loud Ao Bao screamed, Tang Rui would not let him go. It was almost dark when the 6 roommates came back from training. Tang Rui barely stopped to rest before the 6 roommates opened the door and came in. Tang Rui pulled up the quilt to cover his body and pretended to sleep with Ao Bao in his arms. After the 6 roommates came in, they saw Tang Rui and Ao Bao sleeping together, and they were not surprised. After all, Tang Rui said at the beginning that he and Ao Bao were husband and wife. Tang Rui was pretending to sleep, but Ao Bao was not. Ao Bao was really fainted. It was just that Ao Bao woke up not long after he fainted. After Ao Bao woke up, he felt that his stomach was full because the Ruirui had not been taken out. He hadn't eaten anything all day, but Ao Bao didn't feel hungry at all, and even felt a little full. Ao Bao couldn't help but let out 2 strange cries. Awoo! The 6 roommates heard the sound and turned around and looked at Ao Bao. Seeing that Ao Bao had woken up, one of the roommates handed Ao Bao a big bag of snacks and said, "This is for you by General Yu. He asked us to send it to you. He may have a crush on you, so he sends you things every day." After hearing this, Tang Rui stopped pretending to be asleep and opened his eyes to stare at the roommate who was talking. "Send the things back. Ao Bao is a married man now, and will not accept his kindness," the roommate said with some embarrassment, "but General Yu said that it cannot be returned or thrown away, and must be eaten up." Tang Rui made up his mind and said, Please help him pass the message. If he pesters Ao Bao like this again, I will take Ao Bao away immediately. The roommate brought the news to Yu Liang. Yu Liang was also anxious when he heard that Tang Rui was going to take Ao Bao away. So he went to Tang Rui to explain the truth in person. Tang Rui was feeding Ao Bao fruit jelly. At this time, Yu Liang suddenly rushed in. As soon as he saw Yu Liang, Tang Rui got angry. Before Yu Liang could speak and explain the truth, Tang Rui started to attack him. After being hit by Tang Rui several times, Yu Liang also got angry, tried to hit another one. Tang Rui said angrily, "Do you think I don't dare?" Yu Liang threatened, "If you dare to hit me again, then as a brother, I will never agree to let Xiao Yu be with a barbarian like you." Tang Rui was stunned for a moment. "Brother?" Yu Liang got up from the ground, patted the dust on his body and said, "I was just lying to you before. Just wanting to deliberately piss you off. In fact, I am Shuyo's biological brother." Tang Rui was a little unconvinced. Is he really a biological brother? Not an ex-husband? Yu Liang took out a photo from his pocket and showed it to Tang Rui. "This is our family photo." After seeing the family photo, Tang Rui finally believed what Yu Liang said. Tang Rui put down his fist. This surprise came too quickly, making him a little at a loss. After the joy, Tang Rui realized that he had hit the wrong person. So he hurried over to shake hands with Yu Liang, and then stiffly said, "Hello?" Yu Liang didn't appreciate it at all, and directly shook off Tang Rui's hand. "Hello. What's good about it?" Tang Rui now changed his crazy look just now, and apologized cautiously. "I was wrong before." Yu Liang straightened his back, put on airs and said, "Humph. I don't accept your apology, and I don't recognize you as my brother's wife." Tang Rui bowed deeply to Yu Liang. "I'm really sorry." After being beaten a few times, Yu Liang felt resentful towards Tang Rui. He was so angry that he said to Ao Bao, "Yu, follow me, and don't stay with this man." Ao Bao didn't listen to Yu Liang. He only wanted Rui now. It didn't matter what his brother was. Ao Bao got up from the bed and ran to Tang Rui. Seeing his brother clinging to another man, Yu Liang felt upset. He really didn't want to keep his brother. Yu Liang also hated the man who took his brother away. So Yu Liang never looked at Tang Rui well. His tone was as cold as he could be. "It's not that easy for you to get into our house." Yu Liang used to imagine that his sister-in-law should be a mature woman, but he didn't expect that she was a 2-meter-tall sturdy man. It was a bit hard to accept for a while. "As long as you agree to marry Ao Bao to me, I can do anything." Tang Rui can do anything to get the approval of Ao Bao family. Yu Liang looked at Tang Rui with a squint and said contemptuously, "What do you mean by marrying? I only have this precious brother, and I am willing to marry him off. If anyone wants to marry, it should be you. You marry my Yu as your wife." Which is almost right. Ao Bao was super happy to hear that Rui could marry him, and raised his hands to agree. Rui's wife. Ao. Tang Rui. Ao Bao usually looked stupid, and he learned to call his husband, but he couldn't learn it after a long time. Now he is smart. Yu Liang said it once and Ao Bao remembered it. Tang Rui suspected that Ao Bao did it on purpose. Seeing his brother so happy, Yu Liang also laughed. It was fun to be happy, but he still had to be strict. Yu Liang said to Tang Rui, "Don't be too happy, because it's not easy to marry into our family. In addition to letting me recognize you as my brother's wife, you also have to let my parents recognize you as my daughter-in-law, so that you can marry into our family." Tang Rui didn't get angry after hearing this, but asked kindly, "What should I do to make you recognize me?" "Stand still. Let me punch you twice to test you." Yu Liang had to return all the beatings he had received before to calm his anger. Tang Rui agreed, "Okay." Anyway, he didn't feel pain, so Yu Liang could beat him however he wanted. Yu Liang was not polite either, and punched Tang Rui's handsome face hard, trying to disfigure this face that seduced his brother. Ao Bao next to him couldn't sit still when he saw his wife being beaten. Ao Bao rushed over and punched and kicked Yu Liang. Ao Bao. No one can bully Ao Bao wife. Tang Rui pulled the mad Ao Bao back. Ao Bao. Don't be rude to your brother. Yu Liang was very satisfied with Tang Rui's words. Also, it was already very late, and Yu Liang didn't bother Tang Rui anymore. He just said, "Let you sleep at my place tonight." No. Yu Liang made other requests, and Tang Rui could reluctantly agree. But this one was the only one he couldn't agree to. First, he and Ao Bao were inseparable. And second, Ao Bao was grown up now. Why should he sleep with his brother? This was very unethical. Seeing that Tang Rui actually refused, Yu Lian was a little unhappy. If I leave you here, I'm worried that you will do something bad to him. How could Yu Liang feel at ease to let his lovely brother stay in the wolf's den? So he had to take him away. Otherwise, he would be eaten up without knowing it. Tang Rui told him calmly, everything that should be done has been done. And it has been done countless times. It would be fine if he had done it. But he actually did it countless times. Which was obviously to deliberately anger Yu Liang. Yu Liang rushed over like crazy, pinched Tang Rui's neck, and said with gritted teeth, you beast. Tang Rui was pinched by the neck. But he still said calmly, it has happened. And it's useless for you to be angry. At this point, it was really useless to be angry. Yu Liang let go of his hand and asked, how many times did you do it in total? I said before. Countless times. Tang Rui couldn't remember exactly how many times he had done it. And who would count such things if they had nothing to do? Yu Liang clenched his teeth tightly together. And almost all the words he spoke came out from between his teeth. Countless times. You broke my baby. Tang Rui calmly replied with 2 words. It's not broken. Seeing Tang Rui's fearless look, Yu Liang became even angrier and couldn't help but swear. Hack. Tang Rui continued, and Ao Bao likes it very much. And pesters me for it every day. Before, Yu Liang used this to anger Tang Rui. And now Tang Rui used this to anger Yu Liang. And the two hurt each other. But there is one difference. Yu Liang said a lie. And Tang Rui said the truth. When Ao Bao didn't feel pain, he really pestered Tang Rui for meat every day. Even after the pain was restored, Ao Bao still pestered Tang Rui every day to eat the piece of meat in his mouth. Yu Liang felt that he couldn't continue chatting with Tang Rui. Otherwise he would be so angry that he would die. Yu Liang glared at Tang Rui fiercely, then turned and left the dormitory. After Yu Liang left, Tang Rui suddenly smiled. Before, he thought Yu Liang was Ao Bao's ex-husband, which made Tang Rui upset for a long time. Fortunately, he was just his brother. Tang Rui happily lifted Ao Bao up and threw him into the air twice. Ao Bao was startled by Rui's sudden move. In addition, Ao Bao was a little afraid of heights. When he was thrown into the air, he couldn't help but exclaimed, Ao. Fortunately, after being thrown twice, Ao Bao landed steadily in Tang Rui's arms again. After that, Tang Rui pressed Ao Bao on the narrow lower bunk bed and kissed him randomly a few times. Ao Bao could see that Rui was in a very happy mood. Seeing Rui happy, Ao Bao was also happy. Ao Bao rubbed his face against Tang Rui's chin and shouted with a smile, Wife. Ao. Tang Rui was originally very happy. But Ao Bao word wife immediately reduced his good mood by half. Ao Bao. Don't call me wife. Tang Rui is so tall. It's so embarrassing to be called wife by Ao Bao. A little bean sprout. If others hear it, it will damage his majestic and domineering image. The more Rui stopped him from calling, the more Ao Bao shouted, Wife. Ao. Wife. These 2 new words didn't need much practice. Ao Bao already called them very smoothly. Tang Rui pretended to be angry and said, Ao Bao. If you call me wife again, I will ignore you. Rui ignored him. And Ao Bao was of course anxious. But Ao Bao was also unwilling to give up the title of wife. Finally, Tang Rui compromised, you can call me wife. But only in private. In front of others, you have to call me husband. Understand? Ah. Ao Bao listens to his wife. The 6 roommates went to the public bathhouse to take a bath. Now there are only 2 of them in the dormitory. So Ao Bao can call whatever he wants. Wife, ah. Wife. Tang Rui was happy and helpless. That night, Tang Rui hugged Ao Bao and slept soundly. And Yu Liang was so angry that he didn't sleep all night. The next day, Ao Bao woke up and the first thing he said was, Wife, ah. Tang Rui. How come Ao Bao hasn't forgotten this name even after a whole night? Ao Bao lay on Tang Rui's chest and rubbed his eyes. Wife, ah, hungry. Wife. Ao Bao is hungry. Tang Rui took Ao Bao to brush his teeth first, and then fed Ao Bao some bread to fill his stomach. After eating, Ao Bao had to take another nap, and he would not wake up until noon. When the whistle sounded, Tang Rui carried Ao Bao, who was catching up on his sleep, on his back to go to training. Halfway through the training, Ao Bao suddenly woke up. In front of others, Ao Bao called Tang Rui wife. Ao wife. Soon, there was a burst of laughter around. Tang Rui's dignity, as a man, was rubbed on the ground by Ao Bao. Tang Rui took Ao Bao to a place where no one was nearby and gave him a good lecture. Ao Bao, didn't we agree last night that you can't call me wife in front of others? Seeing Rui was angry with him, Ao Bao tugged at his clothes anxiously. Tears flashed in his eyes. Ao Bao just thought that the name of wife was more intimate, so he liked to call her that. Seeing that Ao Bao was crying because of him, Tang Rui sighed, forget it. You can call me if you want. Face is not a particularly important thing anyway, as long as Ao Bao is happy. At this time, Yu Liang happened to find this place. From a distance, he saw tears in his brother's eyes, as if he was bullied. Yu Liang rushed over without saying a word and grabbed Tang Rui's collar. You actually bullied my brother to tears. I know you are unreliable. It seems that I must take you away. Otherwise you will suffer a lot of grievances if you stay with you. Tang Rui explained. I didn't bully Ao Bao. Just. Yu Liang scolded. Don't quibble with me. After that, Yu Liang grabbed Ao Bao's hand and prepared to take Ao Bao away. Ao Bao shook off Yu Liang's hand and ran back to his wife. Tang Rui also took the opportunity to hug Ao Bao tightly, and didn't allow Yu Liang to come and grab him. Although you are Ao Bao's biological brother, you have no right to make choices for Ao Bao. Don't think of using your brother's title to threaten me. If you push me too hard, I will still open your skull. Because if Tang Rui gets crazy, he won't recognize any relatives. So let alone Ao Bao's biological brother. Even if Ao Bao's biological parents come, it won't work. No one in this world can separate them. Tang Rui said that very seriously just now. If he gets anxious, he might really do anything. Yu Liang still has a little fear in his heart. But Yu Liang only has Ao Bao as his brother. If he doesn't protect him, who else will? You better stop bullying Yu, or I'll get angry. Tang Rui replied, I only bully Ao Bao in bed. Yu Liang was speechless for a moment. Then, Tang Rui said seriously, don't worry. Ao Bao is very good around me. I won't bully him. Nor will I allow others to bully him. Ao Bao was raised by Tang Rui to be white and fat, with a chubby face and an overnourished look. He didn't look like he had been treated badly or bullied. Ao Bao's nails were clean, which showed that Tang Rui was really taking care of him very carefully. Yu Liang didn't feel relieved when he saw that his brother was well taken care of. Instead, he had doubts. Yu Liang suspected that Tang Rui was good to Ao Bao for a certain purpose. Why are you so good to Yu? Tang Rui put his hand on Ao Bao's little head and rubbed it, and replied, I like Ao Bao. And Ao Bao needs me. He can't live without me. Ao Bao smiled and responded, Ao. Wife. Ao Bao can't live without his wife. Yu Liang continued to ask suspiciously, do you really not mind that Yu is now a zombie? Tang Rui said frankly, if I minded, I would not have taken Ao Bao to survive everywhere. Yu Liang always felt that there was something wrong with Tang Rui. Otherwise, who would keep a zombie around? Even Yu Liang, the brother, could not accept the fact that his brother became a zombie for a while. But Tang Rui, an outsider who was not related to him, could not mind at all. Yu Liang narrowed his eyes and asked Tang Rui, what do you like about my brother? To be fair, it is not that Tang Rui is not worthy of Ao Bao, but that Ao Bao is not worthy of Tang Rui. Because Ao Bao is now stupid, foolish and stupid, and can't take care of himself, and he only has a cute little face. But what's the use of having beauty in the end times? You still have to speak with strength. So Ao Bao can meet Tang Rui in troubled times, which can be said to be the merit of his ancestors. In front of Yu Liang, Tang Rui expressed his deep love to Ao Bao. I like every part of Ao Bao. I like him very much. For so long, Tang Rui has basically never said a few words of love to Ao Bao. Maybe he said he liked him before, but it was only a few words in total. Unlike other couples who always talk about love. Because Tang Rui always uses actions to prove how much he cares about Ao Bao. When he heard Rui say that he liked him, Ao Bao happily circled around Tang Rui twice, and shouted loudly with joy, Ao. Ao. Seeing Ao Bao so happy, Tang Rui's mood also brightened. Yu Liang, who was standing next to him, did not believe Tang Rui's so-called affectionate confession. If Yu is stupid and dumb all his life, are you willing to take care of him for the rest of his life? Tang Rui stopped Ao Bao, who was circling around him, and replied, I won't let Ao Bao stay stupid like this. I will find a zombie vaccine and turn Ao Bao back to a normal human. Yu Liang asked, if Yu is still as stupid as he is now even if he turns back to a normal human. Will you still want him? Tang Rui answered firmly without hesitation. Yes. Yu Liang asked in confusion. What do you want? I want Ao Bao's stupidity. Tang Rui didn't need Ao Bao to become smart. It was good as it is now. Yu Liang didn't know what to say to refute for a while. Ao Bao, who was listening to their conversation, was unhappy. Ao Bao is not stupid. Tang Rui smiled and comforted Ao Bao, saying, well, you're not stupid. Yu Liang interrupted the love between Tang Rui and Ao Bao and said, before the end of the world, if you were someone like you who only had brute force but no money or power, our family would definitely look down on you. Tang Rui didn't say anything, just quietly watched Yu Liang finish his words. Yu Liang continued, but now is the end of the world, and strength speaks. So my Yu is not worthy of you. Ao Bao was a little anxious when he heard that he was not worthy of Ruirui. His little hand tightly grasped the corner of Ruirui's clothes and said anxiously, Ao? Ruirui. Ao Bao. I don't care about that. Tang Rui just wanted Ao Bao to be with him. Yu Liang wanted to ask a few more questions, but thinking that Tang Rui might lie, it was useless to ask so many questions. And he had to use actual actions to let Tang Rui prove it. Brother Tang. The Chiao brothers and sisters, who were not far away, saw Tang Rui, and the two of them ran over hand in hand. After running over, seeing Yu Liang was also there, Xiao Shu curiously leaned over to Tang Rui's ear and asked, Brother Tang, didn't you fight with him last time? Why are you talking and laughing now? Speaking of the fight, Tang Rui felt a little guilty. He is Ao Bao brother. Xiao Shu was startled, and after reacting, she also smiled and greeted Yu Liang. Hello. Ao Bao brother. Yu Liang nodded politely to Xiao Shu. Yu Liang was not particularly handsome, and he was gentle, giving people the feeling of a gentleman. At first glance, he was a very cunning person. Xiao Shu didn't expect that this person was actually Ao Bao brother. Xiao Yu, brother will come to play with you later. Yu Liang had other things to do, so he didn't continue to greet them. After Yu Liang left, Xiao Shu boldly expressed her doubts. He doesn't look like Ao Bao biological brother at all. It is generally said that women's intuition is very accurate. Tang Rui asked, why do you say that? Xiao Shu said based on her own subjective judgment, Ao Bao is so innocent and cute. But he looks very scheming, and he doesn't look like a family at all. Tang Rui retorted, you are too subjective. It's just a blind guess. Listening to Xiao Shu's nonsense here, Tang Rui might as well find a quiet place and spend more time with Ao Bao. Tang Rui held Ao Bao's little hand and turned around to leave. Ao Bao, let's go eat something. There is a cafeteria in the safe zone. The food distributed in the cafeteria is mainly compressed biscuits, and then some pickles. Ao Bao doesn't like to eat the hard compressed biscuits, so Tang Rui will cook some broth in a small stove. One disadvantage of drinking broth is that if you drink too much, Ao Bao will pee in his pants, and he will pee while drinking. So when drinking, you have to take out Xiao Xiao Ao Bao. Otherwise your pants will get wet, in order to prevent Xiao Xiao Ao from being exposed to others. Tang Rui would always find a place where no one was around before feeding Ao Bao. After eating, Ao Bao burped contentedly, then leaned his head on Rui's shoulder, and enjoyed a leisurely afternoon. Tang Rui took Ao Bao to sit under a tree to enjoy the cool, and taught Ao Bao how to talk and communicate. Ao Bao, if you want to pee, you should say pee or pee. Ao Bao learned very quickly, and pouted his little mouth, pee. As soon as he finished speaking, Ao Bao peed. The little underwear was soaked, and Tang Rui was also wet. It would be fine if Ao Bao peed in his pants himself, but he also shouted to Big Rui, pee, pee. Tang Rui smiled and said, Ao Bao, I won't shush. Ao Bao still insisted on shouting to the Rui, shush. Because of Ao Bao shushing, Tang Rui really wanted to go to the bathroom. Let's go back to the dormitory to change clothes. Tang Rui picked up Ao Bao with one hand and walked towards the dormitory. When he arrived at the dormitory, Tang Rui wanted to urinate in the bathroom first. Ao Bao followed him in, and when Tang Rui was peeing, Ao Bao kept making a shush sound beside him. Because Ao Bao was shushing beside him, Tang Rui couldn't urinate. Tang Rui regretted it now. Why did he teach Ao Bao to say shush? His brain was broken. After finally finishing peeing, Ao Bao was still shushing beside him. Maybe he had just learned 2 new words, so he had to consolidate them. Tang Rui smiled helplessly and carried Ao Bao out of the bathroom. Then Tang Rui found a clean pair of underwear from his backpack for Ao Bao to change into. While changing, Tang Rui took the opportunity to bite Xiao Xiao. Ao Bao was stunned and looked at Tang Rui in disbelief. Tang Rui was a little confused. Ao Bao. What's wrong? Didn't he bite like this before? Is there something wrong? Ao Bao didn't say anything. Turned around and crawled under the quilt. Tang Rui thought Ao Bao was crying under the quilt. But when he opened the quilt, he saw Ao Bao slapping Xiao. Seeing Xiao being bullied by Ao Bao, Tang Rui felt distressed. Ao Bao. Stop making trouble. We are going to plant watermelons. Everyone in the safe zone can be allocated a piece of land for planting. Tang Rui also got a piece of land the day before yesterday. And he hadn't had time to turn the soil on that piece of land yet. Tang Rui plans to turn the soil today and then plant the watermelon. Ao Bao stopped making trouble and followed Rui to plant watermelons. Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting had nothing to do, so they came to help Tang Rui and helped pull out the weeds in the field, while Ao Bao played by himself. Xiao Shu was pulling out weeds while gossiping with Tang Rui. I heard others say that Ao Bao is the young master of the Zhongche group. Tang Rui paused while turning the soil. Who did you hear that from? Xiao Shu told the truth. It was the people who live in the same dormitory with you. They said it everywhere. Now the whole safe zone knows that Ao Bao is the young master. I also heard that the chairman of the Zhongche group is surnamed Shangwan, and has only one son in his family. Tang Rui frowned. Shangwan? Only one son in his family. Yes. I said that Yu Liang is not Ao Bao's biological brother. Ao Bao's surname is Shangwan. And his surname is Yu. Ao Bao is an only child, and has no brother at all. Xiao Shu asked many people to collect this information. Tang Rui couldn't help but become suspicious, but Yu Liang has a family photo. And that family photo is not a lie. Xiao Shu said, Yu Liang may be the illegitimate son of Ao Bao's father. It is normal for rich families to have illegitimate children. Tang Rui murmured in a low voice. Illegitimate child? Yes. I saw in the TV series that illegitimate children want to fight for the family property and will attack their brothers. So the kidnapping of Ao Bao before the end of the world must have been planned by Yu Liang himself. He just wanted to take away Ao Bao property. Tang Rui just thought that Xiao Shu's words were just guesses and didn't take it seriously. Then Xiao Shu said, in addition, I also heard that the only son of the Zhongche Consortium has intellectual disabilities since childhood. The examination results show that he took the wrong medicine when he was just born, which led to the incomplete development of intelligence later. So Ao Bao is stupid now because he took the wrong medicine when he was a child. I think that medicine was fed to Ao Bao by Yu Liang. He wants Ao Bao to be stupid for life. Hearing this, Tang Rui frowned fiercely. Tang Rui frowned and murmured to repeat Xiao Shu's words. He wants Ao Bao to be stupid for life. If you think about it carefully, you will find that what Xiao Shu said before actually makes sense. Because Ao Bao has evolved into a mid-level zombie. But he is still stupid and dumb. Like a low-level zombie that has not evolved. In theory, as long as he becomes a mid-level zombie, he should become smarter. But Ao Bao has not become smarter at all. Which can only mean that Ao Bao himself has intellectual disabilities. Tang Rui clenched his fists involuntarily. Is it really Yu Liang who drugged Ao Bao and made him stupid? If Ao Bao was really poisoned by Yu Liang, Tang Rui would never forgive Yu Liang. Xiao Shu had only heard those rumors. And there was actually no solid evidence. You can interrogate Yu Liang in person later. But Ao Bao is really pitiful. He was harmed by others and his intelligence was not fully developed. He became a little fool. His life is ruined. Ao Bao, who was entertaining himself nearby, heard someone say that he was stupid. Ao Bao turned around and yelled at Xiao Shu twice with his cheeks puffed up. He had said it many times that Ao Bao was not stupid. Tang Rui didn't want to grow watermelons now. He had to go to Yu Liang to ask for clarification. Yu Liang originally planned to go to Ao Bao to play. But he happened to meet Tang Rui and Ao Bao. When Tang Rui came, he was aggressive, as if he was going to fight. Yu Liang looked at Tang Rui with a relaxed face and asked, Why are you so angry? Who offended you? Tang Rui strode to Yu Liang, suppressed Yu Liang's arrogance with his height advantage, and asked, Are you really Ao Bao brother? Ao Bao followed at a trot, staring at Yu Liang with the same questioning look. Yu Liang found it funny to see that the two of them, one big and one small, were staring at him in the same way. Of course, I am Yu's biological brother. Tang Rui asked suspiciously, Then why don't you and Ao Bao have the same surname? Because I am an illegitimate child. I take my mother's surname. And Yu takes my father's surname. This surname has always been a pain in Yu Liang's heart. He didn't want to tell others. But now it's the end of the world. It doesn't matter if he tells others. Tang Rui asked again. Then the rumors outside say that Ao Bao took the wrong medicine since he was a child, resulting in intellectual retardation. Is this true or false? Yu Liang looked at Ao Bao lovingly, and then asked Tang Rui in return, do you really like Yu's stupid appearance now? Tang Rui answered without hesitation. Just like last time, I like it. Yu Liang said with evasive eyes, since you like it, don't pursue it so much. Tang Rui grabbed Yu Liang's collar. Why don't you let me investigate? Are you guilty? You are the one who gave Ao Bao the wrong medicine and made him stupid. Right? Yu Liang turned his head and looked directly into Tang Rui's arrogant eyes, and said calmly, Yu did take the wrong medicine when he was a child. But I didn't give him the medicine. It was the nanny who was careless and took the wrong medicine. If you mind that Yu is stupid, please return him to me. Tang Rui roared. When did I say I mind? If you don't mind, why do you come to ask me? I think you clearly dislike Yu's stupidity. Yu Liang's words sounded like he was deliberately trying to sow discord. After hearing this, Ao Bao was indeed fooled by Yu Liang and thought that Rui disliked him for being silly. Then, Ao Bao ran away crying. Seeing Ao Bao running away, Tang Rui didn't bother to question Yu Liang and quickly chased after him. Ao Bao, wait for me. Don't run around. Fortunately, Ao Bao's legs were short, so Tang Rui caught up with him quickly. After catching up, Tang Rui directly hugged Ao Bao from the waist from behind. Ao Bao angrily raised his little fist and hit Tang Rui's chest a few times. Tang Rui stood still and let Ao Bao beat him to vent his anger. Ao Bao hit him a few times, then stopped and buried his head in Tang Rui, sobbing softly, Ow! Tang Rui lowered his head and pecked Ao Bao's tear-stained face twice. Ao Bao, I don't dislike you for being silly at all. You will always be my sweetheart. After hearing Rui's cheesy love words, Ao Bao finally felt better. Ao, Rui's wife. Ao. Rui's wife is also Ao Bao's sweetheart. Tang Rui then kissed Ao Bao on the mouth again. Originally, Tang Rui only wanted to kiss him, but he didn't expect Ao Bao to take the initiative to stick out his little pink tongue. Tang Rui couldn't stand such stimulation, so he lowered his head and gave him a deep kiss. Yu Liang, who chased after them, saw the two of them kissing passionately in the corridor, and Tang Rui's hand was restlessly reaching under Ao Bao's skirt to touch her randomly. This made Yu Liang a little suspicious. Tang Rui was just after Ao Bao's body. He was clearly a pervert. He even had the audacity to say that it was to Ao Bao's stupidity. He was so shameless. After the kiss, Rui was stunned, so Tang Rui quickly took Ao Bao back to the dormitory to take care of it. After the 6 roommates finished training, they all went back to the dormitory to lie down. Seeing that the 6 light bulbs were all there, Tang Rui had to take Ao Bao to the bathroom. As soon as the bathroom door was closed, Tang Rui eagerly pressed Ao Bao on the sink, panting and asking, Ao Bao, do you want meat? I didn't eat Rui's meat yesterday and the day before yesterday, so I'm really greedy now. But Ao Bao is afraid of pain, so he wants to eat but dares not. Ao Bao was in a dilemma, whether to eat or not. In the narrow bathroom, Tang Rui's panting never stopped, as if he couldn't wait any longer. But Ao Bao was still thinking about it, and for a long time, he didn't give Tang Rui an accurate answer. Tang Rui couldn't wait any longer, so he went to caress Xiao Xiao first, and urged him to ask, Ao Bao, have you figured it out? Ao Bao was still struggling because it was too difficult to make a decision. At this time, a roommate knocked on the door and said he wanted to use the bathroom. Are you done? I can't hold my urine. Tang Rui was also anxious. Ao Bao, someone is urging you. If you don't choose quickly, there will be no food. Ao Bao finally made a difficult choice to eat. Since he wanted to eat, Tang Rui would not leave the bathroom for more than an hour. Tang Rui could only apologize to the roommate outside, go somewhere else to solve it. It was 3 hours later when he came out of the bathroom. After staying in that small place for 3 hours, Ao Bao was a little short of oxygen. After coming out, his little head was dizzy, with tears at the end of his eyes, and his pair of thin legs were still trembling violently. It seemed that he was bullied. Seeing Tang Rui and his friends finally come out, the 6 roommates all looked over. Being stared at by 6 pairs of eyes made him feel uncomfortable. He had to take Ao Bao to a single room the next day. Otherwise he and Ao Bao would have to hide like thieves if they wanted to be intimate. Ao Bao was tired, so he started snoring as soon as his head touched the pillow. Tang Rui had just finished and didn't want to fall asleep so soon. So he got up and did push-ups on the floor to exercise. This stunned the 6 roommates next to him. They were all amazed at Tang Rui's physical strength and endurance. He could really be called a role model among men. After doing push-ups for an hour, Tang Rui went to bed and hugged Ao Bao to sleep. The next day, when Tang Rui took Ao Bao to plant watermelons in the field, Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting came to help them again. Xiao Shu asked Tang Rui, "Did you go to Yu Liang yesterday to find out if he is Ao Bao's biological brother?" Tang Rui replied, "He is a half-brother." Seeing that she had guessed correctly, Xiao Shu said with some pride, "I knew he was an illegitimate child. Whether he is an illegitimate child or not, Yu Liang and Ao Bao are related by blood." Xiao Shu wanted to say more gossip about Yu Liang, but just as she was about to open her mouth, Yu Liang, the real owner, came over. Seeing Yu Liang coming, Xiao Shu decisively shut up her gossiping mouth. Yu Liang came to play with Ao Bao and bring him some snacks. Every time Yu Liang brought snacks, they were very much to Ao Bao's taste. Ao Bao also wanted to eat those snacks, but he had to look at Ruirui's face before eating. If Ruirui had a dark face, it meant that he couldn't eat it. He could only eat it after Ruirui nodded. Therefore, before eating, Ao Bao had to look back to see Ruirui's face. Yu Liang was Ao Bao's brother after all, so Tang Rui had no reason to be upset. Seeing that Ruirui was not unhappy, Ao Bao took the snacks from Yu Liang. In addition to preparing snacks for Ao Bao, Yu Liang also prepared a pack of cigarettes for Tang Rui. But Tang Rui never smoked, so Yu Liang's kindness was wasted. Yu Liang didn't seem to expect Tang Rui to not smoke such a good cigarette. "It's a pity not to smoke. Why don't you smoke one and try it?" Before Tang Rui nodded, Yu Liang stuffed a cigarette in his hand and encouraged him to try it. The cigarette was already lit, and Tang Rui put the cigarette butt in his mouth and took a puff with the mentality of giving it a try. Having never smoked before, this first time, Tang Rui just felt choked. After smoking a whole cigarette, Tang Rui felt a little dizzy, and after a while, he fell down. Seeing Tang Rui fainted, Xiao Shu immediately looked at Yu Liang. "You did something with the cigarette." Yu Liang first tied up Ao Bao, and then answered Xiao Shu, "Just a little bit of hallucinogens in the cigarette. The dosage is very small. He will wake up soon." Seeing Ao Bao being tied up, Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting went to help stop Yu Liang and asked, "What do you want to do?" "I'm not doing anything bad. I just want to test Tang Rui. As a brother, I want to test my sister-in-law. Do you have any objections? If not, go away and don't stop me." Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting, 2 outsiders, could not interfere in other people's family affairs, and in the end, they could only watch Yu Liang take Ao Bao away. After being kidnapped, Ao Bao kept crying and clamoring for Ruirui. Yu Liang comforted him and said, "Xiao Yu, don't cry first. I just want to test whether Tang Rui is sincere to you. If he is really good to you, I will send you back to him." Wu, Ruirui's wife, Wu. Ao Bao wants to go back to Ruirui. Seeing that Ao Bao was crying more and more, Yu Liang felt a headache. "Don't cry. What do you want to eat? Brother will help you get it." Wu, "I want Ruirui." Ao Bao doesn't want anything, just Ruirui. Yu Liang sighed. "He gave you some kind of magic drug, so you miss him so much." Ao Bao is still crying, "Ruirui." Yu Liang took a deep breath to calm himself down, but in the end, Yu Liang chose to compromise under Ao Bao crying. "Okay. When Tang Rui comes later, I will let him take you away." Ao Bao refused to do it. He wanted to see Ruirui now. Then Ao Bao lay on the ground and rolled around like a naughty kid, making a lot of noise. Seeing Ao Bao making so much noise, Yu Liang wanted to spank him. "If you keep making noise, I will spank you." Ao Bao subconsciously covered his buttocks, and his crying became a little weaker. "Ow." Seeing that this trick worked, Yu Liang continued, "Be quiet, and I won't spank you." Ao Bao didn't dare to cry because he was afraid of being beaten. Finally, Ao Bao was calmed down, and Yu Liang breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side, Tang Rui, who fainted in the vegetable field, woke up. Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting, who were watching nearby, saw Tang Rui wake up and quickly told him Ao Bao was taken away by Yu Liang. Knowing that Ao Bao was taken away, Tang Rui quickly came to Yu Liang's residence angrily. Tang Rui was too lazy to knock on the door, so he kicked it down and walked in. Yu Liang was leaning against the window when he saw Tang Rui coming in. He was not panicked at all. He said calmly, "You are finally here." Tang Rui looked around the room and saw no sign of Ao Bao. He asked anxiously, "Where is Ao Bao? Where did you take him?" Yu Liang looked at him and said, "I have hidden Xiao Yu for the time being." Looking at Yu Liang's unhurried look, Tang Rui clenched his fist and asked, "Give me Ao Bao quickly? If you want Xiao Yu back, you have to exchange it with the crystal core in your head." After that, Yu Liang threw a craniotomy tool, an iron hammer, to Tang Rui's feet. If he smashed his head with this iron hammer and took out the crystal core, he would definitely die. Tang Rui just thought Yu Liang was joking with him. If I die after taking out the crystal core, what will happen to Ao Bao? Yu Liang was really stumped by Tang Rui's question. He paused for a moment before saying, "Just tell me if you are willing to exchange the crystal core for Xiao Yu." Yu Liang just wanted to test whether Tang Rui would be willing to take out the crystal core in his head as an exchange for Ao Bao. Of course Tang Rui was willing to exchange his crystal core for Ao Bao. But he would die if he took out the crystal core. After he died, who would take care of Ao Bao? Tang Rui felt that Yu Liang's question was just a joke. So Tang Rui lost his patience and went straight up to grab Yu Liang's collar. Then said with a fierce look on his face, "I'm not interested in playing games with you. Hand over Ao Bao quickly. Or don't blame me for being rude to you." Tang Rui has always adhered to the principle of not forcing others if you can take action. Even if the person in front of him is Ao Bao's brother, he will still be rude. Yu Liang originally wanted to test Tang Rui, but now Tang Rui is threatening him. In order to keep his momentum from weakening, Yu Liang straightened his back. "I just said that if you want Xiao Yu, you can exchange the crystal core in your brain with me." Tang Rui's patience has reached its limit, and finally, he can't bear it anymore. So he attacked Yu Liang. Tang Rui's fist hit him, and Yu Liang clearly felt that his ribs were about to break. No, it should be broken. And more than one was broken. Yu Liang curled up on the ground in pain, and couldn't speak clearly. "You are really brave. Dare to hit him so hard." Yu Liang decided that he would never recognize Tang Rui as his sister-in-law. Seeing that Yu Liang was seriously injured, Tang Rui also realized that he had gone too far. "Are you okay?" Yu Liang vomited a mouthful of blood and said angrily, "You are fine." His ribs were broken, and he couldn't make it without resting for a few months. Seeing that Yu Liang was about to faint from the pain, Tang Rui shook him twice. "Hey, don't faint. Tell me first, where is Ao Bao?" Yu Liang really wanted to drown Tang Rui with a mouthful of spit, because Yu Liang was in so much pain that he had no strength to speak. Tang Rui failed to successfully learn the whereabouts of Ao Bao from him. Tang Rui could only search blindly in this room, but he searched the whole room and still couldn't find Ao Bao. Tang Rui was very anxious. It had been so long, and he didn't know if Ao Bao was hungry now. Unable to find Ao Bao, Tang Rui went to wake up the unconscious Yu Liang. "Where did you hide Ao Bao? Tell me quickly." Yu Liang had already fallen into a deep coma, but was woken up by Tang Rui. Yu Liang choked with blood. "Are you fucking sick? Why don't you call for medical staff?" He had been in a coma for so long, but Tang Rui hadn't called anyone to treat him. Yu Liang, the brother-in-law, was really angry. How could there be such a sister-in-law? Now there was no need to test whether Tang Rui was sincere to Ao Bao, because through this incident, Yu Liang already knew that in Tang Rui's heart, except for Ao Bao, everyone else's life was worthless. Tang Rui said anxiously, "Tell me where Ao Bao is first, and I will help you find someone to treat him." Yu Liang choked with blood again. "Even if I die, I will never tell you where Xiao Yu is." This cold-blooded sister-in-law. It's better not to have her. Tang Rui really lost his patience. "If you don't tell me, I will dig out the crystal core in your brain." Yu Liang glared at Tang Rui weakly. "Go ahead." After the two confronted each other for a few seconds, Tang Rui took the lead in choosing to compromise, begging humbly, "Please, give me Ao Bao. Why are you in a hurry?" Yu Liang was in so much pain that he was not in a hurry. Just when Yu Liang was about to explain the whereabouts of Ao Bao, Tang Rui faintly heard Ao Bao crying. Tang Rui let go of Yu Liang, and then followed the crying sound to a wall. After listening carefully, he found that the crying sound came from the next room. Tang Rui was overjoyed and smashed a big hole in the wall directly, and then went through the big hole to the next room. Finally, He found the tied Ao Bao in the cabinet in the next room. Ao Bao's mouth was sealed with tape. But the tape was wetted by Ao Bao's tears and lost its stickiness. So it fell off. Tang Rui took Ao Bao out of the cabinet, helped Ao Bao untie him, and kissed him on the face with pity. Ao Bao, are you hurt anywhere? Ao Bao buried his head in Tang Rui's arms. Wu, Rui's wife. He was not hurt, but was frightened. Ao Bao had just peed in the cabinet, so his lower body was soaked. Tang Rui held the frightened Ao Bao and comforted him. It's okay. I'll take you back. After that, Tang Rui held Ao Bao, passed by Yu Liang, and left in a hurry. Yu Liang looked at Tang Rui's back and cursed, "Your mother forced Xiao Yu to put down." Tang Rui ignored Yu Liang's abuse and walked away without looking back. Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting were waiting for them downstairs in the dormitory, and saw Tang Rui and his friends coming back. Xiao Shu went up to them and asked, "What questions did Yu Liang ask you to test?" Yu Liang had said before that he wanted to test Tang Rui, his brother's wife, and Xiao Shu was very curious about what kind of test it was. Tang Rui said casually, "I knocked him out." Xiao Shu said with a face full of shame, "How did you knock him out? He is Ao Bao's brother after all. He forced me to do it." Tang Rui didn't want to do it either. He was forced to do it. Xiao Shu was worried about Tang Rui and said, "You're done. He may be even more unwilling to recognize you as his brother's wife. Whether he recognizes me or not is his business. As long as Ao Bao recognizes me. Tang Rui is Ao Bao's wife, not Yu Liang's wife. So Yu Liang's consent is not needed." Ao Bao hugged Tang Rui's neck and shouted in cooperation, "Ao wife!" Xiao Shu felt that Yu Liang was quite pitiful, so she said a few good words for him. But Yu Liang is an elder after all, so you still have to be polite to him. Tang Rui replied, "This is the end of the world. In the end of the world, how can you care about so many rules of hierarchy and ethics?" Tang Rui was too lazy to talk nonsense with Xiao Shu, and hurriedly took Ao Bao back to the dormitory. When they arrived at the dormitory, Tang Rui first took Ao Bao to the bathroom to take a shower. Then Tang Rui asked while rubbing Ao Bao's arms, "Ao Bao, I beat your brother to a pulp. Do you blame me?" Ao. In Ao Bao's heart, his wife is much more important than his brother. So even if his brother was beaten to death by his wife, Ao Bao would not blame his wife. When there is a family conflict, Ao Bao always stands on the side of his wife. Seeing that Ao Bao doesn't blame him, Tang Rui is relieved. This way, he won't have to worry about anything next time he attacks Yu Liang. Yu Liang broke several ribs and was seriously injured. He ate 7 or 8 crystal cores to barely repair his wounds. During Yu Liang's recuperation, Tang Rui brought Ao Bao to see him once. When he saw Tang Rui's face, Yu Liang was so angry that he almost jumped out of the bed. But he couldn't move his body now. Yu Liang was seriously injured, and Ao Bao felt sorry for him and handed him a lollipop. After eating the candy, "It doesn't hurt." Seeing Ao Bao giving him candy, Yu Liang felt warm in his heart and instantly felt that the wounds on his body didn't hurt. Just when Yu Liang was about to reach out to catch the lollipop, Tang Rui took the candy first and said, "Ao Bao, you don't have much candy left. Keep it for yourself and don't give it to others." Yu Liang's smile, which had just burst out, suddenly collapsed. Yu Liang really hates Tang Rui, his sister-in-law now. Then Yu Liang said to Tang Rui with a cold face, "You go out first. I have a few words to say to Xiao Yu." Tang Rui was worried that Yu Liang would say something to sow discord with Ao Bao, so he was unwilling to go out. "I have to stay with Ao Bao. I just want to talk to Xiao Yu alone for a few minutes." "And you won't even give me a few minutes?" Yu Liang gritted his teeth when he spoke. After thinking about it, Tang Rui agreed, "I'll only give you 2 minutes. And I'll come in after 2 minutes." Then Tang Rui rubbed Ao Bao's little head and said, "Ao Bao, I'll go out first." Seeing that Rui's wife was about to leave, Ao Bao quickly grabbed his clothes. Ao, don't go. Don't leave Ao Bao alone here." "Ao Bao, I'll be away for 2 minutes, and we'll be back soon." After saying that, Tang Rui took his clothes from Ao Bao's little hand and went out. Ao Bao wanted to go out with Rui, but his little hand was held by Yu Liang. Ao Bao looked back at Yu Liang, who was holding his hand, and angrily roared, "Aoho!" Yu Liang was not afraid of Ao Bao's fierce look at all. Instead, he reached out to rub Ao Bao's head and praised him, saying, "Xiao Yu, you seem to be more beautiful than before, and you have gained a lot of weight. Your little face is full of fat. Before meeting Tang Rui, Ao Bao was a little idiot. He was silly all over, and his eyes were empty. When he was motionless, he was like a soulless and beautiful ornament. After meeting Tang Rui, Ao Bao eyes became more lively. His spirit and skin condition were better, and he gained a lot of weight. His body was soft and comfortable to hold, and he was more lovable. Tang Rui must be very good to you at ordinary times. Yu Liang said this in an affirmative tone instead of a question. Ao Bao said to Yu Liang in a boastful way, Ao wife. Ao. Ruirui's wife is very good to Ao Bao, which is one of the important reasons why Ao Bao can't leave Tang Rui. There is another important reason that he can't leave him. That is, Big Ruirui is delicious. Ao Bao loves to eat. If he is not afraid of pain, Ao Bao must eat 7 or 8 meals a day. Yu Liang said earnestly, although Tang Rui treats you very well, men are not loyal creatures. He will get bored. If he gets bored, he will slowly alienate you, get tired of you, and finally abandon you. Just listening to Yu Liang's words, Ao Bao couldn't control his tears. If Ruirui abandoned him, how would he live in the future? Without Ruirui, Ao Bao couldn't survive in the end of the world. Seeing that Ao Bao was crying because of him, Yu Liang wiped his tears with a handkerchief distressfully. If you don't want him to get tired of you, you have to be close to him and distant, and indulge in lust, so that you can firmly grasp his heart. Ao Bao sniffed his nose, and didn't understand Yu Liang's words at all. What is close to him and distant, and indulge in lust? This is too difficult for Ao Bao to understand. Yu Liang knew that Ao Bao didn't understand. So he simply said, just don't let him touch you in the future, so that he won't get bored. Ah? Ao Bao still didn't understand much. Doesn't he always like to kiss and touch you? Don't let him kiss or touch you anymore. Got it? Yu Liang said these words to get revenge on Tang Rui. Ao. Da Ruirui. If he doesn't touch or kiss, can Ao Bao still eat Da Ruirui? Yu Liang asked in confusion. What Da Ruirui? Ao Bao pointed to the crotch with his little finger. Yu Liang understood immediately. Shall you? Listen carefully. Never let his dirty thing enter your body in the future. If he dares to force you, you cry hard. Otherwise, once he gets tired of it, he will hate you. Ao Bao nodded repeatedly. Ao. In order to prevent Ruirui's wife from hating him, Ao Bao decided to give up to Ruirui in the future. The 2-minute conversation time passed quickly. Tang Rui pushed the door open and prepared to take Ao Bao back. He told Yu Liang, by the way, I will take Ao Bao away from here and go to Chongqing Laboratory to find zombie vaccines. Yu Liang also wanted his brother to become a normal human, but he was reluctant to let Ao Bao leave. So he said, you go to get the vaccine by yourself, and leave Xiaoyu with me. It will be safer. Tang Rui replied, Ao Bao can't leave me, and I can't leave Ao Bao. So he had to take Ao Bao away with him. Yu Liang said excitedly, but it's so dangerous outside. What if Xiaoyu gets hurt? I will protect Ao Bao. As long as he, Tang Rui, is there, Ao Bao will not be in any trouble. Ao Bao echoed from the side, Ao. Ao Bao followed wherever Ruirui went. And as long as Ruirui was there, Ao Bao would be fine. Seeing his brother was determined to follow Tang Rui, what could Yu Liang do? Okay. Afterwards, Tang Rui took Ao Bao away from Yu Liang and returned to the dormitory. As soon as he returned to the dormitory, Tang Rui couldn't help but want to touch Ao Bao. Because Ao Bao was so cute, Tang Rui couldn't help but want to suck him to death. Tang Rui opened his mouth and sucked the fat on Ao Bao's face. Then sucked hard, and asked while sucking, Ao Bao, what did Yu Liang say to you just now? In fact, Tang Rui had wanted to stick to the door panel to eavesdrop on their conversation. But the sound insulation effect of the solid wood door was too good, so he didn't overhear anything. When he thought of Yu Liang saying that Ruirui would get tired of him, Ao Bao quickly leaned back and rescued the fat on his face from Ruirui's mouth. Then Ao Bao covered his little face with his little hands, not allowing Ruirui to kiss him. Seeing Ao Bao hiding behind and covering his face, Tang Rui was a little unhappy. What's wrong with Ao Bao? Don't you want me to kiss you? Ao Bao is now trying to be distant with Ruirui, playing hard to get. Ao. Ruirui can't kiss Ao Bao or touch Ao Bao anymore. Tang Rui's face darkened, and he pulled Ao Bao over and asked, why don't you let me kiss you or touch you? Did Yu Liang brainwash you? Tang Rui guessed that Yu Liang would definitely not say anything good to Ao Bao. Ao Bao shook his head and refused to admit that Yu Liang brainwashed him. Tang Rui held Ao Bao's little face with his two big hands and asked, "He didn't tell you. So why don't you let me kiss you?" "Huh?" Ao Bao cried for a long time, but didn't give a reasonable explanation. Tang Rui didn't care about that, and kissed Ao Bao's mouth forcefully. Ao Bao was stunned for a moment, then resisted fiercely, holding Tang Rui's chest with his little hands, trying to push him away. Seeing that Ao Bao was not obedient at all, Tang Rui slapped him on the butt with a little anger. "Do you need to be disciplined?" After being beaten, Ao Bao felt wrong, pursed his lips, and was about to cry. Tang Rui sighed, "Forget it. If you don't let me kiss, I won't kiss." If Ao Bao didn't want to, Tang Rui wouldn't force it. Seeing Rui said he wouldn't kiss him, Ao Bao felt a little empty in his heart. When he was bathing Ao Bao in the evening, Tang Rui's desire came up halfway through the bath. After all, Ao Bao was naked in front of him. How could he not feel anything at all? As soon as the desire came up, Tang Rui wanted to kiss Ao Bao's little mouth, but Ao Bao dodged. Seeing that Ao Bao still refused to let him kiss him, Tang Rui went straight to nibble on Ao Bao's little feet. Kissing is not allowed, but kissing other places is always okay. This time, Ao Bao did not resist, and let Rui nibble on his little feet. Ao Bao is usually very lazy, and doesn't like to walk. If he can hang on Tang Rui, he will never get off, because he doesn't walk often. There is no callus on the soles of Ao Bao's feet, and there is still a layer of soft pads. This soft pad is very tender. If Tang Rui nibbles it a little harder, Ao Bao will feel a little pain. When it hurts, Ao Bao's little toes can't help but curl up. Tang Rui thinks it's cute to curl up like this, so he plays a trick and deliberately nibbles hard. Ao Bao was bitten and kept howling, "Ah!" Rui's wife, bad. It took nearly an hour to finish the bath. After the bath, he put Ao Bao on the bed, and then Tang Rui went to the bathroom to take another bath. But this time it was a cold bath. Fortunately, Tang Rui had a strong physique. If someone else had taken a cold bath, they would have caught a cold long ago. After taking a cold bath, Tang Rui felt that his body was not so hot. But just when he felt better, he came out and saw Ao Bao lying on the bed, with his little butt sticking up high, playing with those children's stickers. This sticking up posture made the scenery under the skirt clear at a glance. So Big Rui stood up again, all because of Ao Bao's short skirt. Seeing Rui coming out of the bath, Ao Bao happily picked up the small sticker and greeted Rui's handsome face. On both sides of Rui's cheeks, a small strawberry sticker was pasted. Tang Rui raised his hand and tried to take the sticker off. "Ao Bao, what did you stick on my face?" Ao Bao held Tang Rui's hand and wouldn't let him tear it off. Ao. Seeing that Ao Bao wouldn't let him tear it off, Tang Rui had to continue to hold the two small strawberries. When the 6 roommates came back from the public bathhouse, they saw 2 cute little strawberry stickers on Tang Rui's angular face. This huge contrast made them laugh to death. After the 6 people came into the dormitory, they kept trying to hold back their laughter. Tang Rui knew what they were laughing at, but he didn't bother to care. After that, Ao Bao pasted a car and a few small smiley faces on Tang Rui's forehead. Originally, Ao Bao was going to cover Rui's entire face with stickers, but Rui had just finished taking a shower, and there was moisture on his face, so he couldn't stick them steadily. So in the end, he only pasted a few. Tang Rui, with a face full of cartoon stickers, said, "Ao Bao, it's late. Time to go to bed." Ao Bao. Ao Bao rubbed himself in his arms with a smile, and then found a comfortable position to sleep. When Ao Bao fell asleep and snored, Tang Rui aimed at Ao Bao's little mouth and kissed him hard. Tang Rui bit Ao Bao's mouth hard in revenge. Humph. No kissing. No touching. This must be what Yu Liang taught Ao Bao. How hateful. The key is that Ao Bao, this little fool, actually believed Yu Liang's words, and really didn't let him touch or kiss. Ao Bao was snoring and sleeping very soundly. And suddenly, there was a burst of pain in his mouth, as if something was biting him. Ao Bao shook his head, trying to avoid the big mosquito. But he didn't succeed, because the big mosquito followed and bit again. His little mouth began to numb and painful, and Ao Bao angrily slapped the handsome face of the big mosquito. Ao Bao hit quite hard, leaving a small red slap mark on Tang Rui's face. After being slapped, Tang Rui continued to bite Ao Bao's mouth in revenge, and the bite was even harder than before. Ao Bao's eyelids moved, wanting to wake up, But he couldn't open his eyes, so he could only let the big mosquito bite him. Because of the biting, Ao Bao had no feeling at the end, and his lips were numb. That night, Tang Rui kissed and touched Ao Bao all over. But Ao Bao didn't know it, and didn't know that he had been eaten and wiped clean several times. The next day, Ao Bao lay on the bed with his swollen mouth and kiss marks all over his body, playing with a board of cartoon stickers. Tang Rui came out of the bathroom after washing up and planned to pick up Ao Bao to go to the playground for training. But when Ao Bao saw Rui tear off the cute stickers on his face, he started to get angry, and his little cheeks were puffed up. Ao, how can I tear off the stickers that Ao Bao put on himself last night? When Tang Rui was washing his face just now, the stickers on his face were wet and accidentally fell off. But it was not his fault. Seeing Ao Bao angry, Tang Rui smiled helplessly and said, Ao Bao, how about you help me put on a few more stickers? Tang Rui handed over the handsome face that had just been washed and asked Ao Bao to help him put them on. Ao Bao was satisfied and no longer angry. Then he chose 2 gray pattern stickers and put them on the cheekbones on both sides of Rui's cheeks, and then put a lot of stickers on his forehead and chin. After putting them on, looking at Rui's face covered with stickers, Ao Bao showed a row of small milk teeth and smiled happily. Seeing Ao Bao's cute smile, Tang Rui's heart melted. After that, Tang Rui went to the playground to train with a face full of stickers. When he arrived at the playground, everyone who saw Tang Rui tried hard to hold back their laughter. If they were not afraid of Tang Rui's strength, I'm afraid they would all laugh openly. Tang Rui also knew that people around him were laughing at him, but he didn't care. He still trained himself strictly as usual, and was not affected by the people around him at all. When Tang Rui was training, Ao Bao was playing by himself. Occasionally, Ao Bao would wipe Rui's sweat, and in the past, he would give him a kiss to encourage Rui to keep going. However, Ao Bao now has to be ambiguous with Rui, so kissing is impossible. So he can only wipe his sweat. Seeing that Ao Bao didn't intend to kiss, Tang Rui offered his lips to him and took the initiative to ask for a kiss. Ao Bao, come here. Kiss me. Ao Bao hesitated for a while, but finally stood on tiptoe and kissed Rui a little. After all, Rui was so tired from training, so he still had to give him a kiss to encourage him. In the 10-story building next door, Yu Liang was standing by the window, watching Ao Bao every move with a telescope. Seeing that Ao Bao didn't listen to him and keep a distance from Tang Rui, he was actually kissing Tang Rui in public, which really pissed him off as his brother. After training, Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting came to greet Tang Rui as usual and made an appointment to plant watermelons in the field together. As a result, when they saw Tang Rui's face covered with cartoon stickers, Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting couldn't help laughing. How to say this? If Ao Bao had these stickers on his face, it would be cute. But Tang Rui's masculine face, with these stickers on it, was particularly funny. Xiao Shu covered her mouth and laughed secretly while asking, why are there so many fruits on your face? Did Ao Bao put them on you? Tang Rui nodded expressionlessly, yes. The mighty and domineering image of Tang Rui in Xiao Shu's heart was completely destroyed at this moment. Xiao Shu laughed mercilessly, Poochie, tear it off quickly. So many people are laughing at you. Ao Bao likes it. Don't tear it off first. If Ao Bao hadn't stopped him from tearing it off, Tang Rui would have torn it off long ago. Xiao Shu really couldn't look directly at Tang Rui's masculine face. She had to look away quickly. Otherwise she would laugh until her stomach hurt. Xiao Ting next to her had laughed so hard that his abdominal muscles were exposed. Seeing the two of them laughing so happily, Tang Rui's face turned black. Fortunately Ao Bao didn't laugh at him. Afterwards, they went to the field to plant watermelons together. When sowing, Xiao Shu asked in confusion, Brother Tang, aren't you going to leave here? Why are you still planting watermelons? I will bring Ao Bao back here after I get the vaccine. When I come back, the watermelon will probably have grown a long vine. Xiao Shu put the watermelon seeds into the dug hole and said while sowing, I wonder if Ao Bao will become smarter after the vaccine. Tang Rui replied indifferently, yeah. For Tang Rui, it doesn't matter whether Ao Bao is smart or not. In contrast, Tang Rui even doesn't want Ao Bao to become smart. Because if Ao Bao is smart, it means that Ao Bao has the ability to think independently and knows how to take care of himself. Small things like bathing and wiping the butt don't need Tang Rui to help. In that case, Tang Rui will have the illusion that Ao Bao no longer needs him. So Tang Rui would rather Ao Bao stay stupid like this. Only if he stays stupid like this, Ao Bao will rely on him for a long time and can't leave him. Seeing Tang Rui in deep thought, Xiaoshu asked him, "What are you thinking about?" Tang Rui replied calmly, "It's good for Ao Bao to be silly like this." Xiaoshu understood what Tang Rui meant. "So you don't want Ao Bao to become smart, right?" Tang Rui said evasively, "No." Xiaoshu curled her lips and said no. But her thoughts were written on her face. So obvious. And she still wanted to lie. Xiaoshu turned her eyes to Ao Bao, who was playing in the mud next to her, and said curiously, "I wonder what Ao Bao will look like when he becomes smart. Whether he will be aloof and cold. That would be very interesting." As Xiaoshu spoke, she imagined what Ao Bao would look like after he became smart. Hearing her say this, Tang Rui couldn't help but imagine it. Tang Rui imagined what Ao Bao would look like after he could talk. For example, when they were in bed, Ao Bao would shout, "Husband, so comfortable, more." Tang Rui couldn't stand just thinking about Ao Bao lying under him and moaning. De Ruirui had a vague tendency to raise his head. This was just an imagination. And he stood up. What would happen in the future? Xiaoshu was thinking about how Ao Bao would become smart in the future. And at this time, she suddenly noticed that Tang Rui's indescribable place was bulging. Xiaoshu. What was this man thinking about? He actually reacted in broad daylight, and in full view of everyone. Seeing that Xiaoshu noticed his change, Tang Rui coughed uncomfortably, and then called out to Ao Bao, who was playing in the mud not far away. "Ao Bao, come here." Ao Bao rubbed his dirty little paws on his clothes, and then trotted back to Ruirui. "Ao? What did you call Ao Bao for?" Tang Rui pulled up Ao Bao's muddy little hand and said, "Ao Bao, your clothes are dirty. I'll take you back to the dormitory to change into clean clothes." Ao Bao didn't think too much, and followed Ruirui back to the dormitory to change clothes. Xiaoshu wanted to say to Ao Bao, "Silly child. He wants to go back to the dormitory to eat you." Seeing that the pure little sheep Ao Bao was about to be abducted by the evil wolf Tang Rui, Xiaoshu finally couldn't help but yelled at Ao Bao, "He wants to hack you." After hearing what Xiaoshu said, Ao Bao quickly pulled his little hand back from Tang Rui's palm, and then covered his little butt with both hands and ran away. Ao Bao always kept in mind the 8-character mantra. Be close yet distant. Play hard to get. And 3 don'ts. Don't kiss. Don't touch. Don't eat de Ruirui. Seeing Ao Bao running away, Tang Rui. Then Tang Rui glared at Xiaoshu fiercely. He now seriously suspected that Xiaoshu was an undercover arranged by Yu Liang to be by his side. Xiaoshu playfully stuck out her tongue at Tang Rui. "Lulu." She just didn't want to see the innocent little Ao Bao being deceived all the time. Tang Rui stopped glaring at Xiaoshu. He had to chase Ao Bao back quickly. After that, a chase scene was staged on the playground. Ao Bao ran in front with his butt covered, and Tang Rui kept chasing behind. Yu Liang stood by the window on the top floor and saw the scene with a telescope. He couldn't help but reveal a triumphant smile at the corner of his mouth. It seems that Ao Bao still remembered his words. This is very good. I hope Ao Bao can continue to keep it up like this and try to suffocate Tang Rui, the old pervert, to death as soon as possible. Tang Rui seemed to sense that someone was watching him from behind. Just when Yu Liang was watching with great interest, Tang Rui suddenly turned his head and looked towards the top floor where he was. Tang Rui's eyes suddenly looked over, and Yu Liang was so scared that he almost dropped the telescope in his hand. However, Tang Rui only glanced at the top floor, and then quickly moved his eyes away and continued to chase Ao Bao. Ao Bao's short legs couldn't run faster than Tang Rui, so he was finally caught. Tang Rui picked up Ao Bao with one hand and asked, "Why are you running?" Ao Bao didn't want to eat meat. Tang Rui panted and said, "Ao Bao, other zombies want to eat meat but can't. So you have to learn to cherish it. There are so many zombies outside the safe zone. They are so hungry that they are skin and bones, and they try every means to rush in to eat meat. But Ao Bao, a little zombie, refuses to eat meat even when someone chases him and feeds him meat. It's really a zombie, and it's really annoying." Although Ao Bao was unwilling, Tang Rui carried him back to the dormitory. Zombies have to eat meat. This is common sense. So how can Ao Bao not eat meat? After returning to the dormitory, Ao Bao hid directly under the quilt. Tang Rui lifted the quilt, leaving Ao Bao nowhere to hide. Seeing that there was no place to hide, Ao Bao protected his little butt tightly. "Ao, no meat. No big Ruirui. Tang Rui picked up the trembling Ao Bao and said to him, Ao Bao, if you don't eat meat, your body will rot. Do you want to become like those zombies outside? Those zombies outside look so disgusting. And Ao Bao, as their kind, also despises them. So of course Ao Bao doesn't want to become like other zombies. Ao Bao waited carefully in his mind for a while, and finally decided to eat meat. Otherwise his body would rot. And when he became ugly, Ruerui would definitely dislike Ao Bao even more. Ao Bao lay down obediently, waiting to eat meat. Tang Rui succeeded, and ate Ao Bao inside and out smoothly. Ao Bao was fooled by Yu Liang, so he didn't want Tang Rui to touch him. But how could Yu Liang's level of fooling be higher than Tang Rui's? Tang Rui was a professional fool of Ao Bao. Early the next morning, Tang Rui took Ao Bao to visit Yu Liang, who was still recuperating. Before visiting Yu Liang, Tang Rui specially helped Ao Bao dress cooler, with a vest that exposed his arms on the upper body, shorts on the lower body, and strappy sandals on his feet. Because he was wearing more exposed clothes, he only needed to glance at Ao Bao to see the ambiguous traces on his body. Tang Rui deliberately wanted Yu Liang to see these marks, so he dressed Ao Bao so coolly. Yu Liang's eyes were also very sharp, and he noticed the marks on Ao Bao's body at once. The exposed arms and legs were all covered with red marks of varying depths, which were left by Tang Rui one mouthful after another. There were so many dense marks that people with trypophobia would go crazy. Not only that, even Ao Bao's instep and ankles had similar kiss marks. It goes without saying that there must be more kiss marks on those places covered by clothes. Yu Liang saw that his brother was covered with such marks, and his face turned ugly. Xiaoyu has been very delicate and afraid of pain since he was a child. Can you be gentler and not so rude? One look at the marks on Ao Bao's body showed how hard Tang Rui sucked. I know. As long as Ao Bao felt pain, Tang Rui would stop. Tang Rui only looks tough, so others subconsciously think he is rude. In fact, he is as gentle as he can be in bed. Otherwise Ao Bao would not like him as much as he does now. Yu Liang sighed and said, I can rest assured that Xiaoyu will be taken care of by you. But please don't treat Xiaoyu as a tool for sexual gratification. I have never treated Ao Bao as a tool for sexual gratification. Tang Rui only had desire after he fell in love with Ao Bao, and he did not force Ao Bao from the beginning. Yu Liang's words were very unpleasant to hear. Not only did Tang Rui feel uncomfortable, but Ao Bao also felt sad. Ao Bao is a zombie, not a tool. Tang Rui saw that Ao Bao was about to cry, so he quickly explained, Ao Bao, I didn't treat you as a tool. Ao Bao didn't know what it meant to release his sexual desire, so he was quickly appeased. I guess when Ao Bao knows what it means to release sexual desire, he will definitely quarrel with Ruerui. Then Tang Rui turned his eyes to Yu Liang again and warned him sternly, don't say those misleading words in front of Ao Bao anymore. Seeing that this sister-in-law didn't respect him at all, and was even giving him a cold look, Yu Liang was a little angry. Okay. Then you let Xiaoyu go out first. I will talk to you alone. Tang Rui also had something to say to Yu Liang. Ao Bao, go to the next room to play first. I will discuss a few words with your brother. Tang Rui wanted to send Ao Bao to the next room, but Ao Bao didn't want to separate from him. Ao Bao was like a little sloth, hanging firmly on Tang Rui, and he couldn't tear it off no matter how hard he tried. Tang Rui had to use his trump card lollipops. Tang Rui used 2 lollipops to successfully persuade Ao Bao to go to the next room for a while. Ao Bao was not idle in the next room either, eating lollipops and sticking his fruit pattern stickers on the wall to kill time, waiting for Ruerui to pick him up. Ao Bao was having a good time here, while the other side was full of the smell of gunpowder. Without Ao Bao by his side, Tang Rui and Yu Liang had no scruples in their verbal battle. Tang Rui stood straight, looked down at Yu Liang and said, I know you have always refused to accept me, but it has become a fact that Ao Bao and I are together, and you have to agree even if you don't agree. Yu Liang saw how Ao Bao was very attached to Tang Rui, and how good Tang Rui was to Ao Bao, but he just couldn't persuade himself to accept this brother-in-law. In short, Yu Liang felt that his treasure was taken by someone else, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Yu Liang sighed and said faintly, Xiaoyu used to stick to me. Now Ao Bao no longer sticks to him, but opposes him and bares his teeth at him from time to time. But Ao Bao does call Tang Rui all the time, and is very affectionate. Such a huge contrast makes Yu Liang feel disappointed. Tang Rui saw that Yu Liang's feelings for Ao Bao were very special. And he couldn't help but frown and said, "You want to take Ao Bao away from me? It's impossible." Yu Liang answered irrelevantly or said to himself, "Xiao Yu is very cute. Right?" Tang Rui's eyebrows wrinkled into a character. Then Yu Liang said, "In fact, I also want to have a wife as cute as Xiao Yu." This sounded more and more wrong. And Tang Rui punched it directly and broke the wall behind Yu Liang. There was a big hole in the wall, and the breeze poured into the room wantonly. Although Tang Rui almost hit him in the face by mistake, Yu Liang still said calmly, "Don't be so excited." Yu Liang's words were so explicit. How could Tang Rui not be excited? Tang Rui retracted his fist and asked, "You better not have any bad thoughts about Ao Bao." Yu Liang smiled and said, "He is my brother. How could I have bad thoughts about him?" That's not necessarily true. Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting are twins. But they still fell in love. In the end times, ethics are no longer a taboo. I don't have that kind of thoughts about Xiao Yu. Yu Liang simply likes Ao Bao's type. But there should be no one cuter than Ao Bao in this world. Tang Rui didn't quite believe Yu Liang's words. Because from the very beginning of their meeting, Yu Liang looked at Ao Bao with a strange look in his eyes. So Tang Rui had reason to suspect that Yu Liang had some thoughts about Ao Bao that he shouldn't have. Facing Tang Rui's suspicious look, Yu Liang smiled and said, "Xiao Yu is yours now. What else do you have to worry about?" Because he was already in his hands. He was worried that someone else would snatch him away, if you dare to take Ao Bao. Then I will take Ao Bao and disappear forever, and will never appear in front of you again. Yu Liang said with a gloomy face, "Are you going to rob him openly?" Tang Rui replied, "I'm not robbing him openly. I'm eloping. Don't worry. I don't have the thoughts about Xiao Yu that you think. If you can take care of him for a lifetime, I'm willing to hand him over to you. But the premise is that I have to get familiar with your character first." "How is your character?" Yu Liang didn't know anything about Tang Rui yet. So how could he rashly hand over his brother to others? Tang Rui promised, "I don't have any noble character. But I will always be good to Ao Bao." Tang Rui is not a good person now. Because he has not only killed zombies, but also killed his own kind. He is bloody and violent, has lost his humanity, is cruel and cold-blooded, and has lost basic morality. But these do not prevent him from loving Ao Bao. After hearing Tang Rui's promise, Yu Liang just raised his eyebrows. And then he had no other feelings. After a while of silence, Yu Liang found another topic and asked, "You are actually a zombie, right?" The last time Bad Rui appeared, Yu Liang smelled the breath of a high-level zombie on Tang Rui. No. It should be the breath of a top-level zombie. Just smelling the breath, you can tell that he is very strong. Yu Liang suspected that Tang Rui might be the zombie king. Seeing that Yu Liang had discovered it, Tang Rui admitted generously, "I was bitten by a zombie before. So there are toxins of the zombie virus in my body, which gave birth to another personality. Let your personality come out. Let me see it." Yu Liang was not very interested in Tang Rui, but he was very interested in Bad Rui. Tang Rui said, "Only when Ao Bao is in danger or in an emergency, the other me will come out." Yu Liang asked with interest, "Then do you suspect that the other you is actually the zombie king?" "I don't know." Tang Rui had never thought about this. Yu Liang changed the subject and asked, "Does the other you like Xiao Yu too?" Tang Rui said firmly, "Yes." Because Tang Rui and Bad Rui have the same heart. The heart that likes someone will not change. Yu Liang asked, "If you are swallowed by another you now, what will you do?" After all, his strength is much stronger than yours, and you are likely to be swallowed. Tang Rui replied, "If it really happens, I will inject myself with zombie vaccine. As long as the zombie virus in the body is cleared, Bad Rui will disappear. But Tang Rui will not do anything to Bad Rui unless it is absolutely necessary. And Tang Rui does not think that his real strength is much weaker than Bad Rui. So the possibility of backlash is not great. Why are you asking me this?" Tang Rui felt strange. Why Yu Liang was suddenly interested in this topic. Yu Liang asked back, "Can't I learn more about my sister-in-law?" Yu Liang was very interested in Bad Rui and wanted to chat with him for a while. But Tang Rui thought that Ao Bao must be waiting anxiously in the next room. So he didn't want to continue talking nonsense with Yu Liang. Tang Rui turned around and prepared to go to the next room to pick up Ao Bao. Yu Liang called him, "Wait." Tang Rui turned around and asked, "Do you have anything else? How many crystal cores do you have in your brain?" There must be only one crystal core in the brain of a superpower. So Yu Liang's question was too strange. Tang Rui replied impatiently. 1? I think you have 2. After saying that, Yu Liang's eyes revealed a desire to explore. He wanted to pry open Tang Rui's brain at this moment to see if there were 2 crystal cores inside. 1 for the superpower, and 1 for the zombie. Whatever you think. Tang Rui really didn't want to talk nonsense. So he opened the door and left directly. Yu Liang smiled at Tang Rui's back as he left. Tang Rui was a man full of mysteries and unknowns. And he was worth studying. On the other side, Ao Bao was unhappy when he saw Rui came to pick him up after such a long time. So he squatted on the ground and refused to let Rui hold him. Tang Rui had to use a lollipop to coax Ao Bao. Okay. Let's go. We are going back. Ao Bao was throwing a tantrum like a child, squatting on the ground and refusing to get up. And the lollipop didn't coax him. Tang Rui picked up Ao Bao with his big hand, picked him up, and carried him back on his shoulder. Ao Bao lay on Rui's shoulder, twisting his body restlessly. Ao. Tang Rui slapped his little butt and said, My silly Ao Bao. Don't move. Ao. Ao Bao is not stupid. Yu Liang rested in bed for 3 days. And with the help of the crystal core, his injuries recovered quickly. After he felt better, Yu Liang immediately went to find Tang Rui. Tang Rui was lying on the lawn with Ao Bao to bask in the sun. When he saw Yu Liang coming, Tang Rui didn't say hello, but just glanced at him. Yu Liang walked over to them, then found a cleaner place to sit down and said, Don't you think the safe zone looks like a prison? Hearing Yu Liang say this, it really does look a bit like it. This safe zone is surrounded by 7 or 8 meters high concrete walls. It's harder to get out of here than to climb to the sky. But compared to the zombies rampant outside, this place can be regarded as a paradise. So it's a bit harsh to call it a prison. Tang Rui lay on the lawn, with one hand on the back of his head and the other hand around Ao Bao's waist, and said to Yu Liang, It's nice here. Yu Liang asked again, Don't you feel bored? Why would I feel bored when Ao Bao is here? How could Tang Rui feel bored when he played with Ao Bao every day? During the day and at night? Then Yu Liang said, I built this safe zone. And the survivors who stayed in the safe zone are all elites in society, and the best in various fields. They are all geniuses. Only you and the twins you brought in. The 3 of you are ordinary people. No wonder the atmosphere and relationship here are so harmonious. It turns out that they are all high-quality talents. There was a hint of sarcasm in Tang Rui's last sentence. Yu Liang could hear Tang Rui's sarcasm. For the same amount of food. Of course, I am only willing to give it to smarter people. Only they can promote human development. And ordinary people can't do it at all. Tang Rui didn't want to refute Yu Liang, so he didn't say anything. Yu Liang then said, But if the zombies are not eliminated, then these surviving elites will have to stay in this prison for the rest of their lives. And they will have no place to use their skills. Yu Liang's words mean that he wants to eliminate the zombies as soon as possible, so that those social elites can be put to use and then rebuild the human empire. Tang Rui understood Yu Liang's meaning, sneered and asked, Do you want me to help you get rid of all the zombies? Yu Liang said, You are the zombie king. You can command those zombies and make them obey your orders. Tang Rui closed his eyes and lay on the lawn, his hands on Ao Bao's little head, rubbing it from time to time. When did I say I was the zombie king? And how did you know I was the zombie king? Yu Liang said firmly, Can your other personality command those zombies? If so, then you are definitely the zombie king. Bad Rui can indeed command those little zombies. But Tang Rui didn't want to tell Yu Liang about this because it would bring trouble. So Tang Rui refused to admit it and said, I'm not a zombie king. Ao Bao, who had been lying on Tang Rui's chest to bask in the sun, followed up with a conversation. Ao. Rui is not the zombie king. Rui is Ao Bao's old attacker. After understanding what Ao Bao said, Tang Rui smiled happily, and then kissed Ao Bao's little mouth hard. Yu Liang didn't want to see them show their affection now. He just wanted to confirm whether Tang Rui was the zombie king. Yu Liang looked directly at Tang Rui and said, Let your other personality come out to see me. I have something to ask him. Tang Rui said impatiently, I've told you before that he will only come out in an emergency when Ao Bao is in danger. Oh, really? Yu Liang's eyes slowly fell on Ao Bao. And then, he quickly snatched Ao Bao away, while Tang Rui was not paying attention. Yu Liang then took out a knife from his pocket, and put the tip of the knife against Ao Bao's throat. Seeing Ao Bao being kidnapped, Tang Rui glared at Yu Liang. Why are you suddenly crazy? He is your brother. Yu Liang just wanted to force the bad Ruerui out deliberately. Of course, he would not really do anything to his brother. But Yu Liang had to act more realistically. So he deliberately moved the tip of the knife closer to Ao Bao. What's wrong with being a brother? I still have to use him. Seeing that the tip of the knife was about to pierce Ao Bao's skin, Tang Rui rushed over and punched Yu Liang in the face. You are looking for death. Yu Liang was punched several meters away. Tang Rui hugged Ao Bao back to his arms and said, Ao Bao, don't recognize this brother anymore. He's not a good person. After being knocked away, Yu Liang quickly got up again. With a swollen face, he looked at Tang Rui and asked, Didn't you say that Xiaoyu was in danger? You would come out? Why didn't you come out just now? Because I can save Ao Bao. I don't need him to come out to help. Bad Ruerui will only come out when Tang Rui can't beat him. And Tang Rui can beat Yu Liang. So Bad Ruerui doesn't need to come out. Yu Liang. Afterwards, Tang Rui warned Yu Liang. If you deliberately hurt Ao Bao like this next time, I will definitely make Ao Bao break off relations with you. Ao Bao followed up, Ao. This kind of bad brother is not needed anymore. Seeing that Ao Bao misunderstood him, Yu Liang hurried over to explain, Xiaoyu, I was just acting just now. I didn't really want to hurt you. Ao Bao turned his little face away and didn't listen to his explanation at all. Tang Rui didn't want to recognize Yu Liang as his brother. And now Ao Bao didn't recognize him either. So from today on, Yu Liang is no longer Ao Bao brother. Tang Rui solemnly says here, don't call me Xiaoyu anymore. Because Ao Bao has nothing to do with you anymore. Yu Liang was so angry that he was speechless. Tang Rui used his nearly 2-meter body to suppress Yu Liang. What do you mean? Yu Liang couldn't talk Tang Rui. And couldn't beat Tang Rui. So what else could he do? He could only endure it. Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting came to play with Ao Bao, and saw Tang Rui arguing with Yu Liang. Xiao Shu also greeted Yu Liang enthusiastically, Ao Bao's brother. How are you? Tang Rui refuted Xiao Shu and said, he is no longer Ao Bao's brother. Xiao Shu was surprised at first, and then clapped excitedly, oh, I guessed that he couldn't be Ao Bao's brother a long time ago. But I didn't expect that I guessed it right again. Seeing this ignorant little girl clapping happily, Yu Liang's face darkened. But he was too lazy to explain so much to Xiao Shu, and just said to Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting in a very cold tone, Tang Rui and I have important things to discuss. You two idle people, go play somewhere else first. Yu Liang is the leader of the safe zone. Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting had to listen to him, and walked away obediently. Tang Rui hugged Ao Bao waist tightly and asked Yu Liang, what else do you want to tell me? This time, I'm going to fight you seriously. Yu Liang wanted to fight until the bad Ruerui came out. Tang Rui said, if you really want to fight, use all your strength. Don't lose, and tell me you didn't use all your strength. Stop talking nonsense. Come on. Yu Liang was serious this time. Seeing that Yu Liang was ready to be beaten, Tang Rui obeyed respectfully, Ao Bao. You watch us from the side first. Ao Bao ran to the tree next to him, and sat down to watch the fight. After Tang Rui and Yu Liang started fighting, a bunch of people soon gathered to watch. Ao Bao's sight was blocked by the onlookers. Seeing that Ruerui was not there, Ao Bao moved forward to watch. It was hard to find a suitable place to watch the fight, but he was squeezed out by others. Being pushed aside would have been fine. But there were still several hands touching Ao Bao little, but those people took advantage of the chaos at the scene and took the opportunity to use their dirty hands on Ao Bao. Ao Bao couldn't hide even if he wanted to, because there were too many people touching him. Woo! Ruerui! Ao Bao cried helplessly. Tang Rui had sharp ears, and when he heard Ao Bao crying, he quickly turned his eyes to search for Ao Bao location. Just as Tang Rui was looking for Ao Bao location, Yu Liang found an opportunity and hit him. Tang Rui was knocked to the ground, and a line of blood flowed from his mouth. Yu Liang came over and took advantage of the victory, hitting Tang Rui several times. Tang Rui was caught off guard, and Ao Bao crying came from time to time in his ears, which stimulated him. So soon, the bad Ruerui came out as Yu Liang wished. Bad Ruerui wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, then grabbed Yu Liang's neck and threw him out like a shot put. Then, Bad Ruerui followed the sound of Ao Bao crying and walked towards the crowd of onlookers. Bad Ruerui's aura was too strong, especially his muscles and the bulging veins on his muscles, which looked quite scary. The crowd of onlookers saw Bad Ruerui coming over here, and they were all scared and took a few steps back. Those who were molesting Ao Bao had not yet reacted to the approaching danger. They were still touching Ao Bao's little butt and calves without realizing it, and seemed to enjoy it. Badruerwe strode to their side, and before they could react, he twisted their heads off. This bloody and brutal scene scared everyone around, and then everyone fled in panic, and the scene was in chaos. Yu Liang was also shocked. Why do you want to kill them? Badruerwe bent down and picked up Ao Bao, who was squatting on the ground and trembling. Anyone who dares to touch me will die. Seeing that Badruerwe came to rescue him, Ao Bao quickly hugged his neck and shouted in a trembling voice, Ao Badruerwe. Ao Bao was almost eaten by those humans just now. Woo! Humans are too scary. They even eat zombies. Obviously, Ao Bao rotten meat is not fragrant at all. But there are still many people who are greedy. It's too scary. Ao Bao doesn't want to stay here. Feeling that Ao Bao was still trembling, Badruerwe carefully patted Ao Bao on the back with his big hand. It's okay. I'm here. Ao Bao leaned in Badruerwe's warm and strong embrace, and his heart was filled with a sense of security. Yu Liang came to Badruerwe with wounds all over his body and asked, Are you the zombie king? Badruerwe glanced at Yu Liang. So what if I am? Does it have anything to do with you? Yu Liang was excited and quickly grabbed Badruerwe's hand. Great. You are really the zombie king. Badruerwe shook off Yu Liang's hand and said impatiently, Get lost. Badruerwe only wanted to be intimate with Ao Bao now. He didn't want to pay attention to those unimportant things and people. After shaking off Yu Liang's hand, Badruerwe wanted to find a place with fewer people to improve his relationship with Ao Bao. After all, he hadn't seen Ao Bao for many days. Yu Liang blocked Badruerwe's way. Wait a minute. I have something to tell you. Get lost. I don't have the patience to listen. After finally waking up, of course, he had to hurry up and be intimate with Ao Bao. So Badruerwe was in no mood to deal with those troublesome things, which was a waste of time and energy. Yu Liang was relentless. Listen to me first. I've already said I don't have the patience to listen. How many times do you want me to say it again? Badruerwe was eager to discuss the most primitive impulses of human beings with Ao Bao, but was stopped by Yu Liang again and again. Badruerwe's patience had been exhausted. He went up and grabbed Yu Liang's collar directly, intending to beat him up. Yu Liang hurriedly said, I am Ao Bao brother. This sentence was a golden ticket to avoid death. Badruerwe decisively loosened Yu Liang's collar, and spoke in a more polite tone than before. Please move away. Don't block the way. I want to go to Yuyan with your brother. Roll on the grass. Badruerwe's words were quite polite. But after Yu Liang heard, I thought Tang Rui was a pervert enough. But I didn't expect this other personality to be even more perverted. And he was perverted without concealment and openly. Yu Liang felt sorry for his brother. Many people felt sorry for Ao Bao. But only Ao Bao knew how happy he was. Outsiders could not understand. Badruerwe held Ao Bao in one hand and walked past Yu Liang, ready to have sex on the lawn not far away. This time Yu Liang stopped Badruerwe again, because he didn't know when Badruerwe would fall asleep again. Yu Liang had to finish what he wanted to say at once. But Yu Liang was anxious, and Badruerwe was anxious too. After finally waking up, Badruerwe wanted to eat Ao Bao on the spot. He was so anxious that he didn't have time to listen to Yu Liang's nonsense. Badruerwe's handsome face was gloomy. His fists were clenched tightly, and he gritted his teeth and said, Get out of here quickly. Seeing that Badruerwe was really angry, Yu Liang said timidly, I just want to ask you for a favor. Badruerwe said with an ugly face, Wait until I'm full. Do you want to eat or eat human flesh? I'll help you. Yu Liang thought that Badruerwe was a zombie, and should eat human flesh. Badruerwe replied, I want to eat your brother. Yu Liang was not surprised, but asked calmly, Can you finish it as soon as possible? Badruerwe was really annoyed by Yu Liang's questions. If you fucking stop me again, I'll twist your head off. Yu Liang might have been scared, so he stepped aside 2 steps. Badruerwe sneered, then walked past Yu Liang holding Ao Bao. Badruerwe found a bush and started kissing Ao Bao wetly. Yu Liang stood not far away, waiting quietly for Badruerwe to finish his work. Normal men finish in 1 to 5 minutes, and those who can last a little longer can last an hour or 2 hours. However, Yu Liang may need to wait a long time, because Badruerwe is not an ordinary man. He is the zombie king. It's a pity that no matter how powerful and durable Bad Ruerwe is, he can't resist Ao Bao words of pain. As soon as he heard Ao Bao say it hurts, Bad Ruerwe couldn't bear to do it. This delicious food in front of him can be seen, touched and kissed, but not eaten, which really makes Bad Ruerwe feel depressed. Bad Ruerwe can only ravage Ao Bao's little mouth, kissing and biting it. Ao Bao is a zombie. Bad Ruerwe is also a zombie. Logically, Ao Bao zombie meat should not attract Bad Ruerwe. But Bad Ruerwe thinks that Ao Bao rotten meat is very delicious. More than 1 or 2 times more delicious than those human flesh. Bad Ruerwe really doesn't understand why Ao Bao rotten meat can be so sweet that he, the zombie king, can't stop eating it. Bad Ruerwe kissed too hard, and Ao Bao felt so painful. Ao Bao resisted and hit Bad Ruerwe twice with his little hands. Ao Bao's little action immediately angered Bad Ruerwe. This also made Bad Ruerwe kiss even harder. Ao Bao was waking up for once, but he still refused him. After half an hour, Bad Ruerwe still didn't come out from behind the bush with Ao Bao. Yu Liang was a little too anxious to wait, so he couldn't help but go over to urge them. After he went over, he found that Bad Ruerwe and Ao Bao didn't even take off their clothes, and they had been kissing each other for more than half an hour. Bad Ruerwe noticed that Yu Liang suddenly came over and glared at him. "What are you doing here? Get out of here." Fortunately, I didn't help Ao Bao take off his clothes. Otherwise Yu Liang would have seen everything. Yu Liang was in a hurry just now, so he forgot to be discreet. He wanted to ask Bad Ruerwe how long it would take. Seeing Yu Liang's expression, it should be something important. Bad Ruerwe patiently said, "What's the matter? Please tell me quickly." Yu Liang asked, "Do you have the ability to make all the zombies outside obey your orders?" Bad Ruerwe replied, "I don't have that ability." Yu Liang was stunned for several seconds, and asked in astonishment, "Aren't you the zombie king? How can you not have that ability?" Bad Ruerwe said, "They are only afraid of me, and will not listen to my orders." Yu Liang didn't understand. Why is it like this? Bad Ruerwe is the zombie king, but because he still retains the smell of humans, he is not a pure zombie. So the zombies outside are unwilling to obey him, and are only afraid of his strength. Bad Ruerwe told Yu Liang, "Because my other personality is still human. I am not a real zombie, so naturally I can't convince other zombies." After saying this, hope came instantly. Yu Liang asked with hope, "As long as your other personality disappears, can you command the zombies?" Bad Ruerwe smiled evilly. "That's right. To be honest, Bad Ruerwe had long wanted to completely monopolize this body, so that he could stay with Ao Bao forever. But unfortunately Tang Rui's will was too strong, so Bad Ruerwe never found a chance to monopolize it. Yu Liang asked excitedly, "Then how can I help you?" Before Bad Ruerwe could come up with a solution, Ao Bao said a lot excitedly, "Ao." Ao Bao probably meant that he didn't want Ruerwe to disappear. As he spoke, Ao Bao started to cry, "Woo! Ruerwe. No. If Tang Rui disappeared, Ao Bao would not live either." Bad Ruerwe hugged Ao Bao and comforted him. "Ao Bao. Even without him, I can take good care of you. Woo! Ruerwe." Ao Bao wanted Tang Rui. Although Bad Ruerwe was also very good, the person that Ao Bao couldn't leave was Tang Rui. Seeing that Ao Bao chose Tang Rui so firmly, Bad Ruerwe felt a little sad. "Don't cry first. Woo! I want Ruerwe." Ao Bao wanted Ruerwe. "I want Ruerwe." "Okay. I know." Bad Ruerwe was selfish. He really wanted to devour Tang Rui. But seeing that Ao Bao was crying so hard for Tang Rui, Bad Ruerwe finally couldn't bear to do something bad. If Ao Bao had to choose between Tang Rui and Bad Ruerwe, Ao Bao would obviously have chosen Tang Rui. And this result was really heartbreaking for Bad Ruerwe. Yu Liang looked at Bad Ruerwe and asked, "Do you want me to help?" Bad Ruerwe said gloomily, "Even if I completely occupied this body, it would be useless. Because the person Ao Bao likes is not me." Ao Bao retorted, "Ao? Bad Ruerwe. Like? Ao Bao likes both of them. Because both of them are Ruerwe." Hearing Ao Bao confession, Bad Ruerwe was not happy at all. "I know you like me too. But you finally chose the other me." Ao Bao took the initiative to kiss Bad Ruerwe, which was considered as comfort. If possible, Ao Bao hopes that both Ruerwe will stay, because choosing one of the two is too cruel. Not only Bad Ruerwe was sad, Ao Bao was also sad. These things were all provoked by Yu Liang. If he didn't say those words, Ao Bao wouldn't have to make a choice now. Ao Bao bared his teeth at Yu Liang angrily. This time, his expression was really fierce. And he was no longer the cute and fierce look before. If there hadn't been a big hand around his waist, Ao Bao would have rushed over to bite Yu Liang. Seeing how Ao Bao hated him, Yu Liang didn't care much. What he cared about was whether Bad Ruirui could command the zombies. As long as you bite back Tang Rui, you can have Ao Bao all by yourself. So don't you think about it carefully? Yu Liang never liked Tang Rui very much. So he was more willing to let Bad Ruirui be his sister-in-law. Although Yu Liang said this, it did make Bad Ruirui very shaken. But Bad Ruirui still refused to bite back, saying, I'm not very good at taking care of people. So Ao Bao still has to be entrusted to Tang Rui. Bad Ruirui is only good at fighting, and doesn't know how to take care of Ao Bao. If Ao Bao lives with him, it might be very bad. Yu Liang wanted to persuade him again. But just as he was about to speak, Ao Bao picked up a stone and threw it at him. Yu Liang didn't have time to hide, and was hit on the head by the stone. And soon a dull pain came from his head. Yu Liang rubbed his forehead where he was hit. Xiao Yu, how could you hit your brother? It's really outrageous. Ao Bao looked at him with hatred and hostility, and growled at him, Ao. Ao Bao's current state is a bit like a puppy that sees a stranger passing by and then barks in warning. Seeing that Ao Bao was not happy to see Yu Liang, Bad Ruirui helped to drive him away and said to Yu Liang, go away. Don't delay my work here. Yu Liang originally wanted to use Bad Ruirui's identity as the zombie king to eliminate the group of zombies outside. But he didn't expect that Bad Ruirui, the zombie king, was just a name and actually had no ability to command zombies. Yu Liang was very unwilling. So he didn't leave in a hurry, and stood there and asked, don't you really want to occupy this body alone? Bad Ruirui refused, no. Yu Liang pointed out, you don't want to. Probably because you don't love Ao Bao enough. If you really love him, you won't be willing to share with others. Bad Ruirui replied angrily, what nonsense are you talking about? Bad Ruirui and Tang Rui's hearts are connected. So as long as Tang Rui likes Ao Bao, Bad Ruirui will like Ao Bao accordingly. And they are originally one person. So it can't be considered sharing. Yu Liang continued, I'm not talking nonsense. You just don't love him enough. Yu Liang's words were said to Bad Ruirui. But Ao Bao also heard them at the same time. After hearing this, Ao Bao scratched his little hand sadly. Bad Ruirui felt that he was obviously a little bit defeated by Yu Liang. So he simply chose to solve it with force in the end. Seeing that Bad Ruirui was going to get serious, Yu Liang immediately got scared. Okay. I won't say anything. You guys keep rolling on the grass. I'm leaving first. Yu Liang sold his brother to Bad Ruirui and ran away alone. When Yu Liang was far away, Bad Ruirui retracted his big fist. Sure enough, if you can get physical, try not to force it. Bad Ruirui turned around and continued to talk to Ao Bao. But Ao Bao was no longer in the mood to talk to Bad Ruirui. Ao Bao's mind was now full of Ruirui not loving him enough. Seeing Ao Bao lowering his head and being absent-minded, Bad Ruirui lifted his chin and asked, what's wrong? You look unhappy? Not loving enough, after rounding off, is equal to not loving. Ao. Ruirui doesn't love Ao Bao anymore. Bad Ruirui laughed. And then he deliberately teased Ao Bao and said, yes. I just don't love you. Ao Bao opened his eyes wide and looked at Bad Ruirui in disbelief. Unexpectedly, Bad Ruirui actually admitted it, which caused a big blow to Ao Bao. He rolled his eyes and fainted. Seeing Ao Bao suddenly fainted, Bad Ruirui was scared. He patted Ao Bao's little face with his hand. Baby, wake up. Why did you faint suddenly? Bad Ruirui was a little nervous and didn't react fast enough. So he didn't understand that it was his joke that scared Ao Bao. He couldn't wake Ao Bao up. And Bad Ruirui was anxious. Even the method of artificial respiration, Bad Ruirui also used it. But Ao Bao is a zombie. And he doesn't even have a heartbeat. So there is no need to breathe. For a while, he didn't know what to do. After worrying for a while, Bad Ruirui thought of finding a few crystal cores for Ao Bao to eat. There are more than 4,000 people in this safe zone, of which only 200 to 300 are superpowers. 200 to 300 people means 200 to 300 crystal cores, which is still quite a lot. Bad Ruirui plans to kill a lot of people, collect all the crystal cores, and then use the crystal cores to help Ao Bao wake up. At this time, everyone is eating in the cafeteria, So it's just right to kill them all at once. Bad Ruerwei held the fainted Ao Bao in one hand and walked towards the cafeteria with great momentum. Just when Bad Ruerwei walked to the cafeteria door and was about to take action, his eyes suddenly went black and he fell into a deep sleep again. Then 2 seconds later, Tang Rui woke up, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Ao Bao being pressed under him. Tang Rui quickly got up, picked up Ao Bao, and then inspected the surrounding environment. He found that he was now at the entrance of the cafeteria. After the inspection, Tang Rui turned his eyes back to Ao Bao. Seeing that Ao Bao's eyes were closed, he seemed to be asleep, but also seemed to be unconscious. The entrance of the cafeteria was too noisy, so Tang Rui carried Ao Bao to a quieter place first. Tang Rui guessed that Ao Bao might have fainted because of Bad Ruerwei. After all, Bad Ruerwei has always been an old man obsessed with lust. So Tang Rui opened Ao Bao's buttocks to see if there was any redness, swelling or rupture. The result of the inspection found that Ao Bao's buttocks were not damaged and were still intact. In addition, there were no particularly serious wounds on Ao Bao's body. How could he suddenly fall into a coma? Tang Rui also tried to wake Ao Bao up, but after calling many times, Ao Bao did not respond at all, and was just like a dead body. Tang Rui panicked. His face turned pale. Ao Bao, wake up! Don't scare me. Tang Rui wanted to know what the Bad Ruerwei had done to Ao Bao. How could he make Ao Bao faint for no reason? Seeing that he couldn't wake Ao Bao up, Tang Rui had to carry Ao Bao to find Yu Liang. Tang Rui no longer had crystal cores, but Yu Liang had some. So Tang Rui wanted to ask Yu Liang for crystal cores. When he saw his brother fainted, Yu Liang was not stingy at all, and took out 5 crystal cores directly. Tang Rui first fed Ao Bao 2 to see if it would work. Seeing that 2 didn't work, Tang Rui fed 2 more. After a total of 4 crystal cores were swallowed, Ao Bao's eyelids moved a little. After a while, Ao Bao woke up. Tang Rui held Ao Bao's face in his hands with great joy and kissed her again and again. Ao Bao. Ao Bao pushed Tang Rui away angrily and turned his head away. Seeing Ao Bao throwing a tantrum, Tang Rui asked in confusion, Ao Bao, why are you angry? Did Bad Ruerwei provoke you? Ao Bao pursed his lips and was too sad to speak. Tang Rui held Ao Bao's face straight and asked, what's wrong? Tell me. Ao Bao closed his eyes and didn't want to say anything. Tang Rui took Ao Bao back to the dormitory and comforted him slowly. At first, Tang Rui thought that Ao Bao would be angry soon. But a whole night passed, and Ao Bao was still angry until the next morning. If we know why Ao Bao is angry, then we can prescribe the right medicine. But the key is that Tang Rui still doesn't understand what Ao Bao is angry about. Could it be that Bad Ruerwei did something out of the ordinary? So Ao Bao is like this? It was useless for Tang Rui to guess here. He still had to let Ao Bao say it himself. Ao Bao, did Bad Ruerwei spank you? If it was just spanking, Ao Bao would not be as angry as he is now. And there were no signs of spanking on Ao Bao's body. So spanking could be ruled out. After Tang Rui denied himself, he asked again, did Bad Ruerwei threaten you? Bad Ruerwei had threatened Ao Bao before, and even said he would twist Ao Bao's little head off. So Tang Rui thought it was more likely that Ao Bao was threatened. Ao Bao curled up in the corner of the bed and still refused to speak. After asking for almost a whole morning, Tang Rui was talking to himself all the time. His saliva was dry, and his lips were peeling. But Ao Bao still refused to say a word. It is estimated that Ao Bao has suffered an irreparable injury. This made Tang Rui not know what to do. The morning passed quickly. Tang Rui did not go to training, but stayed in the dormitory to comfort Ao Bao's injured heart. Tang Rui used all the kisses, coaxing, persuading, and begging countless times. Finally, he said he was tired and didn't want to say anything more. He carried Ao Bao on his back to go out to relax. While relaxing outside, he met Xiaoshu and others. Xiaoshu took Xiao Ting's hand and walked quickly to Tang Rui. As soon as she got close, Xiaoshu noticed that Ao Bao was in a very low mood and looked like he had been heartbroken. Xiaoshu asked Tang Rui, what happened to Ao Bao? Tang Rui shook his head helplessly and sighed, I don't know. Xiaoshu asked again, is it because you haven't eaten human flesh for a long time, so you are not in good spirits? Tang Rui sighed again, no. Maybe you did something to make Ao Bao sad, such as you were intimate with others, and then Ao Bao accidentally saw you. Xiaoshu was more thoughtful and guessed more accurately. I didn't do that. although Tang Rui didn't do it. It's unknown whether Bad Rui did it, so Qiaoshu's words are still of some reference value. Tang Rui thought that Bad Rui must have done something to let Ao Bao down. Ao Bao. If you don't like Bad Rui, then I will make him disappear forever. Hearing this, Ao Bao finally had a little reaction. Ao. Although Bad Rui said that he didn't love Ao Bao still didn't want Bad Rui to disappear, because Rui still needs Bad Rui's help. Seeing that Ao Bao responded to him, Tang Rui immediately asked, Ao Bao, tell me the truth. What did he do to make you so angry? Ao Bao cried with tears in his eyes. Ao. Bad Rui said that he didn't love Ao Bao, so Ao Bao didn't want to love him in the future, and their relationship was completely broken from then on. It turned out that Bad Rui said he didn't love Ao Bao anymore, so Ao Bao had been sulking. Knowing this was the reason, Tang Rui was overjoyed. Since Bad Rui didn't love him anymore, let him enjoy Ao Bao all by himself. Ao Bao. It's enough for me to love you. If he doesn't love you anymore, then you should hide from him, and don't let him touch you again. Knowing that Rui still loved him, Ao Bao felt much better instantly. Ao loved Rui. The knot in his heart was untied, and when he ate meat, he felt that the meat was more fragrant, and Ao Bao could move by himself, and his little waist shook like waves. In less than an hour, Tang Rui gave all his offspring to Ao Bao. Ao Bao was also tired, and then collapsed on Tang Rui. Ao. Tang Rui raised his hand to help Ao Bao wipe the sweat off his face, and asked, Ao Bao, are you not afraid of pain now? It was beyond Tang Rui's expectation that he could move by himself, which was also a small surprise. Ao Bao didn't know why the pain suddenly stopped, and he felt quite comfortable. It seemed that Ao Bao had adapted to it, or that Tang Rui's skills had improved, or that the 4 crystal cores he had eaten yesterday had enhanced Ao Bao's physical fitness. In short, no matter which possibility it was a good thing for Tang Rui. Tang Rui smiled and stroked Ao Bao back and asked, do you want more? Ao Bao. Ao Bao was tired and wanted to sleep. Seeing that Ao Bao was already sleepy, Tang Rui gave up the idea. He covered himself with a quilt and prepared to have a good sleep. Just as Tang Rui was about to fall asleep, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded, waking everyone up. The other 6 roommates in the dormitory quickly got up and went outside to see what was going on. Tang Rui was still slowly putting on Ao Bao's skirt. About 2 minutes later, Yu Liang's voice came from the radio. There's a hole in the east wall. Zombies are coming in. Ordinary survivors hide in the dormitory and don't come out. And superpowers should gather in the playground immediately. The east wall with a hole was the wall that Tang Rui had smashed. At that time, Tang Rui smashed a lot of cracks in that wall, making it less solid than before. It only took a little external force to knock the wall down, so the zombies had an opportunity to take advantage of it. After hearing the broadcast, Tang Rui speeded up his dressing, and then carried Ao Bao on his back and rushed to the playground to gather. There were already 2 rows of superpowers standing on the playground, and it was estimated that there were 50 people. Yu Liang was holding a loudspeaker to command these superpowers to deal with the zombies that had already sneaked in. Then Yu Liang looked at Tang Rui, who had just arrived, and said, you go guard that hole, and don't let any more zombies in. Okay. This was originally a hidden danger that Tang Rui had planted, so he had to take responsibility. Tang Rui was going to guard the hole with Ao Bao on his back, but Yu Liang stopped him and said, that's very dangerous. You go guard it yourself, and leave Xiaoyu with me. Ao Bao pair of small arms tightly hugged Tang Rui's neck, unwilling to separate from Tang Rui. Ao Bao is also a zombie. There will be no danger. Under normal circumstances, zombies will not attack their own kind, and Tang Rui will also protect Ao Bao. Yu Liang looked at him firmly and said, with Ao Bao here, you will be distracted. It will be safer to stay with me. Yu Liang's words made sense, and Tang Rui finally handed Ao Bao over and went to guard the hole alone. Now the zombies outside were constantly entering the safe zone through the hole. Tang Rui stayed at the hole and killed one zombie after another. During the fight, the hole, which was only 1 meter wide, became wider, and 3 zombies could squeeze in at the same time. The number increased suddenly, and Tang Rui was a little overwhelmed, and the hole seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. If it continued like this, the whole wall would collapse, and he had to quickly fill the hole with something. While beating the zombies, Tang Rui shouted to Yu Liang, who was not far away, find something to fill the hole first. Yu Liang was now pulling Ao Bao hard, because Ao Bao always wanted to go to Tang Rui's side. It took Yu Liang a lot of effort just to pull Ao Bao, so he didn't have time to take care of other things. Yu Liang pulled Ao Bao and responded to Tang Rui, "Hold on for a while. If you don't hurry up, I can't beat you." Tang Rui only had 2 hands, and it was impossible for him to deal with several people at the same time, so it was very difficult to fight. Hearing Tang Rui urging him, Yu Liang had no choice. "Xiao Yu, you have to be obedient at this time. Otherwise Tang Rui will be killed by you." Ao Bao calmed down immediately after Yu Liang said this. Seeing that Ao Bao stopped making trouble, Yu Liang breathed a sigh of relief. And then he took Ao Bao to a safe place and hit him. Yu Liang reminded Ao Bao to hide well and not to move around. "If you don't listen, it will cause trouble for Tang Rui. Do you understand?" Ao Bao nodded his little head and said he would be obedient and not cause trouble for Rui. After hiding Ao Bao, Yu Liang went to find someone to move things and fill the hole. But it was too late to make up for it now. A large number of zombies had already mixed into the safe zone, and many superpowers were also bitten. After being bitten, those superpowers directly changed into mutants and joined the zombie army. Seeing that the social elites he had carefully selected and the hope for the future of mankind had all turned into zombies, Yu Liang was so desperate that he stood there in a daze. After a while, Yu Liang came back to his senses and yelled at Tang Rui, "Let your other personality come out. Only he can control the situation." The safe zone was completely out of control, and Bad Rui had to come out to help. But Bad Rui couldn't come out just because he wanted to, and Bad Rui couldn't appear frequently. He had already come out once yesterday, so he had to recuperate for a period of time and get enough energy before he could come out again. Yu Liang couldn't care less. He had to let Bad Rui bite Tang Rui back, so that Bad Rui could become the real zombie king and have the ability to control the group of zombies. Yu Liang hid a hammer in his sleeve, and then he pretended to help and approached Tang Rui. Then, while Tang Rui was concentrating on beating the zombies, Yu Liang attacked Tang Rui with his superpowers. As a high-level superpower user, Yu Liang's strength is beyond doubt. Tang Rui was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Yu Liang took out the hammer from his sleeve and smashed Tang Rui's head open bit by bit. Just as Yu Liang thought, there were 2 crystal cores in Tang Rui's head, 1 zombie crystal core and 1 superpower crystal core. But Yu Liang couldn't tell which one was the zombie crystal core and which one was the superpower crystal core. If he chose the wrong one, he would fail. After hesitating for a while, Yu Liang picked one at random. It was all a matter of luck. Yu Liang took a crystal core from Tang Rui's head, and the other crystal core remained in Tang Rui's brain. This time, Yu Liang made the right bet. The crystal core left in Tang Rui's brain was a zombie crystal core. Bad Rui awakened, and the head that was pried open healed automatically bit by bit. This was the regeneration ability of a top zombie, and Yu Liang saw it for the first time. With such an invincible zombie king as his sister-in-law, Yu Liang was very satisfied. "You should drive all the zombies out of the safe zone quickly." Bad Rui blew a whistle, and the group of zombie minions that were wreaking havoc and destroying the safe zone all quieted down, and then lined up and left the safe zone in an orderly manner. When the group of zombies left, the safe zone returned to peace. Only the torn limbs on the ground and the stench in the air proved that this place had been invaded by zombies. Yu Liang raised his hand and patted Bad Rui's shoulder. "Thanks to you this time. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do." Bad Rui brushed away the hand on his shoulder, then frowned and asked, "You dug out my crystal core." Bad Rui felt that another self fell into a deep sleep, so he guessed that someone had taken his crystal core away. Yu Liang spread his palm and returned Tang Rui's crystal core to Bad Rui. Seeing that the crystal core was really taken out, Bad Rui punched Yu Liang angrily. "Hack you! Didn't I say that I don't need your help?" Yu Liang was beaten so hard that his jaw was about to be dislocated. He spit out a mouthful of blood and said righteously, "This is the end of the world. The strong are respected. He is not as strong as you, so it is right for him to disappear." He disappeared. "What do you want Ao Bao to do?" Bad Rui didn't want to see Ao Bao crying in front of him. In fact, Tang Rui didn't really disappear. He just temporarily fell asleep in this body, and he had to use the crystal core to wake him up. Yu Liang handed Tang Rui's crystal core to Bad Rui. "If you don't want him to disappear, then put this crystal core back into your brain, so that he will come back. But once he comes back, you have to continue to sleep." Have you thought about what to choose? Bad Ruerwei took the crystal core from Yu Liang and said, then wait for 3 days. And then put the crystal core back into your brain. During these 3 days, let me play with Ao Bao. Bad Ruerwei wanted to indulge himself for 3 days. And after 3 days, he would let Tang Rui's consciousness wake up. Ao Bao had been hiding in the small room, waiting for Ruerwei to pick him up, and finally fell asleep. Ao Bao was sleeping in a daze, and heard a voice calling his name. He thought it was Ruerwei calling him, but when he opened his eyes, it turned out to be Bad Ruerwei. Thinking of Bad Ruerwei's previous statement that he didn't love him anymore, Ao Bao felt angry, turned his head away proudly, and didn't communicate with Bad Ruerwei at all. Bad Ruerwei pinched Ao Bao's entire face with one hand. Why are you still throwing a tantrum with your husband? Your butt is itchy and you want to be fucked. Right? Ao Bao opened his mouth and bit Bad Ruerwei's hand. Looking at Ao Bao, the disobedient little guy, Bad Ruerwei said in a commanding tone, facing me, stick your butt up. Ao Bao didn't want to listen to Bad Ruerwei's orders at all, but his body uncontrollably followed Bad Ruerwei's instructions, who made Ao Bao just an intermediate little zombie. And Bad Ruerwei was the zombie king. Seeing that his body was out of control, Ao Bao was very panicked. Ao. Bad Ruerwei first admired Ao Bao's pouting posture, because Ao Bao was wearing a small skirt. This pouting could clearly see the white bottom with pink patterns on it. In the past, Bad Ruerwei was always in a hurry. He had to do his work right away, and couldn't waste any time. Otherwise, he would fall asleep again soon. But this time, Bad Ruerwei didn't need to be so hurried. He could take his time and appreciate every part of Ao Bao's body bit by bit. All the beauty that he hadn't paid close attention to before was deeply remembered in his mind. Bad Ruerwei leaned his head over and stared at Ao Bao's small pants carefully. At this time, Ao Bao stretched out his little hand and slapped Bad Ruerwei's head, and then shouted fiercely, Ao Bao is really a naughty little zombie. It seems that he needs to let the Zombie King teach him a lesson. Bad Ruerwei exudes the aura of the Zombie King on his body. As soon as the Zombie King's breath came out, Ao Bao was instantly shocked. All zombies are afraid of the Zombie King, and Ao Bao, a little zombie, is no exception. Ao Bao no longer looked as cute as before, but became cowardly and soft, and his voice became weak. Ao. Seeing Ao Bao obedient, Bad Ruerwei was very satisfied. Stick it well. Don't move. Ao Bao didn't dare to move at all. Although Ao Bao didn't want to be touched by Bad Ruerwei now, he had to obey because of the majesty of the Zombie King. After Bad Ruerwei had admired enough, he pressed his body against him and prepared to have a passionate sex. Ao Bao seemed to sense the danger coming, and tears came out all of a sudden. Woo! Originally, he had prepared himself for the good mood, but it was suddenly destroyed by Ao Bao crying. Bad Ruerwei sighed helplessly. Why are you crying again? Bad Ruerwei clearly said that he no longer loved Ao Bao, but he still forced Ao Bao. Woo! Ruerwei. Ao Bao wanted Ruerwei. When Ao Bao opened his mouth and called out Tang Rui's name, Bad Ruerwei bit Ao Bao's earlobe angrily, and then deliberately threatened, he's dead, and he won't appear again. Ao Bao crying stopped, and his little eyes looked at Bad Ruerwei blankly. Then Ao Bao pursed his lips hard, and tears rolled down from his eyes. 1 or 2 drops fell on Bad Ruerwei's arm, and these tears were as hot as magma. Seeing Ao Bao crying out of breath, Bad Ruerwei felt distressed. And then he had to tell the truth. He is fine. Just a short sleep. I will wake him up in a few days. I know you can't leave him, so I won't let him disappear. Ao Bao was still crying so hard that his body twitched. Bad Ruerwei helped Ao Bao wipe his tears. Don't cry. Ao Bao was a little afraid of Bad Ruerwei, so the sound of sobbing gradually became smaller. Bad Ruerwei originally planned to continue to do business, but as soon as he touched Ao Bao's little butt, Ao Bao cried, and cried hard. Bad Ruerwei had no choice but to put away his lustful heart and not attack Ao Bao first. That night, Bad Ruerwei did not take Ao Bao back to the dormitory to sleep, but just made do with it downstairs in the corridor. The main reason was that Bad Ruerwei didn't care about it, and never cared about whether it was comfortable or not. Anyway, he could sleep and rest anywhere. Ao Bao slept on Bad Ruerwei, which was quite comfortable, but it was a bit cold at night, and there was no quilt. So when he woke up the next day, Ao Bao caught a cold. His nose kept running, and his spirit was much weaker than yesterday. From this point, it can be seen that Bad Ruerue really doesn't know how to take care of people. Ao Bao tilted his head and leaned on Bad Ruerue's chest listlessly, sniffing his nose from time to time. Seeing that Ao Bao was sick, Bad Ruerue's first thought was not to give Ao Bao medicine, but to get a crystal core or human flesh to replenish Ao Bao. Bad Ruerue thought so and did so. At this time, someone happened to pass by the stairs, and Bad Ruerue killed the person directly, and then tore off a piece of thigh meat for Ao Bao to eat. Having caught a cold, Ao Bao had no appetite, so he refused this fresh thigh meat. Seeing that Ao Bao didn't even want to eat meat, Bad Ruerue was a little anxious. Then what do you want to eat? I'll go find it for you. Ao Ruerue, meat. Ao Bao wanted to eat Big Ruerue. Ao Bao didn't eat anything except Big Ruerue. Ao Bao just kept talking about Ruerue. And Bad Ruerue felt unbalanced. Can't my meat be eaten? Mine is bigger than his. After saying that, Bad Ruerue was ready to eat Ao Bao in public. Ao Bao was of course unwilling and resisted fiercely. Ao. If Yu Liang hadn't arrived in time, Bad Ruerue would have played a high definition and censored drama in public. Yu Liang didn't come to stop Bad Ruerue. He just came to remind Bad Ruerue to play in the room. Playing outside would easily be seen. Bad Ruerue used to find a place to get intimate with Ao Bao, so he didn't have the habit of playing in the room. But Yu Liang was right. It was easy to be seen by others outside. Afterwards, Yu Liang specially arranged a big bedroom for Bad Ruerue. Yu Liang did this to please Bad Ruerue, the Zombie King. In order to let the Zombie King have more fun, Yu Liang even found some interesting toys. Regardless of whether his brother was willing or not, Bad Ruerue was very satisfied with Yu Liang's flattering move. But he didn't need those toys. Take the things away. I don't need them. Yu Liang listened to the Zombie King, took the prepared toys away, and said, if you need anything, you can call me at any time. Looking at Yu Liang's servile appearance, Bad Ruerue said coldly, you go out first. Yes. Yu Liang left the room respectfully. As soon as Yu Liang left, Bad Ruerue couldn't hold back any longer, and pressed Ao Bao on the soft big bed, kissing him. Is that man just now really your brother? Ao Bao turned his little head aside, not wanting to answer Bad Ruerue's question. Bad Ruerue is a zombie king after all, but he still has to look at the face of a mid-level zombie. Bad Ruerue straightened Ao Bao's little face and asked kindly, why are you so indifferent to me? You were not like this before. Ao Bao sniffed his snot, then raised his little hand, gave Bad Ruerue several claws, and scolded, Ao. Hearing Ao Bao scolding him, Bad Ruerue didn't get angry but laughed. You said I don't love you, so you don't allow me to touch you, right? Ao Bao pursed his lips and snorted with a little pride. Bad Ruerue sucked hard at Ao Bao's mouth, then explained with a smile, little fool. I lied to you before. How could I not love you? You are my little sweetheart. Ao Bao didn't believe that Bad Ruerue was telling the truth, so he was still angry. Bad Ruerue lifted Ao Bao's chin, and the two looked at each other and said, still don't believe it. Do you want me to dig out my heart and show it to you? Bad Ruerue really did what he said, and the next second, he put his hand on his chest. Then Bad Ruerue's hand pierced through his own chest and took out a black heart that was no longer beating. Seeing that Bad Ruerue had taken out his heart alive, Ao Bao was stunned on the spot. Seeing that Ao Bao was scared, Bad Ruerue put the heart back, and the hole in his chest healed quickly, as if nothing had happened. Bad Ruerue leaned against Ao Bao's ear and said tenderly, I took my heart out to show you. Do you believe that I love you now? Ao Bao had seen many bloody scenes, but he was still frightened by Bad Ruerue's heart-digging behavior. Ao Bao stretched out his little hand and touched Bad Ruerue's chest. Ah! Ao Bao just saw that his chest was pierced, but it healed in a blink of an eye. It was amazing. Bad Ruerue grabbed Ao Bao's hand and said with a smile, your husband has the ability to regenerate. Isn't it amazing? Ao Bao thought it was really amazing. Ah! Bad Ruerue asked again, do you want to have the same ability as me? Ao Bao shook his head, not thinking that, as long as Ruerue is strong enough, it doesn't matter if Ao Bao is a little weak. Anyway, Ruerue will protect Ao Bao. Ao Bao actually shook his head, which surprised Bad Ruerue. Others are eager to have it, but you don't want it. You are really stupid. Bad Ruerue smiled and kissed Ao Bao's little mouth several times. He loved Ao Bao's silly look. After kissing enough, Bad Ruerue said again, As long as you swallow my crystal core, you will have the same ability as me. Ao Bao shook his head vigorously. Ao. No. Ao. How can Ao Bao eat Bad Ruerwe's crystal core? Wouldn't Bad Ruerwe die in that case? Bad Ruerwe asked. Really don't want my crystal core? Ao Bao shook his head. No. Ao. Bad Ruerwe said affectionately. As long as you want. I can give it to you at any time. 2 crystal cores. I can give it to you. No. Ao Bao doesn't need a crystal core. He just hopes that Ruerwe and Bad Ruerwe can become super powerful, so that they can protect Ao Bao. Bad Ruerwe looked at Ao Bao with a doting face and said, I give you a crystal core. But you still don't want it. Little fool. There are so many people outside who covet the crystal core in Bad Ruerwe's head. The Zombie King. Ao Bao really doesn't know how lucky he is. Rather than letting others take his crystal core away, Bad Ruerwe would naturally prefer to give the crystal core to Ao Bao. Maybe after Ao Bao eats his crystal core, he can become the next generation of Zombie King. Let's not talk so much for now. Let me hug you. After that, Bad Ruerwe began to touch Ao Bao. This time Ao Bao did not resist like before. After all, Bad Ruerwe took out his heart and showed it to Ao Bao. Seeing that Ao Bao did not resist, Bad Ruerwe felt relieved. Ao Bao, taste the meat of the Zombie King, and see how it tastes. Bad Ruerwe grabbed Ao Bao's moist little pink lips, and twisted and ravaged them. The kiss was so strong that it seemed as if he wanted to suck Ao Bao into his stomach. Bad Ruerwe's strength was so great that after only a few seconds of kissing, Ao Bao felt dizzy, and his brain was about to be sucked out. After kissing for 15 minutes, Bad Ruerwe reluctantly backed away a little bit. Bad Ruerwe rubbed Ao Bao's swollen lips with his thumb a few times, panting and saying, Baby, you are more delicious than human flesh. Compared with human flesh, Ao Bao rotten flesh is more attractive to Bad Ruerwe. The only pity is that Bad Ruerwe can't eat Ao Bao into his stomach like eating human flesh. But there is also a good thing. That is, Ao Bao can eat Bad Ruerwe into his stomach. Ao Bao is now dizzy, and only vaguely hears Bad Ruerwe say that he is more delicious than human flesh. Bad Ruerwe's words scared Ao Bao sober instantly, because Ao Bao mistakenly thought that Bad Ruerwe wanted to tear off his rotten flesh to eat. He was very scared. Ao Bao rotten flesh stinks, and is not delicious at all. Bad Ruerwe smiled and lowered his head. Sniffing Ao Bao, where is it smelly? It smells so good to me. Tang Rui would bathe Ao Bao every day, using a shower gel with a strong floral scent. Ao Bao ate a lot of crystal cores, so there was no rotten part on his body. So Ao Bao did not have the rotten smell of zombies, but only a faint floral scent and the sweet smell of lollipops. Ao Bao pushed the big head that was buried in his body and smelled. Ao Bao stinks. Don't smell it. Bad Ruerwe said with a wicked smile. Even if it stinks, I don't mind it. After saying that, Bad Ruerwe took another deep breath, inhaled all the fragrance from Ao Bao's body into his lungs, and closed his eyes to savor it carefully. Looking at Bad Ruerwe's obsessed look, Ao Bao was very scared. Ao. Don't eat Ao Bao rotten meat. It's really not delicious. You can't let me eat it. But I want to eat it. Bad Ruerwe aimed at Ao Bao's little mouth and took a bite. The difference in their strength was too great. Ao Bao couldn't beat Bad Ruerwe, so he could only close his eyes and quietly wait for the fate of being eaten. Seeing Ao Bao's eyes tightly closed and trembling with fear, Bad Ruerwe smiled and said, Little fool, I'm not eating you. You're eating me. Do you understand? Ao Bao opened his eyes and asked curiously, Ah. Looking at Ao Bao's silly and cute appearance, Bad Ruerwe tapped him on the forehead gently and said lovingly, Just like before. Feed him the same way as before. Do you really think I want to bite off your rotten flesh to eat? Little fool. Ao Bao covered his forehead with both hands. Ah. Ao Bao is not stupid. Bad Ruerwe stopped talking nonsense and prepared to do something with the most primitive impulse. At the critical moment, Ao Bao was scared and refused to do it, crying, Woo! Ah. But the arrow was on the string, so it was useless not to shoot. So crying was useless at this time. After a while, Ao Bao's miserable cry came from the room. This was the first time that Ao Bao had eaten Bad Ruerwe since he recovered his pain sensation. If he hadn't eaten 4 crystal cores the day before yesterday, which improved his body's endurance and resistance to dryness, Ao Bao would have fainted on the spot. Ao Bao endured for a long time, but finally fainted. Before, when he didn't feel pain, Ao Bao wouldn't faint so quickly. Now that he feels pain, he fainted in a moment. Bad Ruerwei was frightened and patted Ao Bao's little face with his hand. Baby, are you okay? Ao Bao had no reaction and fell into a deep coma. Bad Ruerwei rushed out of the room in a hurry, intending to go outside to kill a few superpowers and take their crystal cores to feed Ao Bao. Just as Bad Ruerwei was about to kill, Yu Liang stopped him. Yu Liang looked at Bad Ruerwei's anxious look and asked, "What's wrong?" Bad Ruerwei said anxiously, "Ao Bao fainted. I want to find the crystal core." Yu Liang said, "I have a crystal core. Use it first. And please don't hurt the survivors here casually. They are all the hope of the future of mankind." Seeing Bad Ruerwei kill 1 or 2 survivors from time to time, Yu Liang's heart was bleeding. Bad Ruerwei didn't care about so much now. He just wanted the crystal core. After getting the crystal core from Yu Liang, Bad Ruerwei hurried to feed it to Ao Bao. After Ao Bao ate it, he woke up a few minutes later. As soon as he woke up, he was scared when he saw Bad Ruerwei's face. The pain was secondary. The main thing was that Bad Ruerwei had no skills. It could be said that his skills were worse than Ruerwei's. Ruerwei had at least made a lot of progress now. But Bad Ruerwei was still stagnant at the beginner stage. He always poked around randomly. Ao Bao's delicate body couldn't stand Bad Ruerwei's messing around. In fact, it's not Bad Ruerwei's fault that his skills are poor. Who made him not have so many opportunities to practice? He had to wait for more than half a month before he could come out. Sometimes he fell into a deep sleep again before he had time to practice. Seeing that Ao Bao was afraid of him, Bad Ruerwei felt bitter and bitter. And Bad Ruerwei was not good at coaxing people. Facing this situation, he had no idea what to do. Bad Ruerwei could only use his authority as the zombie king to suppress Ao Bao. Don't get angry with your husband. Do you hear me? After Bad Ruerwei released the authority of the zombie king, Ao Bao, who had not cried before, was scared to tears. Woo! Ao Bao didn't like Bad Ruerwei, and Ao Bao wanted Ruerwei to come back. Realizing that he had scared Ao Bao, Bad Ruerwei immediately softened his tone. Baby, don't cry. I will find fresh human flesh for you to eat later. Now human flesh has no appeal to Ao Bao at all, and it is not as real as a lollipop. Ao Bao was not comforted at all, and kept crying, shouting for Ruerwei. After that, Ao Bao must complain to Ruerwei, saying that Bad Ruerwei bullied him. Seeing that Ao Bao kept calling Ruerwei, Bad Ruerwei got jealous and threatened, "If you cry again, I will crush Tang Rui's crystal core." Hearing this, Ao Bao didn't dare to cry or make a sound. Only his body was still twitching. Bad Ruerwei picked up Ao Bao and coaxed him, "Don't cry. Your eyes are swollen." Bad Ruerwei blew on Ao Bao's swollen eyes. Ao Bao turned his head aside to stop him from blowing. Seeing that Ao Bao was still angry with him, Bad Ruerwei suddenly said, "If you don't like me, then I will disappear." With that, Bad Ruerwei turned around and left the room, leaving Ao Bao sitting alone on the bed at a loss. Seeing that Bad Ruerwei really disappeared, Ao Bao quickly got out of bed to look for him. Ao Bao didn't really dislike Bad Ruerwei. He was just angry. Ao Bao got out of bed and went outside, intending to find Bad Ruerwei. But after looking around, he didn't see Bad Ruerwei. The whole corridor was very quiet, and only Ao Bao was standing there alone. Did Bad Ruerwei really disappear? Ao Bao was panicked. And in the empty and quiet corridor, he walked and shouted, "Ao Ao." Ao Bao was barefoot now, and after walking a few steps, he accidentally stepped on a sharp stone. The delicate soles of his feet were directly scratched, and the soles of his feet instantly became wet and sticky, leaving a bloody footprint with every step. Ao Bao's little eyebrows were twisted together in pain, and tears were forced out. But now, he couldn't care about the pain or crying. He had to find Bad Ruerwei quickly. Ao Bao continued to shuttle in the corridor, and after walking for a long time, he didn't even see a shadow. Ao Bao felt abandoned, so he squatted on the ground and cried helplessly. At this time, Bad Ruerwei appeared from nowhere and bent down to pick up Ao Bao. After Ao Bao felt that he had fallen into that familiar embrace, he subconsciously hugged him tightly with his little hands and could not let go. Once he let go, Bad Ruerwei would abandon him again. Then Ao Bao wiped his snot on Bad Ruerwei's shoulder. Woo! Bad Ruerwei. Ao Ao. How could he abandon Ao Bao and disappear directly? Bad Ruerwei just wanted to play with Ao Bao for fun, to see if Ao Bao had him in his heart. As it turned out, Ao Bao had him in his heart, which made Badruerwe very happy. Badruerwe smiled and kissed Ao Bao on the face, and asked, "Will you dare to be angry with me next time?" Ao Bao pursed his lips and said nothing. In fact, without Ao Bao answer, Badruerwe already knew the answer. He knew that Ao Bao couldn't leave him. Badruerwe carried Ao Bao back to the big bedroom. "Is your foot injured? Let me see." Badruerwe first put Ao Bao on the bed, and then lifted Ao Bao's injured foot to take a look. Ao Bao walked around barefoot on the ground. There was dust and some fine sand under his feet. The wound was also contaminated by dust and dirty. Badruerwe didn't help Ao Bao wipe the dust off his feet first, but licked it directly, and he didn't dislike it at all. Badruerwe licked the blood that was about to coagulate around the wound, and then he could clearly see a small cut of 1 centimeter long. The injury was not serious, and the bleeding had stopped, so it was nothing serious. For such a minor injury, a band-aid would be enough. But Badruerwe still used gauze to wrap Ao Bao around it, making it seem as if the wound was very serious. Seeing Badruerwe carefully treating his wound, Ao Bao was no longer so afraid of Badruerwe, and he took the initiative to reach out and ask for a hug. Badruerwe lifted Ao Bao's armpits, picked him up, and said, "You must be hungry. Let's go outside to find some meat to eat." In the safe zone, human flesh is everywhere, and Badruerwe took Ao Bao to pick one by one, picking the best quality meat to eat. Although Yu Liang said that he was not allowed to kill the survivors here casually, Badruerwe had long turned a deaf ear to Yu Liang's words. However, after eating Ao Bao's delicious dish, Badruerwe really couldn't raise any appetite when facing those ordinary human flesh. Ao Bao was also not interested in these human flesh, and he was thinking about Ruerwe's meat. Ao Bao didn't want to eat human flesh now, so he took out a bag of rainbow candy from his space. Ao Bao was kind enough to give a piece of rainbow candy to Badruerwe. "Ao, eat." Badruerwe opened his mouth and ate the rainbow candy, which was actually chocolate beans wrapped in a layer of sugar coating. It tasted sweet, and only children liked it. Seeing that Ao Bao, as a little zombie, was eating candy with relish, Badruerwe asked, "Ao Bao, don't you want to eat human flesh?" Ao Bao chewed the rainbow candy in his mouth and shook his little head. "Ao, no." Generally, when there is enough food, Ao Bao will not think about eating human flesh. Only when food is scarce will Ao Bao think about eating human flesh to satisfy his hunger. Seeing that Ao Bao didn't want to eat human flesh, Badruerwe didn't kill anyone today and temporarily let the group of survivors go. There were only a dozen rainbow candies in a bag, and they were eaten up in a flash. Ao Bao licked his fingers with great satisfaction, licking off all the sweetness on his fingers. Seeing Ao Bao licking his fingers, Badruerwe immediately felt his lower body tighten. It was unbelievable, and he had a reaction again. Badruerwe was about to take Ao Bao back to the big bedroom. At this time, Xiaoshu's voice came from a distance. "Ao Bao, Brother Tang." Hearing someone calling them, Ao Bao and Badruerwe turned their eyes at the same time. Xiaoshu pulled Xiaoting over excitedly, but when she got closer, she found that Tang Rui had turned into Badruerwe. The iconic developed muscles scared Xiaoshu so much that she took several steps back. Although she was a little afraid of Badruerwe, Xiaoshu still asked boldly, "When will Brother Tang change back? I have something to say to him." Tang Rui's life and death are now in Badruerwe's hands. As for when to let Tang Rui come back, I'll tell you when I'm tired of playing. Xiaoshu hid behind her brother and poked her head out to ask Badruerwe, "How long will it take?" "At most a lifetime. At least 10 days or half a month." Badruerwe couldn't tell when he would change his mind. Xiaoshu said with a sad face, "If it takes so long, the wall must have been repaired." Badruerwe asked, "What wall has been repaired?" Tang Rui said before that if the wall was opened, he would leave here and go to Chongqing Laboratory to find zombie vaccines. The wall was pushed down by zombies the night before yesterday and is under repair. Now you can leave quickly while the wall is not repaired. If you wait until the repair is completed, you can't leave. This safe zone is surrounded by a wall without any exit. It is said that it is easy to get in but difficult to get out. The reason why Tang Rui has been staying in this safe zone is because there is no way to get out. Now that the wall has finally been broken into a hole, I can get out. But Tang Rui is gone again. When Tang Rui wakes up, the hole must have been repaired, and then he can't get out again. If he can't get out, he will have to stay here forever. And he can't find the zombie vaccine. Thinking of this, Xiaoshu couldn't help sighing repeatedly. Hearing Xiaoshu's meaning that Tang Rui wanted to find the zombie vaccine, Bad Ruiwei frowned. Why do you want to find the zombie vaccine? Does he want me to disappear? If Tang Rui injects himself with the zombie vaccine, Bad Ruiwei will be restrained by the vaccine. And then, he will not be able to wake up again. Seeing that Bad Ruiwei had misunderstood, Xiaoshu was busy explaining. Brother Tang didn't want to vaccinate himself. He just wanted Ao Bao to become a normal human. Isn't it good for Ao Bao now? Anyway, Bad Ruiwei didn't agree to let Ao Bao become a normal human. Otherwise he, the zombie king, wouldn't be able to make Ao Bao obey his orders. After the vaccination, Ao Bao won't be as stupid as he is now. Xiaoshu tried to persuade Bad Ruiwei, but her persuasion was useless. Because Bad Ruiwei, like Tang Rui, liked Ao Bao's silly, simple, and easy to deceive appearance. If Ao Bao is not easy to deceive, then Bad Ruiwei's happy sex life will be greatly reduced. Bad Ruiwei snorted coldly and said, if Tang Rui dares to find a zombie vaccine, I will never let him wake up. Ao Bao was unhappy when he heard it, and raised his little fist, and hit Bad Ruiwei a few times. Ao Ruiwei. Ao Bao wants Ruiwei. If Tang Rui can't wake up, then Ao Bao will make trouble every day. Bad Ruiwei glanced at Ao Bao with a warning look. Ao Bao was intimidated by the pressure of the zombie king on Bad Ruiwei, so he didn't dare to hit him with his little fists anymore, and only dared to cry weakly. Ao. Not only was Ao Bao afraid of Bad Ruiwei, but even Xiaoshu and Xiaoting, two humans, were also afraid of the breath of the zombie king on Bad Ruiwei. Xiaoshu and Xiaoting had seen Bad Ruiwei twisting the heads of several survivors alive before, and they were afraid that Bad Ruiwei would suddenly go crazy, so they quickly ran away. Xiaoshu and Xiaoting could run away, but Ao Bao couldn't. Ao Bao sat on Bad Ruiwei's arm, shrinking his neck timidly, and said tremblingly, Ao Wu? Seeing Ao Bao trembling with fear, Bad Ruiwei put away his coercion and said, baby, you must not get vaccinated. Understand? Ah? Ao Bao didn't understand why he couldn't get vaccinated. If you get vaccinated and become a human, I won't be able to control myself and eat you up. Just like eating other human flesh. Eating you up completely, without leaving any internal organs. Bad Ruiwei's words didn't sound like he was deliberately trying to scare Ao Bao. Ao Bao was so scared that he peed, and his crotch was completely wet. Bad Ruiwei's body was not spared, and was also wet. Then Ao Bao cried, Woo! It's too scary. Ao Bao, don't become a human. As long as you don't get vaccinated, you won't become a human. Bad Ruiwei still prefers Ao Bao as a zombie, because in this way, they are the same kind. Ao Bao was successfully brainwashed by Bad Ruiwei, and he resisted the vaccine in his heart. Ao. Seeing that Ao Bao took his words to heart, Bad Ruiwei smiled and coaxed him. Okay. Don't be afraid. After that, Bad Ruiwei planned to take Ao Bao back to the room to have a good time. But he was stopped by Yu Liang again. Yu Liang wanted to ask Bad Ruiwei to help kill all the zombies. And he had already made a plan. You just need to summon all the zombies, and then I will kill them together. If all the minions are dead, what is the meaning of my existence as a zombie king? If there are no minions to command, then what kind of zombie king is he? So Bad Ruiwei disagrees with Yu Liang's plan. Yu Liang advised, but if the zombies are not killed, humans will not be able to rebuild their homes. What you said is really ridiculous. What does rebuilding your homeland have to do with me? The zombie king? Why should I help you? As a zombie, how could Bad Ruiwei hurt his own kind? I really don't know what's wrong with Yu Liang's brain. He actually said such stupid words to Bad Ruiwei. If it weren't for Yu Liang being Ao Bao's brother, Bad Ruiwei would have killed this nagging human being. If you want me to recognize you as my sister-in-law, you must. Before Yu Liang finished speaking, Bad Ruiwei punched him directly. Who wants to be your sister-in-law? You dare to threaten me. You are looking for death. Bad Ruiwei and Tang Rui have very different personalities. Tang Rui might still listen to Yu Liang's threats, but Bad Ruiwei is not so good-tempered. Yu Liang covered his face, which was hurt by the beating, and continued to say fearlessly, Don't forget, it was me who made you the zombie king. If it weren't for me, you would still be sleeping now. Bad Ruiwei grabbed Yu Liang's collar. Why do you talk so much? Believe it or not, I will make you shut up forever. Yu Liang gritted his teeth, and then said nothing. Bad Ruiwei also let go of Yu Liang's collar, and left with Ao Bao. Looking at Bad Ruirui's back, Yu Liang gritted his teeth unwillingly. His purpose of making Bad Ruirui the zombie king was to use Bad Ruirui's strength to eliminate the group of zombies. But Bad Ruirui didn't listen to him at all. Back to the big bedroom. Bad Ruirui pressed Ao Bao on the bed without closing the door. Because Bad Ruirui's thing was too big, Ao Bao couldn't bear it. So he resisted in various ways. Ao. No. Bad Ruirui held down Ao Bao's restless body and said, "Baby, if you let me do it properly once, I will let Tang Rui wake up." This condition was too tempting. Ao Bao had no way to refuse. So he had to reluctantly agree. This was the most painful time Ao Bao had ever felt. But no matter how painful it was, he had to endure it. Otherwise Ruirui would not come back. Ao Bao held back his tears, bit his lips tightly, and did not cry out in pain. Ao Bao was so afraid of pain. But he endured it for Tang Rui. Bad Ruirui felt that he was a little too despicable. Bad Ruirui backed out because of his conscience, and said, "Ao Bao, I shouldn't force you. If you don't want to, forget it." Ao Bao hugged Bad Ruirui's waist, and wouldn't let him back out. Bad Ruirui knew that Ao Bao didn't really want to keep him. "I know very well that the only person you love is Tang Rui. No matter how many times I risked my life for you, you won't remember it. I shouldn't have appeared in the first place." Bad Ruirui took out Tang Rui's crystal core from his pocket and said, "I will return Tang Rui to you now." After that, Bad Ruirui opened his head in front of Ao Bao, put Tang Rui's crystal core in it, and took out his zombie crystal core by the way. That's right. Bad Ruirui took out his own zombie crystal core. The open head healed quickly. Bad Ruirui, looking pale, handed his crystal core to Ao Bao. "Here, little guy. This is my crystal core. I will never appear again. You and Tang Rui should live well. When there is danger, you should pay more attention to your own safety. I will not come out to protect you again." Hearing Bad Ruirui say that he would never appear again, Ao Bao was so anxious that he cried and knocked on Bad Ruirui's head, trying to put the zombie crystal core back into his brain. Ao. Seeing that the crystal core could not be put back, Ao Bao cried anxiously, "Woo! Ao. Bad Ruirui. Ao Bao. Don't want Bad Ruirui to disappear. Don't." Bad Ruirui's consciousness has begun to be confused. He used the last bit of strength to raise his hand and help Ao Bao wipe the tears on his little face. "I'm gone. You have to take care of yourself. Hide when there is danger. Don't rush up stupidly." And, before he finished speaking, Bad Ruirui's eyes went black and fell into an endless sleep. Ao Bao held the crystal core that Bad Ruirui had just dug out, which was still a little warm, and cried for a while in a daze. After crying, Ao Bao got out of bed to find tools, trying to find a way to smash Ruirui's head open, and then put the zombie crystal core in. Ao Bao went outside to find a brick and was about to smash it on Ruirui's head. At this time, Tang Rui woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Ao Bao holding a brick high up, ready to hit his head. Could it be that Ao Bao wanted to take his crystal core? Tang Rui asked in confusion, "Ao Bao, what are you doing?" Ao Bao showed the zombie crystal core in his hand to Ruirui. Ao Bao just wanted to put the crystal core of Bad Ruirui back to its original position, so that Bad Ruirui could wake up again. Tang Rui understood what Ao Bao meant, but he still felt confused. Why did Bad Ruirui take out his own crystal core? Ao Bao shook his head. Ao Bao didn't know why Bad Ruirui took out his own crystal core. This zombie crystal core has been taken out, which means that Bad Ruirui will not wake up again. This has both advantages and disadvantages for Tang Rui. The advantage is that he no longer has to compete with Bad Ruirui for the right to possess his body, nor does he have to share Ao Bao with Bad Ruirui at the same time. The disadvantage is that next time he encounters danger, without Bad Ruirui's help, Tang Rui will easily fall into trouble. Tang Rui has not yet been able to decide whether to let Bad Ruirui come back. After thinking for a while, Tang Rui looked at Ao Bao and asked, "Ao Bao, are you reluctant to leave him?" Ao Bao nodded heavily with tears in his eyes. Although Bad Ruirui is sometimes fierce and rude, he always appears at the most critical and dangerous moment to save Ao Bao. Bad Ruirui has protected Ao Bao so many times. Ao Bao has kept it in mind and has never forgotten it. Seeing Ao Bao's deep affection for Bad Ruirui, Tang Rui felt sour and bitter. Obviously Bad Ruirui is also him. But Tang Rui always has the illusion that Ao Bao has fallen in love with someone else. Tang Rui endured the discomfort in his heart and asked, Ao Bao, do you really want him? Ao Bao wants both Ruirui and Bad Ruirui. Ao Bao wanted Bad Ruirui to wake up so much, which made Tang Rui smile bitterly. Didn't you say you hated him, and didn't want to care about him before? Why do you want him back now? Ao Bao threw himself into Tang Rui's arms and begged, Ao, Bad Ruirui. Ao Bao wants Bad Ruirui to come back. Seeing Ao Bao begging for Bad Ruirui to wake up, Tang Rui suddenly clenched the zombie crystal core in his hand. If Tang Rui used more strength in his hand, the zombie crystal core would be shattered. Fortunately, Tang Rui let go of his hand in time. Otherwise Bad Ruirui would really disappear forever. Finally, Tang Rui decided to listen to Ao Bao advice, and put the crystal core back into his skull. Ao Bao, turn your back, making a hole in his head. This scene was too bloody and violent. Tang Rui was afraid of scaring Ao Bao. Ao Bao obeyed, turned his back, and faced the wall. Tang Rui simply and roughly smashed his brain with his fist. Since he had no sense of pain, he basically did not change his expression. And then quickly put the crystal core in. When the crystal core was just put in, Tang Rui's consciousness and Bad Ruirui's consciousness had a brief opportunity to communicate. Tang Rui only said one sentence to Bad Ruirui, Ao Bao needs you. Almost at the same time, Bad Ruirui also said the same sentence to Tang Rui. But he added a word only, Ao Bao only needs you. Bad Ruirui thought he was redundant, so he decided to make himself disappear. But he didn't expect Tang Rui to tell him that Ao Bao needed him, which made Bad Ruirui feel flattered. Bad Ruirui is a part of Tang Rui's personality. If this part of personality is missing, then Tang Rui will be incomplete. Ao Bao loves a complete Tang Rui. So no matter the good side or the bad side, Ao Bao likes him. After Bad Ruirui realized that he was also important to Ao Bao, he smiled brightly, and then fell into a deep sleep with satisfaction. After Bad Ruirui fell asleep, Tang Rui's consciousness took control of this body. Ao Bao, you can turn around now. Ao Bao turned around, faced Ruirui, and asked, Ao? Tang Rui replied, well, the crystal core has been put in. Seeing that Ruirui's fist was still stained with blood, there was blood on his hair, and the blood even flowed to his chin. Ao Bao used his hands and feet to crawl to Tang Rui's side to check if Ruirui's head was okay. Thanks to Ruirui's regenerative ability, the head that was smashed open has been repaired. But there is still blood on the hair. Seeing that Ruirui's wound is healed, Ao Bao is relieved. Then Ao Bao stretched out his little tongue and licked all the blood on Ruirui's chin like a cat licking water. Tang Rui had a few sparse stubbles on his chin, which was a bit irritating when he licked. Ao Bao felt that his tongue was irritated, while Tang Rui felt that his heart was irritated. During the days of falling asleep, Tang Rui had a long dream. In the dream, he was wandering alone in a dark and boundless prison. He tried to escape from the prison, but he tried all kinds of ways and failed. Just when he felt desperate and thought that he would never see Ao Bao in this life, a white dot appeared in the dark prison, and the white dot gradually enlarged. And then Tang Rui opened his eyes and saw Ao Bao, whom he had been thinking about. Tang Rui is still feeling palpitations. If Bad Ruirui doesn't put his superpower crystal core back into his brain, then Tang Rui will stay in that endless and dark prison forever. The feeling of waking up and seeing Ao Bao really makes Tang Rui ecstatic. Tang Rui stretched out his big hand and took Ao Bao's thin but soft body into his arms, and kept tightening his arms, whispering hoarsely, Ao Bao, I miss you. Ao Bao buried his head in Tang Rui's hard chest muscles. Ao Bao also misses Ruirui. Tang Rui suddenly lowered his head and captured Ao Bao's pink lips. This kiss, Tang Rui kissed without any rules or skills, just following instinct to absorb the fragrance in Ao Bao's mouth. At this moment, Tang Rui finally understood why Bad Ruirui was always so eager. Every time he woke up, he was eager to make out with Ao Bao, and he was reluctant to waste a single second. That was because Bad Ruirui was also in that dark prison, and he was always missing Ao Bao. All the emotions of missing broke out the moment he saw Ao Bao, so there was no reason to care about other things. In that prison, Tang Rui couldn't stand it after only 2 or 3 days, while Bad Ruirui had to stay for 10 days or half a month every time, and sometimes even 1 or 2 months. Thinking of this, Bad Ruirui was a little pitiful, but there was nothing he could do about it, because Tang Rui was the master personality. After kissing for a long time, Ao Bao's lips and tongue began to numb, and he spoke with a lisp, Ao. After releasing Ao Bao's lips, Tang Rui asked with a short breath, Ao Bao, can I eat you? Why did Rui also want to eat Ao Bao? I said Ao Bao rotten meat was smelly and not delicious. But since Rui wanted to eat it so much, Ao Bao reluctantly offered his own Zioxiao. It just so happened that Ao Bao had disliked Zioxiao for a long time. Let Rui eat it, so that Ao Bao could be regarded as removing a rival and obstacle. Ao Bao generously offered Zioxiao. Ao. Rui. Eat. Tang Rui didn't say anything polite to Ao Bao, and took a bite. Having not seen Ao Bao for several days, Tang Rui's rationality had been completely overwhelmed by longing. So Tang Rui and Ao Bao stayed on this big bed for 2 days and 2 nights. If Ao Bao didn't have a space where he could take out food at any time to eat and replenish energy and nutrition, Ao Bao would have been squeezed into a mummy. On the morning of the 3rd day, Tang Rui was refreshed and carried the limp Ao Bao on his back to settle accounts with Yu Liang. Tang Rui had to settle accounts with Yu Liang for digging out his crystal core. This time, Tang Rui would not care whether Yu Liang was Ao Bao's brother or not. He would still beat him. Yu Liang was processing things in his office. At this time, Tang Rui kicked the door open. Yu Liang heard the sound of the door being kicked, raised his eyelids, and looked at Tang Rui standing at the door. Seeing that Tang Rui had woken up, Yu Liang felt a little scared. Pretending to be relaxed and asked, you slept for a long time. Did you sleep well? Tang Rui was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and went straight up to fight. Yu Liang saw that Ao Bao was still lying on Tang Rui's back, so he didn't want to fight, for fear of accidentally hurting Ao Bao. Yu Liang dodged back repeatedly, saying, if you have anything to say, let's talk calmly. Don't be a reckless man and start fighting right away. Tang Rui retracted his fist and shot a sharp look at Yu Liang. I have nothing to discuss with you. Yu Liang patted the dust on his shoulders leisurely and said, no matter how angry you are now, we are a family. As soon as Yu Liang finished this sentence, Ao Bao spit on his face several times. Puff puff puff. Yu Liang. Tang Rui also sneered at this family. Humph. Don't try to play the emotional card. Yu Liang wiped the saliva on his face with his hand and said, it's useless even if you kill me. At most, you will get a high-level crystal core. I just need a high-level crystal core to help Ao Bao evolve. Tang Rui raised his fist and prepared to attack Yu Liang. Yu Liang said in a hurry, if Ao Bao regains his memory and knows that you are the murderer who killed his brother, what do you think Ao Bao will do? In the end, Tang Rui did not kill Yu Liang, but took away all the remaining crystal cores in Yu Liang's hand. There were not many, only 16, which might not be enough for Ao Bao to upgrade. After getting the crystal core from Yu Liang, Tang Rui casually stuffed one into Ao Bao's mouth. Ao Bao was already used to it, and swallowed it whole without rejection. After the crystal core fell into his stomach, it quickly turned into energy and spread to Ao Bao's whole body. After a while after eating it, you can see obvious changes. That is, Ao Bao's skin became whiter, smoother, and his eyes became clearer, like a clear spring in the mountain stream. Ao Bao was depressed after being pressed on the bed by Rui for 2 days and 2 nights. Now after eating the crystal core, his spirits have improved a lot. Ao Bao lay on Rui's back and swung his legs happily. Although the crystal core cannot make Ao Bao smarter or upgrade quickly, it can at least make Ao Bao's mental state reach the best. Tang Rui took Ao Bao back to the dormitory to take a shower and rest for a night, and then planned to set off tomorrow to find the zombie vaccine in Chungkuan laboratory. The night before the departure, Tang Rui did not do anything bad to Ao Bao, but simply slept with him in his arms, because he needed to rest well, conserve his energy, and keep enough energy for the journey. Ao Bao still felt strange. Why Rui didn't make out with him tonight? But he had to do something embarrassing every night before. Ao Bao lay on Tang Rui's chest, tilted his head and asked, Ao. Tang Rui closed his eyes, but he could kiss Ao Bao's mouth accurately. The warm lips only touched each other for a moment, and then he immediately withdrew. Ao Bao, we will leave here tomorrow. Go to bed quickly. Ao Bao obeyed, rested his head on Rui, closed his eyes, and prepared to sleep. Tang Rui pulled the quilt up a little to cover Ao Bao's exposed neck. The next day, as soon as a little gold appeared in the sky, Tang Rui got up, changed his clothes, and packed his things. Ao Bao was still sleeping soundly on the bed, and his snoring never stopped. Tang Rui sat at the head of the bed and called softly, "Ao Bao." Hearing Rui calling, Ao Bao woke up suddenly, opened his eyes sleepily, and asked in a lazy and soft voice, "Ao?" Tang Rui pointed to the 2 luggage bags on the ground. "Please help me put these luggage in this space." The luggage bags were filled with washed clothes and other miscellaneous daily necessities. Ao Bao sat up from the bed, dozed off, and put the 2 large bags of things into the space in a daze, then fell into Tang Rui's arms and fell asleep again. All the things have been put in Ao Bao's space. Tang Rui doesn't need to take anything. Just take Ao Bao with him and go. The morning sun had already shone in through the window, and the time was about 9 o'clock in the morning. Seeing that it was almost noon, Tang Rui could not dawdle any longer. So he picked up Ao Bao, who was still sleeping, and prepared to leave. Yu Liang knew that Tang Rui and Ao Bao were leaving today, so he waited for them downstairs of the dormitory. Seeing Tang Rui coming downstairs, Yu Liang hurriedly greeted him. "I prepared snacks for Xiaoyu. You can take them with you. You can use them to fill your stomach on the way. Food is very precious in the end times, and there is not much food in Ao Bao's space." So this time Tang Rui did not refuse Yu Liang's kindness, and he accepted the bags of snacks. After taking the things, Tang Rui did not greet Yu Liang, and turned around and prepared to leave. Yu Liang was still a little reluctant to leave Ao Bao, so he quickly called Tang Rui, "Brother-in-law, when you get the vaccine, you must bring Xiaoyu back here." Tang Rui didn't answer and left without looking back, walking to the hole that was about to be repaired. Tang Rui was about to bend down and crawl out. At this time, Xiaoshu shouted hurriedly from behind, "Brother Tang. Ao Bao, wait for me." Tang Rui knew that Xiaoshu wanted to go with him to find the vaccine. However, it was too troublesome to bring a woman who could do nothing but make trouble. Tang Rui didn't wait for her, and quickly crawled through the hole and left. When Xiaoshu ran to the hole, Tang Rui's shadow was no longer visible. There were still many zombies wandering outside. Xiaoshu didn't dare to chase them. She could only stand in front of the hole and stamp her feet angrily. Angry that she ran too slowly. "Why didn't you wait for me?" Yu Liang suddenly appeared behind Xiaoshu and said abruptly, "Tang Rui will be back in 2 days." Yu Liang's voice suddenly sounded from behind. Xiaoshu trembled with fear, then turned around and asked in confusion, "How do you know he will be back so soon?" Yu Liang showed a strange smile at the corner of his mouth, because the laboratory for vaccine research is here. The safe zone built by Yu Liang is specially used to accommodate the world's top talents. Those experimental freaks and scientific madmen are all in his safe zone, including the research on zombie virus vaccines, which is also here. Xiaoshu was frightened by Yu Liang's grim smile, and at the same time, she was shocked by his words. She was so shocked that she was speechless for a while, and didn't know what to say. After being stunned for a few seconds, Xiaoshu opened her eyes and asked hesitantly, "Then why didn't you tell Tang Rui? You knew he was going to find a zombie vaccine. What was your purpose?" Yu Liang took a step forward. Xiaoshu saw him coming and stepped back in fear. Soon her back hit the wall, and she had no way to retreat. Xiaoshu's legs went weak, and she slid to the ground, her face full of fear and hesitation. What do you want to do to me?" Yu Liang looked at Xiaoshu with contempt. "You have a flat body from front to back. I'm not interested." Xiaoshu was so thin that her chest was pressed against her back and but was not as perky as Ao Bao's. She really couldn't arouse men's sexual desire. Seeing her figure being despised, Xiaoshu was not angry at all, but only afraid, because she felt that Yu Liang was a big villain. Although Xiaoshu was sweating and her hair stood on end, she still plucked up the courage to ask Yu Liang, "Did you also research the zombie virus?" Unexpectedly, Yu Liang admitted it quite frankly, "Yes, I am right." Seeing Yu Liang so straightforward, Xiaoshu didn't know how to deal with it. After all, she was just a teenage girl, not even an ant in front of the powerful Yu Liang. Xiaoshu was so scared that she couldn't move. Only her mouth could move twice. Ao Bao was kidnapped a month before the end of the world, and the person who kidnapped Ao Bao was you. Right. Xiaoshu had told Tang Rui a long time ago that the person who kidnapped Ao Bao was Yu Liang. But Tang Rui didn't believe her at that time. But Xiaoshu still insisted on her own opinion. So she wanted Yu Liang to verify it in person today to see if it was the case. Yu Liang didn't rush to admit it, but still praised her. "You have a clear mind." Xiaoshu stared into his eyes, and said, "It's just a woman's intuition." Yu Liang lifted up the strand of hair on Xiaoshu's shoulder, played with it in his hand, and said in a nonchalant tone, "The more you know, the faster you die." Xiaoshu knew that she was destined to die. After all, she knew enough. So she might as well get to the bottom of it. You kidnapped Ao Bao and experimented with Ao Bao. Ao Bao became a zombie because you injected him with the zombie virus strain. In fact, the truth has already surfaced, and it can be deduced with a little analysis. Yu Liang suddenly exerted force, and forcibly tore off Xiaoshu's strand of hair. His face changed drastically, and he was shrouded in gloom. You guessed it right. Xiaoshu's scalp was torn so painfully that her beautiful face turned pale. Yu Liang threw the strand of hair he had pulled off on the ground casually, and then walked away. Yu Liang did not kill Xiaoshu, because Xiaoshu was already trapped in his encirclement and could not escape. So there was no need to kill her. Xiaoting found that his sister was missing, so he looked everywhere in the safe zone. Finally, he found the distraught Xiaoshu in the corner of the wall. Xiaoting walked over quickly and saw that his sister's eyes were dazed, as if she was frightened by something. Xiaoting hugged his sister and asked, "Shu, what happened? Did someone bully you?" Xiaoshu leaned her head on her brother's arms and sobbed, "Brother, we are dead." Xiaoting was shocked and asked, "What happened?" Xiaoshu didn't know where to start. On the other side, Tang Rui was holding a map and looking at it repeatedly. At this time, Ao Bao had also woken up. Ao Bao lazily lay on Ruirui's back, took out a lychee-flavored lollipop from the space, skillfully tore off the outer candy wrapper, and then put it in his mouth, stirring it back and forth with his little tongue. Tang Rui looked up at the big sun in the sky, and then turned back to look at the little man hanging on his back eating candy. "Ao Bao, are you tired? Do you want to rest?" Ao Bao had just woken up, and it took a little effort to eat candy, so it was not a matter of whether he was tired or not. But Ruirui was sweating on his head, and he looked very hard. Ao Bao kindly helped Ruirui wipe the sweat off his forehead. After walking for almost 3 hours, he was really tired, so Tang Rui sat under the shade of a tree to cool down, eat something, and replenish his physical strength. In addition, Tang Rui had to analyze the map carefully. The map shows that Chongqing Laboratory is in the safety zone of the next city, about 100 kilometers away from here. It is definitely not too far to drive, but it is a bit far to walk. It will take about 2 days on foot. Tang Rui was looking at the map and planning the route, while Ao Bao was catching some small insects for fun. When he caught a big insect, Ao Bao would show it to Tang Rui like a treasure. However, not all insects can be slaughtered. Some are more fierce and bite Ao Bao's delicate little hand. Ao Bao cried and went to Tang Rui. "Woo!" Ruirui, seeing that there were 2 tooth holes on Ao Bao's hand, it looked like he was bitten by a snake. Fortunately, the snake was not poisonous. Tang Rui blew on Ao Bao's bitten little hand. "It's okay. It's okay." After that, Tang Rui caught the snake that bit Ao Bao and stewed a pot of snake soup to nourish Ao Bao. Ao Bao cried while eating snake meat. His belly was so full that he burped and cried all the time. Having just eaten, Ao Bao was too lazy to move. He lay listlessly on Ruirui's back, basking in the sun, very leisurely. Tang Rui held Ao Bao little but with one hand to prevent him from falling, and held the map with the other hand to look at the route. If you walk along the national highway, you can smoothly walk to the next city, but the national highway is too long. So Tang Rui wants to take a shortcut to shorten the time as much as possible. But Tang Rui has repeatedly studied the map for a long time, but he has not found a suitable shortcut. It's better to give up the idea of taking a shortcut, so as not to get lost while walking and not know where you are. Tang Rui folded the map into a small piece and stuffed it into his pocket. Ao Bao rested his little chin on Tang Rui's broad shoulders and wailed from time to time. After spending a long time with Ao Bao, Tang Rui can now fully understand Ao Bao wailing. Therefore, although the two of them don't speak the same language, they chat very enthusiastically and communicate without any obstacles. "Ao, do you want to get off and walk by yourself?" "Ao, just stay on my back. I'm not tired." "Ao, I'm really not tired. You forgot I'm a power user." Ao Bao saw that Ruirui had been carrying him for so long and must be tired, so he wanted to get off and walk by himself to let Ruirui relax. However, Ao Bao's weight was as light as a feather for the power-type Tang Rui, and he really didn't feel tired at all carrying him on his back. And he didn't lie about that. After walking for a day, the sun soon set, and a golden halo enveloped the western hillside. stretching the shadows of people on the ground very long. The sunset was warm, not as strong as the sun at noon, and it was very comfortable to bask in it. Ao Bao felt sleepy. His eyelids closed, and his long curly eyelashes cast a black silhouette under his eyes. Drowsy, Tang Rui continued to walk forward, looking for a suitable place to spend the night. They were now on the highway. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they saw a dark tunnel. Tang Rui carried Ao Bao into the tunnel to take shelter. In the tunnel, there was no need to be afraid of acid rain at night. Tang Rui asked Ao Bao to take out a sponge mat from the space, and then spread it on the ground, and slept on it tonight. Although it was sunny during the day and hot as hell, the temperature dropped to about 7 or 8 degrees at night, and the tunnel was windy, and it was a cold wind. The cold wind sang ghost-like songs in the tunnel, and it felt freezing cold just by listening to the sound. Fortunately, there were fluffy blankets and quilts in Ao Bao's space. If they were all taken out and covered, they would not feel cold. Moreover, Tang Rui had a strong yang energy, which made him a natural heater. Ao Bao leaned on Tang Rui's arms to keep warm, and their bodies were tightly pressed together. Although Ao Bao's soft body was in his arms, Tang Rui couldn't think of anything else. He was thinking about what would happen after Ao Bao was vaccinated. Actually, if you think about it carefully, there is no benefit in getting vaccinated. If Ao Bao becomes a normal person, then he will become a delicious and tempting piece of fresh meat in the eyes of the zombies. If Tang Rui didn't protect Ao Bao would most likely be eaten by the zombies. This would be very dangerous. After thinking about it, it is safest not to vaccinate Ao Bao. But for now, let's get the vaccine first, and then think about those things. Tang Rui was thinking about it, and Ao Bao had already snored. Hoo, hoo, hoo. Ao Bao's snoring was long and soft. It was not a noise, nor would it disturb others' sleep. It was not like those rough old men, whose snoring sounded like an electric drill or thunder. Amid Ao Bao's snoring, Tang Rui's eyelids became heavier, and after a few seconds, they closed completely. In the middle of the night, when it was dark and windy, a zombie appeared at the entrance of the tunnel. The zombie limped towards the two sleeping people. Tang Rui always slept lightly, and would not sleep too deeply. When he heard the sound of the zombie in the cold wind beside his ears, ho, ho, Tang Rui woke up quickly, seeing a lone zombie approaching him. Tang Rui was about to get up and take action, but with the thin moonlight shining into the tunnel, he could see the zombie's features clearly. This zombie turned out to be a fellow villager of his. After joining the army, Tang Rui said goodbye to his hometown and went to the army. He rarely contacted people from his hometown. He only went back to see his hometown during the Chinese New Year every year. Tang Rui felt very close to his fellow villagers in the end of the world. So he tied up the fellow villager with a rope and tied it to the door of an abandoned car on the roadside. Then Tang Rui lay back on the floor and hugged Ao Bao to sleep. The next day, Ao Bao woke up and found Rui holding a branch in his hand, driving a severely rotten zombie on the road like a cow. The zombie was lazy and didn't want to walk. So Rui hit him with a branch and released the breath of a high-level superpower to scare the zombie and force him to keep walking. Although Rui didn't show any affection for the zombie, Ao Bao was still jealous. How could Rui take in a zombie other than Ao Bao? Ao Bao scolded him madly. Ao Bao, you are awake. Tang Rui greeted Ao Bao first, and then explained with a relaxed look, this is a fellow villager of mine. Seeing that Rui and the smelly zombie had known each other for a long time, Ao Bao asked excitedly, Ao. Rui liked him, not Ao Bao. Tang Rui smiled dotingly. Don't think about it. I brought him with me for other purposes. Not what you think. How could Tang Rui like a zombie that was rotting and growing maggots? No matter which normal person he was with, he would not like it. The reason why Tang Rui brought this fellow villager was just to get the vaccine when the time came, and to test it on this fellow villager first to see if there were any side effects, so that he could safely inject Ao Bao. But Ao Bao didn't understand Rui's painstaking efforts, and only felt that Rui had betrayed him. Is Ao Bao not cute enough? Why does Rui want to raise other zombies? Isn't it enough to have Ao Bao as a zombie? Ao Bao lowered his eyes sadly and sobbed softly. Tang Rui said helplessly and funny, Ao Bao, how could I like a zombie? I really don't have that kind of feeling towards him. Ao. But Ao Bao is also a zombie. Tang Rui said, you are different. In my heart, You are different from other zombies. After listening to Ruerwe's comfort, Ao Bao felt better. Gradually, Ao Bao accepted Ruerwe's fellow villager. On the way, Ao Bao would throw the jerky he couldn't finish to his fellow villager. Although they are both zombies, their tastes are completely different. The fellow villager only likes to eat fresh meat and sneers at dried meat. In addition, this fellow villager is very strange. When he is hungry, he does not drool at Tang Rui, a human, but drools at Ao Bao, a fellow zombie. And more than once, Tang Rui has seen his fellow villager swallowing his saliva at Ao Bao several times. This is really strange. Why would a zombie drool at another zombie? At first, Tang Rui was a little confused, but he could figure it out with Bad Ruerwe, because Bad Ruerwe also often drools at Ao Bao. So this fellow villager, like Bad Ruerwe, wants to have sex with Ao Bao. Damn it. Tang Rui punched the fellow villager directly, knocking his head crooked. He actually dared to have such a dirty thought about Ao Bao in front of him. Although his head was not crooked, it still did not prevent the fellow villager from swallowing his saliva at Ao Bao. Later, Tang Rui found out that the fellow villager didn't want to have sex with Ao Bao, but really wanted to eat Ao Bao meat. And he was drooling purely because of greed. This was too strange. Too incredible. Could it be that zombies not only like to eat human flesh, but also like to eat the flesh of their own kind? Later, he met another lone zombie on the road. Tang Rui wanted to verify whether zombies would eat the flesh of their own kind. So he cut a piece of rotten meat from the lone zombie and fed it to his fellow villager. But the fellow villager didn't eat the rotten meat and was not interested at all. Tang Rui forced the rotten meat into the fellow villager's mouth and forced him to eat it. Under Tang Rui's pressure, the fellow villager chewed it reluctantly. But then, the fellow vomited and vomited until his intestines came out. It seems that zombies don't like to eat the meat of their own kind. But why is the fellow drooling over Ao Bao? A fellow zombie? Could it be because Ao Bao meat has some kind of attraction? Thinking of this, Tang Rui took a bite of Ao Bao's little arm. Of course, he didn't really want to bite off Ao Bao meat to eat, but just licked it. Ao Bao's skin is very delicate. Even if you look at it with a magnifying glass, you can't find any pores. The texture is soft and elastic, similar to glutinous rice cake. If you taste it carefully, you can taste the sweetness. It tastes really good. Tang Rui, a human, can't resist Ao Bao rotten meat, let alone those zombies who love meat. Although it is incredible, I have to admit that Ao Bao rotten meat can really attract zombies. In this case, Ao Bao is too dangerous. If Tang Rui doesn't protect Ao Bao well, Ao Bao may be eaten by other zombies of the same kind. Seeing Ruerwe biting his arm, Ao Bao was not afraid at all, because Ao Bao always had a heart that was willing to sacrifice for love. If Ruerwe was hungry, he could eat his rotten meat to satisfy his hunger. But the premise was that he could not hurt Ao Bao. Tang Rui just bit it twice for the sake of courtesy. But he did not really want to eat it. After biting enough, he let go, then licked his lips and said solemnly, Ao Bao, you must be careful of your own kind in the future. They may eat you. The first person Ao Bao thought of was the Bad Ruerwe. Ao Bao felt that Ruerwe was right. The Bad Ruerwe was indeed always thinking about eating Ao Bao rotten meat. He would get angry if he was not given food, and his temper was very bad. During the break, Tang Rui would tie the fellow villager into a cicada pupa, so that he could not move, to prevent him from suddenly rushing over and biting Ao Bao rotten meat. Ao Bao was not afraid at all when he saw that the fellow villager was drooling at him. And occasionally, he would tease the fellow villager with snacks. Ao, want to eat candy? Ao Bao will not give it to you. Watching Ao Bao teasing the fellow villager with candy from time to time, Tang Rui smiled and shook his head. He was really getting more and more naughty. As night fell, Tang Rui and Ao Bao cuddled together and slept on the floor, while the fellow villager who was tied up like a cicada pupa next to him kept making ho-ho noises. Tang Rui was so noisy that he couldn't fall asleep at all. So he got up, smoked a cigarette, and calmed his mind. Tang Rui never smoked before, but since Yu Liang handed him a cigarette with hallucinogens last time, after smoking it, he unknowingly became addicted to smoking, always feeling itchy and wanting to smoke. Tang Rui had collected a few cigarettes before, but he didn't throw them away at that time, and put them in Ao Bao's space. When he wanted to smoke, he took them from Ao Bao's space. Now I basically smoke 2 or 3 cigarettes a day. Once I get used to it, I won't feel choked. Instead, I will feel relaxed. My tense nerves in the end times will also relax. And my worries will also dissipate. This feeling is addictive. When Tang Rui sat up to smoke, the fellow villager across from him kept looking at his cigarette butt, which was flickering, as if he wanted to smoke too. Tang Rui suddenly stood up, walked to the fellow villager, stuffed a cigarette into his mouth, and lit it for him. After smoking the cigarette, the fellow villager no longer made a ho-ho sound, but rolled his eyes, looking very happy, and he was obviously an old smoker. Tang Rui smiled awkwardly and exhaled the smoke through his nostrils. It took 5 minutes to finish the cigarette, and Tang Rui lay back down and continued to hug Ao Bao to sleep. The next day, the fellow villager was used to it, so Tang Rui didn't have to chase him away from behind. He would keep walking forward, which was a great improvement. After walking for 2.5 days, we finally arrived at a town in the next city. This town has been completely wiped out. Not to mention people. Not even a zombie was seen. The safety zone here was also breached. Tang Rui and Ao Bao found only the ruins of the safety zone. There was no living person inside, and the so-called Chongqing laboratory was not seen. In this way, the vaccine could not be obtained. With such a result, Tang Rui couldn't tell whether he was happy or disappointed. Or both. After walking around the ruins of the safety zone and finding nothing valuable, Tang Rui took Ao Bao away and returned to the safety zone in Yuliang. On the way back, Tang Rui said apologetically, Ao Bao, the vaccine is gone, and there is no way to turn you into a human. Ao Bao lay on Tang Rui's back, shaking his calves from time to time, not caring about the vaccine at all, because Bad Rui had already warned him not to get vaccinated. Ao Bao always remembered it, so he didn't want to get vaccinated. Not being able to find the vaccine just suited his wishes. Ao Bao happily looked up at the sun in the sky and shouted, Ao. Seeing Ao Bao shouting at the sky, Tang Rui asked with a smile, why are you so happy? Ao Bao doesn't want to become a human. Ao Bao answered surprised Tang Rui, really don't want to become a human. Ao Bao has become accustomed to being a lazy zombie, and has long adapted to the current life, and doesn't want any changes. Although Ao Bao idea is very unambitious. Contentment is the key to happiness. Okay, then don't look for any vaccine. It's good as it is now. Tang Rui didn't really want to vaccinate Ao Bao. He was fooled by Qiao Shu. Tang Rui just wanted to test whether the vaccine was really effective on his fellow villager. Now that the vaccine was no longer needed, there was no need to keep the fellow villager. Tang Rui untied the fellow villager and threw him on the side of the road, letting him continue to be a wandering corpse. But the fellow villager seemed to have gotten used to following Tang Rui and the others. So after Tang Rui walked for a while, he looked back and saw that the fellow villager didn't go anywhere else, but followed him all the way. It would be fine if he just followed behind, but he was always drooling. Most likely, the fellow villager wanted to eat Ao Bao meat, but because he was afraid of Tang Rui's strength, he didn't dare to come up and bite him, and only dared to follow closely behind. Considering that they were from the same hometown, Tang Rui didn't drive him away, and let him follow behind him. On the way, it was very boring. So Ao Bao would find fun for himself. He would take out a comb from the space to comb the hair on the back of Ruirui's head. When he was tired of playing, he would lie on Ruirui's back and take a nap. This kind of life of eating and sleeping and eating, without even having to walk, is exactly what a little zombie like Ao Bao who has no ambition pursues. Just when Ao Bao was dozing off with his head on Ruirui's shoulder, he suddenly felt a pain. Something bit his buttocks, at the root of his thigh. Ao Bao turned his head and saw that the fellow was still biting his thigh meat tightly, trying to tear off a piece to eat, but because of his bad teeth, he couldn't bite it. Ao Bao stared at the fellow for a few seconds, and then cried out, "Woo! Ruirui!" Tang Rui noticed something was wrong, turned around, and saw that Ao Bao was bitten, so he kicked the fellow's head off. After being kicked out, the rotten head rolled on the ground for several times before stopping, and the stinky brain matter in the head was all spilled out, smelling worse than stinky tofu. Tang Rui ignored that and hurried to check Ao Bao injuries. Ao Bao was wearing a skirt, and his legs were exposed. The fellow villager happened to bite the part that was not covered by the skirt, because there was no cloth to cushion the bite. The injury was quite serious, although the flesh was not bitten off. It was bleeding. Tang Rui lowered his head and licked the blood on the wound carefully. After stopping the bleeding, Tang Rui applied medicine to Ao Bao. I neglected it. If he had driven the fellow villager away earlier, Ao Bao would not have been bitten. It was all his fault for being careless. Fortunately, Ao Bao was originally a zombie. So it didn't matter if he was bitten by a zombie. It just hurt a little. And he wouldn't mutate again. When the pain was over, Ao Bao would be fine and would not cry or make a fuss. At the end, Tang Rui peeled a candy for Ao Bao. Ao Bao ate the candy leisurely. After walking for a day, when it was almost dark, Tang Rui took Ao Bao to camp under a tree. The sky was full of stars tonight, without clouds. It looked like tomorrow would be another sunny day, which would be good for the journey. Tang Rui and Ao Bao lay on the made bed, with their hands on the back of their heads, looking at the starry sky. Tang Rui felt relaxed and happy. He took a deep breath of fresh air and asked, Ao Bao, I don't think I've ever asked you before. Do you like men? Ruirui's question was a bit confusing, and Ao Bao didn't understand. Ao? Tang Rui said, I mean, your sexual orientation. What is sexual orientation? Ao Bao didn't understand even more. Ao? Although their relationship can prove their sexual orientation, Tang Rui feels that Ao Bao doesn't really like men, but is just induced by him. Tang Rui asked again, Ao Bao, do you like men? Ao Bao shook his head. Ao Bao doesn't like men. He only likes Ruirui. Tang Rui asked with a disappointed look, if you don't like men, then what about women? Do you like them? Ao Bao still shook his head. He doesn't like men or women. Tang Rui asked again, then do you like me? This time Ao Bao nodded. Without Ruirui, how can Ao Bao live? So of course he likes me. After asking these questions, Tang Rui came to a conclusion that Ao Bao is neither gay nor heterosexual, and his sexual orientation is very vague and difficult to guess. In fact, there is not much meaning in asking this. After all, Ao Bao only likes him now. But what Tang Rui really cares about is Ao Bao memory recovery. If Ao Bao's sexual orientation before the apocalypse was normal, he liked the opposite sex but not the same sex, or he was homophobic and felt disgusted when touched by a man. In this case, Tang Rui could only be a close friend with Ao Bao. It was hard to describe the feeling of a wife suddenly becoming a younger brother. That's why Tang Rui wanted to find out Ao Bao's sexual orientation. But Ao Bao is now a stupid and dumb little zombie, who doesn't even know what sexual orientation is. So don't expect to find out sexual orientation. Looking at the stars and the moon, Ao Bao suddenly started to twitch halfway through. It started with a small twitch, and finally turned into a large distortion. After twisting for a while, it slowly calmed down. Tang Rui witnessed all this from the side, and he was not anxious or panicked, because Tang Rui had had this experience before. He knew that Ao Bao was going to mutate for the second time, just like him before. When Ao Bao stopped twitching, Tang Rui went over to help Ao Bao wipe the sweat off his head. Ao Bao opened his eyes, looked listless, and wailed weakly. Tang Rui fed Ao Bao some sugar water from the canned fruit to moisten his lips and tongue. Ao Bao, do you feel anything different? If it mutated for the second time, it should become stronger than before. But I don't know what aspect of Ao Bao has been strengthened. Whether it is because the space has become larger or something else. Ao Bao didn't feel anything different. He was just very tired and weak, and wanted to sleep. Then, Ao Bao closed his eyes, and fell asleep immediately. He slept until the afternoon of the next day, and when it was almost dark, Ao Bao woke up. He slept for a long time, and Tang Rui was worried for a long time. But fortunately Ao Bao woke up. As soon as Ao Bao woke up, he saw Ruirui's face magnified several times in front of him. This was because Tang Rui's face was right next to his. Tang Rui worriedly shouted, Ao Bao, how do you feel? Are you feeling better? After a good sleep, he was indeed much more energetic. But Ao Bao still felt weak, and even his fingers were too lazy to move, and his brain was too lazy to think. So he just leaned on Ruirui, like a standard dead body. Seeing that Ao Bao was even more lazy than before, could it be that this second mutation did not make Ao Bao stronger, but instead degenerated? Well, it seems very likely. Anyway, Tang Rui did not need Ao Bao to become so strong, so it didn't matter if he was a little lazy. When eating, Ao Bao was too lazy to chew, and Tang Rui chewed it first, and then passed it to Ao Bao's mouth. He was really lazy to a new level. Tang Rui tilted his head back and took a sip of water, holding it in his mouth first. Then kissed Ao Bao's soft lips, and then passed the water in his mouth to him little by little. After feeding Ao Bao mouth to mouth, Tang Rui stuffed another crystal core into Ao Bao's mouth, hoping to let Ao Bao's body recover sooner. But after eating the crystal core, Ao Bao's face was still listless, and his body was soft, and he couldn't muster any strength. Seeing that Ao Bao couldn't muster any strength, he was lazy and tired. Tang Rui raised his eyebrows twice, and said with concern, Ao Bao, why don't you sleep for a while? Ao Bao blinked twice, tilted his head, and fell asleep quickly. Tang Rui held Ao Bao in his arms, and adjusted his posture left and right to make Ao Bao sleep more comfortably. After Ao Bao's second mutation, he did not become stronger, but became lazier and more sleepy, which was very strange. Tang Rui thought about it alone for a while, but couldn't think of anything, and finally had to sigh. Ao Bao might sleep for a long time. Tang Rui couldn't just sit there. He had to keep going, and get back to the safe zone where Yu Liang was as soon as possible. Tang Rui stood up, held Ao Bao in his arms like a baby, and then walked back along the national highway. Tang Rui walked for a day, and Ao Bao slept for a day. At night, Tang Rui built a fire, and caught a wild rabbit to roast. The smell of roasted meat woke Ao Bao up. Seeing Ao Bao wake up, Tang Rui pulled a piece of golden roasted rabbit meat and fed him. After sleeping for a day, Ao Bao was hungry. He opened his mouth, and took the rabbit meat from the side of his mouth into his mouth. He swallowed it directly without chewing. Tang Rui asked while feeding him, Ao Bao, do you still want to sleep? The fatigue on Ao Bao's face said it all. It seemed that he could never get enough sleep. After eating a few pieces of rabbit meat, Ao Bao closed his eyes again and fell asleep. Tang Rui was very worried about Ao Bao's current situation. But Tang Rui was powerless. He had already fed Ao Bao several crystal cores, but the sleepiness did not improve. This worry made Tang Rui unable to close his eyes at all. He opened his eyes, which were not full of red bloodshot, and stared at Ao Bao's sleeping face without blinking. After falling asleep, Ao Bao was like a work of art placed in a museum. The contours of his facial features were as perfect as if they were carved, and his beauty was amazing. Although Ao Bao's face was pleasing to the eye, Tang Rui was only worried now, and had no mood to appreciate it. Tang Rui kissed Ao Bao's pretty little face with a worried look on his face. Ao Bao, don't be in trouble. Ao Bao only ate one rabbit leg, and the rest of the rabbit meat was still roasted on the fire. It was roasted with a charred aroma and sizzling oil, but Tang Rui had no appetite to eat it. After smelling a burning smell, Tang Rui came back to his senses, and took the remaining rabbit meat off the fire to prevent it from being burned into charcoal. Man is made of iron, and food is made of steel. For the sake of his physical strength, Tang Rui reluctantly stuffed some rabbit meat into his mouth, and ate half of the rabbit meat with a tasteless taste. It was very cold at night. The quilt was in Ao Bao's space, and Tang Rui couldn't wake Ao Bao up, which meant that he couldn't take the quilt out of the space to cover himself. Tang Rui could only burn the fire more vigorously, and then wrap Ao Bao tightly with his long coat to prevent any cold wind from taking advantage. The temperature tonight felt like only 3 or 4 degrees above zero. Fortunately, there was a pile of fire. Otherwise I would have frozen to death. Tang Rui didn't close his eyes in the first half of the night, and his eyelids began to fight in the second half of the night. He couldn't help but close his eyes and take a nap. While Tang Rui was taking a nap, Ao Bao's scalp cracked open, and it seemed like something was trying to get out from under the scalp. The next day, Tang Rui woke up with a startle when the morning light shone on him. He looked around first and found that the surrounding grass and trees were covered with a layer of white frost, which should be the frost that fell last night. After looking around, Tang Rui set his eyes on the young boy in his arms. The next second, Tang Rui's body froze, and his eyes were full of shock, because Ao Bao had a flower on his head. A small white flower with 4 petals, just like the small wild flowers on the roadside. It was very inconspicuous. A small one, only the size of a fingernail. Although small, but very lively. The reason why Tang Rui was scared was that the flower seemed to be planted on Ao Bao's scalp. And the fact was indeed so. The flower grew from under Ao Bao's scalp. Tang Rui didn't dare to pull out the flower, fearing that pulling it out would harm Ao Bao. Just when Tang Rui was thinking about why the flower grew on Ao Bao's head, Ao Bao also woke up. Ao Bao stretched his body, then rubbed against Tang Rui and acted like a spoiled child. Ao Bao was obviously in better spirits today than yesterday. Tang Rui ignored Ao Bao's coquetry and poked the little white flower on Ao Bao's head with his finger, saying, "Ao Bao, you have a little flower on your head." After hearing this, Ao Bao raised his hand and touched his head. "Ao, how could Ao Bao have a flower on his head?" Tang Rui said, "Take out a mirror and you can see it." Ao Bao took out a round mirror from his space and took a look. There really was a little flower. Ao Bao touched the flower on his head in the mirror. With a look of curiosity, "Ao, why did Ao Bao grow a flower on his head?" Tang Rui suddenly had an idea and said, "Ao Bao, have you evolved into a plant?" Ao Bao tilted his head and looked confused. Ao Bao turned into a plant? Ao Bao realized something belatedly and couldn't help crying. "Woo! Ao Bao, don't turn into a plant." Tang Rui stroked the flower on Ao Bao's head and said, "Maybe I guessed wrong. Ao Bao, you won't turn into a plant. You may have an extra wood ability. In this case, you have 2 abilities. This is very powerful. Don't cry." What Tang Rui said made sense, and Ao Bao stopped crying. The flower on the head was very small and inconspicuous, and it could be easily covered by hair. As long as there was no danger, there was no need to care about the existence of this little white flower. After a simple breakfast, Tang Rui carried Ao Bao on his back and continued on his way. On the way, Tang Rui smelled a faint floral scent. Refreshing. Especially the #brother #organizing #good smell, which came from Ao Bao. At night, Tang Rui took Ao Bao to rest under a tree beside the road. Seeing that Ao Bao was in good spirits, Tang Rui planned to have sex tonight. There was no one around, so there was no need to worry. Tang Rui directly put his hand into Ao Bao's panties. Ao Bao didn't react to Rui's eager behavior, and continued to eat the lollipop calmly. They hadn't done it during the days of traveling, so Ao Bao needed to be moistened. Tang Rui lowered his head, just leaned over, and was about to kiss. But he was shocked again, because a flower has grown from the place below Ao Bao. It is a real flower. The petals are light pink, a bit like the peach blossoms in March. But it is not a real flower. It is more like a tattoo or a mark. And it is also a bit like a painting. And the painting is particularly vivid and realistic. At first glance, it looks like a real flower has grown. And the location is right in the middle of the 2 buttocks. It is okay for Ao Bao to grow a flower on his head. But why is there also a flower below? Tang Rui lost his desire all of a sudden. He needs to study it carefully. Other wood-type mutants will not grow flowers and plants on their bodies. Why does Ao Bao grow these things on his body? It is really strange. Ao Bao has been sticking out his little butt and waiting for a long time. And seeing Ruirui still not moving, Ao Bao turned around and saw Ruirui just staring at that place of his, looking at it intently. Ao Bao asked Tang Rui what he was looking at. Tang Rui told him, "Ao Bao, there is also a flower below you. Like a mark." Ao Bao wanted to see what the mark looked like. But he looked left and right, up and down, and kept adjusting his direction. But he still couldn't see what was behind him. The less he could see, the more curious Ao Bao became. Ruirui. Ao Bao wanted Ruirui to think of a way for him. He wanted to see with his own eyes what the mark looked like. Tang Rui couldn't meet Ao Bao's request, so he could only describe it as best as possible. A pale pink peach flower. 5 petals. Like it was painted. Very beautiful. After Tang Rui finished describing it, he added a word of praise. As long as Ruirui liked it, Ao Bao didn't care. Tang Rui felt that the mark of this flower should be related to supernatural powers. There are very few special superpowers with such marks, such as a white lightning mark on the arm of a thunder superpower. From this point of view, it is not uncommon for Ao Bao to have a flower mark on his body. But why a fresh little white flower grows on his head? Which makes Tang Rui puzzled. Tang Rui was just thinking about the problem when a drop of rain fell on his high-nose bridge, interrupting his thoughts. After a while, acid rain began to fall from the sky. Tang Rui hurriedly took Ao Bao to hide under the rock. The acid rain stopped after about half an hour. Although it lasted for a short time, it was very corrosive. Wherever the acid rain passed, the grass and trees withered. If acid rain often falls, I am afraid that all the vegetation in the world will die. At that time, no grass will grow, and humans will not be able to survive at all. Although the acid rain stopped, Tang Rui was still in a heavy mood, because the future of this world was full of suffocating despair. Sensing that Rui was in a very low mood, the little white flower on Ao Bao's head swayed left and right twice, as if it was blown by the wind, but there was no wind at the moment, so it moved by itself, which was very strange. Tang Rui and Ao Bao slept under the rock for a night. The next day, they continued their journey as usual. They stopped and walked along the way, and finally returned to Yu Liang's safe zone on the fourth day. After entering the safe zone, Tang Rui wanted to tell Xiaoshu the news that there was no vaccine as soon as possible. After all, the little girl was looking forward to it. But he searched the entire safe zone, but couldn't find Xiaoshu and Xiaoting. Later, Yu Liang told Tang Rui, the Xiao brothers and sisters made a mistake and were temporarily detained by me. Tang Rui frowned. The two brothers and sisters were timid and didn't dare to make a mistake. What mistake did they make? Yu Liang asked. Does it count as a mistake for them to talk back to me? Tang Rui. Halfway through the conversation, Yu Liang keenly smelled the smell on Ao Bao. This flower scent is so special. Yu Liang suddenly mentioned that Ao Bao had a special floral scent. Tang Rui actually panicked, then calmly evaded the question by saying, it's just a floral scented shower gel. Nothing special. Tang Rui had a strong possessiveness in his heart, and this possessiveness made him not want to tell any other man about Ao Bao's secret. However, Yu Liang was not so easy to evade. He continued to dwell on this issue. It's different. This floral scent is pure natural. After saying that, Yu Liang even leaned over to smell Ao Bao. Tang Rui frowned, took 2 steps back, avoided Yu Liang, looked at Yu Liang with a pair of dark pupils, and said in a cold tone, stay away from Ao Bao. After receiving the warning, Yu Liang did not get close to Ao Bao again. He smiled leisurely and asked, go out for a while. Have you found the vaccine? Tang Rui frowned slightly. The safe zone has been breached by zombies, and the laboratory for researching vaccines has disappeared. Yu Liang cooperated and said, that's a pity. Arrange a separate room for me. Ao Bao and I need to rest. Tang Rui didn't want to go back to the dormitory where 8 people were crowded together. Yu Liang agreed and arranged a small single room for him. The furniture was complete, and there were even TV series. There was a generator in the safe zone, so the TV could play, but the picture was a snowy spot. Obviously there was no signal, but the disc could be played. Yu Liang came to the door in person and gave Tang Rui a set of discs. The cover of the disc was 5 kindergarten children, and it looked like a cartoon. Tang Rui thought Yu Liang would send him a restricted disc, but he didn't expect it to be a cartoon. This is what Xiaodu used to like. You can show him later, but he can only watch it for 20 minutes a day. Otherwise it will consume too much power, and we can't afford it. Only after hearing that it was Ao Bao's favorite did Tang Rui take the disc from Yu Liang. In addition to the disc, Yu Liang also handed Tang Rui a pack of unsealed cigarettes. This is good cigarettes, which were not available on the market before. When he smelled the flower fragrance on Ao Bao before, Yu Liang accidentally smelled the cigarette smell on Tang Rui. It seemed that this good man had learned to smoke, so he specially gave a pack of cigarettes to honor Tang Rui. Tang Rui would occasionally take advantage of Ao Bao's sleep and smoke to relieve fatigue. He was not addicted to smoking, but his hand still unconsciously took the cigarette from Yu Liang. Yu Liang patted Tang Rui on the shoulder and said like a good brother-in-law, when you're done, ask me for more. Tang Rui brushed off the stinky hand on his shoulder and said with a cold face, let Xiaoshu and the others go. Seeing Tang Rui begging with a stinky face, Yu Liang certainly had to agree, and then asked inquiringly, what is your relationship with them? Ordinary friends? Relatives? Cousins? Tang Rui said, it doesn't matter. I just help take care of them according to their eldest brother's instructions. Hearing Tang Rui say that they didn't matter, Yu Liang curled his lips, and the expression on his face seemed to relax a lot suddenly, as if a trick had succeeded. Okay, I'll let them go tomorrow. After getting a satisfactory result, Tang Rui closed the door and went back to the house. Yu Liang touched the tip of his nose that was almost hit by the door, and then turned around and left. Yu Liang went all the way to the dungeon to see the 2 brothers and sisters who were locked up by him. Xiaoshu and Xiaoting were wearing shackles on their feet, leaning against each other and sitting on the cold and wet ground. When they heard footsteps outside, Xiaoshu and Xiaoting thought someone was bringing them food, but it turned out to be Yu Liang. Yu Liang's eyes were like a venomous snake, circling around the 2 of them. Xiaoshu hid in her brother's arms in fear. Xiaoting was very brave, and said to Yu Liang directly, "Let us out." The subordinates next to him brought a chair over, and Yu Liang sat on the chair, crossed his legs elegantly, and looked down at the ants in the prison. "Tang Rui is back, and he asked me to let you go, but only one of you can go out, and the other one must stay as a hostage. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will betray me. There is no need to worry about who will go, and who will stay." Xiaoting decisively left the opportunity to go out to his sister. "I will stay." Xiaoting's move won Yu Liang's favor. "If you are not Tang Rui's man, then I really want to keep you by my side, and use you for my own benefit." Xiaoshu was not impressed by Yu Liang's words, and snorted coldly. Yu Liang had no intention of trying to please someone who was not his friend. He turned to look at Xiaoshu, who had just walked out of the cell, and said, "You must keep your mouth shut, and never reveal any secrets in front of Tang Rui. Otherwise your brother will surely die." Xiaoshu did not dare to joke with her brother's life, so she was forced to agree. "I will keep my mouth shut." On the other side, Tang Rui was playing a disc for Ao Bao. It was the first time that Ao Bao had watched TV since he became a zombie. When he saw the animated characters moving on the screen, he was immediately attracted and quickly crawled in front of the TV, staring at it without blinking. Tang Rui held Ao Bao farther away. If he got too close, his eyes would be dazzled. Whenever the theme song of the cartoon was played, Ao Bao memories seemed to be awakened, and he would sing along with the melody, "Ao Ao Ao Ao." Although the singing was a bit unpleasant, the only audience, Tang Rui, was still applauding. After being encouraged by Rui, the little flower on Ao Bao head also swayed excitedly, swaying left and right, which was quite interesting. However, he could only watch for 20 minutes. If he watched for too long, the generator would not be able to supply electricity and would automatically disconnect. So while Ao Bao was watching, the TV suddenly went off. Ao Bao crawled over angrily and slapped the TV a few times, revealing the look of a landlord squeezing a farmhand. "Ao Ao Ao. Hurry up and play the cartoon for Ao Bao." Tang Rui smiled and held Ao Bao away, so as not to break the TV. "Ao Bao is out of power. Watch it tomorrow." Ao Ao. Ao Bao didn't want to wait until tomorrow, seeing that Ao Bao likes watching so much. Tang Rui promised, "I will steal a generator for you someday, so that you can always watch it." Ao Bao cheered happily. "Ao Rui is the best old man in the world." Tang Rui smiled dotingly and said, "When we leave here in the future, you must remember to put the TV in the space and take it with you." Ao Bao wanted to put the TV in the space now, but was stopped by Tang Rui. "No hurry. Put it there first, and take it away when you leave." Ao Bao nodded and understood. "Ao, you must take it with you when you leave. You must not forget it." There were no cartoons to watch, so Ao Bao lay on Rui in boredom, counting the stubble on his chin. When he was counting enthusiastically, Rui's voice with heavy breathing suddenly came from above his head. "Ao Bao, turn around." Ao Bao raised his little head and looked at Rui's eyes covered with lust. "Ao?" Where should Ao Bao turn to? Tang Rui stretched out his big hand and forced Ao Bao's body to turn in a direction, finally presenting a 69 position. Ao Bao turned around and looked at Rui with confused eyes, wanting to ask what this position was for. Seeing the confusion in Ao Bao's eyes, Tang Rui said, "I want to help you check if the peach blossom behind is still there." The night before yesterday, Ao Bao grew a peach blossom mark between his buttocks. "I don't know if that mark is still there now." Tang Rui didn't hesitate for long and took a look. After looking at it, the peach blossom is still there, and the petals seem to be more gorgeous and wider. It was only 2 centimeters wide before, but now it has grown to 3 centimeters. It seems to have vitality, and is growing continuously. You can also smell a strong floral scent, which is not something that can be blended with chemical flavors. It is a pure natural fragrance. You can also smell a hint of sweetness, which is the fragrance of nectar. Whether it is vision, smell, or taste, it brings great enjoyment to Tang Rui. Although it is very enjoyable, Tang Rui did not forget to question, why did Ao Bao grow flowers on his body after the second mutation? Could it be that he really wanted to mutate into a plant? This made Tang Rui think of a horror story that a comrade in arms told him before, saying that if you sprinkle a handful of rose seeds into the mouth or body of a dead person, and then bury them in the soil as fertilizer, the dead person will be covered with roses next year. After Ao Bao became a zombie, he was theoretically a dead body, and could be used as organic fertilizer. So could it be that Ao Bao swallowed flower seeds by mistake, which caused a small white flower to grow on his head? Then how to explain the peach blossom mark behind his buttocks? This peach blossom is tattooed on the surface of the skin, but it is still alive, growing every day, and exuding a very fresh and pleasant fragrance. I don't know if this peach blossom will continue to grow in the future. If it continues to grow every day, it will eventually cover Ao Bao's entire body. Tang Rui stared at the peach blossom for a long time, and Ao Bao couldn't hold on and fell asleep. Just as Tang Rui stared at it without blinking, he witnessed with his own eyes that a small bud slowly grew on Ao Bao's snow-white skin, like a drop of colored ink falling into the water, and then blooming little by little. Now there is another peach blossom, a total of 2, one in the middle of the gully, and one near Xiao Xiao Ao. Tang Rui calculated the date carefully. The current date is the end of March and the beginning of April, just in time for the peach blossoms to bloom. The seasons in the apocalypse have long been disrupted, and there is no distinction between spring, summer, autumn and winter. So the peach blossoms on the roadside are basically no longer blooming. Retracting my thoughts, I won't talk too much. This peach blossom mark definitely means that Ao Bao has the ability of wood. But Ao Bao's wood ability is more special than other wood ability users. Where is the specific special place? Ao Bao himself has to show it. But Ao Bao is stupid and probably doesn't know how to use his ability. I have to teach Ao Bao well when I have time. Tang Rui admired the peach blossom mark on Ao Bao buttocks for a whole night, and his eyes were dry and sore, until the shape and details of each petal of the peach blossom were deeply memorized in his mind, so that if there was any change in the peach blossom next time, he would be able to notice it at the first time, because he didn't sleep all night. When Tang Rui got up the next day, his eyes were severely congested and his lower eyelids were black and blue. In order to make himself feel better, Tang Rui wanted to smoke cigarettes. The cigarettes were the pack that Yu Liang sent yesterday, which had been opened. The cigarettes that Yu Liang sent were indeed good cigarettes. They were not choking at all, and the aroma of tobacco was more intense. Tang Rui thought it was good and even smoked too. Tang Rui sat at the head of the bed and smoked, while Ao Bao was still lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. When Tang Rui had almost finished smoking and was about to throw away the remaining cigarette butts, Ao Bao woke up. The ventilation in this room was not very good, unlike outdoors, so the smoke lingered in the room for a long time. As soon as Ao Bao woke up, he was choked by the second-hand smoke that had not yet dissipated, and coughed twice, cough cough. Hearing Ao Bao coughing, Tang Rui hurriedly threw the cigarette butt out of the window, then turned back and asked with concern, Ao Bao, what's wrong? As soon as Rui spoke, the smell of smoke rushed towards Ao Bao, which was particularly unpleasant. Ao Bao didn't like the smell of smoke, frowned in disgust, and stepped back a little, away from Rui. Seeing that Ao Bao disliked the taste in his mouth, Tang Rui hurried to rinse his mouth to get rid of the smell of smoke. After rinsing his mouth, Ao Bao still disliked it, and didn't let Tang Rui kiss his little mouth. Tang Rui was kissing Ao Bao on the mouth as usual, but before he could kiss him, Ao Bao dodged him. The little white flower on Ao Bao's head seemed to dislike Tang Rui. Its petals curled up and turned back into a small bud that had not yet bloomed, as if it was afraid that the cigarette smell on Tang Rui would suffocate it. Tang Rui felt very strange. He had clearly rinsed the cigarette smell out of his mouth. So why did Ao Bao still dislike it? Could it be that he still had a smell on him? Tang Rui smelled his clothes and found that there was still a strong smell. After that, Tang Rui changed into a clean and fragrant tight white t-shirt. The clothes were very tight, which made his 2 big chest muscles stand out high, and his thin and strong waistline was also clearly outlined. Coupled with that handsome and tough face and the strong male hormones on his body, it was enough to make all the women in the safe zone fall for him, and also make the legs of those little bottoms hiding in the crowd weak. But this had no attraction for Ao Bao at all. Ao Bao still avoided him with disgust and didn't allow him to get too close. Seeing that Ao Bao was still avoiding him, Tang Rui stretched out his big hand, pulled him over, hugged him in his arms and said, Ao Bao, I don't smell anymore. The stench came from Tang Rui's body, and it was not something that could be removed by simply changing clothes. Ao Bao didn't know why he could smell the stench from Rui's body. In short, he just didn't want to get close to Rui and didn't want to smell that stench. Ao Bao put his hand on Tang Rui's strong chest and pushed him twice. Ao. Tang Rui sniffed himself again, and there was no smell anymore. But why did Ao Bao still dislike it? Then I'll take another shower. You wait obediently for a while. Don't run around. Seeing Rui preparing to go to the bathroom, Ao Bao pulled the corner of his clothes and pointed to the TV across the street. Ao Bao wanted to watch TV and asked Tang Rui to help him play it. Tang Rui turned on the TV and played a disc for Ao Bao to watch. Then Tang Rui went to the bathroom to take a shower, while Ao Bao stayed outside to watch cartoons. In order to completely wash off the smell on his body, Tang Rui directly applied a large handful of shower gel on himself. He applied too much, and his body was slippery and greasy. It took a long time to wash off all the shower gel. Tang Rui took a shower for 20 minutes. And when he came out, the TV was powered off. Without cartoons to watch, life suddenly became empty. Ao Bao sat in front of the TV and sighed in a condescending manner. Ah! Tang Rui walked to Ao Bao and asked him to smell if he still smelled. Ao Bao, you don't smell anymore now. Do you? Ao Bao covered his nose and crawled away. Tang Rui was very confused. Isn't it no longer smelly? Just when Tang Rui was about to capture Ao Bao and force him to smell it again, there was a knock on the door, and Xiaoshu's gentle voice came from outside the door. Ao Bao. Brother Tang. Tang Rui put a towel on his wet hair and walked over to open the door. After the door opened, Tang Rui looked at Xiaoshu and said straight to the point. The vaccine has not been found. Xiaoshu subconsciously replied, I knew it a long time ago. The laboratory for researching vaccines is here in Yuliang. So how could Tang Rui find it if he went somewhere else? Tang Rui looked at her suspiciously. What do you mean you knew it a long time ago? Xiaoshu realized that she had let the cat out of the bag. If she dared to tell the truth, Yuliang would definitely take action against her brother. Xiaoshu shook her head and waved her hands, explaining in panic, Yuliang told me last night. He said you were back and didn't find the vaccine. Oh. Tang Rui didn't continue to doubt. Where's your brother? Why didn't he come with you? The twin brother and sister were almost inseparable. But today only Xiaoshu was seen, and Xiaoting didn't know where he went. Xiaoshu clasped her hands together and said sadly, Yuliang refused to let him go. Only me. Tang Rui asked, what mistakes did you make? Why did Yuliang lock you up? Xiaoshu raised her watery eyes and looked up at Tang Rui, who was much taller than her. She opened her mouth and closed it again. She wanted to say something, but she didn't dare to say it. She hesitated for a long time. Tang Rui's dull but heavy voice rang in her ears. If you have something to say, just say it directly. I will try my best to protect you two brothers and sisters. With Tang Rui's words, Xiaoshu instantly felt relieved and at ease. At this moment, Xiaoshu had the urge to throw herself into Tang Rui's arms and cry. But she was afraid that Ao Bao would come and bite her, so she couldn't help it. Xiaoshu stood there, wiping her tears, wanting to tell Tang Rui the truth of everything. But she had to start from the beginning. Ao Bao is a pathogen. He was? What are you talking about? Xiaoshu was interrupted by Yuliang, who suddenly arrived before she could finish her words. Seeing Yuliang coming, Xiaoshu immediately closed her mouth tightly and dared not speak anymore. Tang Rui saw the trick at a glance and said to Xiaoshu, go on. Don't be afraid of him. He won't dare to do anything to you with me here. Xiaoshu stole a glance at Yuliang, and Yuliang also took the opportunity to secretly give her a look. In the end, Xiaoshu still didn't dare to reveal the truth in front of Yuliang. Brother Tang. I don't have anything to say. Tang Rui knew that Yuliang might have threatened Xiaoshu, so he grabbed Yuliang's collar and looked down at Yuliang's slightly ugly face. What did you hide from me? You'd better tell me yourself. Tang Rui didn't like people plotting against him behind his back. Yuliang said calmly, I have nothing to hide from you. It's better not to let me find out that you're hiding something. Otherwise your safe zone will become a ruin. Tang Rui was not kidding. Yuliang was certainly afraid of Tang Rui's strength. So he answered ambiguously, don't worry. I won't let you find out. Tang Rui shook Yuliang off and said coldly, get lost. Yuliang smoothed his wrinkled collar and rolled away in a very cool manner. Xiaoshu also followed Yuliang and walked away. Just as Xiaoshu turned around, she threw out a ball of paper. The ball of paper landed right at Tang Rui's feet. When they reached the corner, Tang Rui bent down to pick up the ball of paper. There was a line of crooked words written on the ball of paper. It was probably written by Xiaoshu secretly just now. Because of the limited time, she only wrote a few words. The line of words read together, don't get close to Ao Bao. It's dangerous. After reading this line of words, Tang Rui frowned. Why didn't Xiaoshu let him get close to Ao Bao? This made Tang Rui feel puzzled. Ao Bao had no fighting power at all. So what was dangerous? Xiaoshu said before that Ao Bao was a pathogen. What did that mean? Was it the pathogen of the zombie virus? But even if Ao Bao was a pathogen, what could it do? Tang Rui was not afraid of being infected because he already had the zombie virus in his body. Tang Rui closed the door and went back to the room. Ao Bao was lying on the bed playing with toys. Because her skirt was too short, her thighs were exposed, and half of her round butt could be seen. The picture was very tempting. Seeing this scene, Tang Rui's Adam's apple rolled up and down a few times. Even if Ao Bao was really dangerous, Tang Rui was happy with it. Tang Rui strode over and buried his head directly in Ao Bao, but Ao Bao was startled and the toys in his hand fell off. Ao Bao still refused to let Rui get close to him. So he kicked Rui in the face, asking him to stay away from him. Ao Bao. Seeing Ao Bao's little feet stepping on his face, Tang Rui was unceremonious. He grabbed Ao Bao's ankle, aimed at the tender sole of his foot, and bit it, asking vaguely while biting, Ao Bao, haven't I washed it clean? Why do you still despise me? Ao Bao pulled his feet out, and then quickly crawled under the quilt to hide. He would not let Rui touch him anyway. Otherwise Ao Bao would become smelly. Tang Rui really couldn't figure out the reason. He had obviously washed it very clean. Could it be that Ao Bao had become a mysophobia now? Tang Rui lifted the quilt, caught Ao Bao, and said, Ao Bao, what's wrong? Tell me clearly. If he didn't tell clearly, Tang Rui would have no idea. Ao Bao just said he stinks. Ao, where does it stink? Tang Rui raised his arm and smelled his armpit. It was clearly just the smell of shower gel, but also a masculine scent that was unique to him. No matter how clean Tang washed his body, Ao Bao still disliked his stinky body. This made Tang Rui very confused. He suspected that Ao Bao just didn't want him to touch him. So he deliberately made an excuse that he was stinky and took the opportunity to keep him away. But why didn't Ao Bao want him to touch him? Could it be that he had reached the stage of emotional burnout? Tang Rui certainly didn't understand the concept of emotional burnout. Xiaoshu had mentioned it to him before, and he wrote it down. Generally, when you reach the stage of emotional burnout, you don't want your partner to touch you, and you don't even bother to look at your partner. And you may even think that your partner is annoying. Tang Rui looked at Ao Bao, who was lying on the bed playing by himself, with a melancholy look. Now Ao Bao doesn't let him touch him, doesn't look at him, and even thinks he is annoying. Combining the above, it can be said that Ao Bao has reached the stage of burnout. The shadow in Tang Rui's eye sockets became heavier, and his whole face seemed to be covered by dark clouds. His pair of pale thin lips were pursed straight. He had something to say to Ao Bao in his heart, but he couldn't say it out loud. Forget it. He should not stay here to bother Ao Bao. Tang Rui took the cigarette and lighter, put them in his trouser pocket, and informed Ao Bao, who was lying on the bed playing a puzzle, Ao Bao, I'm going out for a while. You stay in the room. Ao Bao was now very excited about the puzzle, so he didn't care where Rui was going, and just responded perfunctorily, Ao. Seeing Ao Bao's indifferent attitude, Tang Rui pursed his lips more tightly, then opened the door, went out to find a quiet place to smoke. Tang Rui knew that Ao Bao didn't like him smoking, but he just couldn't control the urge to smoke. If he didn't smoke for a day, he would feel stuffy in his heart and uncomfortable in his body. But as soon as he smoked a cigarette, the uncomfortable feeling in his body would disappear, replaced by a kind of illusory pleasure. Originally, he thought that he could only experience that kind of pleasure from Ao Bao, but he didn't expect that smoking a cigarette could actually bring that kind of enjoyment. However, although the pleasure of smoking is good, it is very empty, far less than the feeling of fullness and satisfaction he gets from Ao Bao. But Ao Bao doesn't let him touch it now, so he can only relieve his loneliness by smoking. After smoking a cigarette, Tang Rui fell from the clouds to the ground again, and the pleasure turned into emptiness. So he smoked another one, and the pleasure came back again. This thing seems to be addictive, one after another, and it can't be stopped at all. Unknowingly, a whole pack was finished. Looking at the pile of cigarette butts he threw on the ground, Tang Rui's mind finally became clearer. He seemed to smoke too much, and Ao Bao would definitely complain about his bad breath later. Tang Rui threw the empty cigarette box into the trash basket next to him, then staggered back to his room. His steps were very unsteady. How come smoking is like doing physical work? And I feel exhausted after smoking. Tang Rui felt something was wrong. But before he could think about it, he had already walked to the door of the room. Tang Rui took out a mint candy from his pocket and put it in his mouth to freshen his breath. He felt that there was no smell of cigarettes, and then pushed the door and walked in. As soon as Rui entered the room, Ao Bao smelled a stronger stench from him than before. The stench from Rui's body stimulated Ao Bao to almost faint, and even the little white flower on his head was almost withered by the smoke. Tang Rui didn't care whether Ao Bao was disgusted or not, and went straight up to kiss him. Ao Bao. Ao Bao covered Rui's stinky mouth with his little hand, not allowing him to kiss him. Ao. Seeing that Ao Bao really didn't want to let him kiss him, Tang Rui didn't force him. He still had a trace of rationality at the moment, and promised, Ao Bao, I won't smoke anymore in the future. Smoking is harmful to health. This is not a joke. And the pack of cigarettes Yu Liang gave is very addictive. So he can't continue to smoke. In addition, the enjoyment brought by smoking is not even 1/10,000th of the enjoyment brought to him by Ao Bao. If Tang Rui wants to get pleasure, he can get it directly from Ao Bao. There is no need to touch those things that are harmful to health. Seeing that Rui really decided not to smoke, Ao Bao allowed him to kiss him. But it could only be a small kiss. And he couldn't kiss for too long. And he couldn't stick out his tongue, because Rui's mouth still had a bad smell, which was very unpleasant. Allowing Rui to kiss a small mouth was already Ao Bao's biggest concession. Tang Rui did as promised, and only gave a small kiss. After the kiss, with a very masculine face, he showed a very childish expression, as if he was acting like a spoiled child. Ao Bao. One kiss is not enough, even if it was just a slight touch on the lips. Ao Bao felt that his mouth was so stinky that he couldn't bear it anymore. If he let Rui kiss him again, he really couldn't bear it. Ao Bao decided to give Rui to his little rival, Ao. Rui should go and make trouble for Xiao. And don't kiss Ao Bao anymore. Seeing that Ao Bao disliked him and didn't let him kiss her, but generously took out Xiao for him to kiss, Tang Rui couldn't tell whether Ao Bao disliked him or not. When Tang Rui went to kiss Xiao said that he had been fumigated and could not stand up, and would no longer compete for favor. Finally, Ao Bao's plan succeeded after eliminating Li, a difficult competitor, and he happily hummed a tuneless song. Tang Rui found that Xiao was in low spirits at the moment, while Ao Bao was in a good mood and humming a song. It was really amazing. Seeing that Xiao could not cheer up, Tang Rui did not continue. He got up and looked at Ao Bao, who was humming with curiosity, and asked solemnly, Ao Bao, have you entered the burnout period? Ao Bao stopped humming, and a big question mark appeared on his little head. Ao? What is the burnout period? The burnout period means that you are no longer interested in me. Xiao was all impotent. Isn't this enough to prove it? Ao Bao still didn't understand. Ao? No matter what Tang Rui said now, it seemed like he was talking to a cow. In the end, he had to give up, lay down beside Ao Bao, and sighed, go to bed early. Seeing Rui's unprecedented low mood, Ao Bao was very worried. So he took the initiative to climb on Rui and asked in a soft voice, Ao, what's wrong with Rui? Why is he unhappy? Although Ao Bao was caring about him, Tang Rui still couldn't be happy. He raised his hand and stroked the back of Ao Bao's head. In fact, I have always been mentally prepared. Rui's words were incoherent, and Ao Bao didn't understand what he meant. What mental preparation he made? Ao. Tang Rui said in a dull tone, I expected that you would no longer need me one day, so I have always been mentally prepared to leave. Rui suddenly said this, which immediately touched Ao Bao's tear glands. Ao Bao's eyes were full of tears, and he was a little at a loss. Ao. Seeing that Ao Bao was crying because of him, Tang Rui was also at a loss. He was like a young boy, carefully using the corner of his clothes to help Ao Bao wipe his tears. Ao Bao. Don't cry in a hurry. Ao Bao sniffed and stopped crying, looking at Rui to say something next. I am ready to leave, but I will continue to stay with you in another identity. You can treat me as a brother, or as an uncle, if you don't mind. Being a father is also okay. Tang Rui never expected Ao Bao to love him all the time, and he also knew that he couldn't be Ao Bao old man for the rest of his life. And being an old man is actually not as safe as being a brother. If he is an old man, if the relationship breaks down, he can no longer stay with Ao Bao. But if he is a brother, he can always protect Ao Bao, and will not be driven away because of emotional disputes. Hearing Ruiwei say that he wanted to be his brother or uncle, Ao Bao didn't react much. His only request was that Ruiwei stay by his side. As for what identity he stayed by his side, Ao Bao didn't care. Seeing that Ao Bao didn't object, Tang Rui continued, "Then you can call me brother from now on. Is that okay?" Ao Bao didn't know why Ruiwei suddenly asked him to change his name. Ao. Tang Rui said, "Brother will not leave you, but husband may leave." Hearing this, Ao Bao decisively chose to call brother, Ao. Brother. Ao. Brother. Ruiwei will not leave if he is called brother. And Ao Bao is happy to call him brother. Tang Rui laughed. Ao Bao. Are you calling yourself? Why do you keep calling me brother? Brother. Brother. The word brother should be read together. Read it with me. Brother. Ao Bao language level has improved a lot now. And he learns very quickly. Brother. Hearing this, brother, Tang Rui's heart was soft. Well, call me like this from now on. Remember? Ao Bao kept calling in his sleep at night. Ao brother. The next day, Yu Liang came to deliver something to Tang Rui, and heard Ao Bao calling brother in a baby voice in the house. Yu Liang thought Ao Bao was calling him, and his hands were shaking with excitement. He rushed into the house in a hurry. Xiao Yu, you finally know how to call me brother. After entering, he found that Ao Bao was calling Tang Rui brother, and it had nothing to do with him. Yu Liang was very disappointed and confused. Why did you let Xiao Yu call you brother? Yu Liang's implication. Wouldn't it be nice to be your master? Tang Rui didn't like Yu Liang and replied coldly, I'm happy. Yu Liang. Are you planning to play a role-playing game? Yu Liang didn't know whether to praise or despise. You have so many tricks. Tang Rui's face looked particularly upright. He looked very gentle and honest, without any evil spirit. He didn't look like someone who would indulge in carnal desires. But in fact, every time Yu Liang saw Tang Rui either kissing Ao Bao or touching Ao Bao, this obscene behavior was seriously inconsistent with his upright appearance. What are you doing here? Tang Rui didn't even open the door for Yu Liang just now. He broke in by himself. Yu Liang said frivolously, I am here to see my brother. Do I need to report to you? Tang Rui could see that Yu Liang's mind was full of conspiracy and intrigue, and the word bad was written all over his body. Tang Rui didn't want to have a close relationship with Yu Liang, so he planned to take Ao Bao away from here in a few days. Looking at Yu Liang, who was playing with Ao Bao with toys, Tang Rui asked him, Do you have any extra generators? Give me one. I want to take it away. Tang Rui didn't forget that he promised Ao Bao to get a generator. Yu Liang's face changed slightly, and a very subtle arc appeared between his eyebrows. Leave? Leaving so soon? Looking at Yu Liang's expression, it seems that he hopes he will stay for a while longer. I don't know what he is thinking. So Tang Rui can't stay any longer, and he is more determined. Leave in 2 days. Seeing that Tang Rui's tone was not negotiable, Yu Liang compromised and said, Okay. I'll go see if there are any extra generators. If there are, I'll call someone to let you take them later. After about 15 minutes, a very ordinary-looking man knocked on the door and asked Tang Rui to go to the warehouse in the last building to get the generator. Because it was a large generator, it was very heavy. Even if 4 or 5 ordinary people worked together, they couldn't lift it. Tang Rui, who was strong, had to lift it by himself. Tang Rui carried Ao Bao on his back and walked towards the last dilapidated building. They chatted while walking on the road. Ao Bao, after you have a generator, you can watch cartoons as long as you want. Ao Bao shook his legs excitedly and shouted and cheered. Awu. After walking for more than 20 minutes, they finally arrived in front of the dilapidated building. The warehouse where the generators were stored was on the underground first floor. Tang Rui carried Ao Bao on his back and went to the underground first floor from the underground entrance next to it. At this moment, Yu Liang was waiting for them at the door of the warehouse on the underground first floor. When Tang Rui came up to him, Yu Liang took out the key and opened the rolling door of the warehouse. After the rolling door was pushed up, there was another door inside that needed to be opened. This door was full of technology and was made of mixed materials, which looked very solid. Opening this door requires 2 unlocking procedures: fingerprint and facial recognition. Yu Liang put his finger in the groove in the middle of the door. After the match was successful, the door automatically opened to both sides. I thought this underground warehouse would be very shabby, but the scene inside shocked Tang Rui. And Ao Bao was also stunned. The underground warehouse is actually a laboratory, which is filled with various high-tech experimental equipment and countless researchers in white coats who are busy with their own work. These researchers were not distracted by Tang Rui's arrival and continued to focus on their research, completely unaffected by external factors. Seeing this, Tang Rui came to his senses immediately. He looked at Yu Liang's tall back and asked with a frown, "Is this the Changkun laboratory that studies vaccines?" Yu Liang pressed the remote control in his hand, closed the aluminum alloy door and the shutter door, and then responded, "You finally guessed it right." Feeling that he had fallen into a trap, Tang Rui quickly hugged Ao Bao to him and protected him with his strong arms. "Since you are studying vaccines, why didn't you tell me earlier? And let me waste time looking for it in the next city? Don't you want Ao Bao to turn back into a human at all?" Yu Liang sneered, "I have always trained Xiaoyu as a zombie king." Yu Liang's words are terrifying when you think about them carefully. Tang Rui looked at him coldly. "So, it was you who caused Ao Bao to become a zombie," Yu Liang said calmly. "At that time, my experimental team accidentally discovered a virus that could spread quickly, but it had not been tested on real people. So I gave Xiaoyu the first shot and injected him with the virus. No wonder Xiaoshu said Ao Bao was a pathogen. So this is what happened." Tang Rui's bloodshot eyes bulged out with anger. He put Ao Bao down first, then rushed over like crazy and punched Yu Liang's hateful face. "So many people can do experiments for you, but you chose your own brother. Do you still have humanity?" Tang Rui was so angry that veins popped out on his forehead and his eyes were red. Yu Liang dodged Tang Rui's fist. "Calm down and listen to me. In fact, Yu Liang's feelings for Ao Bao have always been love and hate, because he is obviously the son of the original wife. But he is rumored to be an illegitimate child by the outside world, and he can only take his mother's surname, and he doesn't even have a legitimate status, while Xiaoyu is just the son of a mistress. But he can be a young master in a dignified manner." Such injustice made Yu Liang feel resentful, and that emotion grew day by day and accumulated more and more. Before the end of the world, Yu Liang would go to Ao Bao's room every night and wander around. He wanted to strangle Ao Bao to death in his sleep, but he hesitated and waited for Ao Bao to grow from 1 or 2 years old to a teenager. And he still couldn't do it, because every time before he did it, he would think of Ao Bao lying on his knees, calling him brother sweetly in a childish voice, and Ao Bao's cute face, which really made him unable to bear it. Although Yu Liang did not kill Ao Bao himself, he indirectly caused Ao Bao to die in a car accident. At that time, Yu Liang did not intend to harm Ao Bao. He really did not mean it, because he could not accept the fact that Ao Bao was dead for a while. He simply took Ao Bao's body and hid in a laboratory, and then lied to the outside world that Ao Bao was kidnapped. Ao Bao is dead, and no medical method can bring him back to life. But the strain of the zombie virus can. In the end, Yu Liang personally injected Ao Bao with the newly developed zombie virus, and successfully woke Ao Bao up. At this time, Ao Bao had become a little zombie who couldn't even speak. In order to make Ao Bao return to a normal human, Yu Liang started to spend a lot of money to research zombie vaccines. At first, Yu Liang was unwilling to let the zombie virus spread, so he chose to lock Ao Bao in a cage and wait until the vaccine research was successful before releasing Ao Bao. But before the vaccine research was successful, Ao Bao destroyed the cage and escaped. The outside world became doomsday because of Ao Bao's escape. The zombie virus spread from Ao Bao took only a few days to spread to the world, and soon the world was in chaos. After Yu Liang finished explaining the cause and effect, his lips and tongue were very dry. He swallowed dryly, looked at Tang Rui, and raised his own question. "There is one thing I really don't understand. Obviously Ao Bao is the zombie king, but why did the zombie king become you in the end?" Yu Liang thought about this question for a long time. He really couldn't figure out how Tang Rui could replace Ao Bao and become the zombie king. Tang Rui answered this question that had troubled Yu Liang for a long time. "I drank Ao Bao blood, and I drank a lot. The most primitive zombie virus remained in Ao Bao blood. Every time Ao Bao bled, Tang Rui would lick his blood clean. After the blood with the primitive virus was licked into the body, it naturally prompted Tang Rui to become the zombie king." Yu Liang sneered, "Humph. You got it for free." The throne of the zombie king was given to Tang Rui for nothing, which made people feel a little unwilling. Yu Liang looked at Tang Rui provocatively. "To be honest, I never recognized you as my sister-in-law. If it weren't for the fact that you are the zombie king and still have value to use, I would kill you in a minute. Tang Rui also snorted in response to Yu Liang's provocation. You are still a little weak to kill me. Yu Liang retorted. Don't you see whose territory this is? The door of the laboratory has been closed, and Tang Rui can't get out. If he wants to get out, he can only beat Yu Liang. Tang Rui didn't say much nonsense, and went up to fight Yu Liang. Yu Liang stood still, and took a punch from Tang Rui. However, Tang Rui's punch did not cause any substantial damage to Yu Liang, because Tang Rui's ability has been weakened. His current strength has no bonus, and it is not as painful as before when he hits people. Tang Rui was surprised to see his fist hitting Yu Liang, just like hitting cotton. What's going on? Yu Liang looked at Tang Rui jokingly and said, Smoking will not only damage your lungs, but also cause kidney failure. Tang Rui understood. You tampered with the cigarette. I added some mixed drugs. The drug effect is not strong, but you are too greedy and smoked it all at once. You deserve it. After saying this, Yu Liang also started to fight back and easily captured Tang Rui, whose power was weakened. Ao Bao, who had been silent beside him, saw Rui being caught, and hurried over to help. Yu Liang ordered the researchers next to him to hold Ao Bao down and not let him get involved. Ao Bao was held down by several researchers, unable to move at all. Only his mouth could move. Ao. When he saw Rui's head being broken by Yu Liang, Ao Bao screamed piercingly, and his little throat was about to be broken. However, Ao Bao still failed to stop Yu Liang from digging out Rui's crystal cores. After both crystal cores were dug out, Tang Rui did not die immediately, but his face was bloodless and lifeless, as pale as a corpse that had died a long time ago. Before Tang Rui closed his eyes completely, he grabbed the sleeve of Yu Liang, who was closest to him, and said 3 words weakly, and then died. Generator. He had promised Ao Bao that he would always have TV to watch in the future, but he was going to break his promise this time. Tang Rui must have something else to say, but he closed his eyes before he could finish. Yu Liang didn't know why Tang Rui needed a generator before he died. What a weird person. Yu Liang cleaned the crystal core dug out from Tang Rui's brain, and then fed it to Ao Bao. Ao Bao looked at Yu Liang fiercely with tears in his eyes, and closed his mouth tightly, refusing to eat. Be good. Eat it, and you will become the zombie king. Yu Liang needed the zombie king to help him eliminate the zombies outside. Originally, he wanted to use the bad Rui to help him get rid of the zombies, but the guy didn't listen to him, so he had to dig out the crystal core and feed it to Ao Bao. In the end, Ao Bao was forced to eat Rui's crystal core, but because Tang Rui's crystal core energy was too strong, Ao Bao couldn't absorb it. So after eating it, he soon fell into a deep coma. Tang Rui's body was thrown out of the safe zone, and now it should have been eaten by zombies until there was nothing left. Ao Bao was placed in a large glass container filled with light green nutrient solution. Ao Bao was soaked in the nutrient solution. His beautiful eyes were closed, and he looked like he was sleeping peacefully. Yu Liang stood next to the container, observing Ao Bao's situation at all times. Because Tang Rui's 2 crystal cores contained too much energy, Ao Bao's weak body could not bear it if he ate them all at once, and there was a risk of explosion at any time. Only soaking in nutrient solution could help Ao Bao get rid of the danger. Ao Bao was soaked in this glass container for 3 full days, and when it was almost the 4th day, his fingers finally moved. It was night, and there was only one researcher on duty in the laboratory. He found that Ao Bao was showing signs of waking up, and was about to tell Yu Liang the good news, who knew that the next second, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the glass surface. After the cracks appeared, the cylinder could not withstand the pressure. After a while, it broke completely, and the nutrient solution poured out instantly. The researcher was scratched on the face by the broken glass shards. At that time, he just covered his face and cried out in pain. When he came to his senses, he found that Ao Bao, who had been sleeping, was gone, and the door of the laboratory was open. It was obvious that the little zombie king had run away. The researcher sounded the alarm, and soon the alarm sounded throughout the safe zone. Everyone who was still sleeping was awakened. Yu Liang heard the alarm and rushed to the laboratory to take a look. The glass container where Ao Bao was placed had been broken into pieces, and the ground was full of green nutrient solution. There was also a researcher whose face was cut by broken glass next to him. Yu Liang looked at the researcher with a gloomy face and asked, "Where is the person? How could he run away?" The researcher covered his bleeding wound and shook his head. I don't know. In a blink of an eye, he disappeared. Now is not the time to talk nonsense. We must find Ao Bao back quickly. Yu Liang turned around and strode out of the laboratory to find someone outside. The safe zone is surrounded by high walls. Ao Bao can't get out, so he must still be in the safe zone. Ao Bao is now the zombie king, and the breath he exudes will be very strong. Yu Liang followed the breath and soon found Ao Bao. Ao Bao was standing under the wall, and he seemed to want to go out. Yu Liang shouted to Ao Bao back, Xiao Yu. Ao Bao turned around and looked at Yu Liang with empty eyes. When he saw Yu Liang's face clearly, Ao Bao's head was flooded with many bad memories. Those bad memories included being bullied when he was a child, being locked in a cage and tortured in the laboratory, and Rui's head being smashed and the crystal core being dug out. Those bad memories were all committed by Yu Liang himself. This made Ao Bao's originally empty eyes more full of hatred. Seeing the hatred in Ao Bao's eyes, Yu Liang took a half step back and tried to play the emotional card, Xiao Yu. Don't you remember me? I'm your brother. Ao Bao tilted his head, with a trace of confusion in his little eyes. Brother? Ao Bao certainly knew that Yu Liang was his brother, but he was a bad brother and unforgivable. Just as Yu Liang was about to continue playing the emotional card, a sudden vine pierced his chest, and his heart was pierced with a big hole, and it could no longer beat, and he died on the spot. Ao Bao's strength was so strong that Yu Liang was unaware of it. He didn't even know when Ao Bao attacked, and he was already dead. The other superpowers who came one after another found it incredible to see Yu Liang being killed by the young boy without even a chance to resist. After all, Yu Liang's strength was the best in the safe zone. If even he could be easily dealt with, let alone others. Those superpowers retreated one after another, not daring to approach Ao Bao. But it was useless for them to hide, because soon countless vines broke out of the ground and entangled those superpowers one by one. No matter where they hid, they would be tracked by the vines. Moreover, these vines were harder than iron, and could not be broken or cut. Even fire was useless, and the lethality was still very strong. None of those superpowers could escape. Ao Bao didn't move at all, standing there like a piece of wood, watching those humans being strangled by his zombie vines one by one with a calm look in his eyes. Ao Bao, save me. A hesitant and trembling voice came from not far away. Ao Bao turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice, and saw that it was Xiao Shu who was entangled by the vines. Xiao Shu endured the pain and shouted to him, Ao Bao, do you still remember me? As soon as she finished the sentence, the vines on her body magically moved away from her. It seemed that Ao Bao still remembered her. Xiao Shu got up from the ground in surprise, and then trotted towards Ao Bao, looking at the young boy who had evolved into a zombie king in front of her. Xiao Shu spoke with a hint of flattery and pleading in her voice. Ao Bao, my brother is still locked in the dungeon. Help me rescue him, and then we will go to find Tang Rui together. Okay. Tang Rui? Ao Bao couldn't remember who Tang Rui was for a while, but his mind would flash from time to time with the scene of himself being intimate with a man named Rui. It was the first time that Xiao Shu heard Ao Bao call Tang Rui by his full name, and the feeling was so strange. She guessed that Ao Bao might have recovered his memory, and then forgot about Tang Rui. So she explained to Ao Bao, Tang Rui is your husband. But a few days ago, he was thrown out of the safe zone by Yu Liang. I don't know if he is still alive. Anyway, we still have to go find him. Ao Bao didn't have any objections. And then he followed Xiao Shu to the dungeon and successfully rescued Xiao Ting. Xiao Ting and Xiao Shu hugged each other happily, like a couple in love. Ao Bao stood aside, staring at the two of them silently with a pair of beautiful eyes with clear black and white. Xiao Shu felt a little embarrassed by Ao Bao's gaze, so she gently pushed Xiao Ting away and said, Brother, let's go out first. Xiao Ting took her hand. Okay. The two of them walked hand in front, and Ao Bao followed them in small steps. Halfway through the walk, Xiao Ting realized that something was wrong. He turned around, looked at Ao Bao, and asked his sister next to him, Ao Bao doesn't look stupid anymore. Xiao Shu quickly covered her brother's mouth to stop him from talking nonsense, so as not to anger the little zombie king. Ao Bao didn't react much to Xiao Ting's words, or it could be said that his reaction was a little slow. The three of them came to the bottom of the wall. Xiao Shu looked up at the 8-meter-high wall and was troubled. It's so high. How can I get out? As soon as Xiao Shu finished speaking, A large patch of vines emerged from the ground. These vines formed a ladder shape and continued to grow upwards, and soon grew to the top of the wall. Xiaoshu and Xiaoting were still in a daze. And Ao Bao had already stepped onto the ladder built by vines, and climbed up steadily step by step. Then Xiaoshu and Xiaoting also climbed up the ladder, and left the prison that had imprisoned them for nearly 2 months. After successfully reaching the outside of the safe zone, Xiaoshu looked at the low-level zombies walking around lazily and muttered, "I heard that Tang Rui's body was thrown around here, and it should be found soon." With Ao Bao, the zombie king, there was no zombie who dared to come. So Xiaoshu and Xiaoting's safety was guaranteed. They only needed to follow Ao Bao to avoid being bitten. "Ao Bao, it's dark now, and I can't see the road clearly. Why don't we look for Tang Rui tomorrow? The sun has set, and it's dark and cold." Xiaoshu couldn't help but lean into her brother's arms. Ao Bao didn't nod in response, but just sat down silently on the mossy stone next to him. And it seemed that he was going to rest here. Xiaoshu walked to Ao Bao, sat next to him, and asked flatteringly, "Should I continue to call you Ao Bao? Or should I call you Master Shangwan?" Ao Bao opened his eyelids, revealing a pair of stunningly beautiful but lifeless eyes, and glanced at Xiaoshu lightly. It was just a glance. And then, there was no more. "Xiaoshu, it feels like Ao Bao has become difficult to get along with. In fact, Ao Bao is not difficult to get along with. But he still can't speak. Even if he has become smart now, he has to learn to speak slowly." Seeing that Ao Bao ignored her, Xiaoshu sat next to her brother. There were many zombies wandering around, drooling at the Xiao brothers and sisters. Although they were greedy, none of them dared to come up and bite them, because they did not dare to snatch food from the zombie king. Xiaoshu and Xiaoting thought that as long as Ao Bao was there, they would be safe. Who knew that there was still a bold low-level zombie who came over? Because it was too dark, the appearance of the low-level zombie could not be seen clearly, and only a ho-ho sound could be heard from its mouth. The sound was rough and powerful, and it was right next to Xiaoshu's ear. Very close. Xiaoshu thought she was going to be bitten. But the low-level zombie turned around and walked towards Ao Bao. Xiaoshu thought she was going to be bitten by the zombie. But the zombie was like a convulsion. Not only did it not bite her, but it bit Ao Bao instead. Xiaoshu's mouth twitched. What on earth is going on? As it was pitch black, and she couldn't see anything clearly, Xiaoshu wasn't sure if Ao Bao was really bitten. So she asked, "Ao Bao, are you okay?" The answer she got was a very vague syllable, Xiaoting remembered that he had a lighter in his pocket. So he picked up a few branches and lit them for lighting. With the light of the fire, Xiaoshu quickly saw the situation clearly. Ao Bao was indeed bitten by a low-level zombie. And the low-level zombie that bit him was actually Tang Rui. Tang Rui, who had turned into a low-level zombie, was putting his mouth on Ao Bao's fair neck. And it was hard to tell whether he was biting, kissing, or licking. Ao Bao did not push away Tang Rui, who had turned into a low-level zombie, and let him kiss and bite him. Xiaoshu and Xiaoting looked at each other, not knowing whether to go over to rescue Ao Bao, when they saw Tang Rui biting Ao Bao's neck and bleeding. Xiaoshu and Xiaoting finally couldn't bear it anymore and went to help. Then the brother and sister joined forces to pull Tang Rui away. After being pulled away, Tang Rui growled at them impatiently. Xiaoshu and Xiaoting were both afraid of being bitten. But fortunately Ao Bao bound Tang Rui with vines at this time. Tang Rui was entangled tightly by the zombie vines, basically unable to move, and no longer threatening. Looking at Tang Rui, who was entangled by the vines, sloppy and smelling of rot, it was impossible to imagine his former glory. The strong man turned into this state. I wonder if Ao Bao still recognizes this old man. Xiaoshu sighed. I didn't expect Brother Tang to become a low-level zombie. Xiaoting asked, since he has become a zombie, why didn't Brother Tang bite us just now, but bit Ao Bao, who is also a zombie? Xiaoshu shrugged and joked, maybe Brother Tang hasn't eaten meat for several days, so he has become hungry and has no choice. Or maybe our meat is not as fragrant as Ao Bao meat. Xiaoting thinks the latter is more likely. Xiaoshu turned around and found a place to sit down. She picked a grass and played with it in her hand. She sighed and said, alas, Brother Tang has become like this now. Who will take care of him? Xiaoshu and Xiaoting will definitely not be asked to take care of Tang Rui. Moreover, they are timid and afraid of being bitten, so they probably don't dare to do it. Xiaoshu and Xiaoting both looked at Ao Bao, wanting to see how he would make a decision. However, Ao Bao couldn't make any decision for the time being, because his mind was very confused. The memories before and after the end of the world were mixed together. Too many memories came up at once and needed to be digested. Seeing that Ao Bao closed his eyes and rested, Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting stopped making noisy discussions. Only Tang Rui, who was entangled by the vines, would make a ho-ho sound from time to time. And Tang Rui would drool at Ao Bao. And a trace of love for Ao Bao could be vaguely seen in his cloudy and white eyes. After sorting out his memories, Ao Bao suddenly opened his eyes, and his bright eyes were more spirited, no longer as lifeless as before. Then Ao Bao looked at Tang Rui, who was entangled by the vines. Although Tang Rui's face was a little dirty at the moment, the dirt could not cover up his handsome and deep facial features. This handsome face was very familiar in Ao Bao's memory. After all, their bodies have been deeply communicated many times, and they know every part of each other's body very well. The memories of rolling in the sheets are like a brand engraved in the bones, and it is difficult for Ao Bao to forget. Even if Ao Bao recovers his memory, and Tang Rui loses his memory, it does not prevent them from falling in love again. Ao Bao took out a bottle of mineral water and a dry towel from his space. Wet the dry towel first, and then helped Ruirui wipe the dirt off Jun's face. When Ao Bao hand approaches Tang Rui's lips, Tang Rui will stick out his tongue and lick Ao Bao fingers. Ao Bao thought Ruirui must be hungry, so he took out the dried meat he used to like from the space and gave it to him. However, Tang Rui didn't like to eat dried meat, but he loved to lick Ao Bao's little hand. If he didn't lick it, he would growl, as if warning Ao Bao. Ao Bao was now the zombie king, and Tang Rui, as a low-level zombie, actually dared to warn the zombie king. It was really outrageous. But Ao Bao was not angry, and patted Tang Rui's head in a soothing manner, and then uttered a dry syllable, "Good boy." Tang Rui was really calmed down by Ao Bao, and he chewed the dried meat obediently to fill his stomach. This dried meat was dried by Tang Rui himself for Ao Bao before, and it was sprinkled with salt and chili powder, and it tasted very good. The dried meat looked very fragrant, and Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting couldn't help but make a gurgling sound in their stomachs. But it was human dried meat, and couldn't be eaten. Ruirui's body was tied very tightly, and it was difficult for him to eat. So Ao Bao removed all the vines on his body. As soon as his limbs were free again, Tang Rui stopped eating dried meat, and rushed directly towards Ao Bao. Ao Bao didn't sit still, and was thrown to the ground, because he was very uncomfortable being pressed. Ao Bao pushed the big guy on his body, but Tang Rui was so big that Ao Bao's small arms and legs couldn't push him. Ao Bao had to put on a stern face, and show his majesty, as a zombie king to intimidate Tang Rui. Tang Rui was still afraid of the zombie king in his bones, so he quickly got off Ao Bao. After that, Tang Rui seemed to be afraid to get close to Ao Bao, and his thick limbs curled up and huddled aside, like a big fool who was bullied but didn't dare to complain to his parents. When Ao Bao took the initiative to approach, Tang Rui would hide to the side. It might be that the pressure released by Ao Bao deliberately made Tang Rui feel afraid. So this situation occurred. Ao Bao crawled over to Tang Rui and placed his little hand on his trembling thigh, and called out in the same tender and soft voice as before, "Husband." Tang Rui was obviously shocked when he heard the word husband. Then Ao Bao took out a plastic toy and presented it to Tang Rui in a flattering manner, trying to make him happy. When Ao Bao was a low-level zombie, he loved playing with toys. But this does not mean that Tang Rui also likes playing with toys after becoming a low-level zombie. Tang Rui was not interested in this plastic toy at all. He was only interested in Ao Bao, the real toy, and his eyes would flash with a lecherous light when he looked at Ao Bao. Ao Bao pushed the toy in front of him. "Play." Tang Rui did not react at all, seeing that Ruirui really did not want to play. Ao Bao put the toy back into the space, and then took out a lollipop from the space. "Eat." Tang Rui still did not react. He did not want to eat or play, and Ao Bao did not know what to use to appease his old attacker. There was really no other way. Ao Bao offered his arm to Ruirui to bite. Tang Rui shrank his neck, not daring to bite, and even wanted to get up and run away. Ao Bao couldn't let his old attacker run away, so he quickly used the zombie vine to entangle him. After being entangled by the vine, Tang Rui could only sit there. Ao Bao climbed onto Ruirui, sat on his legs, climbed his shoulders with his little hands, and rubbed his chubby little face on his stubbled chin, crying, "Ruirui." Ruirui didn't remember him now, and Ao Bao was very sad. Hearing Ao Bao crying, Tang Rui suddenly became agitated. Ho, ho! Tang Rui didn't make any more ho-ho sounds until Ao Bao stopped crying. Soon, Ao Bao leaned on Tang Rui and fell asleep. Although Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting were also sleepy, they didn't dare to sleep, because there were zombies all around. Even with Ao Bao, the little zombie king, they didn't dare to relax. Xiao Shu threw a small amount of thatch into the fire out of boredom. The thatch caught fire and burned up in an instant. It didn't burn as long as firewood. She just threw it for fun. Xiao Ting took a branch and painted on the ground to pass the time. Just when the two of them were doing nothing, Tang Rui, who was sitting opposite them, suddenly broke the vines on his body. Ao Bao's zombie vines couldn't be cut with a knife, but Tang Rui broke them abruptly. Moreover, Tang Rui is only a low-level zombie now, and he doesn't even have a crystal core in his brain. But he still has such great strength. It seems that his strength is still not to be underestimated. Xiao Shu quickly hid in her brother's arms, trembling, and said, "Brother, will Tang Rui come to eat us?" Xiao Ting was also afraid, but he still tried to stay calm. "It's okay. He is not interested in our meat. There is no zombie in the world that is not interested in human flesh. This is just self-consolation." However, Xiao Ting guessed right. Tang Rui really was not interested in their meat, but it was only temporarily uninterested. Whether he would eat them in the future was not certain. Tang Rui's focus now was on the fragrant and soft little body in his arms. He lowered his head and kept sniffing at Ao Bao. Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting, who were sitting opposite, whispered to each other, "Brother, can Tang Rui still get hard? Without blood circulation, he should not be able to get hard. But I think he is getting hard." "That's your illusion. How could a low-level zombie still have a physiological reaction?" At the beginning, Ao Bao's little Ao didn't know how many crystal cores it had borrowed to barely stand up. Regardless of whether Tang Rui could get hard or not, the most important thing now was to wake up Ao Bao. Otherwise the rotten flesh on Ao Bao's body would be lost. Xiao Shu poked Ao Bao's back with a longer branch. Tang Rui noticed the branch, and then he looked up at Xiao Shu, who was controlling the branch. Xiao Shu was frightened and decisively threw the branch away, pretending that nothing had happened. Tang Rui retracted his gaze and put it back on Ao Bao. Although he has become a low-level zombie now, Tang Rui's love for Ao Bao has not diminished at all. But the way he likes him is different. In the past, Tang Rui was reluctant to let Ao Bao bleed. But now Tang Rui wanted to suck the blood out of Ao Bao's body and eat the meat on Ao Bao's body, so that Ao Bao would chew even the bones one by one. Ao Bao's fragrant rotten meat was right in front of him. How could Tang Rui not eat it? After sniffing for a few minutes, he finally opened his mouth and bit off the meat on Ao Bao's shoulder to eat it. Xiao Shu, who witnessed this scene, exclaimed loudly and shouted, "Ao Bao!" Ao Bao woke up without her shouting. After all, a piece of meat was bitten off. How could he continue to sleep? Fortunately, Ao Bao now has the ability to regenerate, so it's not a big deal to have a piece of meat bitten off, and the wound will recover quickly. But Ao Bao doesn't understand why Rui would be so cruel to eat his meat. Is it because Rui doesn't love him anymore? Rui doesn't love Ao Bao anymore. After coming to this conclusion, Ao Bao's nose was sour, and he cried, "Woo!" Soon after Ao Bao was born, the nanny gave him the wrong medicine, which led to his intellectual development being incomplete. His IQ remained at the child stage. After so many years, he didn't even know the simplest 1 + 1 = 2. And he couldn't even speak a complete sentence. It wasn't until after the end of the world that he met Rui. Under the condition that Rui kept feeding him crystal cores, Ao Bao's IQ was slightly improved. He finally knew that 1 + 1 = 2. And he could also say some simple words. Ao Bao gained a lot from being with Rui. So compared to the half of his life before the end of the world, Ao Bao liked the time he spent with Rui after the end of the world more. But Rui has forgotten him now, and doesn't love him anymore. Ao Bao cried so hard that his thin body twitched, and anyone who saw him would feel pity. Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting both wanted to grab Ao Bao from Tang Rui's arms and coax him, but they were afraid of the zombie virus in Tang Rui. Finally, seeing Ao Bao crying so pitifully, Xiao Shu couldn't bear it anymore, so she rushed over and wanted to take Ao Bao away. As soon as Xiao Shu's hand touched Ao Bao's shoulder, Tang Rui roared at her with a high decibel. At that time, Xiao Shu was so scared that she retracted her hand, and then timidly returned to her brother. Xiao Ting pulled up his sister's cold hand and said, "Brother Tang will coax his wife. Don't interfere. Xiaoshu was still in shock. But her thoughts were still clear. But he is a low-level zombie now. He has no independent consciousness. How can he coax his wife? Xiaoting said. Of course he can coax his own wife. It has nothing to do with us. Don't bother with him. After saying that, Xiaoting covered his sister's mouth with his hand, not allowing her to continue talking, so as not to disturb the sweetness of the two people opposite. On the other side, Tang Rui was clumsily raising his hand, using his callous palm to help Ao Bao wipe the tears on his face, and made a soft hoarse sound, as if to comfort him. Ho! When Tang Rui yelled at Xiaoshu just now, he was very fierce. But when Tang Rui coaxed Ao Bao, he became clumsy and stupid, looking like a fool in the village, who finally married a beautiful wife, and wanted to get closer to her, but was afraid that she would think he was stupid. Ao Bao stared at the blood on Ruirui's mouth and the meat in his teeth. The more he looked, the sadder he felt. The more he cried, woo! Although Ruirui always said he wanted to eat Ao Bao rotten meat, he never really ate it. But this time, Ruirui actually bit off a piece of Ao Bao meat and ate it. It would be strange if Ao Bao didn't feel sad. Seeing that Ao Bao cried more and more, Tang Rui began to be at a loss. He looked around, trying to find something good to make Ao Bao happy. After looking around, Tang Rui's eyes finally fell on Xiaoshu and Xiaoting. Xiaoshu and Xiaoting felt a chill on their backs at the same time. It was okay to be stared at by Tang Rui, but the key was that they couldn't run now, because once they were far away from Ao Bao, the other zombies around would come to eat their meat. Facing Tang Rui's cloudy and murderous eyes, Xiaoshu panicked. Brother, what should we do now? As a man, Xiaoting understood Tang Rui's desire to coax his wife as soon as possible. He turned his head towards his sister and whispered, just tell him that Ao Bao likes to eat candy. After hearing what her brother said, Xiaoshu said to Tang Rui, you can coax Ao Bao with candy. A question mark popped up above Tang Rui's head. What is candy? Xiaoshu searched all her pockets and finally found a rainbow bean with the sugar coating melted. This small chocolate bean was given to her by Ao Bao a long time ago. She had kept it in her coat pocket and had forgotten to eat it. Xiaoshu walked carefully to Tang Rui, then gave him the rainbow bean and said, this is candy. Tang Rui opened his huge palm and caught the small candy. This candy looked like a soybean in Xiaoshu's delicate little hand, but looked like a grain of sand in Tang Rui's rough big hand. Tang Rui's eyesight has deteriorated now. If he doesn't look carefully, he can't see that there is a candy in his hand. Tang Rui picked up the candy with his fingers and carefully put it into Ao Bao's little mouth. Huh! A sweet chocolate bean fell into his mouth, which stopped Ao Bao crying smoothly. Seeing that his wife stopped crying, the big guy smiled. His smile made the brother and sister across the street agree that he really looked like the second idiot in the village. So from here on, Tang Rui was officially called Sha Ruirui. Actually, if you say Sha Ruirui is stupid, he is not really stupid. At least he knows that his wife needs to be coaxed. Although an expired chocolate bean did comfort Ao Bao, it was only temporary. Ao Bao was still angry with Sha Ruirui, so he refused to sit on Sha Ruirui's legs. When Ao Bao got off Sha Ruirui's legs, silly Ruirui was unhappy and quickly grabbed Ao Bao calf with his big hand. Ao Bao calf was very thin, and silly Ruirui could hold it all with just one hand. Even though there was a huge difference in physique, as a low-level zombie, how could silly Ruirui compete with Ao Bao, the little zombie king? In the end, silly Ruirui was defeated and loosened his big palm. After Ao Bao got rid of him, he didn't walk far. He found a clean open space next to silly Ruirui and sat down. Then he turned around and turned his back to silly Ruirui, pouting his little mouth unhappily. Seeing that the young couple had a conflict, Xiaoshu and Xiaoting took the initiative to act as emotional regulators. Xiaoshu found a small wild flower growing tenaciously in the cracks of the stone. She plucked it without saying a word, and then gave it to silly Ruirui, indicating that he should use it to coax his wife. Silly Ruirui didn't ask for the flowers picked by Xiaoshu, but turned around and ran away, stumbling into the dark forest. When Ao Bao realized that his silly wife had run away, it was too late. She had already disappeared. Ao Bao pursed his lips and tears fell. Woo! Silly wife ran away. Don't want Ao Bao anymore. At this moment, Xiaoshu and Xiaoting didn't know what to say to comfort Ao Bao. Xiaoting pushed his sister and asked her to talk to Ao Bao. Xiaoshu had to bite the bullet and said, Ao Bao, don't be too sad. You can find another man if you lose him. Ao Bao cried even harder. Woo! Ruirui, wife! Ao Bao only recognized Ruirui as his wife in this life. Just when Ao Bao was about to go to the forest to find his silly wife, silly Ruirui ran back again. And there was a purple morning glory in his hand. That morning glory is much better than the small wild flowers that Xiaoshu picked from the cracks of the rocks. I thought silly Ruirui had run away, but he just went to pick flowers. It was a false alarm. Silly Ruirui walked straight to Ao Bao and handed the morning glory to him. Ao Bao didn't want the flower, but buried his head in Ruirui's chest and cried, Woo! Ruirui, don't run. As long as Ruirui doesn't run, Ao Bao will give you rotten meat to eat. Silly Ruirui couldn't bear to run away. If he had to run, he would have carried Ao Bao with him. Seeing Ao Bao burying his head in his arms and crying non-stop, no matter how he comforted him, it was useless. Silly Ruirui was so anxious that he yelled and shouted, Hee. After a long time, Ao Bao was tired of crying and finally stopped crying. His little head leaned against Ruirui and sniffed from time to time. Silly Ruirui handed the morning glory that was about to wilt in his hand to Ao Bao again. Ho! Ao Bao stretched out his little hand and caught the morning glory. Seeing Ao Bao accept the flower, silly Ruirui growled happily. After knowing that Ruirui was just helping him pick flowers, Ao Bao burst into laughter, rubbed his chubby little face on Ruirui's chin, and called softly, Ruirui. Silly Ruirui responded with a low growl, Ho! Then Ao Bao raised his little face, pouted his rosy little mouth, and kissed silly Ruirui on his bloody thin lips. Silly Ruirui was still stunned and didn't react to being kissed. After reacting, silly Ruirui licked his lips with satisfaction. And then he felt that this kiss was not enough. So he took the initiative to find Ao Bao for a kiss. Silly Ruirui didn't have any skills in kissing. He was just biting. Ao Bao felt uncomfortable, and his eyebrows knitted together. Even though he felt very uncomfortable, Ao Bao did not push away silly Ruirui. Ao Bao was not worried that Ruirui would bite off his little tongue, because it could regenerate anyway. As long as Ruirui did not run away, Ao Bao rotten meat could be eaten at will. After hearing Ao Bao cry of pain, silly Ruirui unconsciously softened his strength, no longer biting roughly, and changed to sucking gently. Silly Ruirui wandered outside the safe zone these days, without eating anything. Even if one or two humans appeared occasionally, he did not pounce on them like other zombies to bite them, because silly Ruirui had no appetite for those human meat. He was hungry for several days. Until today, silly Ruirui smelled the fragrant smell of meat from a long distance. And this fragrant smell of meat came from Ao Bao. Silly Ruirui stumbled all the way, ran over following the smell of meat, and saw Ao Bao. Because he hadn't eaten for several days, silly Ruirui was very hungry. So he couldn't help but bite off a piece of Ao Bao rotten meat and eat it. However, silly Ruirui now realized that he couldn't eat Ao Bao rotten meat, because if he ate it, Ao Bao would cry. Silly Ruirui didn't want Ao Bao to cry, so he would rather continue to starve. When kissing, Ao Bao smelled a strong rotten smell in silly Ruirui's mouth, which meant that Ruirui's internal organs had begun to rot. If he didn't eat anything, his body would completely rot. Ao Bao was a zombie, and knew that zombies must eat meat. After the kiss, Ao Bao lifted her little skirt, took out her pink and tender little Ao Bao, and invited, Ruirui, meat eat. Ruirui used to feed Ao Bao like this, and Ao Bao could feed Ruirui like this. Silly Ruirui looked down at Ao Bao, little Ao Bao, which was only the size of a little finger. It was not enough to fill the gap between his teeth. Silly Ruirui stared at Xiaoxiao for half a minute, and didn't seem to want to eat. Ao Bao fiddled with Xiaoxiao twice with his hands and invited again, Ruirui, eat. Although the piece of meat looked delicious, silly Ruirui thought it was too small. Ruirui used to like eating it, but silly Ruirui didn't eat it. How could he not eat it? If he didn't eat it, his body would rot. So he had to eat it. Ao Bao pouted his pink little mouth, and said seriously with his fair little face, Ao, stick your butt up and let Ao Bao feed you meat. Although Ao Bao has become smart, because he didn't learn to speak systematically when he was a child. His tongue position is not correct, and he still can't say some difficult pronunciations, and he has been used to it, so it's hard to change his mouth for a while. So he can only continue to cry. Fortunately, Sha Ruirui could understand what Ao Bao was saying, and even Xiaoshu and Xiaoting could understand what Ao Bao was saying. After all, they had been with Ao Bao for several months, so they could still understand what Ao Bao was saying. When they heard Ao Bao say to Sha Ruerui, "Stick your butt up," Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting were shocked. Although Ao Bao was young and had a small penis, he had a strong desire to counterattack, and the target of the attack was a big and strong man. Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting were waiting to see if Sha Ruerui would really let Ao Bao attack. The answer is definitely no. Sha Ruerui pretended to be stupid and pretended not to understand what Ao Bao was saying. Seeing that Sha Ruerui refused to listen to him and stick his butt up, Ao Bao tied Sha Ruerui up with zombie vines. Ao Bao was planning to attack. Although Silly Ruerui was stupid, he knew that he was the attacker and Ao Bao was just the receiver. So Silly Ruerui broke the zombie vines on his body, carried Ao Bao, turned around and went into the woods. One attacker and one receiver. Going into the woods. I won't say much about what will happen. As for Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting, they were still sitting there in a daze. They thought Ao Bao was going to counterattack successfully, but it ended before it even started. Ao Bao is very brave. He is only a little chicken, but he dares to counterattack. Xiao Shu admired Ao Bao from the bottom of her heart. Xiao Ting said, Ao Bao may not want to counterattack, but just imitate. Xiao Shu didn't quite understand. Imitate? Just when Xiao Shu was about to ask what imitation meant, she noticed that the zombies around her were ready to move, staring at her, and felt that they would pounce on her in the next second. Xiao Shu looked around at the zombies, and trembled as she grabbed her brother's sleeve. Brother, let's go find Ao Bao, or we're done. Without Ao Bao, the little zombie king, they would definitely be eaten by the zombies. Xiao Ting reacted and quickly pulled Xiao Shu and ran into the woods to find Ao Bao. Luckily, Sha Ruerui didn't run too far with Ao Bao. After finding Ao Bao, Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting felt like they had grabbed a life-saving straw. They both held Ao Bao's little arm tightly with their hands and were unwilling to let go, and panted and said, Ao Bao, don't leave us. Sha Ruerui was doing something with Ao Bao, but the two siblings suddenly ran over and grabbed Ao Bao's little arm and wouldn't let go. It would have been fine if they were interrupted while doing something, but the two men also made a move on Ao Bao. Silly Ruerui growled at them angrily to warn them. Heh. Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting let go of Ao Bao's arms and turned their backs tactfully. Silly Ruerui thought that the two of them standing there were in the way, so he ordered them to move further away. Heh. Although Silly Ruerui was only a low-level zombie now, his deterrent power was still very strong. Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting were very afraid of him, so they had to obey and move further away. But they didn't dare to move too far away. Only a little further away. Seeing that they were far away, Silly Ruerui continued to do what he had not done before. Ao Bao didn't resist at all, and let Ruerui kiss and lick him. And he enjoyed Ruerui's intimacy with him, and his little mouth made a few soft moans from time to time. Compared to being an attacker, Ao Bao would of course prefer to be a receiver. After all, a receiver can just lie down and doesn't have to work hard. So the receiver is very suitable for Ao Bao. A little lazy corpse. Besides, Ao Bao didn't know the concept of counterattack at all. He just wanted to feed meat to Ruerui so that he could prevent Ruerui's body from decaying. If he wasn't afraid that Ruerui's body would decay, Ao Bao wouldn't bother to be the attacker. However, even if Ao Bao wanted to be forced to be the attacker, he couldn't be because his penis was too small. Silly Ruerui gnawed on Ao Bao all night. Really just gnawed all night, leaving a large area of teeth marks on Ao Bao's body. Silly Ruerui didn't sleep with Ao Bao until dawn was almost approaching. After becoming a low-level zombie, Ruerui's body became very stiff and had no temperature. Ao Bao lay on it to sleep, but he felt uncomfortable no matter how he slept. He tossed and turned for a long time before gradually adapting. Ao Bao likes to sleep late, and he didn't wake up until noon. When he woke up, he found that Ruerui was not around, and even Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting were not around. It was quiet all around, and only a few birds and cicadas could be heard. Ao Bao stood there in a daze, just about to cry. At this time, Xiao Shu's cry for help came to his ears. Ao Bao, save us. Ao Bao looked towards the source of the sound, and saw Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting holding hands and running desperately in front, while Silly Ruerui was chasing them hard behind. Although Silly Ruerui didn't like to eat human flesh, he wanted to get some human flesh for Ao Bao as breakfast. So there was this chase drama. Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting were chased by Silly Ruerui all over the forest. They ran for almost a whole morning, and their legs were about to break. Ao Bao trotted, met him, and threw himself into Silly Ruerwe's arms. Just now, he thought Silly Ruerwe had left him and ran away. And Ao Bao was so scared that he almost cried. Ao Bao raised his little fist, and hit Sha Ruerwe's hard chest muscles again and again, and said angrily with his cheeks puffed up, Ao, if you run around again, Ao Bao will break your legs. Sha Ruerwe stood still, and let Ao Bao little fist hit him. When Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting saw that Sha Ruerwe didn't chase them anymore, they stopped first, took a breath, and rested for a while. When Ao Bao had beaten him enough, Sha Ruerwe started to chase Xiao Shu and the others again. The two pieces of meat had a strong desire to survive. Sha Ruerwe's long legs just couldn't run as fast as their short legs. Looking at Sha Ruerwe, he was like a ghost who wanted to kill himself, and he couldn't get rid of him no matter how hard he tried. Xiao Shu cried, Brother Tang, don't chase us. Our meat is not as delicious as Ao Bao. You should eat Ao Bao. Don't eat us. After chasing for a while, Sha Ruerwe knew that he couldn't catch up with Xiao Shu and the others. So he gave up and went back to Ao Bao first. Sha Ruerwe became docile next to Ao Bao, and he didn't look like a ghost just now. When you see Sha Ruerwe, you will know that he is chasing Xiao Shu and the others everywhere, leaving Ao Bao alone. Ao Bao was sulking in his heart, so he looked cold and didn't want to pay attention to Sha Ruerwe. When Sha Ruerwe saw that Ao Bao didn't talk to him, he made several anxious hoarse sounds, as if asking Ao Bao why he didn't talk to him. Ao Bao didn't answer Sha Ruerwe, but just kept walking forward. Seeing that Ao Bao was leaving, Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting followed closely. Sha Ruerwe also followed, like a little wife with bound feet, walking slowly behind Ao Bao. At this time, Sha Ruerwe no longer thought about catching Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting. Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting breathed a sigh of relief. After walking a few hundred meters, Ao Bao was tired and didn't want to walk anymore, so he stopped to rest. After resting for a while, Ao Bao stretched out his hands to Xiao Ting, who was not far away, and the meaning was very clear, that he wanted to be carried, because Ao Bao was too lazy to walk, and Ruerwe used to carry him on his back, and rarely let him walk on his own. Seeing Ao Bao actually stretching out his hands to be carried, Xiao Ting was flattered, and then his handsome face blushed, and he stammered, really want you to carry me? To be honest, even if Ao Bao really wanted him to carry him, he didn't dare to carry him, for fear of being punched in the head by Silly Ruerwe. So Xiao Ting still refused. I can't carry him. Fortunately, Xiao Ting refused. If he really dared to carry him, Silly Ruerwe would definitely bite him to death on the spot. Xiao Ting didn't want to carry him, so Ao Bao had to walk by himself. After walking for a while, Ao Bao was too tired to walk anymore, so he opened his arms to Sha Ruerwe. Ruerwe, hold me. Sha Ruerwe deliberately refused to hold him, because Ao Bao had asked Xiao Ting to hold him just now. Ao Bao's hands froze in midair, and he refused to let go. In the end, Sha Ruerwe couldn't bear to refuse, so he bent down and let Ao Bao lie on his back. After being carried by Sha Ruerwe for a while, Ao Bao's sullenness disappeared, and he lay on Sha Ruerwe's back with a comfortable look, with a lollipop in his mouth. Only Ao Bao could still eat. Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting both covered their noses, and their stomachs were churning, because the temperature today was very high. Sha Ruerwe's body decayed faster, which made the smell of dead rat on his body more obvious. Originally, Ao Bao had a floral scent, but that floral scent was contaminated by Sha Ruerwe's rotten smell, which made Ao Bao as smelly as Sha Ruerwe. But Ao Bao didn't mind at all, and even ate candy on Silly Ruerwe. And Silly Ruerwe certainly didn't know that he was already smelly. Xiao Shu couldn't stand the odor, so she covered her nose and reminded him, Ao Bao, don't you think it stinks? Ao Bao has a sense of smell, so of course he knows that Silly Ruerwe is very smelly. Ao Bao used to be very smelly, but Ruerwe never disliked it, so Ao Bao didn't dislike Ruerwe's current odor. Not only did Ao Bao not dislike it, he also kissed Silly Ruerwe from time to time, and they were all deep kisses. Xiao Shu wanted to say something, but when she saw Ao Bao actively sticking out his little tongue and exploring Silly Ruerwe's mouth, she couldn't say anything. Ao Bao would also actively feed Silly Ruerwe with his own meat. Of course, this meat was not Xiaoxiao, but the meat on his arm, which Ao Bao tore off with his mouth. Ao Bao took the meat that he had bitten off from his arm and fed it to Sharuerwe. When Sharuerwe saw the meat, his first reaction was to swallow his saliva. And he swallowed very loudly. Xiaoshu and Xiaoting beside him could hear it clearly. Seeing how hungry and greedy Sharuerwe was for Ao Bao meat, maybe one day Sharuerwe would really eat Ao Bao clean. Sharuerwe opened his big mouth and prepared to eat the meat that Ao Bao fed him. Just when his lips were about to touch the small piece of tender meat, Sharuerwe suddenly stepped back in panic and held his head with both hands, squatting on the ground, with a panic expression on his face. At this time, Sharuerwe's mind was repeating a sentence. How could he eat Ao Bao meat? How could he eat Ao Bao meat? Xiaoshu looked confused beside him. What's wrong? Didn't he look greedy just now? Why didn't he eat it now? Ao Bao was also confused. Ruerwe, hungry, eat. Knowing that Ruerwe was very hungry, Ao Bao forced the meat into Ruerwe's mouth and asked him to eat it. Silly Ruerwe kept his mouth very tight and refused to eat. Once he got addicted to it, he would be dependent on Ao Bao meat in the future, which would be very dangerous. Seeing that Ruerwe didn't eat his own meat, Ao Bao thought he didn't like it. Then Ao Bao took out a piece of dried meat from the space and gave it to Silly Ruerwe. Silly Ruerwe's rough hands trembled and reached out, took the dried meat, and then stuffed it into his mouth, chewing it 2 or 3 times until it was chewed up. This tooth is really good. Ao Bao would chew the dried meat for a long time, but Silly Ruerwe chewed it up after 2 or 3 times. There is really no comparison. Seeing that Silly Ruerwe seemed to like eating dried meat, but not Ao Bao meat, Ao Bao threw the small piece of meat in his hand. Seeing that Ao Bao threw the meat away, Silly Ruerwe crawled over again and picked up the meat. He didn't eat it either, so he just held it in his hand. Xiaoshu could see that Silly Ruerwe wanted to eat but didn't dare to. So she encouraged him and said, "If you want to eat it, just eat it. You've already bitten it off. It's impossible to stick it back. If you don't eat it, it will become sour and attract flies." Silly Ruerwe still didn't eat it, so he held it in his palm. If he squeezed it harder, it would turn into meat paste. Ao Bao pried open Silly Ruerwe's fingers one by one, took out the piece of meat with skin in his palm, and fed it to his mouth again. Ruerwe, eat it. Only by eating meat can the body not decay. If you don't eat meat, corpse worms will grow on your body. Moreover, the weather is hot now, and the decay speed is accelerating. Finally, Silly Ruerwe couldn't help it, and put the small piece of tender meat in his mouth, chewing it bit by bit. After chewing for a long time, he couldn't bear to swallow it. Seeing that Ruerwe liked to eat his own rotten meat, Ao Bao planned to bite off another piece of meat. Anyway, his meat could regenerate, and Ruerwe could eat as much as he wanted. Just as Ao Bao was about to bite, Silly Ruerwe stopped him. Ho! Ho ho! Ho ho! Ao Bao and Silly Ruerwe communicated in 2 languages, which stunned Xiaoshu and others beside them. After the conversation, Ao Bao didn't bite his own meat anymore, but took out other food from the space and filled Ruerwe's stomach first. Of course, meat still needs to be eaten, but Silly Ruerwe refused to eat Ao Bao meat, so he could only wait and see if he could meet other humans later. When eating, Ao Bao and Silly Ruerwe took turns eating, feeling a little dry in the mouth. Ao Bao took out a can of yellow peaches from the space. The lid of the can of yellow peaches was too tight, and Ao Bao was weak and couldn't open it, so he knocked it on a stone, and the mouth of the glass bottle broke directly. Fortunately, the yellow peaches inside did not fall out, and only some sugar water flowed out. The mouth of the bottle was broken, and it would hurt to drink. So Ao Bao poured all the sugar water in the can into his own small milk bottle. After filling the small milk bottle, Ao Bao held the pacifier in his mouth and took a sip. The sugar water was still sweet. After Ao Bao sucked a sip, he fed it to Silly Ruerwe's mouth. Silly Ruerwe had never sucked a pacifier before, so he didn't know how to do it. So he just stared blankly. Ao Bao pouted his little mouth and taught Ruerwe how to suck. After teaching once, Silly Ruerwe still can't do it. Ao Bao had to feed Silly Ruerwe the sugar water by mouth to mouth. Silly Ruerwe seemed to enjoy it very much. When Ao Bao kissed him, he knew to close his eyes. Xiaoshu and Xiaoting were chewing bread beside him. They envied Silly Ruerwe in their hearts. It turned out that silly people have good luck. Ao Bao learned all these actions from Ruerwe. If Ruerwe hadn't done these things before, Ao Bao would definitely not know how to eat. It turns out that you can feed mouth to mouth. After drinking a whole can of sugar water, Ao Bao looked down at the big Ruerwei hiding in his crotch, and then pouted his little mouth and made a hush sound. Ao Bao was urging silly Ruerwei to urinate. Xiaoshu and Xiaoting. Halfway through the shushing, Ao Bao realized that he had to take out big Ruerwei first. Otherwise he would pee in his pants. Seeing Ao Bao put his hand into the crotch of silly Ruerwei and pulled down the zipper, Xiaoshu screamed in shame and turned her head away. Xiaoting is also a man, so he didn't avoid it and just watched. Xiaoshu covered her eyes and whispered to her brother, "Brother, did you see it?" Xiaoting said, "Yes, I saw it." Xiaoshu blushed and asked, "Is it hard or soft?" Xiaoting replied, "I don't know." "You still don't know after you saw it? Didn't you see it clearly?" Driven by curiosity, Xiaoshu wanted to turn her head and see it for herself. Xiaoting held his sister's head and didn't let her turn her head. "I saw it clearly. Both hard and soft." "What the hell is hard and soft?" Xiaoshu is even more curious now. She wants to witness what hard and soft is. But there was a hand on her head, so she couldn't turn around and take a peek. Xiaoshu and Xiaoting were discussing the degree of hardness, and Ao Bao was still peeing for a long time. But the Ruerwei didn't seem to want to pee. Instead, Ao Bao made himself pee, and there was no sign of peeing at all. When Ao Bao reacted, his panties were already wet. Silly Ruerwei saw Ao Bao dripping water, so he put his head over, not knowing what he wanted to do. Ao Bao shyly took 2 steps back, avoiding silly Ruerwei, then covered her skirt and ran behind the tree. Silly Ruerwei chased after him, following Ao Bao closely. Afterwards, they accidentally found a small stream, and Ao Bao and silly Ruerwei washed themselves by the stream. Soon, Xiaoshu and Xiaoting also followed, seeing Ao Bao and Sha Ruerwei taking a bath. They did not get too close. They sat under the locust tree in the distance and chatted, waiting for Ao Bao and the others to finish their bath. Xiaoshu was particularly curious about what the soft and hard thing was, so she kept pestering her brother and asked, "Tell me, what exactly does it look like?" Xiaoting was unwilling to describe other men's organs to his sister. "Why are you curious about these as a girl?" Xiaoshu also retorted reasonably, "Isn't it okay to be curious?" Xiaoting had no choice but to tell her in the end, "The flesh of zombies is stiff. So you understand it?" Xiaoshu shook her head, "I don't understand." Xiaoting split the word stiff into 2 parts, stiff, hard. "Oh!" Xiaoshu finally understood. On the other side, Ao Bao was rubbing Sha Ruerwei's back. Sha Ruerwei had been sleeping outdoors these days, and his body was covered in mud. So dirty. Besides, silly Ruerwei was strong, and Ao Bao was so tired after just rubbing his back that he really didn't have the energy to rub other parts. Ao Bao was so tired that he sat on the grass and let silly Ruerwei wash himself. Silly Ruerwei listened to Ao Bao very much, sat by the stream and washed himself. After washing, silly Ruerwei walked to Ao Bao naked to report, "Huh?" Ao Bao took out a set of Ruerwei's old clothes from the space and asked silly Ruerwei to put them on. After silly Ruerwei put on the clean clothes, he immediately changed from a disgusting low-level zombie back to his original handsome and resolute image. Before, Ao Bao was stupid and didn't realize how handsome his old man was. Now Ao Bao has become smart and finally realized how handsome his old man is. He was so handsome that the women couldn't walk. Ao Bao was the same, unable to walk, and his back was itchy. Ao Bao twisted his waist and rubbed his buttocks on the grass for a few times, then looked up at the tall and strong Sha Ruerwei and opened his little hands. "Ruerwei, hold." Ao Bao's legs were weak, and he couldn't stand up. Sha Ruerwei bent down and picked up Ao Bao from the grass, waiting for Ao Bao's next order. Sha Ruerwei was like an obedient slave now, obeying Ao Bao's orders. Ao Bao sat diagonally on Sha Ruerwei's strong arms and said lazily, "Ao Bao will find you some meat later." Sha Ruerwei didn't really want to eat human flesh, and he was very resistant to eating human flesh. He thought human flesh was disgusting and would make him feel sick. Xiaoshu and Xiaoting saw that Ao Bao and the others had finished their showers, so they trotted over to meet them. When seeing Sha Ruerwei's fresh look after taking a bath, Xiaoshu and Xiaoting's eyes inevitably flashed with surprise. Having been used to seeing Sha Ruerwei's sloppy appearance, Xiaoshu was a little uncomfortable with his sudden handsomeness. She was too shy to look directly at Sha Ruerwei. Of course, Sha Ruerwei would never look directly at her, because Sha Ruerwei's eyes were either on Ao Bao or on the road. Xiaoshu actually always liked Tang Rui, the handsome uncle, But the handsome uncle had already been assigned to Ao Bao, the little boy, and she had no choice. Xiaoshu shifted her gaze from Tang Rui to Ao Bao and asked, Ao Bao, where are we going now? Meat. Ao Bao still had to find meat for Rui. Xiaoshu said, let's go back to the safe zone. There may be survivors there. There are many psychics whose crystal cores have not been dug up. If we collect those crystal cores, there are at least hundreds of them. It would be a waste if we don't dig them up. After being stupid for so many years, Ao Bao has become stupid now. He didn't even think of looking for meat in the safe zone. Fortunately, Xiaoshu reminded him. Otherwise Ao Bao would still be stupid and want to try his luck on the roadside. Ao Bao grabbed Sha Ruirui's thick neck and ordered him to return to the safe zone. After receiving the order, Sha Ruirui began to walk back to the safe zone. Xiaoshu and Xiaoting followed them hand in hand. After taking a shower, Sha Ruirui's body was not as smelly as before, and there was a faint scent of shower gel, and the sweet scent of nectar from Ao Bao also helped to cover up a little bit of the rotten smell. Now Xiaoshu can finally breathe, no longer needing to cover her nose and hold her breath. Before dark, they rushed back to the safe zone. At this time, the safe zone has been occupied by Ao Bao's zombie vines, with lush green vines everywhere, and there is not even a road to walk. The bodies of those superpowers were covered by vines. Xiaoshu and Xiaoting jointly turned over the vines and saw the body of a superpower. They wanted to dig out the crystal core, but found that the head of the superpower corpse had been pried open long ago, and the crystal core was taken away as expected. Then Xiaoshu and Xiaoting found several more corpses of psychics, and the result was the same. The crystal cores were all dug out. Looking at the corpses with hollowed-out heads, Xiaoshu lifted her bangs and cursed, damn! Someone got there first. How infuriating. If Xiaoshu and Xiaoting could eat so many crystal cores, they might become high-level psychics. What a pity. These survivors had only died for 1 day, and their meat was still fresh and not smelly. Ao Bao cut off a piece of thigh meat with a knife and fed it to Silly Ruirui. But Silly Ruirui was picky and refused to eat the meat. Ao Bao coaxed Silly Ruirui like a child, saying, Ao, Ao, Big Ruirui, Ao, if you don't eat, your body will rot. And so will the Ruirui. If the Ruirui rots, Ao Bao won't like you anymore. Hearing Ao Bao say that he won't like him anymore, Silly Ruirui immediately felt a sense of crisis and quickly opened his mouth to take a big bite. Eat more meat, so that the Ruirui can grow taller and stronger, and Ao Bao will like him more, even if he doesn't like to eat these meats. Silly Ruirui still forced himself to eat a lot. Xiaoshu and Xiaoting didn't give up, and looked through the bodies one by one to see if there was any superpower crystal core still there. Halfway through, Xiaoshu was surprised to find that Yu Liang's body was gone. Brother, have you seen Yu Liang's body? No. Xiaoting was bending down and carefully looking for the superpower body, whose head had not been broken open. Xiaoshu picked up an iron rod and fiddled with the vines. That's strange. I clearly saw him die here. Xiaoshu and the others searched for the crystal core for a long time, but found nothing. Meanwhile, Silly Ruirui had been fed by Ao Bao. After eating the meat, Silly Ruirui's body was no longer stiff, and his complexion looked better. Ao Bao used his sleeve to wipe Silly Ruirui's mouth and praised him. Ruirui, good boy. Silly Ruirui smiled foolishly, and then hugged Ao Bao waist tightly with his big hands, not wanting to let go. Their bodies were tightly pressed together, and Ao Bao's slightly bulging belly was just right on top of Big Ruirui, because the blood in his body was not circulating. Big Ruirui was stiff and cold. Icy cold? It was scalding hot before, but now it's icy cold. It's just right for eating something cold today, as the temperature is high. Ao Bao felt itchy again, and something sticky was flowing out. At this time, Xiaoshu and Xiaoting walked towards them. As soon as she got close, Xiaoshu smelled a strong nectar smell coming out of Ao Bao, which smelled sweet. Xiaoshu came over curiously and asked, Ao Bao, have you eaten nectar? Speaking of nectar, Xiaoshu was a little greedy. Before the end of the world, her favorite thing to eat was osmanthus honey. She scooped a spoonful of osmanthus honey and mixed it in warm water, and drank it. It was sweet. Ao Bao shook his head at Xiaoshu. Ah, how could there be such a strong smell of nectar on his body if he didn't eat it? Xiaoshu couldn't help but get closer to smell it. As soon as she got closer to Ao Bao, a rough and fierce roar came from above her head. Ho! Ho! Hearing this warning voice, Xiaoshu felt her scalp tingling. And then she took 2 steps back, not daring to get close to Ao Bao again. Xiaoshu didn't care about nectar anymore, and quickly reported to Ao Bao, "The crystal cores of those superpowers have been dug up. The crystal core is very important. With the crystal core, you can help Silly Ruirui upgrade. But now the crystal core has been taken away first. Ao Bao regrets it very much. He should have dug it out at that time. But he forgot it because he was in a hurry to find Ruirui." Xiaoting said, "Forget it if the crystal core is gone. It's dark now. We have to find a place to rest first. The corpses in the safe zone are piled up like a mountain. But compared with the zombies outside, it is much safer here." So Xiaoshu suggested sleeping in the dormitory in the safe zone for 1 night. Speaking of the dormitory, Ao Bao remembered the TV in the room. Ao Bao had forgotten to put the TV in the space, so he went back to get it now. Ao Bao directed Sha Ruirui to go back to the single room where they lived. Xiaoshu and Xiaoting didn't dare to separate from Ao Bao, so they followed him upstairs. Back in the single room, Ao Bao put the TV in the space first, and then he and Sha Ruirui lay on the bed to rest. Xiaoshu and Xiaoting looked around in the single room. "Brother, where do we sleep?" There was only 1 bed in the room, and Sha Ruirui and Ao Bao were already sleeping on it, and they had no place to sleep. Xiaoting said, "Go to the next room and have a look." No. Xiaoshu felt that it was safer to stay in the same room with Ao Bao. She had to do it even if she didn't want to. Xiaoting grabbed Xiaoshu's hand and dragged her to the next room to sleep. The pair of siblings who always chattered left, and Ao Bao could finally be alone with Sha Ruirui quietly. Ao Bao lazily lay on Silly Ruirui. Although he didn't walk much that day and was held in Silly Ruirui's arms most of the time, he was still very tired. Especially his feet were sore. Ao Bao lifted his sore little feet and put them on Silly Ruirui's shoulders. Ao Bao body flexibility has always been very good. Not only can he do the splits easily, but he can even bend down and bite his little one. Ao Bao has done this before. Suddenly, he saw the little feet on his shoulders. They were white and tender, with pink toes and soft and pink pads on the soles of the feet. Silly Ruirui's eyes lit up, and then he lowered his head and took a bite. This bite was so big that he almost swallowed half of Ao Bao's little feet. Ao Bao originally wanted Ruirui to help him rub it, but he didn't expect Ruirui to eat it. Whenever Silly Ruirui bit it with his teeth, Ao Bao would shout unbearably, "Ao!" After hearing Ao Bao shouting, Silly Ruirui would suck harder, as if he had taken stimulants. Ao Bao collapsed on Silly Ruirui. Ao, having bitten the little feet almost enough. Silly Ruirui wanted to bite another place. At this time, Ao Bao had fallen asleep because he was too tired, so he slept very soundly. Ao Bao's state of sleeping soundly was equivalent to letting Silly Ruirui do whatever he wanted. That night, Ao Bao had a wet dream. He couldn't remember what happened in the dream, but he knew it was a wet dream, and he could feel very comfortable. When he woke up, Ao Bao felt a chill down there. Looking down, he saw Xiao Ao Bao naked at first glance. As for the small underwear, he didn't know when it was pulled off. As for Silly Ruirui, he was catching up on his sleep because he hadn't slept all night. In addition, there was a circle of sticky stuff on Silly Ruirui's mouth, as if he had secretly eaten some kind of candy last night. Not only was there a circle of sticky stuff on his mouth, but also on the tip of his nose, and on Silly Ruirui's rough big fingers, and even on his hair. It was sticky everywhere. Ao Bao dipped a little bit from the corner of Ruirui's mouth with his little finger, put it in his mouth and sipped it. It was very sweet, like syrup. Ruirui actually ate alone without Ao Bao knowledge, and didn't even give Ao Bao a share. Ao Bao pouted his little mouth sadly and angrily. Ruirui didn't share the good things with Ao Bao, and got up in the middle of the night to eat them secretly behind Ao Bao back. Ruirui must not care about Ao Bao that much in his heart now. Ao Bao felt betrayed and was in a very bad mood. When Sha Ruirui woke up, Ao Bao ignored him. Sha Ruirui looked at Ao Bao with a confused look and asked, "Huh?" Sha Ruirui didn't know what he did wrong. Why did Ao Bao suddenly ignore him? Ao Bao didn't want to talk to Sha Ruirui, so he ran out to find Xiaoshu and the others. When he ran out, he even forgot to wear his underwear. But fortunately, the hem of his skirt helped cover it. Seeing Ao Bao running to them with a sad face, Xiaoshu asked with concern, "Ao Bao, what's wrong with you?" Ao Bao pursed his lips and told the grievance in his heart Ao. Ruerwei ate alone last night, and didn't share with Ao Bao. Xiaoshu understood half of what Ao Bao said. But she was still confused. Xiaoshu looked at her brother, and asked him with her eyes if he understood. Xiaoting shook his head, indicating that he didn't understand what Ao Bao was saying either. After a while, Silly Ruerwei followed. Seeing Silly Ruerwei coming, Ao Bao bared his milk teeth at him angrily. Silly Ruerwei shrank his neck in fear, and took 2 steps back. Needless to say, it must be a conflict between Ao Bao and Silly Ruerwei. Xiaoshu and Xiaoting, 2 outsiders, didn't understand why they were quarreling, so it was difficult to persuade them, and they could only let them resolve the conflict themselves. It was already noon, and there was no time to waste. Xiaoting said on the side, "Let's go to the warehouse first to see if there is any food stored." Ao Bao followed Xiaoshu and Xiaoting to the warehouse, and Silly Ruerwei followed. Silly Ruerwei knew that Ao Bao was still angry, so he didn't dare to get too close to Ao Bao. So he followed behind him from a distance, so he might fall behind at any time. Ao Bao was worried, and would look back from time to time to see if Silly Ruerwei had caught up. But Silly Ruerwei thought that Ao Bao looked back at him to ask him to stop following. So every time Ao Bao turned his head, Silly Ruerwei would stay there or find a place to hide. Only when Ao Bao turned his head away would Silly Ruerwei continue to follow. Silly Ruerwei followed Ao Bao all the way to the warehouse, like a wretched old man following a cute little boy. The group arrived in front of the warehouse and stopped. There was a large rusty iron lock on the door of the warehouse, which was difficult to open. Xiaoshu and Xiaoting had no choice but to rely on Ao Bao. Ao Bao easily opened the iron lock on the door with the zombie vine, and the door of the warehouse slowly opened to both sides. What came into view were bags of neatly displayed rice, stacked as high as a floor. It was the first time for Xiaoshu and Xiaoting to see so much food since the end of the world. Xiaoshu exclaimed, "Wow! There is so much food. I won't be afraid of going hungry in the future." Xiaoting picked up a small iron stick from the ground and poked a small hole in the rice bag, and the rice leaked out of the small hole. Xiaoting took a handful of rice with his hands, looked at it carefully, and said, "These rices have been stored for a long time and have been infested with worms. Brother, let me see." Xiaoshu leaned her head over and saw several brown and black rice bugs. "Can this still be eaten?" Xiaoting said, "You can eat it. When you eat it, just pick out the worms." "Oh!" Xiaoshu didn't think these rice bugs were disgusting at all. After all, it was much better than eating human flesh. Anyway, she would rather eat worms than human flesh. Xiaoshu turned her head to look at Ao Bao and asked, "Ao Bao, how big is your space? Can you put so much food?" Ao Bao was secretly looking at Sha Ruerwei to see if he had caught up. When he heard Xiaoshu call his name, he turned his head to look at her. Xiaoshu thought that Ao Bao might not have heard what she said clearly, so she said it again, "Ao Bao, how big is your space?" Ao Bao didn't know how big his space was, but it was enough to store the entire warehouse of food. Watching Ao Bao put all the food in the warehouse into the space, Xiaoshu realized at this time that Ao Bao was the hidden boss. Afterwards, Xiaoshu and Xiaoting took Ao Bao to search the entire safe zone. As long as they could use the objects, they were all stuffed into Ao Bao's space. From a small spoon to a whole bed, Ao Bao's space was like a bottomless pit, and it could never be filled. Xiaoshu even began to doubt whether Ao Bao's space could hold the entire earth. Of course, this was just her personal fantasy. Xiaoshu and Xiaoting searched for supplies very hard, but Ao Bao was absent-minded, because his attention was always on Sha Ruerwei. Sha Ruerwei might have been scared by Ao Bao's angry look before, so he didn't dare to come forward to approach Ao Bao, and only dared to stand in the distance and peek secretly. The reason why Ao Bao was angry was because Sha Ruerwei ate alone in the middle of the night, and didn't share any with Ao Bao. But it was just a small matter, and Ao Bao would forgive Sha Ruerwei after a while. Now Ao Bao was no longer angry, so he waved his little hand at Sha Ruerwei, and called with a baby voice, "Ruerwei, come!" Seeing Ao Bao calling him, Sha Ruerwei ran over quickly, and let out an excited low roar. "Ho!" Sha Ruerwei ran straight to Ao Bao, and stood there like a good baby. Ao Bao was tired after following Xiaoshu and the others to search all the way, and didn't want to walk anymore. So he ordered Sha Ruerwei to squat down, and then Ao Bao raised his legs, straddled him, and rode on Sha Ruerwei's neck. Ao Bao's 2 thin legs were straddling the shoulders of Silly Ruerwei, in order to prevent falling. Ao Bao's little hands tightly held silly Ruirui's big head. When he woke up today, Ao Bao's panties were gone. But the skirt was still there. Ao Bao still hadn't put on the panties. So at this moment, there was nothing underneath. Xiaoxiao was pressing against the back of silly Ruirui's neck, and it was zero-distance contact. Ao Bao only felt that Ruirui's neck was cold, without any temperature. In addition, Ruirui's neck was often exposed to the sun, so the skin color was red with purple. The color was particularly dark, and there were many dead skins, so it was very rough. As rough as sandpaper. Every step he took would be rubbed, and Xiaoxiao felt a little pain from being rubbed. And there was also a strange pleasure. But the pain was still a little more. Ao. Ruirui. Walk slowly. Ao Bao is in pain. Silly Ruirui was obedient, and slowed down his pace. Xiaoshu and Xiaoting, who were walking in front, found 2 small diesel generators, and quickly called Ao Bao over. Ao Bao. Come quickly. Ao Bao grabbed Silly Ruirui's ears, and asked him to run faster. Seeing Ao Bao coming, Xiaoshu pointed at the 2 machines and introduced them to him. Ao Bao. This is a generator. With it you can watch TV. Ao Bao happily shook his legs, and joy was evident on his face. Just after being happy for a while, Xiaoting poured a basin of cold water on him. This kind of diesel engine needs diesel as fuel to generate electricity. So even if you find a generator, you can't use it. You have to find diesel. Xiaoshu said optimistically, it's okay. Keep it first. It will definitely come in handy in the future. Ao Bao took back 2 small diesel generators into the space, which could always be used. The entire safe zone was not large, and it took half a day to search it all. The only place that had not been searched was the underground laboratory. Xiaoshu suggested going to the laboratory to take a look. Maybe we can find a vaccine. As long as she could find a vaccine, she could turn her elder brother into a human. But she didn't know where he was now, and whether he was still alive. But even if the hope of finding her elder brother was slim, she would not give up. Ao Bao also wanted to find a vaccine to help Ruirui recover his memory. So they headed towards the laboratory again. The door of the laboratory had been broken open by Ao Bao a long time ago, so they could go in directly. After entering, Xiaoshu and Xiaoting rummaged around on the laboratory table, and Ao Bao and silly Ruirui were flirting leisurely, taking a lollipop. You licked it. I licked it. One by one. After finishing a candy bar, Ao Bao scolded Sha Ruirui. Ao Bao. Ao Bao. Ao Bao shares his food with you. So Ruirui, you should also share your food with Ao Bao. And you can't eat alone. Sha Ruirui responded to Ao Bao. Huh? How could Sha Ruirui eat alone? He would definitely share good things with Ao Bao. But the kind of food Sha Ruirui ate last night could not be shared with Ao Bao. After all, it came from Ao Bao's body. On the other side, Xiaoshu and the others were not as idle as Ao Bao and Sha Ruirui. They looked through all the reagents on the laboratory table. Since there were no labels on the bottles, they couldn't tell which one was the vaccine. Brother, which one do you think looks most like a vaccine? Xiaoshu pointed to the row of colorful reagents and asked her brother. Xiaoting said, the vaccine will not be placed directly on the laboratory table. These may just be reagents for experiments. Xiaoshu saw that there was not much space in the laboratory. Where is the vaccine hidden? Finally, Xiaoshu and Xiaoting both stopped their eyes on the freezer in the corner. Xiaoshu knew that the vaccine must be in the freezer, so she excitedly strode over and opened the freezer. Sure enough, the vaccine was found in the freezer. The vaccine was in small glass bottles, neatly placed in rows in the freezer. There were hundreds of bottles when they were carefully counted. This vaccine needs to be stored at low temperature. But the power supply in the safe zone was completely cut off yesterday, so the freezer is not cold at all now. I don't know if these vaccines are affected or if they are still effective. Xiaoshu put all the vaccines and syringes into Ao Bao's space. Ao Bao wanted to take a vaccine immediately and inject Ruirui. Xiaoting stopped Ao Bao and said, don't rush to inject Brother Tang. We need to find other zombies to try and see if there are any adverse reactions. Xiaoshu echoed. My brother is right. If you want to find other zombies to try, you have to go outside the safe zone, where there are zombies. Ao Bao didn't want to waste time, so he set up a vine ladder and climbed outside the safe zone, and randomly found a low-level zombie to do the experiment. The job of injecting the vaccine was given to Xiaoting. With Ao Bao around, the low-level zombie didn't dare to move. and stood there like a piece of wood, allowing Xiao Ting to inject its arm. Ao Bao was a little scared when he saw the needle, and hurriedly covered his eyes with his little hands, and then buried his head in Silly Ruirui's arms. Ao Bao had a lot of injections when he was a child. As for why he had to take injections, Ao Bao has forgotten. He only knows that for a period of time, he had a butt injection every day. Now thinking about it, his butt still hurts a little. Xiao Ting injected the vaccine into the body of the low-level zombie. Then he quietly waited for it to turn back into a normal human. But after a long time, the low-level zombie did not change at all. Xiaoshu circled around the low-level zombie. Maybe the vaccine is ineffective. Xiao Ting pulled Xiaoshu away to prevent her from getting too close to the zombie. Wait a little longer. Maybe it will work later. Wait a little longer. Waited for more than an hour. It was dark, and the low-level zombie still did not change. Ao Bao couldn't wait any longer. Ao Bao wanted to give Ruirui the vaccine now to restore Ruirui's memory. At this time, a cold wind blew, and Xiaoshu shivered with cold. Xiao Ting gave her all the lighters in his pocket and asked her to make a fire. Xiaoshu complained while picking up branches to make a fire. The vaccine has no effect at all. What research did you Liang and the others do? It's all rubbish. It's useless to say so much. We can only wait. Wait one night before drawing conclusions. In order to prevent the low-level zombie from running away, Ao Bao tied it to the tree next to it with vines. This made Silly Ruirui unhappy. He thought that the low-level zombie was his love rival. So Silly Ruirui took advantage of Ao Bao's inattention and went straight over to knock off the head of the low-level zombie. Ao Bao, Xiao Ting, Xiaoshu. The head has been cut off. Even if it is injected with the vaccine and becomes a normal human, it is impossible to survive. Looking at Silly Ruirui, who suddenly had a seizure, Xiaoshu sighed and said, we can only catch another low-level zombie for experiment. Ao Bao grabbed Sha Ruirui, who suddenly went crazy, and scolded him with a stern face. Ao. Sha Ruirui lowered his head, like a child being criticized by his parents. Huh? Sha Ruirui had just killed the low-level zombie used in the experiment. Xiao Ting had no choice but to find another low-level zombie and inject it with zombie vaccine to test the effect. But before the vaccine took effect, Sha Ruirui attacked again and knocked off the head of the second low-level zombie. The other three didn't know what was wrong with Sha Ruirui and why he was so cruel to his own kind. Xiaoshu looked at Ao Bao and said helplessly, Ao Bao, tie up Brother Tang with vines and don't let him cause trouble again. Ao Bao listened to her advice and tied up Silly Ruirui. After being tied up, Silly Ruirui became even more restless and violent. Ao Bao's zombie vines could not even tie him up. After a while, he broke the vines on his body and attacked the innocent low-level zombies around him like crazy. Xiaoshu and Xiao Ting both hid far away, not daring to get close to the crazy Silly Ruirui. Xiaoshu huddled behind her brother, only half of her head exposed. Brother. Why did Brother Tang suddenly have a nervous breakdown? He was fine before. Looking at Silly Ruirui's crazy look, Xiao Ting licked his chapped lips and guessed. He only cares about Ao Bao. So the reason may be related to Ao Bao. Xiaoshu repeated what her brother said. Is it related to Ao Bao? Xiao Ting nodded. Well, maybe Ao Bao did something to make him unhappy. Seeing that Silly Ruirui was now bloodthirsty, Xiaoshu was worried that he might come to attack them later, and she shuddered in her heart. Xiaoshu looked at Ao Bao, who had not moved, and begged, Ao Bao, can you go and comfort him? At present, the only person who can control Sha Ruirui is Ao Bao. Ao Bao called out to Sha Ruirui. Ruirui, come! Hearing Ao Bao calling him, Sha Ruirui came out of his rage. He dropped the arm he had torn off from another zombie and ran back to Ao Bao in a very surly manner. If Sha Ruirui had a tail behind him, his tail would definitely wag like a pug at this time. Sha Ruirui's fist was stained with some mincemeat and black blood plasma, and his clothes were also stained with these things. He was clean before, but he went to the zombie group to splash some, and came back dirty. Ao Bao took out a towel from the space, wiped Silly Ruirui's face and hands, and lectured him while wiping. Ao. If you get dirty, Ao Bao will not like you. Knowing that Ao Bao doesn't like dirt, Silly Ruirui also started to love cleanliness from here. Seeing that Silly Ruirui was comforted by Ao Bao, Xiaoshu and the others continued to look for low-level zombies to test whether the vaccine is effective. Originally, Silly Ruirui wanted to kill the third zombie that tested the vaccine, but was stopped by Ao Bao. With Ao Bao help to stop Silly Ruirui, the life of the third low-level zombie was saved. After Qiao Ting successfully injected the low-level zombie with the vaccine, he tied it to a tree and left it alone for the time being, waiting to see if it would become a human tomorrow. After doing a lot of things this day, Qiao Shu and Qiao Ting were both tired. They sat by the fire, their heads leaning against each other, and soon fell asleep. Their breathing became long and steady. Ao Bao also leaned on Sha Ruirui's arms and fell asleep. His little snoring sounded one after another in the long night, accompanied by the crackling sound of the fire, which was inexplicably warm. Everyone fell asleep. Only Sha Ruirui couldn't sleep. Sha Ruirui was like a thief, searching Ao Bao's body. He lifted Ao Bao's shirt to take a look, and then lifted Ao Bao's skirt to take a look. He sniffed Ao Bao's neck, and then sniffed Ao Bao's belly. In short, he made a lot of small movements. Not honest at all. In the end, Sha Ruirui secretly put his hand under Ao Bao's skirt, and I don't know what he was doing. About 2 minutes later, Sha Ruirui took his hand out. When he took it out, his rough and callous fingers were stained with some thick liquid like honey. It smelled like the fragrance of honey. Very sticky, thick and sticky, but also very fragrant. It felt sweet just by smelling it. Silly Ruirui put his finger into his mouth and tasted it, then smacked his lips to savor it. Although zombies only like to eat human flesh and don't like to eat other things, Silly Ruirui likes to eat this thick substance that is as sweet as honey. After tasting a little, he felt that it was not enough, so he dipped his finger in it again. Qiao heard someone smacking their lips, as if they were eating something. She was awakened by the sound, opened her sleepy eyes, and saw that it was Silly Ruirui sucking his own fingers. When she saw the scene, Qiao thought that Silly Ruirui was so hungry that he wanted to eat his own fingers. But then she found that Silly Ruirui was sucking the honey on his fingers. But where did this honey come from? Just when Qiao was wondering where the honey came from, she saw Silly Ruirui reaching his hand under the hem of Ao Bao's skirt to take something out. After digging for a while, Silly Ruirui took his hand out, and Qiao saw that there was some transparent but thick liquid on his hand, which smelled like the sweet fragrance of honey. No wonder she could always smell the fragrance of nectar on Ao Bao recently. She didn't expect it to be true. But why did Ao Bao hide the honey under the hem of her skirt? And is there a pocket under the hem of her skirt to hide it? If there is no pocket, how did he hide it? And if it is hidden under, it should be inconvenient to walk, and it will fall out easily. Qiao really couldn't figure out how Ao Bao hid a jar of honey under that small skirt. She wanted to lift Ao Bao's skirt to see what was going on. Silly Ruirui noticed that Qiao had woken up, and her eyes were still looking at the side. Silly Ruirui bared his teeth at Qiao with full vigilance, and let out a warning growl, ha ha. Seeing Silly Ruirui's scarlet eyes staring at her, Qiao waved her hand and said, "You eat slowly. I'm going to sleep first." After that, Qiao closed her eyes, pretended to sleep, and deliberately snored. She was indeed pretending to sleep at first, but then she slowly fell asleep. Not long after Qiao fell asleep, Ao Bao was woken up, because Silly Ruirui scratched too hard. Ao Bao felt slightly uncomfortable. Ah! Ao Bao whimpered before opening his eyes. When he woke up, he saw Ruirui smacking his lips, as if he had just eaten something. Then Ao Bao noticed that there was sticky white syrup at the corner of Silly Ruirui's mouth, and he knew at a glance that he had just eaten something secretly. Ruirui actually ate alone in the middle of the night, without sharing with Ao Bao. Ao Bao angrily scratched Silly Ruirui's face with his claws, and his little mouth was like a firecracker, saying a lot of condemning words. Ao. Why didn't he share with Ao Bao? Did he not care about Ao Bao anymore? Ruirui used to leave all the good things for Ao Bao, but now he has learned to eat alone without Ao Bao knowledge. It turns out that he doesn't like Ao Bao that much anymore. Silly Ruirui just sat there blankly, motionless as a target, letting Ao Bao scratch his face, and didn't know how to explain himself. Seeing that Silly Ruirui didn't explain, Ao Bao cried loudly. Qiao and Qiao Ting were both woken up. They didn't understand why Ao Bao was crying, so they didn't know how to comfort him. Seeing Ao Bao crying, Silly Ruirui was also anxious. Silly Ruirui hurriedly ran to the woods, picked a lot of wild flowers, and gave them to Ao Bao, asking him to stop crying. It was the middle of the night, and Ao Bao was sleepy. He didn't have the energy to make a fuss for long, so he leaned on Silly Ruirui. His red eyes slowly drooped. and he fell asleep soon. After all the noise just now, it felt like Ao Bao was sleepwalking when he woke up suddenly. Xiaoshu and Xiaoting didn't take it seriously. And then, they fell asleep again. Sha Ruerui hadn't fallen asleep yet. He was thinking about why Ao Bao was crying just now. Was it because he ate honey that Ao Bao was crying? If he didn't eat, Ao Bao wouldn't cry. After thinking it through, Sha Ruerui decided not to eat secretly anymore. He didn't want Ao Bao to cry. When he woke up the next day, Ao Bao had forgotten what happened in the middle of the night. He didn't remember that Sha Ruerui ate alone behind his back again. He just thought it was a dream. Xiaoshu and Xiaoting also forgot. And when they woke up in the morning, they focused their attention on the low-level zombie that had been vaccinated. No one remembered what happened last night. Except for silly Ruerui. Brother, the skin of this zombie has regained its elasticity. Is the vaccine working? Xiaoting also came closer to take a look, and poked the zombie's cheek with his finger. It is indeed elastic. The low-level zombie was still asleep, and Xiaoshu tried to wake it up to see if it had regained consciousness and turned back into a human. But no matter how loudly Xiaoshu shouted, the zombie was still sleeping soundly. Xiaoshu went straight to it and slapped it a few times, trying to wake it up. But it was useless. Is it fainted or asleep? Under Xiaoshu's continuous slapping, the zombie was successfully awakened. After being awakened, the zombie looked ahead with empty eyes. Looking stupid, Xiaoshu put her hands on her waist and asked loudly, "Hey, have you regained consciousness?" The zombie turned his head and focused his eyes on Xiaoshu. On his dirty face, he smiled foolishly and said two words in a hoarse voice, "Wife." Xiaoshu went up and slapped him. "Who is your wife?" Xiaoting said. "It seems that he has regained consciousness. But he seems a little stupid." Ao Bao saw that the vaccine was effective, so he asked Xiaoting to give Ruerui an injection. When silly Ruerui heard that he was going to be injected with the zombie vaccine, he ran away. And he ran very fast. When Ao Bao wanted to chase him, he could no longer catch up, so he could only watch Ruerui run away. Looking at the silly Ruerui running away, Xiaoshu asked, "Brother Tang seems to be very afraid of vaccination. Why is that?" Sha Ruerui left Ao Bao and ran away. Sha Ruerui didn't want Ao Bao anymore. This made Ao Bao sink into sadness, and couldn't extricate himself. Xiaoshu patted Ao Bao's little shoulder and comforted him. "Ao Bao, don't cry. Let's go find Sha Ruerui, and then give him a good beating." Ao Bao wiped his tears and stopped crying. It was important to find Sha Ruerui as soon as possible. Then, Xiaoshu and Xiaoting took Ao Bao and looked in the direction where Sha Ruerui ran away. There were footprints left by Sha Ruerui on the road. If you follow the footprints, you should be able to find him. But the footprints became fainter and fainter, and soon there was no trace at all. And now there was no clue. Seeing that there was no clue to continue tracking, Xiaoshu grabbed her hair randomly and became irritated. Brother Tang didn't even want Ao Bao anymore. Originally, Ao Bao was no longer sad. But after hearing what Xiaoshu said, he couldn't help but start sobbing again. Ruerui, I'm sorry. I said the wrong thing just now. I didn't say he didn't want you anymore." Xiaoshu was in a hurry to comfort and explain, and her words were speechless, and she didn't even know what she said. At this time, Xiaoting was calmer. "Ao Bao, Brother Tang must be nearby. He won't leave you alone and run away. Let's wait here for a while. Maybe he will come back to find you later." Ao Bao was comforted by Xiaoting's words and stopped crying. Xiaoshu looked at her brother and asked, "Do we really have to wait here? It feels a bit of a waste of time. It's better to look for him along the road." "Do you really think Brother Tang will leave Ao Bao? He must be reluctant, so he will come back." Xiaoting's words were very confident, because he knew how important Ao Bao was in Sha Ruerui's heart. Xiaoshu felt that her brother was right. And then she went to Ao Bao and said, "Ao Bao, let's wait by the roadside." "Okay." When facing Ao Bao, Xiaoshu couldn't help but take out the attitude of coaxing a child, because Ao Bao was just a child in her eyes. Ao Bao bit his lower lip with his white milk teeth, thought about it, and agreed to Xiaoshu's proposal, sitting there waiting for Sha Ruerui to come back. When watching Ao Bao sitting down on the grass by the roadside, Xiaoshu remembered that there was a jar of nectar hidden under Ao Bao's skirt. She was curious whether the jar of honey would hit Ao Bao, but when he sat down, Sha Ruerui was not here now. so she could be a little more unrestrained with Ao Bao. Xiaoshu walked to Ao Bao and sat down. She lifted Ao Bao's little skirt generously to see what was under the skirt. When the skirt was lifted, what caught my eye was a pair of white panties with pink floral prints. And there was a little bulge in the middle, which was Xiao Xiao Ao. The skirt was lifted open by someone. But Ao Bao didn't react at all. Or maybe he was too slow to react. When Xiaoshu lowered the hem of the skirt, Ao Bao realized something and quickly covered his lower body with his little hands. Xiaoshu smiled and said calmly, Ao Bao, don't get me wrong. I just want to see if there is anything hidden under your skirt. Xiaoting pulled Xiaoshu to his side and gave her a lecture. Your behavior just now is very dangerous. Do you know? If Shaoruerui was here, Xiaoshu's head would definitely be in danger. I know. Didn't Xiaoshu take advantage of Shaoruerui's absence to take a quick look? Xiaoting knocked his sister on the head and scolded her. Why did you lift Ao Bao's skirt for no reason? Ao Bao less than 1 pound of meat. You are also thinking about it? Xiaoshu covered her forehead and curled her lips angrily. What? Who is thinking about Ao Bao less than 1 pound of meat? Xiaoting put on a strict father's attitude. You are a girl. You should pay attention to your behavior. Humph. I don't want to talk to you. Xiaoshu snorted coldly at her brother, and then ran back to Ao Bao. Xiaoshu sniffed at Ao Bao and said, Ao Bao, you are so sweet. Silly Ruerui hasn't come back yet. Ao Bao is in a low mood and doesn't want to talk. Xiaoshu can't comfort Ao Bao. She just hopes that Brother Tang will come back soon. After waiting on the roadside for almost 2 hours, Silly Ruerui has not been seen. Ao Bao is a little discouraged, burying his head in his knees, crying silently, feeling that he has been completely abandoned by Ruerui. Xiaoshu and Xiaoting were also bored waiting. They had pulled up all the grass around them because they had nothing to do. It was not a good idea to keep waiting like this. Xiaoshu was about to suggest going to look for him. But when she looked up, she saw a black shadow not far away. It was too far away to see clearly, but the outline looked a bit like Shaoruerui. Xiaoshu showed a surprised expression. Ao Bao. Look! Ao Bao raised his head from his knees and looked in the direction of Xiaoshu's sight. There was not only one big black shadow, but there were several humans following behind the big black shadow. A closer look revealed that Shaoruerui was being chased by several superpowers. Before Ao Bao could go up to rescue him, Shaoruerui was chopped in the waist by the superpowers, and his internal organs flowed out of the wound. The scene caused people to feel strongly uncomfortable. After being stabbed on the waist, Shaoruerui was fine. He held a backpack in his arms and continued to run forward. Seeing that Shaoruerui was injured, Ao Bao's eyes darkened. Then a large number of vines emerged from the ground and surrounded those psychics. Shaoruerui had a chance to escape from their hands and ran back to Ao Bao. Those psychics were entangled by these vines that suddenly appeared and couldn't get away. Watching Shaoruerui rob their things and run away, those people could only shout at Shaoruerui's back helplessly and manically, Hack you! Give me back my things! Shaoruerui ignored him and ran all the way to Ao Bao. Seeing that Shaoruerui had a piece of small intestine hanging on his waist, the small intestine leaked from the side of the wound on his waist. Xiaoshu and Xiaoting couldn't stand it and were a little afraid to look. Ao Bao didn't feel any discomfort. He even used his little hand to help Shaoruerui stuff the small intestine back. Huh? Shaoruerui handed the backpack he had snatched from someone else to Ao Bao. Ao Bao didn't want the backpack. He was still angry with Ruerui. Ao Bao. You actually left Ao Bao and ran away. Then Ao Bao doesn't want you anymore. When Ao Bao said he didn't want him anymore, Shaoruerui dropped his shoulders in disappointment, and the backpack he had snatched with great difficulty fell to the ground. Xiaoshu picked up the backpack and asked while unzipping it, Brother Tang, why did you run to snatch the backpack? After unzipping all the zippers and seeing the things inside, Xiaoshu understood why Shaoruerui risked his life to snatch the backpack. It turned out that there were candies that Ao Bao loved in the backpack, and there were many different flavors, as well as chocolate, black, white, pink, all kinds. These things should be the last food of those superpowers. No wonder they chased after silly Ruerui. Xiaoshu took the things in the backpack to show Ao Bao, who was still angry. Ao Bao. Look! There are so many candies, all of which you like to eat. Seeing that the backpack was filled with candies, Ao Bao immediately stopped being angry with silly Ruerui. Ao Bao also took the initiative to kiss silly Ruerui. Ao Bao forgives you this time. But if you run away again next time, I really don't want you. Silly Ruirui touched his lips that were kissed and smiled foolishly. Huh? The wound on Silly Ruirui's waist was still bleeding. If he moved a little, his small intestine would fall out again. Ao Bao asked Silly Ruirui to cover the wound with his hands first. And then he went to get the crystal cores of those superpowers. Before Silly Ruirui could agree, Ao Bao had already run to smash the heads of those superpowers. Those superpowers were not vegetarians either. They joined forces and almost wiped out Ao Bao's zombie vines, just as they were about to find Sha Ruirui to get back his backpack. A little boy wearing a pleated short skirt, who looked very smart and like an elf, was walking towards them. Ao Bao's harmless appearance made them not wary at all. Some people even whistled and looked at Ao Bao with frivolous eyes. They wanted to get under Ao Bao's skirt to take a closer look. Boss, this little guy is so cute. I can't hold my gun down. The man who spoke vulgarly was covering his crotch with his hand, trying to hold down his gun. In the end times, you can still see such a cute little boy, and no one can hold down their guns. The man called the boss was sweeping Ao Bao with an aggressive gaze, and he could smell the sweet fragrance from Ao Bao from a distance. This caused a lot of liquid to secrete from his mouth, and he had swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva. But he couldn't swallow it all. I'll play first, and I'll give it to you when I'm done. The other one kept swallowing his saliva, and he couldn't wait any longer. Boss, you better hurry up. Don't make us wait too long. The boss was unhappy and yelled at his brothers. What nonsense. I'll play as long as I want. At this moment, vines quietly wrapped around their legs, and they didn't notice it. They were just busy with how to deal with a tender little guy who could be squeezed out of water. They were not homosexuals, nor did they like to play with men, and they had never played with the same sex before. But the little boy in front of them was really too tempting. Before Ao Bao approached them, they had already climaxed in their heads. It took a long time before they noticed the vines on their feet. Boss, it's bad. I can't move. My feet are entangled. The boss also noticed that Ao Bao's breath was not right at this time. He was shocked and shouted in panic. That little guy is not a human. He is a zombie king. Several people became alert and wanted to eliminate the vines on their feet. But it was too late. Several tentacle-like vines pierced their heads directly from behind. The vines stirred in their heads and took out several crystal cores the size of pigeon eggs. In the end, these crystal cores all fell into Ao Bao's hands. Ao Bao took the crystal cores back and gave them to Sha Ruirui to eat. After Silly Ruirui ate several intermediate-level supernatural crystal cores, the wound on his waist healed and scabbed quickly. At the same time, Silly Ruirui seemed to become a little smarter. His eyes became clearer and no longer cloudy. His skin regained some elasticity, and it didn't feel as hard as before. Ao Bao was still thinking about giving Ruirui a vaccine so that Ruirui could recover his memory as soon as possible. But Silly Ruirui was very resistant to vaccination. When he saw Xiaoting coming over with a syringe in his hand, Silly Ruirui almost lost control and beat Xiaoting to death. With Ao Bao's help to restrain Silly Ruirui, Xiaoting didn't die, but he was also seriously injured. He was punched in the waist and abdomen, and he fell to the ground in pain, holding his stomach, arching his back, and groaning in pain. Xiaoshu went to help her brother up from the ground and asked worriedly, Brother, are you okay? Let me see. Xiaoshu lifted up her brother's clothes and saw that her brother's belly was sunken, although there were no wounds on the skin surface. His internal organs must have been damaged. Xiaoting didn't want to make his sister worry too much, so he endured the pain and said, I'm fine. On the other side, Ao Bao was also scolding Silly Ruirui. Ao, Ruirui, you are not obedient at all. In front of Ao Bao, Silly Ruirui changed his previous mania and became extremely docile. After eating a few crystal cores, Silly Ruirui became smart and acted like a spoiled child. He used his big head to rub against Ao Bao's soft little chest. Humming softly, Hong, Silly Ruirui, who was acting like a spoiled child, didn't seem to be aggressive at all, just like a well-behaved and obedient large dog. Under Silly Ruirui's spoiled offensive, Ao Bao surrendered, stopped scolding him, and even helped him smooth his hair. Ao, Ruirui has to be obedient. Understand? Silly Ruirui stretched out his dark big tongue and licked Ao Bao's chin. Huh. After this lick, Ao Bao felt itchy, and his lower body shrank involuntarily. Something sticky flowed out, and it also exuded the sweet fragrance of honey. Silly Ruerwei also smelled it. He wanted to put his big hand under Ao Bao's skirt. But in the end, he tried to restrain his hand. Otherwise Ao Bao would cry again. Now is not the time to flirt. Because Chiao Ting is still moaning in pain beside him. Ao Bao pushed away the silly Ruerwei who was lying on him and acting coquettishly, and walked to Chiao Ting to see how his injuries were. Seeing Ao Bao coming to care about him, Chiao Ting felt less pain. He forced a pale smile on his bloodless face. What's wrong with me? Chiao Ting was hurt by silly Ruerwei, and Ao Bao felt bad. So he took out a palm-sized rainbow lollipop from his space and gave it to Chiao Ting as an apology gift. Ao, candy. Ao Bao had kept this lollipop for a long time and had never been willing to eat it. Chiao Ting could see that Ao Bao was reluctant to give up the candy. So he waved his hand and said, I don't like candy. Ao Bao took out a pig that could sing nursery rhymes from his space and handed it to Chiao Ting. For Ao Bao, candy and toys are his favorite things. So he took his favorite things as an apology gift to show his sincerity. But what he likes doesn't mean others like it too. Chiao Ting really had no interest in the little pig singing nursery rhymes. Ao Bao, you don't have to apologize to me. Eat the candy and toys by yourself. I don't need them. Ao Bao originally wanted to take something else from his space to comfort Chiao Ting. However, from behind, there was a low roar from silly Ruerwei like a wild bull. Ho! 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 If Ao Bao said one more word to Chiao Ting, silly Ruerwei would kick his ass. And with the invisible horns on his head, he would rush over and knock Chiao Ting away. Silly Ruerwei was stupid, but he also had a bad temper. And only Ao Bao could control him. Ao Bao put away the lollipops and toys, and went back to silly Ruerwei. Ruerwei. Ah, Ruerwei. After getting vaccinated and turning back into a human, you can feed Ao Bao your meat. When silly Ruerwei heard Ao Bao say that he wanted to eat his own meat, he didn't know whether he was stupid or dumb, and opened his mouth to bite the meat on his arm, intending to bite off the meat on his arm for Ao Bao to eat. Ao Bao stopped silly Ruerwei's move in time and explained, Ao Bao doesn't like to eat rotten meat. Only human flesh. After hearing what Ao Bao said, silly Ruerwei was still angry and roared, Huh? The reason why silly Ruerwei was angry was that Ao Bao didn't like to eat his rotten meat. This made silly Ruerwei angry. He found a cool place and curled up his sturdy body, doubting whether his corpse life had any meaning to live. Seeing that his words hurt silly Ruerwei, Ao Bao hurried over to comfort him. Ao. As long as it was Ruerwei's meat, whether it was rotten meat or human meat, Ao Bao loved to eat it. Huh? Silly Ruerwei offered his big arm to Ao Bao to bite. Ao Bao shook his head. Ao. Ao Bao only ate the meat below Ruerwei, and didn't eat other parts. After hearing this, silly Ruerwei moved his eyes to his lower body, and finally landed on big Ruerwei. Silly Ruerwei frowned in confusion. The meat was hard and not easy to chew. It smelled very strong and had no appetite. Ao Bao actually liked to eat this kind of meat. Of course, if Ao Bao really liked it, then silly Ruerwei would not hesitate to contribute his meat. But his meat was too big, and he might not be able to finish it in one meal. And Ao Bao's mouth was too small, so it had to be cut into small pieces for easy eating. Silly Ruerwei carefully divided the meat for Ao Bao. A total of 5 meals. Breakfast, lunch, afternoon lunch, dinner, supper. Not far away, the Chiao brothers and sisters leaned their heads together, looking at the 2 zombies, one big and one small, under the shade of the tree, when they saw silly Ruerwei dividing his indescribable part with his hands. Chiao Shu and Chiao Ting were shocked. Chiao Shu supported her brother with one hand and asked curiously, Brother, what are Ao Bao and the others talking about? Chiao Ting's pain had eased a lot, and his complexion had recovered, but his speech was still a little weak. I don't know lip reading. Besides, Ao Bao and Sha Ruerwei were talking in a loud voice, and even people who knew lip reading might not understand what they were saying. After Sha Ruerwei divided the food, he asked Ao Bao for his opinion and asked Ao Bao if it was okay to divide it this way. Huh? Ao Bao answered Sha Ruerwei that he liked to eat the whole thing. Ao. Sha Ruerwei looked at Ao Bao's little mouth with a strange look. Afterwards, Sha Ruerwei used his fingers to measure the width of Ao Bao's little mouth, and then measured his own length, which roughly meant that Ao Bao was so small, and he was so big. The Chiao brothers and sisters, who didn't know lip reading, suddenly understood after seeing Sha Ruerwei measuring with his fingers. Sure. Let's get out of the way first. Xiaoting turned his head to the side. Xiaoshu wanted to continue watching, but her brother blocked her with his body. With nothing to watch, Xiaoshu could only lean on her brother's chest and start to make trouble. Brother, if you don't want to watch, why don't you allow me to watch? Xiaoshu also wanted to learn some driving skills from silly Ruerui. Xiaoting said calmly, "It made me a sty." Xiaoshu retorted, "I am studying the secrets of the human body." Xiaoting, seeing that his brother didn't say anything, Xiaoshu said to herself, "Ao Bao is the smallest I have ever seen, and Tang Rui is the largest I have ever seen." Xiaoting got angry and knocked Xiaoshu on the head. "Girls, be reserved. Don't always say dirty words." Xiaoshu was annoyed and lost her temper. "Look, that word of mine is dirty words. Obviously every word is very serious." "Okay." Xiaoting took on the posture of a brother. "Don't talk nonsense." Xiaoshu indignantly raised her middle finger to her brother and said contemptuously, "Anyway, you are only a little older than Ao Bao." Xiaoshu's words were full of insults. It was unclear whether she was insulting Ao Bao or Xiaoting. Knowing that her brother would be angry, Xiaoshu got up from the grass and ran away first, turning back to make a face at her brother. Xiaoting, say he is only a little older than Ao Bao. It is a great shame." Ao Bao, who was really offended, was still arguing with silly Ruerui. Ao Bao also likes to eat rotten meat, but Ao Bao likes to eat human flesh more. If Ruerui gets vaccinated and becomes a human, then Ao Bao will like Ruerui more. Hearing that vaccination can make Ao Bao like him more, Sha Ruerui is willing to get vaccinated. But he has a little fear in his heart. To be precise, it is the zombie virus in his body that is afraid. These zombie viruses that have been eliminated by the vaccine are sending instructions to Sha Ruerui's body, making him afraid and repulsive to the vaccine. However, Sha Ruerui is now slowly restraining this mentality, because he wants Ao Bao to like him more. Sha Ruerui agreed to get vaccinated. Xiaoting was already injured, and he didn't dare to get close to Sha Ruerui. So the job of vaccination can only be handed over to Ao Bao. If Ao Bao gave Sha Ruerui the injection himself, Sha Ruerui would definitely not lose control and attack Ao Bao. Xiaoshu and Xiaoting both felt that it was safe for Ao Bao to help Sha Ruerui with the injection himself. But they never expected that Sha Ruerui would actually attack Ao Bao. When the needle of the syringe pierced into Sha Ruerui's arm, Sha Ruerui's arm suddenly lost control, waving it around, and then accidentally hurt Ao Bao. Ao Bao's little chin was hit, which made his teeth accidentally bite his tongue hard. The tongue was bitten, and a fishy and sweet taste spread in Ao Bao's mouth. Seeing the blood flowing from the corner of Ao Bao's mouth, Sha Ruerui wanted to get up and help lick it off in a panic. But Ao Bao avoided him. Ao Bao took several steps back and looked at Sha Ruerui with a sad face. "I didn't expect Ruerui to hit me." Ao Bao was very hurt, and tears were rolling in his eyes. Sha Ruerui really couldn't control his arm. He didn't want to hurt Ao Bao. Sha Ruerui wanted to explain to Ao Bao and wanted to help Ao Bao lick the wound. But Ao Bao kept avoiding him and didn't let him get close. Silly Ruerui didn't mean to hurt Ao Bao just now. He really lost control of his body. Seeing the blood on the corner of Ao Bao's mouth, silly Ruerui rushed over in panic. Ignoring the obstruction, he stretched out his big tongue to help Ao Bao lick the blood off the corner of his mouth. Ao Bao put his hand against silly Ruerui's chest and tried to push him away. Ao. Ruerui actually dared to hit Ao Bao. Ao Bao will never talk to you again. Silly Ruerui licked the blood on Ao Bao's little chin in a few bites, and then hurriedly explained, Seeing that Ao Bao was still angry with him, silly Ruerui was so anxious that he was about to cry. On that handsome and resolute face, there was the helplessness and hesitation of a child who made a mistake. Then silly Ruerui rubbed against Ao Bao like a flatterer, and made a begging sound, under silly Ruerui's offensive of both coquetry and begging. Ao Bao finally forgave him. Afterwards, silly Ruerui took the initiative to pick up the syringe on the ground and handed it back to Ao Bao. Silly Ruerui was actively asking for the vaccine. Ao Bao swallowed the remaining fishy sweetness in his mouth along with his saliva, took the syringe from Ruerui's hand, found the blood vessel on Ruerui's arm, and gently inserted the needle tip into it. Silly Ruerui tried hard to control his arm that was about to lose control, so as not to hurt Ao Bao like before. Ao Bao was not very good at injections, and was clumsy. It took him a long time to slowly push the vaccine into the blood vessel. After the vaccine entered the blood vessel, The blood vessel immediately protruded from the surface of the skin, and it felt like it was about to burst. After Ao Bao pulled out the needle, he licked Silly Ruerwe's protruding blood vessel with heartache. Just when Ao Bao was about to ask Ruerwe how he felt, two strong arms suddenly hugged his waist vigorously. Soon, Ao Bao fell into a solid and broad embrace. From time to time, the heavy breathing of Silly Ruerwe came from above his head. The breathing was particularly strange, just like the breathless breathing after rapid exercise. Ao Bao felt strange and looked up. When he looked up, he happened to look into the eyes of Silly Ruerwe. At this time, Silly Ruerwe's pupils were scarlet, and the whites of his eyes were all red. Several blue blood vessels burst out on his handsome face, as if there were worms crawling under the skin. Ah! Ao Bao raised his little hand to touch the blue veins on Ruerwe's face. It felt uneven, and he could faintly feel the blood vessels beating. After the low-level zombie in the previous experiment was vaccinated, his body did not have blue veins burst out, and his eyes were scarlet like Silly Ruerwe. So Silly Ruerwe's symptoms were obviously abnormal. Seeing Sha Ruerwe's face gradually twisted and hideous, Xiaoshu hid behind her brother in fear. Brother, why did Brother Tang become like this? Is there something wrong with the vaccine? Xiaoting shook his head. I don't know either. Xiaoshu asked in a trembling voice, if there is something wrong with the vaccine, will Brother Tang become a monster? Xiaoting stepped back as far as possible from Sha Ruerwe. Let's wait and see. At present, Sha Ruerwe's emotions are still stable, and he didn't do anything out of control. He just kept staring at Ao Bao. That's right. Sha Ruerwe has been staring at Ao Bao. Staring at Ao Bao with his bloodshot eyes. Ao Bao was not afraid of Silly Ruerwe's current state at all, and even raised his head to kiss the ugly blue veins on Silly Ruerwe's face. Ao Bao kissing action made Silly Ruerwe's originally slightly lifeless eyes have a little more strange brilliance. But the brilliance was like fireworks, which was fleeting. Soon Silly Ruerwe returned to that lifeless and empty state, as if his soul was deprived of something, leaving only a body. Silly Ruerwe in front of him made Ao Bao feel very strange. Ao Bao shouted in his not-so-standard but very clear voice, one sentence after another, Ruerwe, Ruerwe, Ruerwe. Ao Bao tried to wake up Silly Ruerwe's soul. He shouted many times, but Ruerwe didn't respond at all. Ao Bao anxiously patted Silly Ruerwe's face with his little hand. Ruerwe. Ao. Shouting was useless. Hitting was useless. And finally found that kissing was useful. As long as Ao Bao kissed, Silly Ruerwe's eyes would be brighter. In order to make Silly Ruerwe wake up, Ao Bao kissed him non-stop. Not only did he kiss Ruerwe on the face, he also kissed Ruerwe on the neck and around the collarbone. After a few minutes of kissing, Silly Ruerwe's body moved. To be precise, it was Big Ruerwe who moved. Big Ruerwe stood up, feeling that his lower abdomen was poked. Ao Bao twisted his waist uncomfortably. Ao. Ruerwe. Silly Ruerwe is still a zombie now, but Big Ruerwe can actually stand up. This shows that the vaccine is working, and Silly Ruerwe will soon become a human. Ao Bao buried his little head in Ruerwe's chest muscles and laughed happily. Ao. Now that Ruerwe has become a human, we can feed Ao Bao Big Ruerwe. The Qiao brothers and sisters, who were silently observing Ao Bao and Sha Ruerwe's every move beside them, didn't understand what Ao Bao was laughing at. Xiaoshu was especially stupid and confused. Brother, why did Ao Bao suddenly laugh so happily? Didn't he find that Brother Tang's symptoms were strange? Logically, Ao Bao should be worried. After all, Sha Ruerwe's condition is not optimistic now. Xiao Ting can't read minds, so of course he doesn't know what Ao Bao is laughing at. But one thing is certain, I guess Ao Bao thinks that Brother Tang has a chance to recover. Brother Tang's behavior is very abnormal. Is there really a chance of recovery? Xiaoshu felt that Sha Ruerwe would evolve into an alien in the next second. Xiaoting replied, it shouldn't be a big problem. Sha Ruerwe didn't do anything dangerous now. He just kept staring at Ao Bao. Just when Xiaoting thought that Sha Ruerwe should not be dangerous, Sha Ruerwe suddenly pressed Ao Bao on the grass. The action was so sudden that people were not prepared at all. Fortunately, the soil on the grass was relatively soft, so Ao Bao didn't get hurt. But he was still frightened by the sudden pressing action of Sha Ruerwe. Feeling uncomfortable being pressed, Ao Bao pushed the big guy on his body with his hand. Ao Bao wanted Sha Ruerwe to move away a little bit. Not only did Sha Ruerwe not move away, he pressed even tighter. Then, with a hissing sound, The little skirt on Ao Bao was torn into rags by Sha Ruirui. Before Ao Bao could react, his shirt was also torn. These actions made by Sha Ruirui were completely in accordance with instinctive desires. Xiao Ting pulled Xiao Shu to avoid it silently. It was already around 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun was setting on the hillside not far away, with its not-so-bright light. It covered the earth with a soft halo, as if it had added a filter. There were no zombies around, nor were there jackals, tigers and leopards. Xiao Ting and Xiao Shu sat anywhere, leaning against each other, admiring the sunset. Behind Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting were two entangled bodies, one black and one white, giving people a strong visual impact. In addition, there was Ao Bao's suppressed moaning, Ao. Although the real-life combat scene behind him was very exciting, Xiao Shu still looked very bored. Brother, I'm tired of watching the sunset. Can I turn back? Xiao Ting held Xiao Shu's head. The moon will come out soon. After just 2 words, the sunset disappeared. Xiao Shu said, Brother, the moon is behind us. We have to look back. Xiao Ting held down Xiao Shu's head, which she tried to turn away. Looking at the stars is nice too. Xiao Shu. After looking at the stars for a while, Xiao Shu sighed in boredom. Brother, I suspect that what was injected into Brother Tang before was not a vaccine at all. Xiao Ting asked in confusion, if it's not a vaccine, then what is it? Xiao Shu said seriously, I guess it's an aphrodisiac. If it was really a vaccine, he wouldn't have the symptoms now. Xiao Ting couldn't find a reasonable reason to refute his sister for a while. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting had fallen asleep leaning against each other, and the movement behind them continued, with no intention of stopping at all. Ao Bao was so tired that he wanted to sleep. So he raised his little hand and pushed the big guy on his body, Ao Bao. Ao Bao was tired and wanted to sleep. Sha Ruirui seemed to not understand what Ao Bao said and continued. Seeing that Sha Ruirui didn't listen to him, Ao Bao didn't care and went to sleep first. No one knew when Sha Ruirui stopped. The next day, Xiao Shu woke up first. As soon as she woke up, she turned back to look. She thought she would see 2 perfect naked bodies. But she was disappointed because Sha Ruirui and Ao Bao were covered with a thin sheet. Xiao Shu sighed in disappointment. And after she sighed, Xiao Ting woke up. Small Ruirui woke up soon after. Unlike Xiao Shu and the others, Sha Ruirui was awakened by shock. He suddenly sat up and shouted, Ao Bao. Hearing that Sha Ruirui no longer shouted hoarsely, but shouted the 2 words Ao Bao, it seemed that he had turned back into a normal human being. Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting looked at each other happily. Then Xiao Shu walked to Tang Rui and said in a sweet voice, Brother Tang, you finally woke up. Tang Rui rubbed his swollen and painful temples and asked Xiao Shu, where is Ao Bao? Xiao Shu pointed to Ao Bao, who was still asleep on the grass. Here, he is sleeping next to you. Tang Rui didn't care about his splitting headache. He quickly took Ao Bao into his arms and hugged him tightly, as if he had found a treasure. Fearing that he would lose it, Xiao Shu asked, Tang Rui, how are you now? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Tang Rui hugged Ao Bao, who was still sleeping, and said, my head hurts so badly. My limbs are weak, and my whole body is weak. In short, Tang Rui is not comfortable anywhere now. What makes him most painful is that his superpowers seem to be gone. In the end of the world, if you don't have superpowers, it's the same as being dead. Xiao Shu looked at Tang Rui's frowning brows and said, Brother Tang, take it easy. I won't bother you anymore. After that, Xiao Shu walked away. Tang Rui seemed to have drunk a lot of things now. He only remembered that he carried Ao Bao to the warehouse to get the generator. Tang Rui rubbed his swollen temples and sorted out his thoughts carefully. He remembered that he had gone to the warehouse to get a generator, but followed Yu Liang to an underground laboratory. And then his crystal core was dug out by Yu Liang. After the crystal core was dug out, his consciousness fell into a deep sleep, and he remembered nothing. After sorting out the situation, Tang Rui called Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting to come over, and asked them what had happened in the past few days. Xiao Shu rushed to the front of her brother, and couldn't wait to start telling what had happened in the past few days. Brother Tang, after you fell unconscious, Yu Liang threw your body outside the safe zone. Then Yu Liang fed your crystal core to Ao Bao, who turned into a zombie king and became extremely powerful. He destroyed the entire safe zone. Later, my brother and I took Ao Bao out of the safe zone to find you. When we found you, you had already become a low-level zombie. Xiaoshu told Tang Rui everything that happened in detail. She explained every little detail very clearly, even including the fact that Ao Bao wanted to counterattack. Although Tang Rui was also concerned about the counterattack, what he cared about more was that Ao Bao had recovered his memory and became smarter. Tang Rui looked down at the little boy who was still sleeping in his arms. He felt a little uneasy and nervous, and his expression looked a little strange. Tang Rui swallowed the bitter saliva in his mouth and asked Xiaoshu dryly, "Has Ao Bao really remembered the things before the end of the world?" Xiaoshu scratched her scalp. "I think so." Xiaoshu did not ask in detail whether Ao Bao had recovered his memory, and Ao Bao did not talk to her much, so she was not very sure. Seeing that Brother Tang had a hint of embarrassment and lack of confidence on his face, Xiaoshu asked him, "Brother Tang, are you afraid that Ao Bao will recover his memory?" Tang Rui had told her before that he didn't want Ao Bao to recover his memory, nor did he want Ao Bao to evolve to a higher level. He just wanted to keep the status quo. Even if Ao Bao was always a low-level zombie, he would take care of Ao Bao for the rest of his life. The above are what Tang Rui had said to Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu could see that Tang Rui was very afraid that Ao Bao would recover his memory, but she didn't know why he was afraid. Ao Bao was still sleeping soundly and might wake up soon, and Tang Rui hadn't figured out how to face Ao Bao after he recovered his memory. What kind of identity should he assume in front of Ao Bao? Brother? Or old man? It's a bit inappropriate to call him brother, because Ao Bao is so young. Calling him uncle is not too much. As for calling him old man, it depends on whether Ao Bao is willing to call him that. Tang Rui was immersed in his own reverie, and was particularly unconfident. "Brother Tang. Brother Tang." Xiaoshu called several times, but Tang Rui didn't come back to his senses. She called several more times, and finally Tang Rui's soul came back to his senses. As soon as he came back to his senses, Tang Rui asked, "Is there any water nearby? Are you thirsty? I still have half a bottle of water. Ao Bao gave it to me before, and I haven't finished it yet." Xiaoshu unzipped her backpack and took out half a bottle of mineral water. Tang Rui didn't take her water, but just said, "I want to take a shower." He looked too dirty now, with dark blood stains all over his body, and some yellow unknown objects, who didn't know whether it was brain matter or something else. Moreover, he smelled very strong, and there were mosquitoes and flies circling around him. If you smelled it closely, it would be suffocating. His image must be very bad at the moment. So he had to dress himself up so that he could leave a good impression on Ao Bao when he woke up. When she heard Tang Rui say that he wanted to take a shower, Xiaoshu put the half bottle of mineral water back into her backpack. There is a small stream nearby, but the water flow is very small. Tang Rui asked Xiaoshu to help spread the bed sheet on the lawn, and then he gently put Ao Bao, who was still sleeping, on the sheet. "Please take care of Ao Bao for me. I'm going to take a shower." After Tang Rui finished his instructions, he strode away. Xiaoshu originally wanted to tell Tang Rui that Ao Bao didn't mind his stench at all. Before, his body was rotting and smelled like a dead rat. But Ao Bao didn't mind it, and even kissed him. But before she could say these words, Tang Rui had already walked a long way away. Tang Rui quickly found the stream. The water flow was really small, and the water level just reached his ankles. He couldn't wash in the water, so he could only scoop water a little bit at a time. Tang Rui took off his extremely dirty clothes. Although his outer clothes were quite dirty, his underwear was still clean. Tang Rui didn't take off his underwear because he was afraid that someone would pass by later. The stream water came out from the ground, and it was very cold. Tang Rui scooped some water with his hands and poured it on his head. The cold water made his mind clear a lot. After washing for almost half an hour, Tang Rui finally washed the dirt off his body completely, and the whole person looked refreshed. Since the clothes were too dirty to wear anymore, Tang Rui only wore a pair of wet and dripping underwear and went back. Xiaoshu noticed from a distance that Brother Tang was not wearing any clothes. His perfectly proportioned figure was obvious at a glance, with broad shoulders and narrow waist, a standard inverted triangle, smooth muscle lines on his arms and thighs, clear abdominal muscles, and obvious vest lines and mermaid lines. Every part was so perfect that it was impeccable, even if it was a sculpture. More importantly, Tang Rui's face no longer had a silly look, and he had regained his normal coldness and competence, which raised his temperament by several levels and made him look handsome. Xiaoshu showed a crazy look, staring at the body exuding a strong male hormone smell coming towards her. and her saliva was about to flow out. Not only Xiaoshu was obsessed, but Xiaoting was also obsessed. He also wanted to have the perfect muscles like Tang Rui. But it was a pity that it was a little unlikely to be realized. As Tang Rui walked, he lifted his hair that was still dripping with water behind his head. After approaching, Tang Rui looked at the big backpack beside Xiaoshu and asked, "Do you have any clothes I can wear?" Tang Rui's clothes were all in Ao Bao's space. And now Ao Bao was asleep. He couldn't get them. Xiaoshu came back to her senses from her infatuation and shook her head and said, "No. There are only my brothers. But the size difference between you two is too big. You definitely can't wear them. Forget it if there is no." Then Tang Rui could only keep wearing his underwear and wait for Ao Bao to wake up. The grass was hard, and it must be uncomfortable to sleep on. So Tang Rui held Ao Bao in his arms to sleep. Tang Rui didn't pay much attention to Ao Bao before, so he didn't find any ambiguous signs on Ao Bao. It was only now that he discovered that Ao Bao had kiss marks and bruises all over his body, and they were all newly added. If he becomes a low-level zombie, he shouldn't be able to get hard. So who did Ao Bao have sex with? Tang Rui couldn't help but frown. He looked at Xiaoshu and Xiaoting with a gloomy face and asked, "Has anyone else touched Ao Bao?" Tang Rui even suspected that it was Xiaoting who left the marks on Ao Bao. Xiaoting received Tang Rui's fierce eyes that looked like he wanted to eat people, and was so scared that he quickly waved his hands. No. No one touched him. Then these marks on Ao Bao. Tang Rui has now completely forgotten what happened last night. Xiaoshu came out to help his brother clarify. "You left them on Ao Bao yourself last night." Tang Rui had no impression of this. But as long as it wasn't left by someone else, it was fine. When Ao Bao was sleeping, he would occasionally suck his fingers. But for a long time, Ao Bao didn't put his fingers in his mouth. When he couldn't suck anything in his mouth, Ao Bao would look for it randomly and suck whatever he caught. In the end, Ao Bao didn't know how, but he sucked Tang Rui's chest. Tang Rui, who was questioning Xiaoshu and the others, suddenly felt something soft and wet attached to his chest, sucking tightly like a suction cup. He looked down and saw that it was Ao Bao sucking him. Their current posture was like feeding, which made Xiaoshu and Xiaoting beside them laugh. The originally serious atmosphere suddenly became relaxed. Tang Rui felt a little ashamed, so he gently pushed Ao Bao away. Ao Bao was not happy, and made two dissatisfied howls from his little mouth. Tang Rui put his fingers into Ao Bao's little mouth, and Ao Bao stopped howling. Tang Rui's fingers were covered with calluses, and the rough calluses scratched Ao Bao's lips. This made Ao Bao frown constantly during the sucking process, as if he was in pain. Tang Rui also realized that his fingers were too rough, so he took them out. As soon as he took them out, Ao Bao woke up. Ao Bao opened his sleepy eyes and looked at Rui in front of him in a daze. Although Ao Bao could feel that Rui in front of him was different, as if he was not as stupid as before. Ao Bao did not care too much. He raised his little hand and slapped Rui's face twice. "Ao. Rui, be honest. Don't disturb Ao Bao's sleep. Last night, Ao Bao was pressed on the grass and forced to do it countless times. His body was about to fall apart. He was so tired that he just wanted to sleep a little longer and make up for his sleep." Seeing that Ao Bao still loves to sleep late even after recovering his memory, Tang Rui felt more at ease for no reason. "I thought that Ao Bao's personality would change a lot after recovering his memory, but it seems that there is not much change at present. He is still silly and cute." In addition, Tang Rui also found that Ao Bao seemed to be unable to speak. Didn't he say that he became smarter? How come he can't even speak? After Ao Bao fell asleep again, Tang Rui looked at Xiaoshu and the others with doubts and asked, "Has Ao Bao not spoken in these days?" Xiaoshu replied, he said, but he was still the same as before. All the time. Didn't Ao Bao recover his memory? Why can't he speak? Tang Rui thought this was very strange. Xiaoshu solved this doubt for him. "Brother Tang, you forgot that Ao Bao's intelligence is not fully developed. He can't speak." Tang Rui had forgotten that Ao Bao couldn't speak. The reason was that Ao Bao didn't learn how to pronounce when he was young, which led to him not being able to speak now that he's grown up. And he could only howl like a little mute. It may take a long time of training for Ao Bao to speak like a normal person. Tang Rui didn't mind teaching Ao Bao to speak little by little, and this would give him a sense of accomplishment. Ao Bao was sucking his thumb and sleeping soundly, and his little mouth occasionally made a sucking sound, which was very cute. The other 3 people were waiting for Ao Bao to wake up. It was almost noon, and they didn't eat anything. Xiaoshu was hungry, so she took out a pack of biscuits from her bag. There were 3 pieces in the pack, just enough for the 3 of them to share. Xiaoshu gave one to his brother, and another to Tang Rui. Tang Rui didn't have much appetite, but for the sake of physical strength, he still ate the biscuit. A small cookie was not enough to satisfy their hunger. The 3 of them could only starve, and their stomachs kept growling. In the end times, they were used to being hungry, and they were all very tolerant of hunger. They could still endure it, as long as they could wait until Ao Bao woke up. Now in the eyes of Xiaoshu and Xiaoting, Ao Bao was a powerful boss plus a walking granary. A real golden thigh. When the sun was directly above their heads, Ao Bao finally woke up. Ao Bao woke up and rubbed his eyes with his little hands. At this time, a low and magnetic voice came from above his head, Ao Bao. Hearing this familiar call, Ao Bao looked up suddenly, and met Ruirui's calm, cold and loving eyes. Ruirui in front of him didn't look stupid at all, as if he had become a normal person again. Ao Bao still couldn't believe that Ruirui had really recovered his memory. So he asked him a question, Ruirui. Ah, Ruirui, what is 1 plus 1 equal to? Tang Rui smiled and answered, equal to 2. Ruirui has become smarter, and actually knows that 1 plus 1 equals 2. Ao Bao was very pleased with this. He raised his little hand, and patted Ruirui's head. Ruirui is great. Keep up the good work. Tang Rui grabbed the little hand on his head, and put it to his mouth. The few days when his consciousness was dormant were just a long sleep for Tang Rui. But he still felt that he and Ao Bao hadn't seen each other for half a century. Tang Rui kissed Ao Bao's little palm greedily. After kissing twice, Tang Rui realized that his behavior was a bit frivolous and abrupt. After all, he hadn't established a formal relationship with Ao Bao yet. So how could he act like a pervert? Tang Rui let go of Ao Bao's little hand and said awkwardly, Ao Bao, can you give me a piece of clothing? Tang Rui was talking to Ao Bao in a tone of inquiry and request, and it felt like the relationship had become distant, unfamiliar and strange. Ao Bao felt a little blocked and a little depressed. The first feeling that Ruirui gave Ao Bao was that he had changed and was not so close, which made Ao Bao very uncomfortable. Ao Bao endured the discomfort in his heart and took out the clothes that Ruirui wanted to wear from the space. A white short-sleeved shirt and a pair of dark trousers. Tang Rui went behind the tree to change his clothes, tidied his hair, and then went back to Ao Bao, and asked solemnly, Ao Bao, can you date me officially? Ao Bao didn't quite understand what a formal relationship was. Ao Bao sat on the ground in a daze, and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Seeing that Ao Bao didn't give him an answer, the light in Tang Rui's eyes gradually dimmed, and he pulled out a very far-fetched and lonely smile. I won't force you. If you don't want to, I can accept it. Tang Rui said the last sentence very quietly, because he was saying one thing and thinking another, and in fact, he couldn't accept it at all. If his relationship with Ao Bao returned to the state of ordinary friends from now on, Tang Rui really couldn't find the meaning of continuing to live in the end times. Xiaoshu and Xiaoting watched from the side, sweating for Tang Rui in their hearts. Xiaoshu couldn't help it, poked Ao Bao, who was still in a daze, with her finger, and said anxiously, Ao Bao, agree quickly. If you don't agree, you, Laogong, will become your uncle. Ao Bao still didn't agree, but just called Tang Rui, Ruirui. There is no need for a formal relationship, because in Ao Bao's eyes, he and Ruirui have always been together, and have never been apart. Hearing that Ao Bao was still willing to call him Ruirui, Tang Rui was actually very happy. He shouldn't ask for too much, otherwise it would only scare Ao Bao away. Ao Bao, I'm sorry. What I said just now was too abrupt. Tang Rui felt that he was too impatient. How could he ask Ao Bao if he wanted to date him formally right away? No matter what, he had to cultivate feelings for a few days first, and then proceed step by step. If Ao Bao still didn't want to date him after cultivating feelings for a few days, then he would accept his fate. It's not impossible to be a brother or an uncle. At least, he can still be with Ao Bao day and night. After thinking it through, Tang Rui was relieved. Like a good brother, he rubbed Ao Bao's fluffy and soft hair. No matter what happens to our relationship, I will stay with you, as long as you don't dislike me. How could Ao Bao dislike Ruirui? Ao. Tang Rui breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you don't dislike me. As long as Ao Bao still needs him, he will continue to stay with Ao Bao and act as a personal bodyguard. No, he can't be a bodyguard now, because he doesn't even have superpowers. When the danger really comes, he may still need Ao Bao protection, which seems too useless. Tang Rui can't find out what purpose he has to stay with Ao Bao. Thinking of this, Tang Rui collapsed a little, and he murmured a sentence, Ao Bao, do you really not dislike me? Ao Bao rubbed his chubby little face on Tang Rui's chin. Ao Bao will never dislike Rui in his life. Hearing Ao Bao say that he would never despise him, Tang Rui couldn't laugh at all. Even if he laughed, it was a bitter smile. In the past, Tang Rui was proud of his strong strength. But now he has nothing. Even Ao Bao doesn't belong to him. An extremely inferiority complex spread in Tang Rui's heart. As a woman, Xiaoshu is more delicate. She saw Tang Rui's inferiority complex at a glance. However, Xiaoshu didn't know what to say to comfort Tang Rui. Tang Rui has been immersed in the inferiority complex and can't extricate himself. Seeing this, Ao Bao gently shook him twice. Rui. Ah. Rui. Are you hungry? Tang Rui didn't answer. But Xiaoshu said first, I'm hungry. I'm almost starving. I got up early this morning and ate a small biscuit. Ao Bao heard it and hurriedly took out food from his space. What canned fruit? Canned beef. Canned chickpeas. Bread and biscuits. And some other snacks. Xiaoshu tore open a bag of spicy snacks and poured them into her mouth. It was too dry. So she opened the can of beef and drank some soup. She didn't look like a lady at all. Xiao Ting next to her shook his head. Ao Bao tore open a bag of chocolate sandwich biscuits, took out a bear pattern one from it, and fed it to Rui's mouth. Ah! Seeing that Ao Bao wanted to feed him, Tang Rui felt even more useless. He said with a dim look in his eyes, Ao Bao, don't feed me. I'll do it myself. Ao Bao shook his head and refused to feed him. Then what else could Tang Rui do? He could only open his mouth and let Ao Bao feed him bear biscuits. Tang Rui didn't like these sweet biscuits very much. After eating a few, he refused to open his mouth again. Besides, it was shameful to let Ao Bao feed him. Not to mention that they were children's biscuits for children. Tang Rui grabbed Ao Bao's hand that wanted to feed him. Ao Bao. I don't want to eat. Now Tang Rui had no appetite at all. He stopped eating after eating a little. Ao Bao asked him, Ao? Rui, don't you like biscuits? How about meat? Tang Rui shook his head. I have no appetite. Xiaoshu persuaded, Brother Tang. Eat a little. Otherwise you won't even have the strength to walk later. Xiaoshu was right. If you don't eat, you won't even have the strength to walk. Then Xiaoshu handed over a can of chickpeas that had been opened. Eat this. It can help you stay hungry. Tang Rui took the can, tilted his head back, and ate it all in one breath. Eat a little more now, so that you will have the strength to carry Ao Bao later. Ao Bao finished the remaining bear biscuits, collapsed in Rui's arms, and took a nap. It wasn't long after waking up, but he fell asleep again. It seems that he was really tired last night. Tang Rui felt very complicated when he saw Ao Bao sleeping soundly in his arms. Xiaoshu was still eating potato chips, which made a crunching sound. She asked while eating, Brother Tang, are you like us now, without superpowers? Tang Rui said in an inaudible voice. Fortunately, Xiaoshu had good hearing. Otherwise she would not have heard Tang Rui's him. She swallowed the food in her mouth and said, I think you should still have superpowers. Just reactivate it once. Superpowers can't be activated whenever you want. You need a good time. Tang Rui sighed, we'll see later. Seeing Tang Rui's discouraged look, Xiaoshu patted him on the shoulder and said, Brother Tang, don't be discouraged. You will have superpowers sooner or later. Superpowers are not what Tang Rui cares about most. He cares about his relationship with Ao Bao. Ao Bao, who had slept all day, was full of energy at night and couldn't fall asleep. Ao Bao climbed onto Tang Rui and took the initiative to rub his little kid against a Rui. This hint was already very obvious. But Tang Rui felt that his relationship with Ao Bao was not clear yet. So there were some things that were beyond the rules that he couldn't do. So, Tang Rui lay on the ground like a piece of wood, pretending to sleep, and directly ignored Ao Bao's request for love. But no matter how well he pretended to be asleep, the erect Rui still betrayed him. Although Ao Bao has evolved into a zombie king, he is still a zombie after all. It is natural for zombies to love human flesh. And Ruirui has just turned back into a human. And his meat is delicious to Ao Bao. Especially the musk emitted by Ruirui, which is so delicious that Ao Bao drools. A line of crystal water hangs on the corner of his mouth, and may drip down at any time. This is because Ao Bao has not eaten human flesh in these days. So he is so greedy. Ao Bao sat on Tang Rui's abdominal muscles, sucking the saliva that flowed out, and called out emotionally and hungrily, Ruirui, hungry, ah, hungry. When Ao Bao shouted hungry, it was like singing. Tang Rui, who was still pretending to sleep, could no longer pretend. A crack and blush appeared on his handsome and tough face. But because of his darker skin color, the blush was not very visible. Ao Bao refused to date him during the day, but still came to seduce him in the middle of the night. This would only make Tang Rui feel that Ao Bao didn't love him as a person, but only his big Ruirui, which was not a pleasant news. Seeing that Ruirui didn't open his eyes, and couldn't be woken up no matter how hungry he was, Ao Bao got anxious and slowly climbed onto Ruirui's chest. Ao Bao sat on his chest, and Tang Rui felt more stuffy in his chest. The reason for the stuffiness was not that Ao Bao was heavy, but that he was simply blocked in his heart. The blockage was because Ao Bao only cared about his meat, not his person. Just when Tang Rui closed his eyes tightly, and his mind was full of thoughts, Ao Bao put a little finger dipped in syrup on his lips. Then he evenly applied the syrup on his finger to his gray lips. Tang Rui smelled a hint of floral fragrance in the syrup, and the smell was very sweet and familiar. He seemed to have smelled it somewhere or eaten it before, but he couldn't remember when he had eaten it. Just smelling the fragrance made Tang Rui's mouth water, and a lot of saliva was secreted, and he couldn't swallow it all. Finally, Tang Rui couldn't help it, and stretched out his tongue to lick his lips covered with syrup. After just one lick, he immediately retracted his tongue, and the syrup on his tongue spread in his mouth. Although the taste was sweet, it was not too greasy. Just right. The sweetness constantly stimulated the taste buds, causing more saliva to be secreted. The secreted saliva diluted the sweetness in the mouth, making the sweetness fresh and delicious. A bit like honey syrup diluted with warm water. Tang Rui's Adam's apple rolled up and down countless times, and he couldn't count how much saliva he swallowed. Anyway, after swallowing many times in a row, the sweetness in his mouth gradually disappeared. This made Tang Rui greedy, and he wanted to taste more. Tang Rui repeatedly extended his tongue and licked his lips. He ate all the sweetness on his lips. However, because he was too greedy, the sweetness on his mouth disappeared in an instant. Tang Rui was very dissatisfied. He hoped that Ao Bao would apply the syrup to his lips again. The more the better. But after waiting for an unknown period of time, Ao Bao still didn't move. Could it be that he fell asleep? Tang Rui was puzzled and opened his left eye a little to peek. When he opened his eyes, he happened to meet Ao Bao's eyes. Ao Bao deliberately used syrup to lure Ruirui. When he saw Ruirui repeatedly licking the syrup on his lips with his tongue, Ao Bao knew that Ruirui was pretending to sleep. So he quietly waited for Ruirui to open his eyes, and was caught by Ao Bao. Ao Bao knew that Ruirui was pretending to sleep. Otherwise Ruirui would wake up as soon as he was called. Ao Bao found out that he was pretending to sleep, and Tang Rui coughed uncomfortably and asked in a hoarse voice, Ao Bao, why aren't you sleeping yet? While talking, Tang Rui could still taste the sweetness in his throat, which made him swallow his saliva quietly again. Obviously, he was not a person who liked to eat sweets, but he was addicted to this sweet syrup, even more than smoking. This made Tang Rui very curious about what the syrup that Ao Bao gave him was. Ao Bao lay on Tang Rui's chest and shouted like before, Ruirui, hungry, eat meat. Ao Bao was hungry. His stomach was growling, and he wanted to eat meat quickly. Although Big Ruirui couldn't wait to be eaten by Ao Bao, Tang Rui was not willing to do so. In the past, Ao Bao and Xiaoxiao were competing for favor, and now Tang Rui also wanted to compete with Big Ruirui for favor. He finally understood why Ao Bao always liked to bully Xiaoxiao. Probably because he felt unbalanced. Ao Bao, didn't you eat a lot of biscuits and snacks in the afternoon? Tang Rui probably meant that he didn't want to feed Ao Bao meat. Ao Bao didn't hear the subtext of Ruirui's words, and just rubbed his depressed belly, Ao. Although he had eaten a lot of snacks in the afternoon, Ao Bao was hungry again, and snacks were not as delicious as meat. Seeing that Ao Bao's belly was deflated, Tang Rui also wanted to fill his belly. But their current relationship did not allow such intimate things. as long as Ao Bao did not agree to date him. He would never touch Ao Bao. Tang Rui raised his hand and rubbed Ao Bao's soft hair. Ao Bao, I will find meat for you tomorrow. Okay. Ruerwei had ready-made meat but did not give it to Ao Bao, and actually had to wait until tomorrow. And what Ao Bao wanted to eat was not ordinary human meat at all. Ruerwei clearly understood what Ao Bao meant, but pretended not to understand. Ao Bao did not care about anything else, and directly threw Ruerwei to the ground, baring his milk teeth, and said fiercely, Ao, feed Ao Bao meat quickly. Quickly. Tang Rui was pressed down on the grass, and with the faint moonlight, he saw the 2 rows of milk teeth exposed by Ao Bao. Who wouldn't want to love Ao Bao's cute little appearance? De Ruerwei was so thirsty that his mouth was watering. Tang Rui took a deep breath, trying to suppress his desire and not break his defense. But he failed. Tang Rui's eyes gradually became deep, like a wolf in estrus. Breathing heavily, gritting his teeth, and said that sentence, Ao Bao, you forced me to do it. Originally, Tang Rui wanted to ask Ao Bao where the syrup he fed him before came from. But when he sniffed Ao Bao for a while, he found that the syrup was actually in Ao Bao's body. After Ao Bao activated the wood power, he always had a flower fragrance on his body. After a long time, he could actually brew nectar by himself. That night, Xiaoshu and Xiaoting slept very soundly, because Ao Bao's body secreted a kind of fragrance that could calm the nerves, which made them sleep soundly all night, and they were not woken up by the lingering voice next to them. The next morning, Tang Rui woke up refreshed and energetic, as if he had taken a tonic pill, and Ao Bao looked like he had been drained of his essence, and was about to wither. The state of Ao Bao and Tang Rui felt like they had taken Yin to replenish Yang. Xiaoshu could see at a glance that something must have happened between them last night. But she didn't wake up in time to peek. Damn. Real life, high definition and uncensored scenes were being performed next to her. But she didn't appreciate it once. Xiaoshu angrily took a big bite of compressed biscuits and asked, Brother Tang, where are we going next? To the countryside. There are almost no zombies in the countryside. It is suitable for living. In addition, the land in the countryside is fertile and suitable for growing vegetables. In the future, you can be self-sufficient and no longer worry about food. Find a place with beautiful mountains and rivers. Build a house, and you can settle down with peace of mind. If possible, Tang Rui hopes to have a few babies with Ao Bao, but their relationship is not established yet, so don't think about having babies. And Ao Bao is a boy and can't have babies. When Xiaoshu heard that they were going to settle in the countryside, she was very excited because she finally didn't have to sleep in the open anymore. She discussed with interest, so should we go to the south or the north? Tang Rui had already agreed in his heart, let's go to the south. The climate is warmer and rice can be grown for 2 seasons. Tang Rui has always wanted to live a stable and shameless life with Ao Bao. After the discussion, they were ready to set off. On the way, Ao Bao lay on Tang Rui's back and slept, feeling as if he had been sucked dry. This time, Ao Bao slept until the afternoon and hadn't woken up yet. Ao Bao usually wakes up at noon, but this time he slept a little longer. Looking at Ao Bao who was still sleeping, Xiaoshu muttered, Is Ao Bao sick? Her words made Tang Rui stop walking. Tang Rui carried Ao Bao on his back to him and called out, Ao Bao. Ao Bao. After calling out twice, Ao Bao didn't respond and slept very deeply. Xiaoshu muttered again, Ao Bao looks like he's going to wither. At this time, Ao Bao was like a flower that was pulled out of the roots, gradually withering. Something must have happened last night, which led to Ao Bao's current state. As for what happened, only Tang Rui knew best. Tang Rui stopped rushing on the road and found a place to sit down and rest first. Xiaoshu and Xiaoting also sat on the ground. Xiaoshu leaned over and asked curiously, Brother Tang, what did you do to Ao Bao last night? Tang Rui lied and said, nothing. In fact, he just sucked up all of Ao Bao's syrup, which might be the essence of Ao Bao. Tang Rui didn't care too much at the time. He just thought it was delicious and ate more greedily. While Xiaoshu and Tang Rui were talking, Ao Bao arched in Tang Rui's arms and made 2 whimpers. Ao. Ao Bao suddenly made a sound, which made Tang Rui feel relieved instantly. Ao Bao is fine. Just rest for a while. Tang Rui didn't seem to be talking to Xiaoshu, but more like talking to himself. A kind of self-comfort. Tang Rui kissed Ao Bao's little face lovingly, and murmured, just get some sleep and it will be fine. Xiaoshu thought Ao Bao should be fine, so she didn't worry too much, and then happily talked about the future with her brother. I want a small house built of bamboo, and there should be a flower garden in front of the door to plant the flowers I like. Xiaoting didn't know how to build a bamboo house, so he could only ask Brother Tang for help. Xiaoshu's expectations for the future made this lifeless end of the world more hopeful and lively. Tang Rui also began to look forward to it unconsciously. Born in the end of the world, they had no choice, but they could work hard to live well in the end of the world. The temperature dropped several degrees at night, but it was still comfortable, not too cold or too hot. Tang Rui went to pick up some dry firewood, lit a fire, and then put the canned beef that was not finished at noon on the fire to heat it up. After heating, the aroma of the meat became stronger. Tang Rui took a sip of the soup and found it was too hot. He decided to wait until it cooled down before feeding it to Ao Bao. Xiaoshu and Xiaoting also heated up their unfinished cans on the fire. The aroma of meat drifted a few miles away and attracted several wolves. The eyes of those wolves flashed a strange red light in the dark night. It seemed that these wolves had mutated. The mutated wolves were more ferocious and bloodthirsty. They would not only eat the meat of their own kind, but also human meat. And what they loved to eat the most now was human meat. Seeing the mutated wolves coming towards them, Xiaoshu screamed loudly and shouted in panic, "Brother! Brother!" Xiaoting grabbed his sister's trembling hand. "Don't be afraid." The wolves were not easy to deal with. Whether Xiaoshu and Xiaoting had special abilities or not, they would only be eaten if they didn't run away. If they ran away, they might not be able to outrun the wolves. Tang Rui shouted at Xiaoshu and the others who were standing there motionless, "Don't be in a daze. Climb up the tree quickly." Xiaoshu and Xiaoting reacted and quickly climbed up the tree. "Woo! I can't climb up." Xiaoshu tried to climb up, but her hands and feet were weak, and she had no strength at all, so she could only cry helplessly. Xiaoting squatted down and climbed up with Xiaoshu stepping on his shoulders. It took a lot of effort for the two of them to climb up the tree. Tang Rui was still holding the sleeping Ao Bao under the tree, and had no intention of climbing the tree. Seeing that the wolves were approaching, Xiaoting sat on the tree trunk and stretched out his hand anxiously. "Brother Tang, I'll help you." Xiaoting's thin arms were not enough to pull Tang Rui. Tang Rui lifted Ao Bao up with both hands. "Help me hold Ao Bao." Xiaoting and Xiaoshu jointly pulled Ao Bao up the tree. Ao Bao was very light, so it was effortless to pull him up. In order to prevent Ao Bao, who was still sleeping, from falling, Xiaoshu and Xiaoting sandwiched Ao Bao between them. Ao Bao's little head leaned towards Xiaoshu, and finally rested on her shoulder. Xiaoshu didn't pay attention to the little head on her shoulder. Her attention was focused on Tang Rui under the tree. Tang Rui has no superpowers now. How should he deal with a group of wolves? What's more, he is facing several mutated wolves. Xiaoshu said in a panic, "Brother Tang, come up too. You can't beat them." The word "can't beat" is what Tang Rui is most reluctant to hear. It is extremely insulting. And if we don't find a way to drive away the wolves, they will keep wandering under the tree. We still have to find a way to get down from the tree and deal with them. Moreover, the mutated wolves can also climb trees. So don't think that you are safe after climbing a tree. Hold Ao Bao steady, and don't let him fall. As long as Ao Bao is taken care of, Tang Rui can concentrate on dealing with the wolves. And there is still a chance of winning. Okay. Xiaoshu hugged Ao Bao tightly to prevent him from falling. The wolves surrounded Tang Rui from several directions, and their long mouths with sharp fangs made low and fierce roars, and sticky saliva dripped from their fangs. They were bound to eat Tang Rui as a midnight snack. Tang Rui picked up a burning stick from the fire and tried to disperse them with fire. The mutated wolves were not afraid of fire, which Tang Rui had expected. Several wolves came closer little by little, shrinking the encirclement. Tang Rui used the burning stick in his hand as a weapon, swung it vigorously, and knocked out the wolf with the most saliva. Although he no longer has superpowers, the muscles he has trained for many years are not made of tofu residue. The wolf that was knocked away quickly got up again, and was not hurt at all. The other wolves had already attacked Tang Rui together. Tang Rui swung the stick in his hand and hit the wolves. The sparks thrown by the stick flashed a beautiful arc like a meteor in the dark. In the chaos, Tang Rui felt a dull pain in his leg, and then his skin and flesh were torn, and a piece of flesh on his leg was bitten off. Seeing Tang Rui injured, Xiaoshu was so anxious that she was about to cry. She shook Ao Bao, who was still sleeping. "Ao Bao, wake up! If you don't wake up, Your old man will be in trouble. At the moment, Ao Bao is the only one who can deal with this pack of wolves. Xiao Ting grabbed his sister's hand and tried to calm her down. Don't shake it. You will fall down soon. The tree trunk was not very thick to begin with, and it had to bear the weight of 3 people. If you stay like this, it will break sooner or later. Xiaoshu listened to her brother and stopped shaking. Instead, she shouted, Ao Bao, wake up. Don't sleep anymore. Just when Xiaoshu thought that if Ao Bao didn't wake up, things would develop to the worst, Tang Rui killed a wolf. The wolf's head was smashed to pieces, and it looked miserable. After the remaining wolves realized that this man was dangerous, they all made a move to retreat. Tang Rui picked up the bodies of their companions and threw them at them. The wolves took up their companions' bodies and ran away. Tang Rui was also exhausted. He leaned against the tree and sat down slowly, still panting. After a short rest, Tang Rui stood up again and stretched out his hand to the 3 people on the tree. Give me Ao Bao. Xiaoshu gently pushed Ao Bao down. Ao Bao's body fell quickly, but fortunately Tang Rui caught it steadily. Xiaoshu and Xiao Ting also came down from the tree one by one. Looking at Tang Rui's originally neat clothes, they were bitten into rags. There were bites all over his body. The most serious one was a large piece of meat bitten off from his calf, and blood was still flowing. The air was also filled with a strong smell of blood, which lingered. The hemostatic drugs were all in Ao Bao's space. Now they couldn't get them from the space, so they could only think of other ways to stop the bleeding. Xiaoshu wiped her tears and said, I'll go find some herbs. Xiao Ting also followed Xiaoshu to find some herbs. Tang Rui was not in a hurry to stop the bleeding. He just felt that it was a waste to let his blood flow to the ground. Tang Rui picked up the can of beef from before and used it to collect blood. He would give it to Ao Bao to drink later, so that it would not be wasted. It would be good if Ao Bao woke up. He could also help him lick his wound. After a while, Xiaoshu and Xiao Ting found a handful of herbs and came back. Tang Rui crushed the herbs with his hands and squeezed out green juice. He first smeared the green juice on the wound, and then applied the crushed herbs to the wound. The wound hurt when touched, and it hurt more after applying the herbs, but it could stop the bleeding. Tang Rui, who had become a human, also regained his sense of pain. After losing his sense of pain for so long, he felt the pain of his flesh being torn off for the first time, and his mood was a little complicated. Brother Tang, you are so awesome. Even if he didn't have superpowers, Tang Rui was still a tough guy in Xiaoshu's eyes. Although this was a compliment, Tang Rui was not happy at all. If he was really powerful, he would not have been bitten by just a few wolves. Think about how powerful he was before, and look at his miserable appearance now. Xiaoshu could not see the loneliness on Tang Rui's face, and continued, if Ao Bao woke up, you wouldn't be injured. Brother Tang, Ao Bao is very powerful, and it's no problem to deal with those wolves. Her words were like a fuse, igniting the unyielding emotion in Tang Rui's heart. He suddenly exploded and yelled, I don't need Ao Bao's protection. Xiaoshu shrank back in fear. Don't be angry. Tang Rui's pride has never diminished. If he is asked to hide behind Ao Bao, he would rather die. Xiao Ting apologized on behalf of his sister. Brother Tang, my sister can't speak. Please don't mind. Only men understand men. So Xiao Ting understands Tang Rui's current mood. It's like asking him to hide behind his sister and let his sister protect him, which is too spineless. Tang Rui calmed down, pursed his lips, and stopped talking. If the danger really came, Tang Rui would not choose to hide behind Ao Bao even if he died. Since Xiaoshu said those words, Tang Rui's mood became negative. He didn't speak, just leaned against the tree trunk, looking like he was resting his eyes. When it was almost dawn, Ao Bao woke up. Looking at Ao Bao who just woke up, Tang Rui didn't say anything. He also didn't mention a word about what happened last night. He just looked at Ao Bao like this. Ao Bao tilted his head and asked in confusion, Ao? What was Rui looking at Ao Bao for? Tang Rui lowered his head and sucked on Ao Bao's mouth. His voice was hoarse as if he hadn't drunk water for a long time. Nothing. Then, Ao Bao smelled blood and noticed the bite marks on Ruirui's body. Looking at the injuries on Ruirui's body, Ao Bao excitedly asked how these injuries came about. Ao. Tang Rui just said, I'm fine. Ao Bao just slept. How could Ruirui be injured? And the injury was very serious. The wounds were just roughly smeared with some herbal juice, and no treatment was done. Ao Bao took out the ointment from the space and applied it to Ruirui. The ointment cannot have a quick recovery effect. It can only have a comforting effect. Seeing Ruirui injured so seriously, Ao Bao immediately thought of the crystal core in his head. Only the crystal core can quickly heal the wound. Ao Bao put Ruirui's hand on his head and asked him to smash his head and then take out the crystal core. How could Tang Rui smash Ao Bao's head? He quickly withdrew his hand. Ao Bao, stop making trouble. Seeing Ruirui injured, Ao Bao felt distressed and wanted to take out the crystal core in his head and give it to Ruirui to eat. Tang Rui was very happy that Ao Bao had this heart. His bloodless lips raised up and revealed a pale smile. Tang Rui knew that as long as he took out the crystal core in Ao Bao's head and ate it, he would become as strong as before. But he never thought of attacking Ao Bao, even though he was now extremely eager to become stronger. If he attacked his beloved in order to become stronger, he would be a bastard. Tang Rui put his hand on Ao Bao's little head, rubbed it gently, and warned, be sure to take good care of your crystal core and don't give it to anyone, including me. It's a good thing that Ao Bao is strong now, because this way, he can protect himself and will no longer be chased and beaten by humans like before. Ao Bao still wanted to take out the crystal core in his head and give it to Ruirui to eat so that Ruirui's injury would heal. Tang Rui stroked Ao Bao's little face. My injury is not serious. It will heal itself in a few days. Don't worry. It was just a piece of meat that was bitten off. There was no need for Ao Bao to dig out the crystal core for him. Ao Bao finally chose to compromise. Ruirui's leg was seriously injured, and he probably couldn't walk. Ao Bao immediately bent down in front of Tang Rui. Ruirui. Ruirui. Ao Bao will carry you. Tang Rui smiled. Ao Bao, you can't carry me, let alone carrying me. Tang Rui's weight can crush Ao Bao completely. Ao Bao didn't care whether he could carry him or not. He insisted on carrying him. Seeing that Ao Bao was so insistent, Tang Rui had no choice but to press his huge body onto Ao Bao's back. Of course, he didn't really want Ao Bao to carry him, but just wanted Ao Bao to feel how heavy he was. Before Tang Rui's body was completely pressed on, Ao Bao had already kneeled on the ground with his knees unable to hold on. Seeing that he had crushed Ao Bao, Tang Rui quickly stood up. Ao Bao, I said I couldn't carry him. Ao Bao got up from the ground, as if he had completely compromised, and fell into Tang Rui's arms. Too lazy to move. Tang Rui was amused by Ao Bao's appearance. Xiao Ting, who was standing by, came over and asked, Brother Tang, your leg is injured. Why don't you rest here for 2 days and leave when the injury is better? I'm not that weak. Let's go. As he said that, Tang Rui hugged the little lazy corpse in his arms, got up from the ground, and limped forward. Seeing Tang Rui leave, Xiao Ting and Xiao Shu followed him. It must be said that Tang Rui's physical fitness is really strong. He dragged his injured body for 7 or 8 kilometers without resting. Xiao Shu and Xiao Shu were exhausted. Only Ao Bao was better. When he was tired, he let Ruirui carry him and played with the windmill while walking. As they walked forward, Ao Bao suddenly shouted excitedly, Ruirui. Ah! Ao Bao was reminding Ruirui that there was danger ahead. Xiao Shu timidly asked Ao Bao, what danger? Is it zombies? If a large group of zombies came this way, Ao Bao would definitely not feel any danger. After all, he was the zombie king. How could he be afraid of his group of brothers? Tang Rui guessed, it's human. Ao Bao nodded, agreeing with Ruirui's statement. Ao, there is a human breath ahead, and there are a lot of people. It is estimated that there are 20 to 30 people. It should be a survival team. Xiao Shu breathed a sigh of relief, and her tense nerves also relaxed. There is nothing to be afraid of humans. Xiao Shu will definitely regret saying this in the future, because there is no creature more terrible than humans in the world. After knowing that the people ahead are humans, Tang Rui and Xiao Shu reacted completely differently. Tang Rui suddenly became alert. He hugged Ao Bao, who was lying on his back playing with a small windmill, to his chest, and then wrapped Ao Bao from head to toe with his black coat. If Ao Bao's identity as the zombie king is leaked, the group of humans will definitely not let Ao Bao go. Tang Rui said seriously, Ao Bao, don't make any noise later, and keep your breath back. Although Ao Bao is strong now, it is better to be careful and not to confront him head-on. Tang Rui had never seen Ao Bao show his power, and he didn't know how powerful Ao Bao was. so he was so cautious. Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting had seen how powerful Ao Bao was, so they were not worried about danger at all. 2 minutes later, they could vaguely hear footsteps coming from the front. And they could also hear people talking in groups of 3 or 2. Tang Rui looked up and saw a team of superpowers. He counted the heads and found that there were 23 people. Although the team looked huge, the only ones who were really strong were the ones walking in front. And those following behind were all superpowers with average strength. If Tang Rui was still as powerful as before, he would not take those superpowers seriously at all. But now, he was an ordinary person. And he was injured. So he could only be bullied. The group of psychics also noticed the 3 of them. Tang Rui, Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting. As for Ao Bao, he was wrapped up tightly and was not noticed. The psychic team was mostly male. When they came over and saw Xiao Shu, they said with shining eyes, "Hey, there's a girl here." Another man also looked at Xiao Shu. "She's pretty cute. Take her with you. And don't take the 2 men." The female psychics in the team were also discussing, "The burly man is so handsome. I've never seen such a handsome man. And the other thinner one looks okay. Just barely." Xiao Ting heard his own evaluation, which was just barely. And the whole person was instantly depressed. The main reason was that he looked like a skinny white chicken when standing with Tang Rui. If he didn't stand with Tang Rui, he might still get a high evaluation. Xiao Shu, Xiao Ting, and Tang Rui. The 3 of them are just ordinary people. Without superpowers, they cannot join the superpower team. But Tang Rui, with his handsome appearance, won the favor of all the women in the team, and also the admiration of a few hidden little bottoms. So Tang Rui was allowed to join the team as an exception. In addition, Xiao Shu can also join the team, because there are more men than women in the team, and they are very short of women. Now they meet a beautiful one. How can they let her go? Only Xiao Ting is not wanted. But these are just the people in their team discussing it. And they didn't ask the person concerned whether he is willing to join their team. A young woman in her 30s dressed very sexy came over and threw an olive branch to Tang Rui. "I admire you very much. Do you want to join us? I can guarantee that you will live safely in the end times." This young woman is a high-level psychic and has a certain say in the team. What she says is definitely guaranteed. The young woman's subtext is similar to the meaning of supporting Tang Rui. Tang Rui turned his face away and refused expressionlessly. "I don't want to join." Seeing Tang Rui's refusal so decisively, the young woman was a little embarrassed. She calmed down and asked patiently, "Really don't consider it. You don't have superpowers. It's easy to be eaten by zombies." Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting next to them saw at a glance that the young woman had set her sights on their brother Tang. Ao Bao, who was hiding in Tang Rui's arms, couldn't hold back. Feeling that the little boy at his arms was about to move, Tang Rui quickly held Ao Bao's head with his hand, not allowing Ao Bao to make any movement. The young woman still refused to give up and continued to say to Tang Rui, "I can guarantee that you will never go hungry again." Xiao Shu whispered, "A 30-year-old woman is hungry and thirsty. Probably like her. If he mixed in with the human group, Ao Bao's identity would be exposed sooner or later. So Tang Rui must not join." He had a cold and handsome face. I said, "I don't want to join." The men who looked like bodyguards behind the young woman rolled up their sleeves. "You are quite arrogant. Do you look down on our eldest sister?" The young woman turned around and gave them a sharp look. "Don't scare people." Tang Rui. The young woman turned her eyes back to Tang Rui. "What do you want? Just ask." Ao Bao, who had been hiding under the coat, finally couldn't bear it anymore, popped out his little head, and bared his teeth fiercely at the young woman. "Dare to snatch Ao Bao, old man. Ao Bao will bite you to death." The young woman was startled by Ao Bao's sudden appearance, but she quickly calmed down and praised him at the end. "Your son is so cute." The young woman herself also has a son, but her son died very early, so she doesn't care at all that Tang Rui has a son. Tang Rui pushed Ao Bao's little head back under his coat and explained, "This is my brother." Xiao Shu stood up for Ao Bao and scolded him, "Brother Tang, are you interested in this woman? So you lied to her? Ao Bao is obviously your lover. Why don't you tell the truth?" Ao Bao pouted sadly under his coat and wanted to cry. Tang Rui just thought that Ao Bao had not agreed to date him officially, so he said he was his brother. Of course, he didn't like the young woman. Xiao Ting pulled his sister. "Be quiet. Don't talk nonsense." Xiao Shu stopped talking and hid behind her brother. The young woman looked at Tang Rui in shock. "He is your lover." Tang Rui nodded calmly. Yes. Then why did you say he was your brother just now? The young woman didn't believe that their relationship was real. Tang Rui replied, I am in unrequited love. The young woman smiled. It turns out that it hasn't worked yet. Bullshit. Xiaoshu stood up and retorted again. I don't know how many times they have done it. The young woman raised her eyebrows unilaterally. To be honest, she was not very interested in men who already had a partner, because she didn't like to be a third party. She and her ex-husband divorced because of a third party's intervention, which made her hate mistresses very much. The young woman lost interest in Tang Rui at once, but she still didn't give up persuading Tang Rui to join. When I saw you for the first time, I thought you were a powerful character. Tang Rui's face was still covered with blood marks from the wolf's claws, making him look more bloodthirsty and cold. Tang Rui replied indifferently to the young woman's praise. Really? The young woman's eyes fell on the red mark on Tang Rui's face, and she said with certainty, You should have superpowers. The young woman felt the breath of a strong man in Tang Rui, and the man in front of her was definitely not an ordinary person. Tang Rui was about to answer the young woman's question. At this time, Ao Bao was not happy, and popped his little head out, as if he was jealous, and angrily hit Tang Rui's chest twice, not allowing him to talk to the woman again. Ao Bao, be quiet for a while. Tang Rui was afraid that others would find out that Ao Bao was the zombie king, so he quickly covered Ao Bao's little head with his coat. In the end times, there are so many people who want to get the crystal core of the zombie king, and Ao Bao's situation is undoubtedly very dangerous. Before Tang Rui answered, the young woman guessed. Your crystal core was taken away, so you lost your superpower, right? Tang Rui did not veto, which was considered as acquiescence. The young woman seemed to see the fall of a strong man. What a pity. Xiaoshu really couldn't stand the young woman's big breasts always shaking when she spoke, which was dazzling. Out of jealousy, she interrupted the young woman loudly. Are you done yet? So much nonsense. Then, Xiaoshu looked at Tang Rui and said, Brother Tang, let's continue on our way, and stop talking nonsense with her. Tang Rui nodded slightly. Well, let's go. At this time, Xiao Ting, who had not spoken much, suddenly leaned close to Tang Rui's ear and whispered, 23 superpowers. 23 crystal cores. Crystal cores can help reactivate superpowers. So Tang Rui was tempted when Xiao Ting said this. But he didn't have superpowers now, and couldn't be 23 superpowers, which made Tang Rui hesitate, knowing what Brother Tang was worried about. Xiao Ting whispered in his ear, Ao Bao is very strong, enough to deal with that group of people. Ao Bao is very strong. These 4 words hurt Tang Rui's heart. He was not jealous that Ao Bao was stronger than him. He just felt that Ao Bao was so strong that he no longer needed his protection, which made him feel useless. So Tang Rui himself had to become stronger. Stronger than Ao Bao. The greed and desire to become stronger in his heart prompted Tang Rui to accept the young woman's invitation. I am willing to join you. Hearing the above words, Xiaoshu couldn't believe her ears. Brother Tang, have you really thought it through? Xiaoshu felt that Tang Rui was seduced by the young woman, so he agreed to join the team. She really misjudged Tang Rui. She thought he had always firmly loved Ao Bao, but he didn't expect that he was a scumbag. Xiao Ting quietly pulled his sister's hand, signaling her to be good and stop talking nonsense. Brother Tang has his own ideas. Xiaoshu angrily shook off her brother's hand. Get out. Don't talk to me. I think you are also attracted by the 2 big white rabbits on the woman's chest. To be honest, as a woman, Xiaoshu really envied the young woman's hot body. Jealousy made her lose her mind, and she scolded her brother and Tang Rui in her heart. Ao Bao was also very angry like Xiaoshu, but he didn't show it too obviously. Tang Rui and Xiao Ting both agreed to join the team, so Xiaoshu and Ao Bao naturally had to join as well. Xiaoshu wanted to just take Ao Bao's hand and elope, and let the 2 scumbags join the team by themselves. But she had no ability to survive in the wild. If she encountered a wolf pack like last time, she would have no choice but to die. On the way, the young woman saw that Tang Rui's leg was injured and he was limping. It was already inconvenient for him to walk, and he had to hold the young master in his arms. The young woman kindly moved closer and tried to help him. Tang Rui pushed the young woman's hand and rejected her kindness. I can walk by myself. Xiaoshu followed behind and saw that the young woman always tried to get close to Tang Rui, so she couldn't help but mutter, Fox spirit. The young woman heard the little girl behind her scolding her, and her face sank a little. Then she winked at the few superpowers next to her and said in lip language, "Teach her a good lesson." When it was almost dark, the group of superpowers set up tents on the roadside, lit a fire, and skewered barbecue. This scene looked like a summer camping activity before the end of the world. Tang Rui and Xiaoting were called over to eat barbecue together. Xiaoting called his sister to go with him, but Xiaoshu refused to eat, preferring to shrink in the corner and eat compressed biscuits, just as Xiaoshu was sitting away from the crowd, eating compressed biscuits and angrily cursing the young woman as a vixen. Several shadows quietly appeared behind her. Then, Xiaoshu's mouth was covered by a big hand that suddenly stretched out. And then she was dragged into the darkness, where the firelight could not reach. The young woman smiled and gave Tang Rui and Xiaoting each a skewer of roasted pork belly, sprinkled with cumin, chili powder, and a little black pepper, which made people drool at the smell. Tang Rui didn't eat it himself, but fed it to Ao Bao first. But Ao Bao seemed to be sick, leaning on Tang Rui's chest listlessly. His little mouth was pale from pursing. Tang Rui tore off a piece of pork belly from the skewer and fed it to Ao Bao's mouth. "Do you want to try this meat?" Ao Bao turned his little face away, not wanting to try it. Ruerui was worried that Ao Bao's identity as the zombie king would be discovered, and he took Ao Bao to the crowd, saying that Ao Bao was just a younger brother, and was intimate with Ao Bao. Thinking of this, Ao Bao felt that Ruerui didn't seem to love him that much. Ao Bao suddenly felt very uncomfortable, especially when he saw Ruerui always chatting with the young woman. He felt even more uncomfortable. Tang Rui put the meat into Ao Bao's little mouth. "This meat is roasted very fragrant. Just try it and see." Ao Bao didn't want to eat, but Ruerui insisted on feeding him. Ao Bao was annoyed and bit the back of Ruerui's hand. Although he didn't really bite, Tang Rui could still feel a little pain. Tang Rui frowned slightly in pain, but his tone was still as gentle as usual. "Ao Bao, why are you still angry?" Ao Bao let go of Ruerui's hand, picked up a small branch, and drew circles on the ground. Tang Rui asked Ao Bao a question, but Ao Bao didn't answer. It seemed that he was angry. Xiaoting, who was next to him, thought the roasted pork belly tasted very good, and wanted to take a bunch to his sister to try. But when he turned around, he couldn't see her. Xiaoting thought his sister had run away to another place, so he looked around the camp. Finally, Xiaoting stopped in front of the rustling bushes, and there were many strange sounds coming from the bushes, among which the sound of cloth being torn was the most prominent. Xiaoting seemed to realize something. His pupils shrank, and he rushed into the bushes like crazy. "Assholes! You assholes!" Xiaoting used his not-so-strong body to push away the men who were pressing on his sister. Xiaoting's little strength was not enough to push away the men. His arrival made the men even more rampant. "Just stand by and watch how we love your sister." After they finished speaking, they laughed twice in mockery. Xiaoting picked up a stone and fought with them. "I won't let you touch her." As soon as he rushed forward, Xiaoting was kicked away by someone and couldn't resist at all. This time, Xiaoting really felt how cowardly and incompetent he was. The movement behind the bushes quickly attracted the attention of others. Tang Rui was the first to rush over. He saw Xiaoshu being pressed down and ravaged by several men. Tang Rui immediately went over and pinned the men to the ground and beat them violently. Other superpowers also came over one after another. Seeing Xiaoshu being humiliated, they were no longer surprised. But when they saw Tang Rui beat the superpowers with his bare hands until they were bleeding, they actually showed a series of complex emotions such as surprise, astonishment on their faces. They didn't find it strange that the weak were raped, but they were extremely shocked when the weak killed the strong. In their eyes, Tang Rui, who had no superpowers, was a weak person. The violent anger that this weak person burst out made those who claimed to be strong feel terrified. Tang Rui stopped his hands only after beating the superpowers until they could not move. At this moment, Xiaoshu was crying desperately in her brother's arms, saying in a crazy way, "Brother, I'm not clean anymore. I'm not clean anymore." Xiaoshu finally realized the horror of human beings, which was thousands of times more terrible than zombies. When she thought about her body being touched by a group of men in their 40s or 50s, with big yellow teeth, who hadn't taken a bath for dozens of days and exuded a fishy smell, Xiaoshu wanted to peel off her outer layer of skin. It was too disgusting. Really too disgusting. Xiaoshu fell into her brother's arms and cried until she lost her voice. "I can't live anymore." Ao Bao ran over and stuffed a small white flower into Xiaoshu's hand to comfort her and stop her crying. Xiaoshu's crying paused for a moment. She looked down at the small white flower in her hand that represented purity, and felt even more uncomfortable, because she had been defiled and was no longer pure. This small white flower was too ironic. Xiaoshu was stabbed in the heart, and she threw the flower in her hand directly. Ao Bao picked up the small white flower on the ground distressfully. Xiao Ting hugged his sister into his arms, looked at Ao Bao who was picking flowers and said, Ao Bao, go play nearby. Don't disturb Shu first. Ao Bao didn't understand how much this time hurt Xiaoshu. He held a small white flower in his hand, and stood by and watched Xiaoshu cry in a daze. Tang Rui wiped the blood off his hands, and called out to Ao Bao, come here. Ao Bao heard the call, and returned to Rui. Tang Rui looked at the small white flower in Ao Bao's hand. His face froze. Why did you pick the flower on your head? This small white flower is only the size of a fingernail, and is usually hidden under Ao Bao's hair, so it is not easy to be found. Under Rui's questioning, Ao Bao tilted his head, and put the flower back on his head. Tang Rui curiously fiddled with Ao Bao's hair, and saw that the little white flower was really inserted into the scalp. This was too magical. Tang Rui gently touched the root of the flower with his fingers. Ao Bao, does it hurt? Ao Bao shook his head, and the little white flower on his head also shook. It's good that it doesn't hurt. Tang Rui took Ao Bao's little hand, and went to see Xiaoshu's situation. Xiaoshu's mental state was very bad now. She was a little crazy because of fear. Her clothes had been torn by those men, and a large area of skin was exposed in the air. The bra strap slid down to her arms, loose and sagging, and you could still see her side breasts faintly. There was only a pure white underwear left on her lower body. Tang Rui took off his coat and covered Xiaoshu. It's okay now. Tang Rui's words of it's okay made Xiaoshu feel much more at ease, and her body stopped trembling. Xiao Ting adjusted his coat and tried to cover his sister's exposed skin. After a while, the young woman rushed over and saw that the psychics who molested Xiaoshu were beaten to a bloody pulp and were half dead. The young woman's face turned the color of liver, and she shouted angrily, "Who did this?" Psychics were already scarce, and now several psychics were lost at once. The young woman's heart was bleeding. Hearing the young woman scolding, the other psychics stepped back. It was obvious that everyone was afraid of her. I did it. Tang Rui took a step forward and admitted it generously. The young woman turned her eyes to Tang Rui. At this time, her face was no longer furious, and her tone was a little shocked and a little admiring. Sure enough, I guessed right. You are indeed a powerful character. A person without superpowers can beat several people with superpowers to death. It's really amazing. Tang Rui replied modestly, it's nothing. Although Tang Rui has no superpowers, he still has kung fu, and he can definitely protect himself. But he can't bear the title of a strong man. The young woman did not blame Tang Rui for causing her to lose several superpowers. Instead, she said to Tang Rui in a very cheerful and talkative manner, I think highly of you. Tang Rui replied expressionlessly, don't flatter me too much. The young woman smiled charmingly and spoke highly of Tang Rui. I don't think this is flattering. After all, you have real skills. Watching Rui and the woman chatting endlessly, Ao Bao felt sour and bitter, because of his incomplete intellectual development since childhood. Ao Bao has never been to school, and has not learned any knowledge. If it were before the end of the world, Ao Bao would be considered a standard illiterate. Although he is a little smarter now, Ao Bao knowledge is not broad, and there are no in-depth topics for him to talk to Rui. The topics that Ao Bao and Rui talk about on weekdays are boring. Now Rui has met a woman who really understands him, knows him, and talks to him very speculatively. Then can Ao Bao quit? Ao Bao grabbed his little hand, and the bitterness in his heart became more obvious. After that, the young woman chatted with Tang Rui for a few more words. After the chat, the young woman walked to the side of the psychics, who were beaten unconscious. Then, the young woman pried open the heads of those people alive, and took out their crystal cores. The other psychics present couldn't help but start to get scared when they saw it. Tang Rui looked at her puzzled and asked, they are not dead yet. Why do you take their crystal cores? The young woman picked 2 large leaves and wiped the crystal cores with white brain and blood stains. They are already so seriously injured. Even if they are still alive, they will die in a few days without good treatment. So, it is better to suffer a short pain than a long pain. This young woman is also a ruthless character. No wonder everyone in the team respectfully calls her big sister. Tang Rui stared at the crystal cores in her hand, with a hint of unnoticeable desire in his eyes. The young woman was very keen to detect his desire. So she generously handed the crystal cores to him. If you want it, I'll give it to you. How could he accept other people's kindness for no reason? Tang Rui politely refused because he preferred to dig the crystal cores himself. Seeing that Tang Rui didn't want it, the young woman put the crystal core in her waist bag. Then, the young woman glanced at Xiao Shu, who was being humiliated. Seeing Xiao Shu sobbing, the young woman raised an extremely contemptuous smile on her lips. But she still showed a sympathetic look. The young woman reached out and gently patted Xiao Shu's shoulder. You are a young girl in her prime. But you were almost bullied. It's all because of my team members, who were too eager. Don't cry. I have helped you dig out their crystal cores. It's considered revenge for you. Xiao Shu looked back and found that the heads of the men who molested her had been broken open. Their deaths were extremely miserable. Her mood instantly improved. Xiao Shu looked up at the young woman and said with tears, Thank you. The young woman smiled with satisfaction but dissatisfaction. You're welcome. The reason for satisfaction was that this arrogant girl was willing to thank her. And the reason for dissatisfaction was that those superpowers didn't break the virginity of this pure girl. The matter was settled. And everyone returned to the fire and continued to eat barbecue. Xiao Ting found Tang Rui and begged, Brother Tang, can you give me a few bottles of mineral water? Shuer thinks her body is not clean and wants to wash it properly. Tang Rui turned his head and looked at Ao Bao, who had been silent for a long time beside him. Ao Bao, take out a few bottles of water from the space. Ao Bao obeyed and took out a whole box of water from the space. The water was too heavy, and Ao Bao couldn't lift it. So he threw it on the ground. Thank you. Thank you. Xiao Ting thanked him several times, then picked up the box of water and took Xiao Shu to take a bath behind the tree. Although she was not really violated, but only touched a few times, Xiao Shu still felt that she was very dirty. She still remembered the touch of those men's hands touching her below. And this memory could not be washed away with water. Xiao Shu felt nauseous from time to time, and could only keep washing with mineral water to feel a little cleaner. Xiao Ting watched his sister washing her lower body, and felt uncomfortable. After a while, he finally spoke, Shu, I will become stronger and protect you. If Brother Tang hadn't arrived in time to pin those psychics to the ground, Xiao Ting would have had to watch his sister being defiled. At that moment, Xiao Ting realized that he was too weak, so he had to become stronger. As strong as Brother Tang. Otherwise, he would have to witness his sister being bullied by other men, which was really unpleasant. On the other side, the young woman was chatting with Tang Rui. At the beginning, the conversation was very serious. The young woman asked Tang Rui, What did you do before the end of the world? Tang Rui fed the roasted pork belly into Ao Bao's mouth, and answered the young woman's question by the way, I was a soldier. No wonder you are so strong. The young woman scanned Tang Rui's thriving muscles with admiration, and then asked, Do you have relatives in the end of the world? My parents died a long time ago. I have no brothers. Only my cousin. But I haven't seen him for a long time, and I don't know whether he is alive or dead now. Tang Rui didn't have much contact with his cousin before the end of the world, and they were not familiar with each other, so he didn't care much about his cousin's life or death. After talking to the young woman, Tang Rui coaxed Ao Bao and said, This meat is roasted just right. Be good. Just take a bite and see. Tang Rui didn't want people around him to see that Ao Bao was a little zombie, so he forced Ao Bao to eat the roasted pork belly, disguising himself more like a human, so that people around him would not suspect that Ao Bao was a zombie. But Ao Bao was angry and had no appetite at all. Moreover, the skewer of pork belly was roasted by the young woman for Rui. When he thought of this, Ao Bao had even less appetite. Seeing Tang Rui forcing the little guy to eat the barbecue, the young woman said sympathetically, He is young. Maybe he is picky about food. Children are all picky about food. Don't force him to eat. Living in the apocalypse, it is very strange to be picky about food. After all, in most cases, the stomach is not full. So how can you be picky about food? It's good to have something to eat. Tang Rui was afraid of being exposed, so he explained, Ao Bao is not picky about food, but he is in a bad mood now, so he refuses to eat. The young woman looked at the delicate little boy. So his name is Ao Bao. What a strange and cute name. Ao Bao also looked at the young woman, and their eyes met. The young woman saw the innocent cuteness of children in Ao Bao's eyes, and also saw the bloodthirsty and violent nature of the strong. In general, This little boy in front of her is not simple. The young woman shifted her gaze from Ao Bao to Tang Rui. From then on, the topic was no longer serious. The young woman looked at Tang Rui's crotch and asked, "You haven't touched a woman?" "No. Tang Rui has only touched Ao Bao. And he will only touch Ao Bao in the future. Not anyone else." The young woman said meaningfully, "You are quite tolerant." Tang Rui did not speak. The young woman rubbed Tang Rui's leg with the tip of her shoe. "Do you plan to?" "Brother Tang." Before the young woman could speak, she was interrupted by Xiao Ting's shout. Xiao Ting was holding Xiao Shu's hand and coming over here. Xiao Shu's face was still very pale, but she was not as panicked as before, and she was much calmer now. Xiao Ting pulled Xiao Shu to sit down next to Tang Rui. Tang Rui handed the skewer of roasted pork belly to Xiao Ting. "Here, eat it. Ao Bao doesn't like it." Xiao Ting was not polite, took the skewer of pork belly from Tang Rui, and handed it to Xiao Shu. "Shu, eat something." Xiao Shu mechanically took the skewer of roasted meat and took a bite. "I'll take Ao Bao to sleep first." After saying that, Tang Rui picked up Ao Bao and got into an empty tent. In the tent, Tang Rui pressed Ao Bao on him and asked, "Why are you still angry with me?" The space in the tent was small, and after being pressed down by Rui, Ao Bao had basically no way to escape. Ao Bao could only put his little hands on Rui's chest and shook his head to refuse. "Ao Bao. Ao Bao. Don't press Ao Bao." Tang Rui fixed Ao Bao's shaking little head with both hands. "Ao Bao. You haven't been right all day. Are you uncomfortable?" Seeing Rui chatting with the young woman so enthusiastically, it would be strange for Ao Bao to feel comfortable. Thinking of this, Ao Bao's nose was sore, and warm liquid flowed out of his eyes. "Why are you crying?" Tang Rui lowered his head and licked the liquid flowing from the corners of Ao Bao's eyes with pity. He said in an unbelievably soft voice, "My dear, don't cry." Ao Bao still felt uncomfortable because Rui had introduced Ao Bao to the young woman before, claiming that Ao Bao was just a younger brother, when Ao Bao was still a low-level zombie. He didn't understand what a younger brother meant, so it didn't matter if he was a younger brother to Rui at that time. But now Ao Bao knows what a younger brother means. Ao Bao turned his head to one side, crying silently, not wanting to look Rui in the face. Tang Rui straightened Ao Bao's little face. "Ao Bao, don't you want to be with this group of humans?" Tears blurred Ao Bao's eyes, so he couldn't see Rui's expression at the moment. He only heard Rui asking him questions, but Ao Bao didn't give a timely answer. Tang Rui wiped Ao Bao's eyelids with his rough fingertips, and wiped away the tears at the end of Ao Bao's eyes. Afraid that his rough hands would hurt Ao Bao's delicate skin, Tang Rui deliberately controlled his wiping movements to be very light, as if he was wiping a rare treasure. Tang Rui's voice was slightly hoarse and dry. "I don't like being with these humans either. I just want their crystal cores." Tang Rui didn't say the last few words, because the tent was not soundproof. He was afraid that people outside would hear it, so he hurriedly stopped talking. Then, Tang Rui changed his words and said, "I just want to become stronger." Although Qiao Ting said that with Ao Bao's strength, this team of superpowers can be wiped out in minutes. But Tang Rui didn't want to rely on Ao Bao's ability. He wanted to do it himself. So he was looking for an opportunity to kill the powerful big sister. That is, the young woman, first, so that the remaining superpowers would be easier to deal with. That's right. Tang Rui arrogantly wanted to rely on his own strength to get all the crystal cores of those superpowers. And he didn't need Ao Bao's help at all. Tang Rui kissed Ao Bao's face several times in a row, from the forehead to the bridge of the nose and lips, and then to Ao Bao's baby-fat cheeks, until he kissed Ao Bao's whole face and every corner. "Ao Bao, be patient for a few more days. When my goal is achieved, I won't have to force you to continue to play the role of a human. But before the goal is achieved, please cooperate with me. Be good, and be obedient." Ao Bao didn't care about Rui's purpose at all. He just cared that Rui was too close to the young woman. Rui spent the whole day chatting with the young woman, talking about this and that, and Ao Bao couldn't get a word in. Of course, if Ao Bao interrupted, it would be easy to be exposed. After all, he could only scream. And when Rui was chatting with the young woman, Ao Bao seemed redundant, because Rui and the young woman looked like a couple, while Ao Bao looked more like their son. Just when Ao Bao was daydreaming, Tang Rui put his rough hands under his skirt and touched him randomly. Ao Bao was in no mood to do that with Rui now. And Ruirui said that Ao Bao was just a younger brother. How could a brother do that kind of unspeakable thing to his younger brother? Ao Bao decisively began to resist, waving his hands randomly. Ao. After being hit on the face by Ao Bao waving hands, Tang Rui's rationality was beaten back a little. And he asked, Ao Bao, don't you want to? Ao Bao looked like this, so I knew he didn't want to. Tang Rui didn't want to force Ao Bao, so he chose to be patient and compromise. He lay down, hugged Ao Bao's waist, and prepared to sleep honestly. But Ao Bao didn't even let him hold him. Ao Bao crawled away from under his arm. Tang Rui smiled bitterly, pulled Ao Bao back, and threatened in his tone, if you don't let me hold you while sleeping, I will hack you while sleeping. Although Ao Bao was still young and innocent, he still understood the meaning of the latter sentence. Then, Ao Bao obediently nestled in Ruirui's body, letting Ruirui hug him while sleeping. Ao Bao just didn't want to eat meat today. If it was the time when he wanted to eat meat, Ao Bao would have wanted to hack you while sleeping every day, so that he could sleep and fill his stomach at the same time. This was a win-win situation. Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting slept in the tent next to Tang Rui and his friends, because there was no soundproofing. Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting could hear Tang Rui's words clearly. But Xiao Shu was not in the mood to imagine Tang Rui and Ao Bao doing piston movements in her head as before. Her mind was full of how she was almost raped by several men. This caused a lot of psychological trauma to Xiao Shu, making her a little afraid of men. Even when her brother came over and hugged her waist, she couldn't help screaming and trembling, don't touch me. Seeing his sister's reaction, Xiao Ting had to withdraw his hand first. Shu, you are safe now. Don't be afraid. Xiao Ting reached out again and tried to hug Xiao Shu. This time Xiao Shu didn't scream again, but her body was still shaking. Ao Bao, who was sleeping next door, sensed Xiao Shu's fear and released a soothing fragrance. This fragrance can make people relax and quickly fall into deep sleep. Soon, Xiao Shu fell asleep, and other superpowers were also affected and fell asleep. Tang Rui had originally planned to launch a sneak attack while everyone was asleep, but he couldn't hold on. As soon as he smelled the soothing aroma, he began to feel sleepy and then fell into a deep sleep. That night, everyone slept very soundly, and finally had a rare good sleep in the apocalypse. Not as nervous as before. The next morning, Tang Rui was the first to wake up. When he woke up, he could still hear the snoring of others. The snoring was louder and louder, and it made Tang Rui lose the last bit of sleepiness. Ao Bao, who was sleeping on him, was also snoring, but the sound was very small. Tang Rui lowered his head and sucked hard on Ao Bao's little mouth. I didn't eat meat last night, and now I have to eat it while Ao Bao is asleep. When everyone else woke up, Tang Rui kissed Ao Bao almost all over his body, not leaving any part of him. But he didn't kiss very hard, so there was no particularly conspicuous mark on Ao Bao. After the group of superpowers woke up, the surroundings became noisy. Soon, a smell of rice drifted into the tent. It was the group of superpowers cooking porridge outside. Tang Rui helped Ao Bao to button up the unbuttoned clothes, put on the lace panties that had been pulled off, and then tidied up the folds on the clothes until there was no abnormality. Then he carried Ao Bao out of the tent. As soon as Tang Rui walked out of the tent, the young woman waved at him and motioned him to come over. Tang Rui walked towards the young woman holding Ao Bao, who was still sleeping. The young woman saw that Tang Rui had been holding the little boy, almost never letting go. So she teased, "He is like your own son." Hearing this, Tang Rui's face looked a little stiff. Seeing that her words were a bit rude, the young woman smiled and apologized to Tang Rui. "Sorry. I hope you don't take my words to heart." Tang Rui's expression eased a little, and then he sat down on a dead tree covered with moss. The young woman also sat on the dead tree with Tang Rui. She looked at Ao Bao, who was still sleeping, and said intentionally or unintentionally, "He is young and looks very immature, especially compared with the young woman, who is a mature woman. Ao Bao seems too immature. The young woman exudes the charm of a mature woman, which is indeed very attractive. But Tang Rui does not like her, and even hates her a little." However, Tang Rui did not show his dislike too obviously. He just frowned slightly. The young woman put her delicate hand on Tang Rui's broad shoulder. "He doesn't match you very well. You may be more suitable for someone like me." When she spoke, she always deliberately dragged out the tail tone, which was indeed very charming. But Tang Rui felt annoyed, because this woman dared to say that he and Ao Bao didn't match. Tang Rui brushed the hand on his shoulder impatiently. Didn't you say you were not interested in me? The young woman laughed twice. I am interested in married men. But you are not a married man. No matter how hard she tried to show off her charm, Tang Rui had no interest in her. Tang Rui moved to the side and sat in the position farthest from the young woman. And his voice was particularly cold. Don't get close to me again. If Ao Bao woke up later and saw that he was too close to this young woman, he would definitely be angry again. The young woman ignored Tang Rui's words and sat down next to him. This time, the young woman was no longer as frivolous as before. She said in a serious tone, "You should be eager to regain your superpowers." This was true. Tang Rui raised his eyebrows. So? The young woman said, "I can help you." Just as Tang Rui was about to listen carefully to the young woman's words, Ao Bao suddenly woke up. As soon as he woke up, he saw Rui and the woman, head to head, behaving very intimately, as if they were about to kiss. Seeing Ao Bao wake up, Tang Rui panicked and kept a distance from the young woman, and explained, "Ao Bao, I didn't do anything. I just said a few words to her." Ao Bao pursed his lips and then burst into tears. Woo! Tang Rui continued to defend, "Ao Bao, don't misunderstand. I really..." Pa! Ao Bao slapped Tang Rui in the face, and then ran to find Xiao Shu and the others crying. There was a distinct little paw mark on Tang Rui's face, which was made by Ao Bao. After being slapped by Ao Bao, Tang Rui was still a little dazed. When he saw Ao Bao running away, Tang Rui quickly came back to his senses and chased after him. Ao Bao had already run in front of Xiao Shu and the others, and threw himself directly into Xiao Shu's arms. Xiao Shu, who was a little afraid of men, saw Ao Bao suddenly throw himself into her arms, and she was not repulsed at all. Doesn't Ao Bao count as a man? Xiao Shu didn't care to think so much. She subconsciously hugged the little boy who rushed over. Seeing Ao Bao sobbing, Xiao Shu asked a little confusedly, "Why are you crying?" As soon as Xiao Shu asked this question, Tang Rui chased after him. Seeing Ao Bao hiding in someone else's arms and crying, Tang Rui was very unhappy about this. He directly took action and forcefully twisted Ao Bao's little shoulders, trying to hug him into his arms. Tang Rui argued with Ao Bao while defending himself. "Ao Bao, I just chatted with that woman for a few words. I really didn't mean anything else." Tang Rui really didn't have any feelings for that woman. He even hated her a little bit. At most, he just wanted the crystal core in that woman's brain. Ao Bao shrank hard into Xiao Shu's arms, choking and saying, "Woo! I hate Rui." Ao Bao, who always only knows how to howl, actually said the word hate. At the same time, these two words also hurt Tang Rui's heart. He didn't expect Ao Bao to really say he hates him one day. Not only Tang Rui, Xiao Shu and Xiao Ting were also surprised. Xiao Ting was still thinking in his heart, what did Brother Tang do to force Ao Bao, who couldn't speak, to say the word hate? Xiao Shu felt that there must be something wrong with Tang Rui himself. "Brother Tang, you should reflect on yourself." It was because he had no superpowers that Tang Rui became extremely inferior and unconfident. So he always wanted to prove himself in front of Ao Bao, to prove that he had lost himself. He became arrogant and inferior, arrogant and unconfident. In short, he was very different from before. If Tang Rui didn't change, he would lose Ao Bao. Tang Rui looked at Xiao Shu uncertainly and asked, "What are you reflecting on?" "I didn't do anything." He just wanted to hear from the young woman how to reactivate the superpowers. So he just listened with his ears, and did nothing else. You know that Ao Bao doesn't like you to get too close to that woman, but you always chat with her, and you just can't stand the fact that Ao Bao is better than you. So you are eager to surpass Ao Bao. Humph. Now you are not worthy of Ao Bao, so you might as well go with that woman. Xiao Shu's words made Tang Rui fall into silence. He didn't say anything to refute Xiao Shu, but the two big fists under his sleeves were clenched tightly, so tight that the joints turned white. Xiao Ting quietly pulled the corner of his sister's clothes and scolded, "Why are you talking nonsense again?" Xiao Shu didn't think she was talking nonsense. She was just reminding Tang Rui. After a long silence, Tang Rui, who had been lowering his head, suddenly looked up. His eyes were bloodshot and his eye sockets were wet. His voice was hoarse with a hint of sobbing that was not easy to detect. "You are right. I am not worthy of Ao Bao now." Tang Rui clenched his fists tightly, and said, as if he had made up his mind, "So I have to leave. I will come back when I am strong enough." Without strong strength, He is indeed not worthy of staying with Ao Bao. Xiaoshu really doubted whether Tang Rui's IQ was not as high as Ao Bao, even if you are a scumbag. Ao Bao will not despise you. But you can't deliberately approach other women in order to become stronger. Tang Rui decisively denied approaching women. I didn't. You still want to quibble. In order to become stronger. You and my brother agreed to join this superpower team without considering the feelings of Ao Bao and me. You clearly said before that you would take Ao Bao to settle in the south. Have you forgotten? If Tang Rui and Xiaoting hadn't insisted on joining this superpower team before, Xiaoshu wouldn't have been almost raped last night. I didn't forget. How could Tang Rui forget such an important thing? He dreamed of living a peaceful and idyllic life with Ao Bao and giving birth to a few zombie babies. How could he forget this? Xiaoshu looked at him and advised, if you don't want Ao Bao to hate you all the time, just quit this team immediately and continue to go to the south. At first, Tang Rui didn't want to agree to join this team. It was Xiaoting who instigated him in his ear, saying that there were 23 superpowers and 23 crystal cores. So he agreed. Now Tang Rui doesn't want Ao Bao to hate him. So he is willing to quit this team. The young woman listened to them for a long time, and saw that Tang Rui was going to quit the team. The young woman sneered coldly. Our team is not something you can join if you want to. And you can leave if you want to. Tang Rui, Xiaoshu and Xiaoting. 3 ordinary people. Plus a young boy. All look like they have no fighting power, and can only be slaughtered. The young woman certainly didn't take the 4 of them seriously. She said to Tang Rui arrogantly, since soft coaxing doesn't work, then I can only force you. After that, the young woman was ready to take action and punish Tang Rui, so that this disobedient man would honestly submit to her skirt. One thing that must be made clear is that Tang Rui has already been defeated by Ao Bao's little skirt, and he will not be defeated by someone else's skirt again, even if he dies. The young woman is a high-level psychic, and her strength can be regarded as an upper-middle level. She is really powerful. But Tang Rui is not completely vegetarian. Although he has no superpowers, he has thick skin and flesh, and he can withstand a beating. The young woman said, I don't want to seriously injure you. If you can't be treated at that time, you can only wait to die. So if you surrender voluntarily, I won't hurt you. If Tang Rui is injured, the young woman will feel a little sorry for him. Tang Rui threw a fist at her, showing no mercy. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Fortunately, the young woman dodged in time. Otherwise her pretty face would have been hit by his big fist. The young woman saw that Tang Rui was serious. So she was not polite and prepared to torture Tang Rui once and let him taste her power. You are looking for death. So don't blame me. The young woman was serious. And Tang Rui really couldn't handle it. Seeing Tang Rui retreating step by step and being seriously injured, Xiaoshu was still a little worried. She looked down at the young boy who was still crying in her arms. Ao Bao. Go help Brother Tang. Xiaoting stopped his sister from talking. I guess Brother Tang doesn't want Ao Bao to help. Tang Rui and the young woman were fighting one-on-one. And no one went up to help. Other superpowers just watched the show. Ao Bao turned his head and saw Rui being beaten by the woman. And he was anxious. Ao Bao didn't want to see Rui get hurt. So he wanted to go up to help. But Xiaoting stopped him and said, Ao Bao, don't interfere. This is about men's self-esteem. Xiaoshu really couldn't stand those stinky men who always talked about men's self-esteem. They kept talking and talking. And they were tired of listening. What self-esteem? They are going to be beaten to death. What self-esteem is there to talk about? Brother, if you keep talking, I will beat you too. As soon as Xiaoshu finished speaking, Tang Rui was knocked down. And the so-called men's self-esteem was completely defeated. The young woman squatted down in front of Tang Rui and said proudly, if you don't want to submit to me, then I will kill your sweetheart. After that, the young woman's eyes were fixed on Ao Bao. Seeing the young woman's arrogant words, Xiaoshu smiled coldly at her. You underestimate my Ao Bao too much. Really? The young woman slowly stood up, patted the unnecessary dust on her body, and said with a contemptuous smile, what can that little guy do? Seeing that the woman could still laugh, Xiaoshu couldn't help laughing. Don't be scared by Ao Bao and run away later. The young woman didn't think that the cute little boy was scary. She just thought that Xiaoshu was deliberately scaring her, and couldn't help laughing more and more wildly. This is really the funniest joke I have ever heard. Oh! What a joke. You'll know if it's a joke later. Xiaoshu laughed sarcastically, and pushed Ao Bao out of her arms. Go! Ao Bao. Scare her to death. Ao Bao took 2 steps forward and bared his 2 rows of neat white teeth at the young woman. Looking at Ao Bao's fierce look, the young woman laughed with her chest. You really scare me to death. After just 2 seconds of laughing, the young woman couldn't laugh anymore because she was surrounded by a bunch of zombie vines that suddenly appeared. Other superpowers wanted to come to help their eldest sister, but they were also trapped by the zombie vines. The young woman's limbs were entangled by vines in circles, which made it impossible for her to release her superpowers. At this time, she finally panicked. Xiaoshu picked a dogtail grass and scratched the young woman's face. She smiled triumphantly and asked, Is my Ao Bao fierce? Are you afraid? The young woman turned her face away, avoiding the dogtail grass in Xiaoshu's hand, and asked in horror, Is he a zombie? Xiaoshu nodded. Ao Bao is the zombie king. Zombie king. The young woman was extremely shocked when she got this information. She took another look at the little boy who was still baring his teeth at her. She couldn't imagine that this little guy was actually the zombie king. Okay. I won't talk nonsense with you. Xiaoshu threw away the dogtail grass in her hand. And then she turned back to Ao Bao and said, Ao Bao, do it. The young woman was shocked when her crystal core was dug out. The vines also stirred in her brain, turning her brain into tofu dregs, and she was completely dead. Ao Bao suddenly had 23 more crystal cores in his hand. He took these crystal cores and walked to Ruirui. Tang Rui struggled to get up from the ground, lowered his head, and did not dare to look Ao Bao in the eye. Ao Bao, I am useless and do not deserve to stay with you. Ao Bao held the 23 crystal cores in his small hands and handed them to Tang Rui. Rui. Ao. Rui. Here. Looking at the 23 crystal cores in Ao Bao's hand, Tang Rui was stunned for a moment, and said with his lips moving, Is this for me? Ao Bao pushed the crystal core in his hand forward again. For Ruirui. Ao Bao also wanted Ruirui to become stronger quickly, so that Ruirui could protect himself and no longer be looked down upon or bullied by others. Tang Rui wrapped Ao Bao 2 small hands with his hands that were bigger than his face, and smiled on his handsome face with scars. Ao Bao, take these crystal cores yourself. Although you are already the zombie king, there is still a lot of room for improvement. You can use these crystal cores to improve your strength. Ao Bao has no ambition at all. His dream is to be a lazy little corpse who eats and sleeps. And Ao Bao is strong enough now, so it's useless to have so many crystal cores. Ao Bao forcefully sent the crystal core to Ruirui. Ao, Brother Tang, since Ao Bao gave it to you, you should accept it. Hurry up and improve your strength. Otherwise Ao Bao may really despise you for being incompetent. Xiaoshu used provocation to Tang Rui on the side. After being provoked by Xiaoshu, Tang Rui decisively accepted the 23 crystal cores. These crystal cores must be used after the superpowers are stimulated. So Tang Rui can only put the crystal cores away first, and use the energy of the crystal cores to help evolve after the superpowers are stimulated. Xiaoshu covered her eyebrows with her hands and looked up at the big sun above her head. The morning has passed. We have to hurry. Hearing that they had to hurry, Ao Bao must be too lazy to walk, and stretched out his little hands to Ruirui. Ruirui. Ao. Hug. Tang Rui slightly bit his upper body, then held Ao Bao little but with one hand and picked him up. Feeling that he was needed by Ao Bao, Tang Rui was still very happy. Xiao Ting looked at the scars on Tang Rui's body and asked, Brother Tang, are your injuries okay? Tang Rui had been beaten by that woman just now, and there were deep or shallow wounds all over his body. But they were only superficial injuries, and no important organs were injured, so it was not a big deal at all. And as mentioned before, Tang Rui's ability to withstand blows is very strong, and a minor injury will not have any impact. I'm fine. Ao Bao took out a tube of ointment from his space, and then carefully spread the milky white ointment evenly on the wound on Ruirui's face. Ruirui. It hurts. Tang Rui now has a sense of pain, so he can feel a little bit of pain, but he can still endure this pain. I don't feel pain, Xiaoshu exclaimed as she walked. Speaking of which, Brother Tang's recovery ability is really strong. Yesterday, his legs were still limping, but today they are completely free of limping. If Xiaoshu didn't say it, Tang Rui himself might not notice this. And now his legs are indeed not lame, because he was wearing long pants. He couldn't see how the wound on his leg was healing, but he could clearly feel that his wound was healing quickly. Xiaoshu said curiously, Brother Tang, pull up your trouser legs and have a look. Tang Rui stopped, holding Ao Bao with one hand, and pulled up his trouser legs with the other hand, revealing the wound that was bitten by the wolf the night before. After revealing it, everyone present was stunned. Tang Rui's calf was bitten off by a wolf before, and now in less than 2 days and 1 night, new pink flesh has grown. This healing speed is many times faster than that of normal people. Xiaoshu used the dogtail grass in her hand to scratch Tang Rui's newly grown flesh. This is amazing. It's no less than the regeneration ability of the Zombie King. Tang Rui was tickled by the dogtail grass, so he put down his trouser legs. As for the fact that the wound healed so quickly and new flesh grew, he himself was also very surprised. But Tang Rui knew very well that he had not activated any superpowers. His body was now that of an ordinary person. The reason why the wound healed hundreds of times faster than that of a normal person might be because of Ao Bao. Qiaoting said at this time, "Brother Tang, have you activated the healing superpower?" Tang Rui shook his head and threw out a possible answer. "No. It might be Ao Bao honey." Qiaoting and Xiaoshu both had a confused look of curiosity. What honey? Under the gaze of the brother and sister, Tang Rui was a little embarrassed to say it out loud. He coughed pretendingly. Nothing. Xiaoshu was very sharp-minded. She immediately associated it. I could always smell the smell of nectar from Ao Bao. So is the honey you were talking about. Brother Tang. Nectar? Xiaoshu had previously lifted Ao Bao's skirt to verify whether Ao Bao had hidden nectar, but found nothing. Because there was nothing under Ao Bao's skirt. Only a little chicken the size of a little finger. Tang Rui didn't know how to answer Xiaoshu, so he simply chose to remain silent and continued on his way. Xiaoshu and Qiaoting quickly caught up with Tang Rui. The two siblings were on the left and right, sandwiching Tang Rui in the middle. Xiaoshu asked innocently, "Brother Tang, how do you know that nectar is effective?" In her mind, isn't nectar meant for eating? How can it cure diseases? I discovered it by accident. Tang Rui sucked Ao Bao dry once, and when he woke up the next day, he was surprised to find that his whole body was unobstructed, as if his Ren and Du meridians were opened, and the small wounds on his body disappeared. But he didn't pay much attention to it at that time, and just remembered it after knowing that Ao Bao honey was really effective. Xiaoshu hurriedly said, "I have a mosquito bite here. It itches so much. Can you apply Ao Bao honey on me?" Xiaoshu showed the big red bag on her arm. She was really itchy. She had been itching since last night. She hoped that Ao Bao magical honey could give her some relief. Xiaoshu thought that Ao Bao honey was placed in the space, and she could take it out and eat it whenever she wanted. She didn't think of other places at all, and she didn't know where the honey came from. Hearing what Xiaoshu said, Tang Rui's eyes twitched, and then he said decisively, "No more." "How can there be no more? Brother Tang, don't be so stingy. I just need a little honey and apply it on the mosquito bites." Xiaoshu felt that the mosquitoes in the wild were very poisonous, and it would not work without applying some medicine. How could Tang Rui give Ao Bao honey to others? Ao Bao, there are other ointments that can be applied. Maybe you can apply some of your own saliva. I don't apply saliva. Give me the ointment. Xiaoshu actually still wanted to see if the honey had any magical effects, but Tang Rui was too stingy and refused to give her any. Qiaoting took the ointment from Ao Bao and went to help his sister apply it. Hearing Rui and Xiaoshu talking about honey, Ao Bao himself didn't know that he had this thing. Ao Bao asked Rui where the honey came from with doubts. Ao? Tang Rui did not answer Ao Bao, but said mysteriously, "This must be kept secret and can't be told to others." Ao. Can't tell Ao Bao either? No. If Ao Bao knew that the honey had miraculous effects, he would definitely let others use it. So Tang Rui had to keep the secret. Ao Bao pouted, very dissatisfied. Rui even hid it from Ao Bao. Tang Rui bit Ao Bao pouting mouth. "I'll tell you later." "Okay." Ao Bao nodded. Ao. If it's later, Ao Bao will definitely forget about it. 2 days later, all the wounds on Tang Rui's body were completely healed. Xiaoshu and Qiaoting explained that it was magical, which made them even more curious about what the honey was. However, Tang Rui refused to tell them and didn't let them taste a drop. He was so stingy. They didn't encounter many zombies along the way. Even if they encountered Xiaoshu, they were not afraid at all. After all, they had Ao Bao, the little zombie king. Sometimes they would encounter 1 or 2 survivors. When seeing a survivor, Tang Rui would first ask Ao Bao if he wanted to eat human flesh. If Ao Bao didn't want to eat human flesh, then the survivor would have a chance to survive. Most of the time, Ao Bao didn't want to eat human flesh, because he had Ruirui's big Ruirui, which was much more delicious than those human flesh. And in order to have more chances to survive, the survivors would think about joining Tang Rui and his group and rushing to the south with them. In this way, there would be more people, and they could take care of each other. Most survivors who asked to go with them would be rejected by Xiao Shu. But this was an exception. And this handsome guy was a star before the end of the world. Although the idol looked very embarrassed now, he was still handsome. Xiao Shu loved chasing stars before the end of the world. Seeing her former idol, she asked to join them. Before Tang Rui and Xiao Ting refused, Xiao Shu jumped and agreed. I welcome you to join. Seeing his sister being fascinated, Xiao Ting's face darkened. Tang Rui didn't care. Anyway, if this star joined, he could raise him as a reserve food, and then kill him when Ao Bao wanted to eat human flesh. Xiao Ting pulled Xiao Shu and said, if he joins, there will be one more mouth to feed. Where can we get so much food to feed him? Xiao Shu said, there is a lot of rice in Ao Bao's space. Enough to eat. Xiao Ting gritted his teeth and said, that depends on whether Ao Bao and Brother Tang agree. Xiao Shu turned around and asked Tang Rui, Brother Tang, do you agree? Xiao Ting thought that Brother Tang would definitely refuse. Unexpectedly, Tang Rui actually said, whatever. Whatever means agree. Xiao Shu was so happy that she almost jumped 3 meters high. She hugged the star's arm and asked him brother all the time, completely forgetting the existence of her real brother. The little star was very grateful to Xiao Shu for allowing him to join. So he was very patient with Xiao Shu, and the two chatted happily. However, although the little star was talking to Xiao Shu, his eyes would always glance at Ao Bao, who was licking a lollipop from time to time. He felt that Ao Bao looked a little familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Tang Rui keenly noticed that the little star always glanced at Ao Bao. This made Tang Rui a little unhappy, and he quickly glared at the little star with a cold look. Then Tang Rui kissed Ao Bao's sweet mouth again, swearing his right to possess him. Originally, the little star's attention was all on Ao Bao, but after receiving Tang Rui's hostile eyes, he cast his eyes on Tang Rui. The first impression Tang Rui gave the little star was that he was a muscular and handsome man. His facial features were more resolute and profound than all the men he had seen. If it was before the end of the world, with that handsome face, he would definitely be popular on the internet. Xiao Shu waved her hand in front of the little star and said unhappily, I'm talking to you. Why are you always looking at Brother Tang? The little star gave Xiao Shu an apologetic smile and said, I just think he looks familiar. Xiao Shu tilted her head and asked in confusion, do you know Brother Tang? The little star shook her head, no. But I've seen that little one. Among the group of people, only Ao Bao looked at Xi again. Xiao Shu scratched her head, that little one? Are you talking about Ao Bao? Tang Rui heard the little star say that he had seen Ao Bao. So he asked him, where did you see Ao Bao? The little star recalled and said, in the newspaper. Ao Bao disappeared for a month before the end of the world. His disappearance was reported in the newspaper, and the news channel also reported it. The little star saw Ao Bao in the newspaper, which was not surprising at all. I thought the little star knew Ao Bao, but I didn't expect that he had only seen the news of Ao Bao kidnapping in the newspaper. Tang Rui couldn't tell whether he was disappointed or relieved. Anyway, he didn't want anyone who knew Ao Bao to appear again. Otherwise, what would happen if Ao Bao ran away with that person? After all, Ao Bao has recovered his memory now. Xiaoming looked at Ao Bao's face again and again. It looks very similar to the photo in the newspaper, but I don't know if it's the same person. Tang Rui didn't answer his question. Xiao Shu rushed to answer, it's the same person. Ao Bao is the young master of the Shangguan family. Xiaoming raised her left eyebrow, with a hint of doubt and a hint of surprise in her tone. Really? Of course it's true. If it was before the end of the world, Xiao Shu would definitely hold on to Ao Bao, the rich second generation, and eat and drink with him. Of course, now that the end of the world is here, she also has to hold on to Ao Bao Golden Thigh. There is a Shangguan base in Kyoto, which is the base with the highest safety factor in the apocalypse. Many survivors are rushing to Kyoto, but ordinary survivors are not allowed to enter the safe zone. They need connections to enter. As far as I know, the Shangguan base was built by the parents of this young master Shangguan. The little star's words were like throwing a stone into the calm water. Xiao Shu, Xiao Ting, and Tang Rui were all upset. Only Ao Bao seemed to have not heard it, and continued to lick his orange lollipop. Xiaoshu and Xiaoting looked back at Tang Rui at the same time, wanting to see what Tango would react after hearing this, and whether he would consider going to Kyoto to meet his mother-in-law. Although Tang Rui's heart was already in turmoil, he did not react much on the surface. Xiaoshu looked at Tang Rui and said, "The Shangwan base is in the north, but we are going to the south. What do you think, Brother Tang? Should we continue to go to the south or go to the north to meet Ao Bao's parents?" Tang Rui's eyes were a little heavy. "I'll ask Ao Bao first. If Ao Bao wanted to go to the north to see his parents, Tang Rui would definitely not stop him." Tang Rui looked at Ao Bao, who was licking a lollipop, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Ao Bao, do you want to see your parents? The ugly daughter-in-law will eventually have to meet her parents-in-law, and there is no way to avoid it." Tang Rui was ready to meet his mother-in-law, but unexpectedly, Ao Bao shook his head. Ao Bao said he didn't want to see his biological parents at all. Getting this answer, Tang Rui was stunned for a while, and then asked in surprise, "Why not?" Ao Bao couldn't explain the reason to Rui. He just said that he didn't want to see his parents, because of his intellectual disability. Ao Bao was not very loved by his father since he was a child. His father didn't like him, and his mother didn't count on him. Therefore, Ao Bao never enjoyed the love of his parents. It was always the nanny who played with him. Therefore, Ao Bao had no feelings for his parents. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were strangers. If Ao Bao was liked by his parents, Yu Lian would definitely not let Ao Bao live until now. Although Ao Bao didn't tell him anything, Tang Rui had already guessed it. Regarding the bad experiences of Ao Bao's childhood, Tang Rui would try his best to make up for it in the future. He would let Ao Bao feel the strong fatherly love again. Tang Rui patted Ao Bao's smooth forehead hard. "Since you don't want to see them, then don't go to see them. Let's continue to go to the south." Ao Bao nodded in agreement. Now Ao Bao doesn't need the love of his parents at all. Rui's love is enough for him. "Brother Tang, are you really not going to meet Ao Bao's parents?" Xiaoshu really wanted to go to the Shangwan base to take a look. "Our current location is too far from Kyoto, and if Ao Bao doesn't want to go, then we won't go." Tang Rui respected Ao Bao's choice. Xiaoshu was a little disappointed. "Oh, okay." The little star was also very disappointed. He thought that he could get into the Shangwan base smoothly with a relationship with Ao Bao. But Ao Bao didn't want to go. Shangwan base is known as the safest place in the world. Countless survivors are trying their best to get in. No place can be as safe as that. Little Star advised unwillingly. "Are you really not going? Shangwan base is the last piece of pure land in the end times. If you want to survive, you must go there." Xiaoting had long disliked Little Star, and suddenly retorted, "If you want to go, go by yourself. Little Star has survived until now by selling his body. He has no strength, so he dare not fight alone. He must follow the team. I dare not go alone. Can you come with me?" After that, Little Star kept talking about how good the Shangwan base was, just to persuade Tang Rui and the others. The Little Star kept chirping like a cicada. Tang Rui thought he was too noisy, so he said to him directly, "If you want to leave, go by yourself. Don't follow us." Xiaoting immediately caught the loophole in Tang Rui's words, and said to the Little Star with a smile, "Did you hear me? Brother Tang told you to get out and stop following us." Xiaoshu helped the Little Star and said, "Brother Tang just wants him to be quiet, not to drive him away." Tang Rui looked at Xiaoshu and the others, and yelled softly, "You two stop arguing." They kept arguing. After Tang Rui scolded them, he carried Ao Bao away. Xiaoshu and Xiaoting hurried to catch up with Tang Rui. The Little Star followed behind him timidly. At this moment, he was no longer as dazzling as he was when he stood under the spotlight. Ao Bao sat diagonally on Rui's arm, and the lollipop in his little hand had been licked to the point where there was not much left. Ao Bao put the last bit of candy into his mouth and chewed it up. The sound of chewing the candy was so loud that the three people following behind him looked at him. Seeing that the three of them were looking at him, Ao Bao thought that the three of them wanted to eat candy too. Ao Bao took out a few fruit candies wrapped in colorful candy paper from the small pocket on the front of his shirt. Ao Bao looked at the candy in his hand, then looked at the three people behind him, and quietly calculated in his mind. 1 plus 2 equals how much? Ao Bao only knew that 1 plus 1 equals 2. As for 1 plus 2 equals how much? This profound question, Ao Bao has never thought about it. Ao Bao calculated for a long time, but in the end, He still couldn't figure out how many candies to give them. You can't blame Ao Bao for being stupid. Who made Ao Bao never go to school? And he is still a little illiterate. Counting from 1 to 10 is already the limit. And addition and subtraction within 10 is challenging the limit. Since I don't know how much to give, I won't give it. Ao Bao stuffed the candy back into his little pocket. At first, seeing Ao Bao take out a few candies from his pocket and stare at them, Xiaoshu thought Ao Bao wanted to share the candy with him. Unexpectedly, Ao Bao hesitated for a long time, stuffed it back into his pocket, and pretended to play a trick, successfully playing Xiaoshu and the others. Seeing that the three of them were still staring at him, Ao Bao felt embarrassed and took the candy out of his pocket again. The three of them rarely eat candy, and even rarely drink water. Their mouths are bitter all day long. So the three of them subconsciously want to make their mouths more sweet. So candy is very attractive to them. Seeing Ao Bao take out the candy again, he was ready to share it with them. Xiaoshu, who had been greedy for a long time, swallowed silently. As the only girl, she was more eager to eat sweet things than others, especially when her mouth was bitter. She wanted to eat something sweet. Ao Bao got serious this time. He counted on his little fingers to calculate how many candies he should share. After about 10 minutes of calculation, Ao Bao finally calculated and got 3 candies. After thinking carefully, 3 candies were too many. If he shared them with others, Ao Bao would have nothing to eat. Ao Bao silently put the candy back into his pocket, watching Ao Bao doing several fake moves back and forth, taking the candy out and putting it back, taking it out and putting it back again. It seemed that he was deliberately taking it out to make them jealous. Xiaoshu couldn't stand it anymore, so she complained to Tang Rui, "Brother Tang, Ao Bao is seducing us." "Huh?" Tang Rui's face darkened. And then he slapped Ao Bao little but without asking any questions. "Be honest." Ao Bao felt wronged. He didn't do anything, but he was hit. Tang Rui slapped Ao Bao little but again, still not honest. Ao Bao stopped talking, took out a palm-sized lollipop from the space, licked it slowly, and made them jealous. The way Ao Bao licked the lollipop slowly was so tempting that people wanted to commit a crime against him. Xiaoting and the little star both moved their eyes away from Ao Bao unnaturally, and only Xiaoshu was still staring at the candy in Ao Bao's hand. After walking along the road for about dozens of miles, the group saw a large lake, which was right next to the road. Since it hadn't rained much recently, the water level had receded by several meters. The sun was about to set, and Tang Rui suggested camping by the lake. Hearing that they were going to camp by the lake, the 3 people who followed behind sat down on the grass by the lake and collapsed directly. Tang Rui also put Ao Bao on the grass and asked him to sit and wait for him for a while. Ao Bao sat on the ground, looked up at Rui and asked, "Ao? Where is Rui going?" Tang Rui took off his shirt and answered Ao Bao, "I'm going to the lake to catch fish." These days, they have been eating processed canned meat and dried meat. They haven't eaten fresh meat for a long time. Tang Rui wants to improve Ao Bao's diet and make the nutrition intake more balanced. Tang Rui took off his pants and only wore a pair of gray boxer briefs. After doing a few simple stretching exercises on the shore, he went into the water to catch fish. Seeing that Rui had completely dived into the water and there was no one on the surface of the water, Ao Bao was a little worried. So he walked to the water and shouted, "Ao, Rui." After shouting, there was no movement on the water. Ao Bao was anxious, so he prepared to go into the water himself to pull Rui ashore. Xiaoting came over and held him. "Ao Bao, don't worry. Brother Tang will come up soon." As soon as Xiaoting finished speaking, Tang Rui's head emerged from the water, and at the same time, he had a fresh fish in his hand. Tang Rui threw the fish to the shore. "Catch it. I'll catch a few more." Xiaoting was quick and caught the fish, and then said, "Okay." After catching the fish, Xiaoting originally planned to process the fish and grill it directly later. When he was thinking about removing the scales from the fish, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation in his hand. Xiaoting lowered his head and found that he was bitten by the fish at the base of his mouth. The teeth of the fish are serrated, a bit like a piranha. This bite is no less painful than being bitten by a mad dog. Xiaoting's brows were twisted together, but he did not cry out in pain, but quickly threw the fish out. Seeing that her brother's hand was bitten, Xiaoshu hurried over to see, "Brother, are you okay?" Xiaoting covered his bleeding palm and said, "The fish may have mutated, so it will bite people. It's best not to touch it. When Xiaoting said this, Ao Bao was poking the white belly of the fish with his little finger. The fish suddenly jumped and bit Ao Bao's little finger. Then Ao Bao cried loudly, "Woo!" At this time, Tang Rui happened to emerge from the water. Seeing Ao Bao crying, he hurried to the shore. After landing, Tang Rui threw the fish he had just caught on the grass, picked up Ao Bao from the ground, and asked nervously, "Ao Bao, what's wrong?" Ao Bao showed his bitten finger to Rui Rui. There was a circle of teeth marks on Ao Bao's little finger, as if it was bitten by an animal with sharp teeth. Tang Rui blew on Ao Bao's little finger with heartache, and then kissed it, always so careless. Before the end of the world, Ao Bao was a young master raised in a greenhouse, and had not seen many living things. So after the end of the world, he was particularly curious about those small insects that could move. When he had nothing to do, he liked to catch those small animals that could move and play with them. If they didn't bite, it was okay. But if they bit, he would often get bitten. But even if he was bitten and hurt, Ao Bao didn't remember the lesson, and would still catch them to play with next time. Tang Rui was also helpless about this. "Brother Tang, were you not bitten by fish underwater?" Xiaoting asked Tang Rui, covering his injured hand. There were not many fish in the lake. If there were schools of fish, Tang Rui might lose all the flesh on his body as soon as he got into the water. It can only be said that Tang Rui was lucky this time, and was not bitten underwater. Tang Rui was very curious why Xiaoting asked this question. And then he noticed that Xiaoting's hand was injured. "What happened to your hand?" "It was bitten by a fish. The fish you threw ashore earlier." Xiaoting then pointed out the fish and said, Ao Bao's finger was also bitten by it. When he heard that Ao Bao's little finger was bitten by this fish, Tang Rui punched the fish that was still jumping in the head. "Brother Tang, my brother was bitten by a mutant fish. Will he also mutate?" Xiaoshu asked in a trembling voice. Before Tang Rui spoke, the little star next to him interrupted and said, "It is very likely that he will mutate. I had a companion before, who was bitten by a mutant squirrel, and then he mutated directly into a monster. His body grew hair like the squirrel." As soon as Xiao Mingxing said this, Xiaoshu and Xiaoting's faces turned green instantly. If you are bitten by a squirrel, you will grow hair on your body. If you are bitten by a fish, will you grow scales? Xiaoting knelt down in panic. "Brother Tang, you have to save me. I don't want to become a monster." At present, the only person Xiaoting can ask for help is Tang Rui. Xiaoshu also knelt down in front of Tang Rui with her brother. "Brother Tang, didn't you say that Ao Bao's honey has miraculous effects? Can you give me some? Maybe this can control the mutation." "Brother Tang, please, how can Ao Bao's honey be given to other men? Besides, it is not something that can be eaten. No normal person would eat that thing. I should not have told them that there is such a thing as honey." Seeing the brother and sister kneeling in front of him and begging, Tang Rui sighed, "That honey is not something to eat." Xiaoshu was puzzled. "It's not something to eat. Then Brother Tang, why did you say you ate it before? That's not honey either." "I don't know how to tell you." It was embarrassing to say it out loud. So Tang Rui simply denied it. "There is no honey. I made it up. But I did smell the scent of nectar on Ao Bao." "Brother Tang, I know you are reluctant to give it to us." Xiaoshu looked at Tang Rui with some disappointment, as if to say that he was watching him die without saving him. "I heard Rui and Xiaoshu say honey, but Ao Bao didn't know that he had such a thing on him." "Ah." Ao Bao asked Rui where the honey came from, and whether he ate it alone without Ao Bao's knowledge again. Xiaoshu asked him where the honey was, and Ao Bao also asked him where the honey was. The key was that Tang Rui really couldn't say it. He sighed again, then took out a crystal core from his backpack and threw it to Xiaoting. "Eat this. The effect may be better." Xiaoting caught the crystal core, hesitated for a moment, and swallowed it whole. After swallowing the crystal core, Xiaoting was no longer as panicked as before. He pointed to another fish that was still alive and kicking and asked, "Brother Tang, what should we do with this? Throw it back into the water or kill it?" Tang Rui said, "Roast it. Although it is a mutant fish, the meat is delicious. It's a waste not to eat it." Hearing Tang Rui say that he wants to roast it, Xiaoting expressed his confusion. "Can this thing still be eaten?" Tang Rui said his glorious past expressionlessly. "I have eaten mutant rats before. After roasting, it can be eaten. But there are little side effects. However, that little side effect is nothing in Tang Rui's eyes. Since there are side effects, It's better not to eat it. Xiao Shu, Xiao Ting and the little star all think that saving their lives is important. And there is no need to admit risks in pursuit of appetite. Tang Rui said, Ao Bao can eat it. But you don't have to. Ao Bao has the most primitive virus in his body. So the virus in the fish will not have any side effects on Ao Bao. So among their group, only Ao Bao can eat it. The little star looked at Ao Bao in confusion. Why can only he eat it? Does he have antibodies in his body? No one answered the little star's words. The little star's words were like farting in public. And no one cared. Afterwards, the two fish were roasted on the fire. The fish skin was roasted with a sizzling sound. And the smell of burnt fish spread. Tang Rui applied a layer of seasoning on the fish skin to make the aroma more intense. Such a fragrant roasted fish made Xiao Shu and the others drool. And the compressed biscuits in their hands became less delicious. Before giving it to Ao Bao, Tang Rui tore off a piece of fish skin and put it in his mouth to taste the saltiness and see if it needed salt. Seeing Tang Rui eat the fish skin, Xiao Ting and the other three were horrified. Brother Tang, you just ate fish. Tang Rui realized belatedly that he couldn't eat it either. Because he was now an ordinary person. Not half supernatural and half zombie like before. Tang Rui scratched his throat and wanted to spit it out. Fortunately, he only ate a little bit and didn't swallow it completely. So he spit it all out soon. Ao Bao helped pat Ruirui's back. Ah? What's wrong with Ruirui? Tang Rui rinsed his mouth with water again and shook his head at Ao Bao. I'm fine. Tonight is destined to be uneasy. One of Tang Rui and Xiao Ting will definitely mutate. Tang Rui has a high chance of being spared because he has Ao Bao honey, and he only ate a little bit of roasted fish skin. Even if he ate the whole fish, as long as Ao Bao was there, he would be fine. At night, after everyone else fell asleep, Tang Rui put his lips to Ao Bao's ear and whispered, Ao Bao, I feel a little uncomfortable. It may be because of the mutant fish I ate. You have to help me. Ao. Where is Ruirui feeling uncomfortable? How can Ao Bao help him? Tang Rui patted Ao Bao's little butt. Just stick it out here. Ao Bao stuck it out obediently. Ao Bao stuck it out. And then what? Tang Rui said, just stick it out and don't move. After a while, Ao Bao understood what Ruirui was going to do. It turned out that Ruirui wanted to feed Ao Bao meat. But he was eating the small piece of meat in Ruirui's mouth. Didn't Ruirui say that he was not feeling well? How could he still have the mind to feed Ao Bao meat? Ao Bao was moved by Ruirui's spirit of strength despite his disability. The silence of the night sky was broken by Ao Bao restrained panting. Ao Bao. Keep your voice down. Don't wake them up. Tang Rui told Ao Bao to keep his voice down. But he kept playing tricks on Ao Bao, forcing Ao Bao to make noises uncontrollably. After a day's journey, everyone was exhausted. So they were all sleeping very soundly. Xiao Shu and the little star were indeed sleeping soundly. But Xiao Ting couldn't sleep. Xiao Ting always wondered if he would mutate if bitten by a mutant fish. With this worry in his mind, he couldn't sleep at all. So he was just pretending to sleep. Xiao Ting naturally heard the ambiguous voices of Ao Bao and Tang Rui. In this case, Xiao Ting could only continue to pretend to sleep. If he woke up suddenly, the atmosphere might become awkward. Pretending to sleep is very tiring. And when pretending to sleep, it always feels that time passes very slowly and is very difficult. The key is that he felt the urge to pee when he was halfway through pretending to sleep, which made him even more uncomfortable. Xiao Ting now hoped that Brother Tang would ejaculate in seconds and not last too long. Otherwise, he would not be able to hold it and pee in his pants pocket. Xiao Ting counted the time silently in his heart. 1, 2, 3, 4. When he counted to more than 1,400 seconds, which was about 20 minutes, Tang Rui stopped. Xiao Ting thought it was finally over. But what he didn't expect was that it was just a halftime break. Ao Bao couldn't help his sleepiness and fell asleep first. Xiao Ting could even hear Ao Bao's soft and thin snoring. But Tang Rui was still going on. Xiao Ting really didn't know how long Brother Tang would continue to play. After an unknown amount of time, Tang Rui's satisfied growl came from the side. This time it was really over. Xiao Ting waited quietly for more than 10 minutes. And when Tang Rui fell asleep, he got up and went to the lake to pee. Under the moonlight, the lake water shone like the scales on a fish. When the wind blew, a wet fishy smell came to his face. Xiao Ting, who always hated the fishy smell, actually thought that this wet fishy smell was very nice and friendly. In addition, Seeing the shimmering lake surface, Xiaoting actually had the idea of going into the water for a swim. He even wanted to crawl on the ground and drink a few mouthfuls of lake water. Thinking of this, Xiaoting did it. He scooped some lake water with his hands. This lake water not only had a fishy smell, but was also full of microorganisms. Drinking it might infect Helicobacter pylori. But Xiaoting didn't care about these at all. He just felt that his mouth was dry and his throat was dry. So he even had difficulty swallowing saliva. If he didn't drink water, he would die of thirst and suffocate. Xiaoting lowered his head and drank the lake water without any filtration. He didn't think the water was unpalatable at all, but felt it was particularly sweet. Tang Rui, who always slept lightly, was awakened by the sound of Xiaoting drinking water. In the weak light of the moon, Tang Rui saw Xiaoting standing by the lake, pouring water to himself, and even walking step by step towards the deep water. Tang Rui didn't know whether Xiaoting could swim, but there were fish under the water that could bite people, which was very dangerous. Xiaoting knew that there were fish that could bite people, but he still walked towards the deep water. He was really reckless. Tang Rui frowned and shouted at his back, "Are you reckless? Come back to me." After hearing the sound, Xiaoting turned back. He looked at Tang Rui with sorrow and despair. He quickly asked for help while he was still conscious. "Brother Tang, save me." Xiaoting didn't want to go into the deep water, but his body was out of control. He knew that the water was dirty and couldn't be drunk, but he just wanted to drink it. Xiaoting felt that he couldn't breathe on land anymore because it was too painful to breathe there. He felt better in the water. He knew that he was going to mutate. Tang Rui saw with his own eyes that Xiaoting's ears had turned into fish gills. If Xiaoting wasn't pulled ashore, would he turn into a fish and swim away? Tang Rui rushed over and pulled Xiaoting, who was standing in the water, ashore. After getting ashore, Xiaoting collapsed on the grass, breathing heavily with his mouth open, and the gills on both sides of his cheeks were also moving. Xiaoshu and the little star were woken up one after another. Xiaoshu got up, rubbed her eyes in confusion, and asked, "Brother Tang, what happened?" Tang Rui looked at Xiaoting, who was lying on the ground like a stranded fish, and said, "Your brother has mutated." Xiaoshu woke up completely from her hazy sleep and crawled over with her hands and feet. When she saw her brother had fish gills, Xiaoshu was really scared. Although she was scared, Xiaoshu still reached out to touch her brother's gills. "Brother, why are you?" There was still mucus on the gills, which was slippery and smelled fishy. This strange feeling made Xiaoshu quickly retract her hand and wipe the mucus on her fingers on the grass with disgust. Xiaoting saw his sister's disgust and fear, and he covered his face with his hands. "Shoo! Don't look at me. Mutation is an unchangeable fact, and Xiaoting no longer is hope of survival. After all, his own sister despises him for what he is now, so there is really no reason to live. Brother Tang, let me go to the water. I am too uncomfortable on the shore." Xiaoting can no longer breathe. Tang Rui does not intend to let him go to the water. "If you go to the water, you will mutate faster." Xiaoting took his hands off his face, looked at Tang Rui with his eyes that were as bulging as fish eyes, and begged, "But if I don't go to the water, I will die. In fact, there is no point in living." He just doesn't want to die in front of Xiaoshu, so he chooses to go to the water to end his life. Xiaoshu holds Xiaoting's hand. "Brother, you can't go to the water. You will completely turn into a fish. It doesn't matter if you turn into a fish." Xiaoting has given up on himself now. Tang Rui took 2 crystal cores from his backpack and stuffed them into Xiaoting's mouth without saying a word. After roughly stuffing both crystal cores in, Tang Rui said, "You have a virus in your body now. You can evolve through the crystal core, and if you evolve to a certain level, you may become a high-level fishman." Xiaoting murmured, "High-level fishman. Mermaids are okay. At least the upper body is normal, which makes it easier to accept. As for fishmen, the face has fish features, which is too ugly. If Xiaoting has fish gills all his life, he might as well die directly. And don't bother to evolve into a high-level fishman." Xiaoting is also unwilling to have a fish face and accompany his sister day and night. He doesn't want to see his sister with disgust. Tang Rui was about to persuade Xiaoting to think more positively. At this time, Xiao Mingxing spoke up and asked, "Speaking of which, the young master was also bitten by the fish. Why didn't he become a fish man? By the way, Ao Bao's little finger was also bitten by the mutant fish." The eyes of the other people turned to Ao Bao, although they were noisy. Ao Bao was not affected at all. He was still sleeping there. And he slept soundly and sweetly. For some reason, Xiaoting hoped that Ao Bao would also mutate, and it would be best if he could grow fish gills like him, so that he would not be alone. But the result disappointed Xiaoting a little. Ao Bao did not mutate, let alone grow fish gills. The problem may be the water. Xiaoting induced the mutation after drinking the lake water. If he did not drink the lake water, the virus might only lurk in his body, and he would not mutate so quickly. Tang Rui was a little worried, so he touched Ao Bao all over his body to see if he had any fish characteristics. Ao Bao was sleeping soundly, but Ruirui's hands were too rough. It felt like a piece of sandpaper was rubbing his skin. Ao Bao was woken up because he felt uncomfortable. Ao Bao didn't want to open his eyes before he had enough sleep. He uttered 2 breathless howls. Ao Bao. Tang Rui patted Ao Bao back. It's okay. Go back to sleep. Ao Bao. Ao Bao twisted in Ruirui's arms, found a comfortable position, and fell asleep again. Xiaoting was worried and asked anxiously, Brother Tang, is Ao Bao okay? It's okay. Tang Rui just touched Ao Bao all over and found nothing abnormal. Xiaoting felt very unbalanced when he heard that Ao Bao had not mutated. Xiaoting didn't have much ill towards Ao Bao, and he also liked Ao Bao, the cute little zombie king. But now, he just wanted Ao Bao to become a monster with gills on his face. Like him. A half-human, half-fish. This dark mentality continued to grow in Xiaoting's heart. This prompted Xiaoting to do the next move. Xiaoting asked his sister to help him scoop a bottle of lake water, under the pretext that he wanted to drink lake water. Xiaoshu took a bottle of clean water from her backpack. Brother, drink this. The lake water is too dirty. Xiaoting shook his head and said stubbornly, I want to drink lake water. Xiaoshu had no choice but to drink the water in the bottle first, and then get a bottle of lake water full of mayflies. Brother, I'll feed you. Xiaoshu pointed the bottle mouth at her brother's mouth. Xiaoting took a sip of water and held it in his mouth. Then he pretended not to like it and spit it all out. Most of the spitted out lake water fell on Ao Bao's legs. It was hard to say that Xiaoting didn't do it on purpose. Tang Rui frowned unhappily, and then quickly used his coat to help Ao Bao wipe the water off his legs. Xiaoting pretended to apologize. I'm sorry, Brother Tang. Ao Bao touched the lake water, and he would definitely mutate in a while. Xiaoting grinned unconsciously. Everyone in this world has malice, but most people hide their malice in their hearts and show their kindness on the surface. At certain specific times, malice will be stimulated. Xiaoting apologized, so Tang Rui didn't say anything. Xiaoshu said, Brother, why did you spit on Ao Bao? Xiaoting didn't say anything. He took the lake water from his sister's hand and drank it all. Now he didn't want to die again. He was waiting for Ao Bao to become a half-human, half-fish, ugly fishman monster like him. As time went by, Xiaoting's mutation became more and more serious. Originally, he only had gills on his face, but then his teeth slowly began to peel off and his eyelids disappeared. After his eyelids disappeared, Xiaoting's entire eyeball was exposed to the air, as if his eyeballs were exposed. Xiaoshu looked at her brother's appearance, which was neither human nor fish, and felt indescribable disgust and fear in her heart. She was afraid that her brother would suddenly lose his mind and bite her, turning her into a fishman monster. Thinking of this, Xiaoshu panicked. She quietly crawled back, trying to stay a little further away from her brother. Xiaoting was very keenly aware that his sister was afraid of him, and even avoiding him. Even his dearest sister avoided him, and Xiaoting felt stabbed in the heart. Xiaoting opened his protruding mouth, revealing rows of sharp teeth like fish. His vocal cords were about to degenerate, so his words were hoarse and weak. Shoo! Come closer. Xiaoshu didn't dare to get close to her brother. She shook her head. Brother, your face. What's wrong with my face? Xiaoting said, as he raised his hand to touch his face. He felt that there was fishy mucus on his face. He felt that he had no eyelids and his entire eyeball was bulging out. Xiaoting knew without looking in the mirror that he must look very strange and scary now. Not only did Xiaoshu look at him with disgust, but the little star also looked at him with disgust. Seeing that Xiaoshu and the little star had the same expression, Xiaoting suddenly went crazy. Red blood appeared on his bulging fish eyes, and his face was distorted beyond recognition, like a water monster hiding at the bottom of the lake. Xiaoting shouted at his sister in a hoarse voice, Do you want me to die quickly so that you can be with your idol? Xiaoting knew that Xiaoshu couldn't wait to be with that little star. If he died, Wouldn't Xiaoshu be able to be with that little star legitimately? Xiao Ting was unwilling. He was unwilling. He absolutely couldn't let Xiaoshu be with someone else. So he wanted to make Xiaoshu become a fish monster like him. The two of them were so well matched. Xiaoshu was frightened by her brother's roar. She froze in place and forgot to move. At this time, Xiao Ting had already pounced on her with all his strength, trying to bite her and make her mutate. Xiaoshu had no time to dodge. Just when she felt that she was about to be bitten, Xiao Ting was kicked away by Tang Rui. Xiao Ting's half-man, half-fish body rolled twice on the grass, and finally rolled to a place very close to the lake, just a little bit away from rolling into the water. After stopping, Xiao Ting looked at Tang Rui with his hatred. Don't meddle in other people's business. Xiao Ting didn't want to be the only one to become an alien. He wanted everyone present to become an alien like him. Xiaoshu took the opportunity to get up from the ground and hid behind Tang Rui, only sticking out half of her head. She looked at her brother with a very horrified look. Brother, you actually want to bite me? Sure. You become a fish like me, and we will live at the bottom of the lake for the rest of our lives. Okay? Xiao Ting's tone was close to begging. No. I don't want to become like you. Xiaoshu now doesn't even have the courage to look directly at her brother's fish face. If she is to become this ugly, she would rather die. Xiao Ting roared sharply. Why not? Why not? Xiaoshu felt that her brother had gone crazy. Brother, calm down. You may be able to change back to the way you were before. Xiao Ting was rekindled and ignited a glimmer of hope. Really? Xiaoshu was about to nod, when the little star stood up and said, the virus in animals has undergone multiple evolutions, and once infected, it is basically unsolvable. Xiao Ting's glimmer of hope and the light in his eyes dimmed. So, I have no hope. Right? He had no hope. So he hoped that everyone present would become a fish like him. Xiao Ting's first target was his sister. He wanted his sister to become a fish and continue to accompany him day and night. Tang Rui once again kicked Xiao Ting away when he rushed over to bite him. After Xiao Ting fell to the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Tang Rui, who always hindered him, and said angrily, You should take care of your AO Bao. He will soon mutate. Speaking of this, Xiao Ting couldn't help showing a smug look. He continued, If AO Bao becomes like me, I wonder if you will still be intimate with him. I think you will also despise him. Xiao Ting's words successfully angered Tang Rui. Hack you. Tang Rui walked over and wanted to kick Xiao Ting to death, because this guy actually cursed AO Bao to turn into a fish monster. Seeing Tang Rui coming over, Xiao Ting was not panicked at all. He collapsed on the ground and sneered, The reason why you are angry is because I was right. In fact, you just fancy AO Bao beauty. If AO Bao cute face turns into a fish face, you will definitely not love him anymore. Tang Rui grabbed Xiao Ting's collar and lifted him up from the ground. Who said I would dislike him? No matter what AO Bao looks like, I like him. Xiao Ting sneered. I don't believe you would like a fish face. Even if you pretend to like it on the surface, you will dislike it in your heart. Xiao Ting firmly believed that no human in this world would like a fish face, because he had verified this from his closest sister. Tang Rui raised his fist and wanted to hit Xiao Ting and smash his ugly fish face to pieces. At this time, Xiaoshu came over and hugged his arms. Brother Tang, please don't hurt my brother. Although Xiaoshu disliked her brother's fish face, they were blood brothers and sisters after all, and their feelings for many years were still there. Tang Rui let go of Xiao Ting's collar, turned around, and walked towards AO Bao. AO Bao had woken up a long time ago, so he sat quietly aside and watched this dramatic scene. Hearing Xiao Ting say that he would also become a fishman, AO Bao was very panicked. He didn't want his face to become like a fish, because Rui would definitely dislike him. Tang Rui walked to AO Bao and sat down, then held AO Bao on his lap. AO Bao touched his smooth little cheek and asked sadly, AO? Is AO Bao going to become a fishman too? No. You can be a zombie king. Tang Rui said no. But he was still very worried. He took a few crystal cores from his backpack and fed them to AO Bao, hoping that these crystal cores could suppress the animal toxins in AO Bao's body. On the other hand, Xiao Ting didn't expect his sister to be willing to plead for him. After all, he wanted to turn his sister into a fishman in a despicable way. Xiao Ting suddenly realized that he was too ugly, not only in appearance, but also in his heart. So ugly that he couldn't even look at himself. Xiao Ting lay on the ground, looking up at his sister. Shoo. I'm sorry. I just lost control. Seeing her brother apologize to her, Xiaoshu's vigilance relaxed a little. She slowly squatted down and approached her brother. Then Xiaoshu stretched out her hand and wanted to touch her brother's face. The fingertips were just a little bit away from touching the fish face with mucus. At this time Xiaoting suddenly opened his mouth and bit her finger. It was obvious that Xiaoting had not given up the idea of turning his sister into a fish monster. Unfortunately, he did not succeed. Because Xiaoshu was careful. She knew that her brother might still bite her. So she hid in advance to avoid being bitten. Now they are no longer the closest twins. Xiaoshu is full of defense, and Xiaoting is full of malice. Xiaoshu looked at her brother with extremely disappointed eyes. Brother, I hate you. The little star who was a bystander came over, pulled Xiaoshu, helped her up, and said, your brother's heart has changed. If you don't want to be bitten by him, it's best to kill him first. Xiaoshu was moved by the little star's words. She didn't want to become a fish monster. But her brother would definitely not let her go. And Brother Tang was only concerned about Ao Bao now, and had no time to protect her. So she had to take advantage of her brother's weak body after being kicked twice. Otherwise, when her brother drank the lake water and recovered, she would not be able to beat him. Xiaoshu lifted a big stone with trembling hands. Seeing his sister preparing to kill him, Xiaoting was completely desperate. He did not hide, but just lay there. His mind was like a revolving lantern, reviewing his short life. He was only a teenager now. Before the end of the world, he was only a senior high school student. He grew up with his sister in an orphanage. He knew how to take care of his sister when he was 3 years old. He would get up early to help his sister comb her hair and tie 2 small braids. While tying her hair, he said, when the hair grows longer, you can braid 2 small braids. He would also steal money from the director of the orphanage to buy all kinds of beautiful rubber bands and hairpins for his sister. After all, girls love beauty. If he was caught stealing money, he would be beaten, or hung upside down on a tree and whipped with willow branches. He was beaten all over and couldn't get out of bed for several days because of the pain. Despite this, he would steal money next time because he wanted to buy a beautiful princess dress for his sister. Later, the brother and sister were adopted by their eldest brother. Life after adoption was very comfortable. He no longer had to steal money to buy things for his sister, because his eldest brother would give them money, and they could go to school like normal children. Xiaoshu aimed the stone in her hand at her brother's fish face and smashed it hard. His head was broken. Blood plasma was spilling, and there was white brain. Seeing her brother die in her hands, Xiaoshu herself couldn't believe it. She was just crazy and actually killed her own brother. Brother! Xiaoshu's shrill cry cut through the night sky. Xiaoting was not at a loss. At least, he didn't die in the hands of others. Looking at Xiaoting's body, Tang Rui and Ao Bao were stunned. Ao Bao shrank into Rui's arm sadly. Ao Wu. Tang Rui's expression was a little solemn. He patted Ao Bao on the back. It's okay. Don't be afraid. Ao Bao buried his face in Tang Rui's chest, unwilling to witness the cruel and bloody scene again. Tang Rui put his hand on the back of Ao Bao's head and stroked it from time to time. Looking at Xiaoshu, who was breaking down and crying not far away, Tang Rui's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. In the end times, he had already seen fighting, but it was the first time he saw brothers and sisters killing each other. Xiaoshu sat beside her brother's body and cried heartbreakingly and hysterically. Ao Bao was affected by Xiaoshu's sadness and sobbed, Rui, woo. Tang Rui lowered his head and kissed Ao Bao on the cheek. It's okay. It's okay. The little star squatted beside Xiaoshu and gently wiped the tears from her face. He was infected with an animal virus, and there was no hope. You killed him just to help him get rid of it earlier, so you don't have to blame yourself. Xiaoshu did blame herself. She wanted to die with her brother. But after hearing what the little star said, she suddenly felt much better, and no longer blamed herself or regretted it. Tired of crying, Xiaoshu finally fell asleep in the arms of the little star. The body of Xiaoting was washed away by the rising lake water. And so was this deformed love that lasted for more than 10 years. Tang Rui helped Ao Bao wipe the tears from his eyes and whispered, It's not dawn yet. Sleep a little longer. Ao Bao leaned his head on Rui's chest, listened to his strong heartbeat, and fell asleep. Tang Rui also dozed off for a while. And it was dawn soon. Although he didn't get much rest that night, Tang Rui still looked energetic. The first thing he did when he woke up was to check if Ao Bao had mutated into a fishman. Seeing that Ao Bao had no mutation, Tang Rui finally let go of his worry. On the other side, Xiaoshu also woke up from the arms of the little star. She woke up and found that she had slept in the arms of her idol. Her delicate face immediately turned red. After being shy, Xiaoshu recalled the tragedy that happened last night. For a moment, she couldn't stand it anymore. So she hugged her head and started sobbing. After that, the little star simply comforted her a few words and successfully comforted her. It must be said that the little star's method of coaxing the little girl is really very clever. This method is worth Tang Rui's careful study. Once he has learned it, he can use it to coax Ao Bao. With the condolences and care of this little star, Xiaoshu quickly came out of her sadness. She fell in love with the little star, and she asked the little star to establish a relationship that day. Only by quickly entering a state of love can she get rid of the pain of losing her brother earlier. So her behavior is like self-paralysis. The little star accepted Xiaoshu's request for dating, and they established a romantic relationship. After a day's journey, when they finally stopped to rest, Xiaoshu snuggled in the little star's arms with a sweet smile on her face. The little star looked at her dotingly, calling her baby over and over again. Tang Rui and Ao Bao, who were sitting opposite them, stared at them blankly. It has always been others who eat the dog food spread by Ao Bao and Tang Rui. But this is the first time that they eat the dog food spread by others in front of them. Tang Rui, a tough man, felt that the little star's calling baby was disgusting, and he had goosebumps all over his body. He couldn't help but want to find something to plug his ears, or to plug the little star's mouth. While Tang Rui was disgusted, he forgot that he had once called Ao Bao baby. But because Ao Bao didn't allow him to do so, he rarely called him that. If Ao Bao hadn't allowed him to call him that, Tang Rui would probably have called him baby more happily than anyone else. Tang Rui didn't bother to look at the couple who had just entered a relationship across from him. He put the pot on the fire to heat it up and concentrated on frying meat chops for Ao Bao. Ao Bao was sitting on a small wooden stake, staring at Xiaoshu and the others in a serious manner. In Ao Bao's eyes, Xiaoshu and Zai Mingxing were just two pieces of meat. Isn't it interesting to watch two pieces of meat fall in love? And Zai Mingxing looked like the male protagonist of an idol drama. He and Xiaoshu were so affectionate that it felt like watching a TV series. Ao Bao had always watched cartoons and had never watched idol dramas. This was the first time he watched it, and it felt very novel. So he watched it with great interest. Being stared at by Ao Bao, Xiaoshu felt embarrassed, and she shyly withdrew from the arms of the little star. Tang Rui also found that Ao Bao was always staring at the two people. He turned over the sizzling steak in the pan and said, "Ao Bao, come here." Ao Bao got up from the small wooden steak and ran to Rui. Tang Rui used a knife to cut the already fried steak into small pieces, and then used chopsticks made of branches to pick up a small piece of meat. Open your mouth." Ao Bao obeyed and opened his mouth. A piece of meat that was still hot, but not too hot, was put into his little mouth. Ao Bao closed his mouth and chewed the meat in his mouth gently. Where did this meat come from? Ao Bao no longer remembered. Anyway, it had been in the space for a long time. Time in the space is still. Even if it is left for a long time, the meat will not go bad. It still tastes very fresh, with a texture similar to beef and chewy. This steak was fried by Tang Rui himself, so only Ao Bao had a share, and Xiaoshu and Xiao Mingxing could only eat compressed biscuits and bread. The little star often went hungry in the apocalypse, so he was not picky about food. As long as he was not hungry, he would eat it very quickly, even if it was dry and hard compressed biscuits. He swallowed it without chewing it. When eating, it was very quiet. Almost no one spoke. Only Ao Bao occasionally howled. Although Ao Bao had a small stomach, he ate a lot. He ate a piece of fried steak, a can of pork, canned fruit and canned peas. However, he only ate half of each item, not all of it. What Ao Bao ate would end up in Tang Rui's stomach. Tang Rui had a big appetite. After eating what Ao Bao left, he had to cook another pot of white rice with hot sauce to eat before he was full. Fortunately, there was a lot of food in Ao Bao's space. Otherwise Tang Rui would not have been able to eat enough. After dinner, the four of them leaned against each other in pairs. Xiaoshu snuggled up to Little Star. Ao Bao sat on Rui's lap. Xiaoshu and Little Star chatted about some entertainment gossip before the end of the world. Tang Rui and Ao Bao learned to read with storybooks. Ao Bao was not serious about learning, always slacking off and sneaking a peek at Xiaoshu and the others. He slacked off several times and was caught by Tang Rui. Tang Rui acted like a strict teacher. Ao Bao, read the words I taught you just now to me. Ao Bao was just watching Xiao Shu and the others being affectionate, and didn't really listen to what Rui taught him. Ao Bao could only utter a perfunctory howl. Ao. Tang Rui would not let Ao Bao get away with it. What does Ao mean? Ao Ao. Ao means Ao. What I just taught you to pronounce was not Ao. Ao Ao. But Ao Bao only knew how to pronounce Ao. That's why you have to learn to pronounce characters. If you don't study hard, I'll be angry. Tang Rui would not allow Ao Bao to play tricks on him, and he had to learn seriously. Seeing that Rui was about to get angry, Ao Bao had to adjust his attitude and began to study attentively. Tang Rui pointed to the word I and said, read I with me. Ao Bao followed very seriously. Ao. I. Tang Rui pointed to the next word and said, this is pronounced you. Ao Bao followed very seriously. Ao. You? Tang Rui vaguely found that something was wrong, and he frowned in confusion. It felt like Ao Bao had pronounced it correctly, but it also felt like Ao Bao had pronounced it wrong. What was going on? Tang Rui said with doubt. Ao Bao. Read it again with me. I. Ao Bao still followed him seriously. Ao. I. Tang Rui's frown deepened. After repeating it several times, Tang Rui finally realized that Ao Bao had been speaking Ao language all along, and had not spoken a language exclusively for humans at all. Maybe because he could understand Ao Bao language, he didn't realize that Ao Bao had pronounced it wrong at all. Ao Bao. You can't say Ao. You have to say I. And read it with your mouth O. Just like me. Tang Rui asked Ao Bao to look at his mouth shape. Ao Bao took a lot of effort to his little mouth and said, I. After teaching for a long time, Ao Bao finally learned a word. It was really not easy at all. Learning a new language is very tiring. Ao Bao is used to speaking Ao Bao language and doesn't want to go through the trouble of learning a new language. Moreover, Ao Bao is so lazy that he doesn't have the energy to study. He was exhausted as soon as he learned to say a word. In order to avoid studying, Ao Bao closed his eyes and snored, pretending to be asleep. But Ao Bao acting skills were so poor that Tang Rui saw through it at a glance. Looking at Ao Bao who was already asleep, Tang Rui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He lowered his head and sucked on Ao Bao's little face. Ao Bao. You sleep for a while. I'm going to take a shower. Hearing that Rui was going to take a shower, Ao Bao stopped pretending to sleep and opened his eyes. Ao Bao also wanted to take a shower together. Tang Rui took Ao Bao to the river and took a shower. When they came back after the shower, Xiao Shu and the little star were having an in-depth physical exchange. Tang Rui decisively covered Ao Bao's eyes. But Tang Rui was a step too late. Ao Bao had already seen it. Ao Bao felt very strange. Xiao Shu was not a zombie. How could she love to eat human flesh? Ao Bao asked the doubt in his heart. Ao. How could Xiao Shu eat human flesh? Did she become a zombie too? Tang Rui didn't know how to explain to Ao Bao, so he chose to remain silent. Seeing that Rui didn't speak, Ao Bao asked repeatedly, Ao. Don't ask anymore. Go to sleep quickly. Tang Rui hugged Ao Bao and got into the sleeping bag, and ordered Ao Bao to go to sleep quickly. But Ao Bao's doubts were not solved, so he couldn't fall asleep easily. Originally, Ao Bao thought that only zombies loved to eat human flesh. But he didn't expect that humans would also eat human flesh. Why do humans eat human flesh? Because they are hungry? Rui. Ao Bao pestered Tang Rui to ask, and he was determined to get an answer. I thought only zombies ate human flesh, but I didn't expect that humans also like to eat human flesh. Ao Bao seemed to have opened the door to a new world, and his little head was filled with great doubts. Ao Bao didn't sleep at night, and kept pestering Tang Rui and asking, Ao. Tang Rui was asked so many questions that he had to tell Ao Bao the truth. That's not eating meat. That's mating. Ao Bao didn't understand what mating meant, and tilted his head, facing Ao Bao clean eyes full of innocence. Tang Rui really couldn't continue talking about this shy topic. He could only find a topic to attract Ao Bao's attention first. Ao Bao. I'm hungry. Do you have any snacks? Hearing that Rui wanted to eat snacks, Ao Bao immediately went to look for it in his space. After a while, he found a bag of cucumber-flavored potato chips and handed it to Rui. This bag of potato chips was bulging, and it looked like a lot, but it was actually full of air. Tang Rui tore a hole in the package and fed Ao Bao a piece first. He wanted to use food to block Ao Bao's mouth. But his mouth was covered. But his eyes were not. Ao Bao got out of the sleeping bag while Tang Rui was not paying attention, and went to watch Xiaoshu eat meat. Xiaoshu's way of eating meat was very familiar to Ao Bao, because he often ate Rui's meat in this way. He used to eat by himself, but this was the first time he watched others eat. This gave Ao Bao a wonderful feeling, and he couldn't help but want to watch a few more times. Tang Rui grabbed Ao Bao's little ankle and dragged him back to the sleeping bag. It's time to sleep. Ao Bao struggled in Tang Rui's hand, but insisted on watching. Ao, what's so good about it? Tang Rui didn't want Ao Bao to stare at other people's naked bodies, even though Xiaoshu and the others hadn't taken off all their clothes. But that was not allowed. Ao Bao wanted to watch more. But before Ao Bao could watch, it was over. It took Xiaoming less than 5 minutes in total, which was neither short nor long, and it was at the level of a normal man. When Ao Bao climbed out of the sleeping bag and wanted to watch again, Xiaoshu and the others had even put on their pants. Hearing the rustling sound of putting on pants, Tang Rui knew that they had finished. So he followed Ao Bao and stuck his head out of the sleeping bag. Tang Rui wanted to warn them that next time they wanted to do it, they should find a more secluded place and do it in hiding. And it would be best if Ao Bao didn't see it. Xiaoshu apologized to Tang Rui again and again. We will pay attention next time. In fact, Xiaoshu also wanted to hide behind the tree at first, but Xiaoming didn't want to move, so she had no choice. Ao Bao took a potato chip in his hand, took a bite, and asked Xiaoshu while eating, Ao. Hearing Ao Bao asking her how she was full so quickly, Xiaoshu's face flushed, and the degree of blushing was comparable to the neon at sunset, coupled with the red tail of her eyes after experiencing love affairs. She looked more charming. Before, Xiaoshu was still a bud waiting to bloom, but now it has fully bloomed. She has lost some of the agility of a girl, but has added some charm of a mature woman. Xiaoshu did not answer Ao Bao's question, but just smiled embarrassedly. Ao Bao had many questions in his heart and wanted to ask Xiaoshu, but Ruiwei did not allow him to ask. Ao Bao, if you don't sleep, I will spank you. Tang Rui's threatening tone came from behind. This time, Ao Bao honestly huddled in his sleeping bag and prepared to sleep. After Tang Rui lay down, he zipped up the sleeping bag to Ao Bao's neck, leaving his head outside for ventilation. This sleeping bag is only big enough for one person, and it would be very crowded for 2 people to sleep. So Tang Rui and Ao Bao's bodies were tightly pressed together. Although it was very crowded, it was more comfortable to sleep this way. Ao Bao fell asleep very quickly, and snored in less than a few minutes. Tang Rui was still awake, thinking about Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu had just lost her brother last night, and the grief had not completely dissipated. But she was so quickly mixed up with another man. I don't know if the little star is very charming, or if Xiaoshu is fickle. Tang Rui thinks the former is more likely, because he knows very well how deep the relationship between Xiaoshu and Xiaoting is. But what is the attraction of the little star that can control Xiaoshu so tightly? Tang Rui thinks that the little star is not simple, and he has to keep an eye on him in the future. At 1 or 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, Ao Bao wet his pants. Feeling that his clothes were wet, Tang Rui quickly opened his eyes. He rubbed his sore eyes first, then got up and helped Ao Bao take off his wet underwear and prepared to put it on the fire to dry. When Tang Rui put the wet underwear on the fire, he found that the little star had not slept yet and was sitting in a daze a little distance away from the fire, because the little star sat far away from the fire. His whole body was integrated with the darkness, and only his face was illuminated by the faint firelight. If you don't look carefully, you won't notice him. Tang Rui took the initiative to talk to him. Are you still not asleep? Originally, the little star had a gloomy look in his eyes. When he heard Tang Rui talking to him, the gloom in his eyes disappeared, and was replaced by a standard smile showing 8 teeth. I have insomnia and can't sleep much. After the soaked panties were put on the fire for a while, white smoke came out. Tang Rui turned the pink panties over from time to time to ensure that each side was dry. What's your name? In the past, Tang Rui never took the initiative to ask others what their names were. But this time, he took the initiative to ask out of curiosity and suspicion of the little star. The little star looked at Tang Rui's hand movements and answered, Yang Yu. Yan of Yanshu. You of Yushenghui. Do you have superpowers? Tang Rui was still turning the pink panties over from time to time. Yang Yu rested his chin on his knees, boredly writing and drawing on the ground with a branch. and answered decisively and quickly, "No." Tang Rui sneered and threatened, "If you lie, there will be no food for you in the future." Yang Yu was already afraid of hunger. He had eaten grass, tree roots, poisonous mushrooms, and hallucinations due to hunger. He almost starved to death several times. He didn't want to endure such pain again. Yang Yu explained anxiously, "I really don't have any special powers." Tang Rui looked at the little star with a questioning look. "What cards do you have? You'd better show them all." "I don't like to guess. I really don't have any special powers. But I know a little hypnosis." Yang Yu relied on hypnosis to survive until now. Otherwise he would have died long ago. But his hypnosis can only work on humans, not zombies. Yang Yu looked at Tang Rui and continued, "I used hypnosis on you before. But it didn't work. Only the little girl named Xiao Shu was fooled by me." Tang Rui asked in confusion, "Why? He is also a human now. Why hypnotizing him has no effect?" "I want to know why too." Yang Yu also wanted to hypnotize Tang Rui, so that Tang Rui would listen to him and go to the Shangwan base in Kyoto for refuge. Not being hypnotized by others is a good thing for Tang Rui. He feels fortunate. And then he asks, "The reason why Xiaoshu killed her brother is because you hypnotized her, right?" Yang Yu nodded and admitted, "It is true that I hypnotized her. But I don't think I did anything wrong. Her brother wants to turn us all into fishmen. He deserves to die." Tang Rui is not asking for culpability. He just asked casually. So knowing that it was Yang Yu who killed Xiao Ting, Tang Rui didn't react much. He continued to turn over and roast the small underwear that Ao Bao had wet with urine, which was now half dry. Seeing that Tang Rui didn't speak, Yang Yu suddenly begged, "Can you let me continue to follow you?" Yang Yu knew that there was a lot of food in Ao Bao's space. So as long as he followed Ao Bao, he would never starve to death. Yang Yu's purpose was very simple. He just wanted to eat his fill and not be hungry anymore. Tang Rui didn't rush to answer Yang Yu. He took the almost dried panties under his nose and smelled them. They were warm. There was no peculiar smell, only a sweet scent of nectar. After smelling them, Tang Rui continued to bake them for a few more times, and when they were completely dried, he took them away and put them on Ao Bao. Ao Bao huddled in his sleeping bag, sucking his little fingers, sleeping soundly, and didn't even know that he had wet his pants. Seeing that Tang Rui had not given him an answer, Yang Yu thought he had no hope. After a while, Tang Rui finally spoke to him. "Why do you want to follow us? What is your purpose? You better tell me clearly." Yang Yu's answer was very simple. "I just want to make a living." When Tang Rui saw Yang Yu eating compressed biscuits so voraciously, he knew that Yang Yu had a strong desire for food. After all, Tang Rui had been in the field army for so long. No matter how hungry he was, he could not eat a piece of dry and hard compressed biscuits in 1 minute. Only people who have experienced extreme hunger would eat like that. Such people would not savor the taste of food carefully, let alone let the food stay on their tongue for more than 3 seconds. Tang Rui believed that what Yang Yu said was true. Tang Rui was very good at dealing with zombies, but he could not deal with human nature, because people were much more terrifying than zombies. So Yang Yu's hypnosis specifically for humans was very useful to Tang Rui. There were so many bags of rice in the Ao Bao space, enough for a family of 4 to eat for a lifetime. Even if one more person was raised, there would be no problem. After thinking about it, Tang Rui nodded and said, "You stay and help me deal with humans." Yang Yu is very good at dealing with humans, so he quickly agreed. "Okay," Tang Rui said, "as long as you don't play tricks, I guarantee you won't starve to death. I won't do anything. I just want to eat." Yang Yu's life goal is very simple. That is, not to starve while alive. Whoever gives him food is his father. Tang Rui was going to hug Ao Bao to sleep, but suddenly he thought of something. So he walked back and asked, "Can you hypnotize Ao Bao?" Yang Yu was a little puzzled. "You want me to hypnotize him?" Ao Bao is the zombie king. Yang Yu definitely can't hypnotize him, Tang Rui said disappointedly. "Just pretend I didn't ask." After more than a month of traveling, we finally arrived at a small city in the south. It is now the middle and late stages of the apocalypse, and zombies and humans are almost dead. The streets are empty, like a ghost town, but there is nothing on the street, which makes Tang Rui feel very relaxed. He carries Ao Bao on his back and walks slowly on the deserted street. Ao Bao looks around, looking left and right, as if looking for something. Tang Rui turned his head slightly and asked, "Ao Bao, what's wrong?" Ao Bao is looking for his zombie brother, Ao. Ao Bao is now the zombie king. And those low-level zombies are equivalent to slaves. And slaves are equivalent to free labor. And they can be commanded to help do many things. Tang Rui paused. What are you looking for them for? Ao Bao just thought that Rui must be very tired after carrying him for so long. So he thought of letting the zombie brother carry Rui, so that Rui can have a good rest, and enjoy the feeling of being carried. After knowing the truth, Tang Rui couldn't help laughing. I don't need anyone to carry me. He is a big man who is almost 2 meters tall. It's so ugly to let others carry him. Besides, his legs are not broken, and he can't walk. Why does he need someone to carry him? Compared with Tang Rui, the two behind him really need to be carried. After more than a month of continuous travel, Xiaoshu and Yang Yu's legs have obviously become thinner, and a thick layer of calluses has been worn on the soles of their feet. When they have nothing to do at night, they sit by the fire and pick the dead skin. After picking off the dead skin on the soles of their feet, they always feel that their feet are more painful when they are on the road. Now they have to frown every time they take a step, and take a breath from time to time. Hiss. Now they both finally knew why Tang Rui never picked the dead skin on the soles of his feet. Because the dead skin was like a foot cover, which could protect and cushion the feet. They also knew why Ao Bao didn't like walking on the ground. Mainly because his little feet were tender, and it would really hurt if he walked for too long. Ao Bao found a small plastic whistle in his space. The whistle was shaped like a 6. The color was light yellow, and the surface was a little dirty. Ao Bao rubbed the dirty part on his clothes. After rubbing it clean, he put it in his mouth and inhaled. After inhaling for a long time, the whistle didn't make any sound. Ao Bao thought it was broken, so he took it to Rui to help fix it. Ao, can't you blow it? Tang Rui took the small whistle in Ao Bao's hand. Is it leaking? You have to try to blow it to know. There was still Ao Bao's saliva on the whistle. Tang Rui didn't dislike it at all. He directly held the whistle mouth with his mouth and blew it hard. The sound was very loud, which startled the birds on the branches. Tang Rui returned the whistle to Ao Bao. It's not broken. Ao Bao tried to blow it, but it still didn't work. Ao. It's exhalation, not inhalation. Tang Rui showed Ao Bao a blowing motion, like this. Huh? Ao Bao realized that he was exhaling, and then he could blow it. I thought Ao Bao was just whistling for fun, but he didn't expect that Ao Bao whistle attracted several low-level zombies who were hiding. It turned out that Ao Bao was using the whistle to summon them. There were no humans in the city to provide food for these zombies, so the bodies of these zombies were severely rotten, and they were so hungry that only bones were left. Seeing the zombies coming, Yang Yu quickly took a defensive stance, but he soon discovered that the zombies were behaving strangely, because they did not attack them, but stood there, lined up in an orderly manner. Later, Yang Yu realized that these zombies actually obeyed Ao Bao's orders. Could it be that? Yang Yu could vaguely guess that Ao Bao was the zombie king, but he was not afraid, because Ao Bao had never hurt him. Tang Rui thought that he would have to reclaim wasteland for planting. If he worked alone, it would take a lot of time and energy. But if he had these low-level zombies to help him work together, he would be able to relax. Tang Rui thought this was a very good idea. So he said, Ao Bao, let them go with us. Ao Bao responded, and then whistled, asking the zombies to follow and not fall behind. There were several zombies following behind them, and Xiaoshu and Yang Yu felt very uncomfortable, fearing that these zombies would suddenly attack. Seeing that Rui was having a hard time carrying him, Ao Bao thought about letting the zombies carry him, so that Rui could feel more relaxed. Ao Bao struggled, trying to get off Rui's back and let the zombies carry him. Ao Bao's idea certainly would not be approved by Tang Rui. Instead, it caused Tang Rui's dissatisfaction. Don't you like me carrying you? Ao Bao was just afraid that Rui would get tired. How could Rui get tired? He was already used to being carried. Don't move around. Stay on my back. Tang Rui would never let Ao Bao be carried by someone else. Besides, Ao Bao had this idea, which seemed to be because he was itching. Ao Bao stopped talking, lying on Rui's back peacefully, whistling occasionally. Other zombies hiding in the corners of the city came out one after another after hearing the whistle. There were only a few zombies at first, but soon expanded to dozens. A large group of zombies followed behind, and the scene was very spectacular. It looked like a zombie tide was coming. Yang Yu's legs were already weak with fear, but he had to speed up and move forward. Otherwise, he would be buried by the zombies behind. Yang Yu looked back at the huge zombie tide behind him, and his voice was trembling. Will this be too eye-catching? If you meet other superpowers and see such a scene, the first reaction must be that one of the four of them is the zombie king. In this case, Ao Bao identity will be easily exposed. Yang Yu's words make sense. It is indeed too eye-catching. Tang Rui didn't need so many zombies to help him farm. 4 or 5 would be enough. After thinking about it, he said, Ao Bao, just leave a few. Don't let them all follow. Ao Bao turned around and waved at the large group of zombies, driving them away. Ao. With Ao Bao's order, the zombies dispersed in a very disciplined manner, leaving only the low-level zombies that had followed before still in place, looking at the zombies that were so thin that only skin and bones were left. Tang Rui shook his head. These few are no good. They can't do the work. Let's change a few stronger ones. Ao Bao tilted his little head and asked, Ao, do you want to be as strong as Rui Rui? It's too difficult to find someone as strong as Rui Rui. It's estimated that there is no one in the entire apocalypse, because now most people are dead. Tang Rui smiled and said, It's okay if it's almost the same. You don't have to be like me. Ao Bao nodded as if he understood, and then blew a whistle to gather the scattered zombies for Rui Rui to choose. Tang Rui picked 5 men from the pile of smelly zombies. Each of them was over 1.75 meters tall, looked strong, and not rotten too badly. After choosing, they continued on their way, and the 5 zombie brothers followed them. When Ao Bao was in a good mood, he would feed them some dried meat. At first, these zombie brothers didn't eat the dried meat, but they were so hungry that they ate it anyway. Ao Bao would share some of the snacks that he couldn't finish with them. After all, they were all the same kind, so he should take care of them more. Originally, the snacks that Ao Bao couldn't finish should have gone into Tang Rui's stomach, but now they all went into the stomachs of those zombie brothers. Although Tang Rui was jealous, he didn't say anything. After being fed by Ao Bao, the 5 zombies successfully evolved into omnivores. They not only ate meat, but also rice and snacks, just like normal humans, and were easy to feed. The only bad thing was that no one cleaned their poop. Unlike Ao Bao, who had Tang Rui as a poop shoveler, they would poop directly into their trouser pockets after eating, so they always smelled of feces. And there were always flies around them. When those flies got tired of flying, they would land on other people's heads. Xiaoshu cried once because of disgust. Finally, she couldn't stand it anymore, so she suggested to Ao Bao that they give them a bath. When they passed the river, Ao Bao ordered his zombies to go into the water to take a bath. The 5 little brothers jumped into the river like dumplings. Xiaoshu and Yang Yu each took a big brush made of dry grass and washed several zombie brothers. Seeing the dirty appearance of those zombie brothers, Ao Bao once again deeply realized how important Ruirui was to him. If Ruirui was not there, then Ao Bao would definitely be as dirty and smelly as them. Ao Bao rubbed his little face against Tang Rui again and again, as if he was acting like a spoiled child. Tang Rui sucked on Ao Bao's little face and asked with dark eyes, Do you want it? Every time Ao Bao suddenly rubbed like this, it was an advance hint that he wanted to eat meat. Tang Rui thought that Ao Bao wanted to eat meat, so he came to rub it. He didn't say any more nonsense and carried Ao Bao to the upper reaches of the river. The water in the lower reaches had been polluted by those zombie brothers, so it could only be cleaned by going to the upper reaches. Tang Rui found a hidden place and was about to lift Ao Bao's little skirt. At this time, Xiaoshu and Yang Yu's cries for help came from downstream. Tang Rui hurriedly took Ao Bao back to the downstream to see what was going on. Yang Yu huddled behind a big rock and said to Tang Rui, who was rushing over, as soon as Ao Bao left, they lost control and wanted to bite us. In this case, Tang Rui couldn't take Ao Bao upstream, so he could only stay here and watch them. After taking a bath, the zombie brothers all looked like human beings. 2 of them had good facial features, and they didn't wear pants. Birds of different sizes were walking outside. Xiaoshu was so embarrassed, but she couldn't help but want to peek. Ao Bao was also peeking, and Tang Rui directly covered his little eyes. But Ao Bao would still peek through the gaps between Ruirui's fingers. Compared with Ruirui, they were really pitifully small. Tang Rui's face suddenly turned ugly when he found Ao Bao peeking at other people's birds. He coughed to warn them, Cough! Ao Bao looked back at Ruirui after hearing the cough. Ao? What happened to Ruirui? Is he sick? Faced with Ao Bao's concern, Tang Rui's face eased a little, but his tone was still slightly annoyed. Ao Bao. Don't stare at them. Ao Bao was just curious and wanted to know if other people's birds were as big as Ruirui's. But it turned out that only Ruirui was the biggest. Ao Bao was so lucky that he could eat a piece of meat as big as Ruirui's. And he only needed to eat one piece to be full. And he didn't need to eat anything else. Tang Rui now just wanted to quickly dress the 5 zombie brothers who were walking their birds. Ao Bao. Take out my clothes and let them wear them. Ao Bao shook his head and refused. Ao. No. How could Ruirui's clothes be worn by others? Ao Bao would not give them. Tang Rui held up Ao Bao's little face and almost gritted his teeth while speaking. You haven't seen enough. Do you want to continue looking at them? Ao Bao's little face was clamped by Ruirui's big hands, and the chubby flesh on both sides was forced to gather together, making the little face deformed. Seeing Ruirui was angry, Ao Bao had to take out a few short-sleeved shirts and shorts from the space. In fact, most of the clothes in Ao Bao's space were looted from other people's homes or clothing stores on the way, so he would never worry about having no clothes to wear in his life. So Tang Rui generously shared his clothes with the 5 zombie brothers. But Ao Bao felt a little distressed and didn't want to give Ruirui's clothes to others at all. Even if Ao Bao didn't want to, there was nothing he could do. He couldn't let the zombies walk around all the time. Xiao Shu and Yang Yu helped the zombies put on their clothes. Once they changed their clothes, they immediately became like normal people, especially when they stood in a row. They looked like well-trained guards. If some parts of their bodies had not rotted and smelled bad, they would not be seen as zombies. Tang Rui said to Yang Yu and the others, rest first. Eat something. And then go to the department store in the city to have a look. Yang Yu was very excited when he heard about the department store. When he was hungry before, he would go to the bottom of the supermarket shelves to find something to eat. Tang Rui picked up a pile of dry firewood to make a fire, and then used the fire to boil water and cook instant noodles, in order to make the nutrition more balanced. Tang Rui also dug some wild grass and cooked them together. Wild vegetables are astringent and bitter, so they need to be rinsed with water first, so that they will taste better. Yang Yu had eaten wild vegetables with other survivors several times before, but he almost got poisoned and paralyzed once, so he didn't dare to eat them again. Seeing Tang Rui pick a lot of wild vegetables and boil them in water, Yang Yu was a little scared and said, it's better not to eat wild vegetables. It will be poisoned. I was poisoned once. Tang Rui took out the wild vegetables that had been boiled and said, you were poisoned because you didn't know the wild vegetables. Yang Yu asked back, do you know them? Tang Rui nodded, yes. Tang Rui often encountered food shortages when performing tasks in the wild. In order to survive in the jungle, he often looked for wild vegetables to eat. As long as they were edible wild vegetables, he basically knew them. After blanching the wild vegetables, cook them with instant noodles for 2 minutes, and then you can serve. Tang Rui filled a small bowl of noodles, added a few wild vegetables, stirred them, and waited until they were almost cool before feeding them to Ao Bao. Although the wild grass had been blanched, it was still a bit bitter, similar to the taste of chicory. Ao Bao took only one bite and spit it out, with resistance written all over his body. Ao, don't be picky about food. Tang Rui knew that Ao Bao didn't like bitter food, but he couldn't digest meat every day, so he had to eat some vegetables occasionally, which was good for his body. Ao Bao doesn't want to eat it. Give it to me. Yang Yu felt that the wild vegetables were very fragrant and not bitter at all, but there were too few wild vegetables, and he couldn't eat enough. Tang Rui ignored Yang Yu. He continued to persuade Ao Bao to open his mouth and eat the vegetarian food. Not eating is bad for the stomach. Xiaoshu held a small bowl and ate noodles while echoing, yes. If you only eat meat, you will be constipated and unable to defecate. Yang Yu was choked by Xiaoshu's words, and the noodles in his mouth spurted out. Xiaoshu tilted her head and looked at Yang Yu. What's wrong? Am I wrong? Nothing. Yang Yu quickly ate the noodles he spurted out again. And he must not waste them. Xiaoshu's words worked. After hearing it, Ao Bao ate several mouthfuls of vegetarian food. They rested in place for more than an hour before rushing to the department store in the city. Pedestrian streets and commercial streets have the most stores, and there are also many supplies to be found. Clothing stores and snack bars occupy most of the entire street. Snack bars can be found with pots and pans, gas tanks, tables and chairs, condiments, and if you are lucky, you can find boxes of drinks, as long as it is not spoiled. Put it all into Ao Bao's space. These things will always be useful in the future. Tang Rui opened the boxes of drinks, took out a bottle, and looked at the shelf life. It said that the shelf life is 12 months. It has been more than a year since the end of the world. So these drinks have expired. Expired does not mean spoiled. But it means that if there is a problem with the drink after this period of time, the manufacturer will not be responsible. And it is still drinkable. Yang Yu was not worried about the expiration issue at all. He opened the bottle cap and drank a sip directly. After drinking it, he told others how it tasted. It's not bad. But it tastes a bit strange. It has exceeded the shelf life for 4 months. And the taste must have changed. Seeing Yang Yu drink it, Xiaoshu also drank a bottle. Ao Bao also wanted to drink. Rui. Tang Rui didn't dare to give Ao Bao something that had expired for so long. Don't worry now. Wait and see if they have diarrhea before drinking. Xiaoshu put the drink down and didn't dare to drink it. Yang Yu burped. No matter if it's expired or not. Put it in the space first. Yang Yu will definitely drink it anyway. There is a children's clothing store next to this snack bar, which sells clothes for infants and young children. Because it is generally difficult for babies to survive in the end of the world. No one takes the clothes in the store. Xiaoshu was attracted by the beautiful little skirt in the window. So she wanted to go in and take it down to have a look. Tang Rui followed her in to take a look. Yang Yu looked at Xiaoshu in confusion and asked, "Why are you taking this little skirt? You can't wear it." Xiaoshu knew that she couldn't wear children's clothes. "I want to wear it for my baby." Yang Yu glanced at her belly. "Baby? You're pregnant." He and Xiaoshu had done it once. And they hadn't done it since then. It wouldn't be that she got pregnant right away. Right? The hit rate is too high. Not yet. But I will get pregnant sooner or later. Xiaoshu was all smiles. Her face full of longing for the future. Then, Xiaoshu put all the beautiful little skirts in the store into Ao Bao's space. And asked Ao Bao to help her collect these clothes first. Tang Rui had sharp ears, and vaguely heard the word pregnancy. Seeing that Xiaoshu took so many children's clothes, he also asked, "Do you have a child?" Xiaoshu blinked playfully. "I'm preparing for pregnancy." Xiaoshu wanted to have a baby with her idol before. And her dream was about to come true. Because her idol, who was out of reach before, was now her boyfriend. So of course she had to hurry up and have a baby. Ao Bao curiously asked Xiaoshu what preparation for pregnancy was. Ao. It means preparing to have a baby. Xiaoshu was looking forward to having a child of her own. What is pregnant? Ao Bao looked at Xiaoshu with a curious look. Ao Bao. Let's pick some clothes for the baby. Tang Rui interrupted the conversation between Ao Bao and Xiaoshu. If he didn't interrupt, Ao Bao would have 100,000 questions to ask. And he would never finish asking until dark. Xiaoshu smiled and said, "Brother Tang, you don't need to help me choose. I have already picked a lot for the baby." "I didn't help you choose. I picked for my and Ao Bao child." As he said that, Tang Rui went to pick clothes seriously. Xiaoshu was a little confused for a moment. She asked uncertainly, "You are an Ao Bao child?" Yang Yu also asked in surprise, "Can Ao Bao give birth to a child?" Tang Rui replied indifferently, "If you can't give birth to a child, you are not allowed to choose clothes? Can't he prepare for the rainy day first? Maybe one day Ao Bao will really give birth to a child for him. When the child is born, it will be embarrassing if he has no clothes to wear." Xiaoshu and Yang Yu were both confused. Ao Bao was also picking clothes with Tang Rui. In a short while, they searched the store clean, leaving no clothes, because they all thought that they would definitely use them in the future. So they had to prepare more. Tang Rui really wanted to be a father, but Yang Yu didn't want to be one. It was difficult to survive in the end times. And it would be even more difficult if you had a family. And letting a child be born in this cruel era is also an irresponsible behavior. Yang Yu asked Xiaoshu to think more about it before deciding whether to give birth. Xiaoshu thought he didn't want a child. So she got angry with him. Although the two people behind were quarreling, it did not affect Tang Rui and Ao Bao, who were walking in front. Ao Bao was asking Rui when the baby would be born. Would it be born tomorrow? If not tomorrow, then the day after tomorrow. Tang Rui smiled. How can it be born so soon? It will take a long time. Ao Bao tilted his head. How long is a long time to wait? Normally, it may be 8 or 9 months. But you need a lifetime. Ao Bao counted on his fingers and calculated how many days a lifetime is. But his fingers were limited, and he could not calculate a large number. So Ao Bao had to give up. As they walked and talked, they soon arrived at a department store in the city center. There were several zombies wandering in the department store. When they saw Ao Bao, they would tremble and then hide away, which was a reverence for the zombie king. With Ao Bao around, Tang Rui didn't have to kill zombies, so he went directly to the hardware store on the underground first floor to look for materials and tools, such as wire, nails, sickles and hoes, for building houses and farming. Tang Rui was looking for various tools in the hardware store. Ao Bao was sitting on the fire hydrant outside the hardware store, using a whistle to command the 5 zombie brothers to turn around and dance for him. As long as Tang Rui could hear the whistle, he knew that Ao Bao was still playing outside, so he felt relieved. Ao Bao was tired of whistling, so he stopped for a while, got off the fire hydrant, and went to see if Ruirui had finished his work. He looked into the store and saw that Ruirui and the other 3 were still searching non-stop. It seemed that it would take a long time. Ao Bao was too bored to wait, so he went to play somewhere else and came back to meet Ruirui later. At first, Ao Bao was just nearby, catching some small reptiles to pass the time. Later, because he was chasing a mouse, he ran a long way. Ao Bao didn't know that he had run a long way. Now he only had the little white mouse in his eyes. Seeing the little white mouse crawling into the hole in the wall, Ao Bao lay on the smooth floor and put his little head close to the hole to check the location of the little white mouse. The hole was not deep, and the little white mouse could be clearly seen hiding inside and shivering. Its black eyes, which were smaller than beans, were full of fear. Although the little white mouse looked pitiful, Ao Bao still stretched out his little hand. The hole was very narrow, but Ao Bao's little hand could just pass through. After catching the mouse, he took it out. The little mouse couldn't run away, so Ao Bao could only hold it in his hand and ravage it. When he got tired of playing, Ao Bao let the little mouse go, thinking that he should go back to find Ruirui. But after looking around the surrounding environment, Ao Bao was at a loss. The current location is still on the underground first floor of the department store, but there are too many stores around, and the aisles are connected in all directions, with many crossroads, like a maze. Ao Bao completely forgot the way back, because every corridor here is almost exactly the same, and it seems to be going around in circles. And there are no windows on the underground first floor, let alone lights, so it is very dark around, like being in the dark. Only the fluorescent signs on the corridor are emitting a faint green light. The fluorescent signs say safety exit or emergency exit, and there is an arrow below to indicate the direction. But Ao Bao can't read those words, and doesn't know what the sign means, so he can only wander around the underground first floor blindly. It is quite quiet here, and there will be an echo when talking, and the loud echo makes this place seem even more empty. Ao Bao is not very scared now, but a little anxious, wanting to get back to Ruirui as soon as possible. Ao Bao walked while shouting, "Ruirui! Ruirui!" I hope Ruirui can hear Ao Bao's voice. When he shouted for a long time and didn't get a response from Ruirui, Ao Bao finally panicked, thinking about the days without Ruirui. How would Ao Bao live? He would definitely not be able to live. Tired of walking, Ao Bao sat down against the wall, rested for a while, and ate a lollipop. Ao Bao had just taken the lollipop out of the space, and was about to peel it when he heard movement behind the wall. Like footsteps. Human footsteps. Ao Bao also faintly smelled a hint of human flesh, which was emitted from behind the wall. Ao Bao curiously knocked on the wall behind him with his little hand. After knocking, he found that it was not a wall at all, but a wooden board. The wooden board was very thin, and could be kicked open with a little force. Of course, it was easy for Ruirui to kick it open, but Ao Bao never thought of kicking it open, because he was too weak. After Ao Bao knocked a few times, a rough male voice came from behind the wooden door. His voice was trembling, as if he was afraid of something. "Are you a human or a zombie?" When he heard the rough male voice, Ao Bao thought of Ruirui. Now he and Ruirui were lost, and he couldn't help crying, "Woo! Ruirui!" Another man muttered from behind the wooden board, judging from the sound. He should be young, and he can cry, so he is definitely not a zombie. After they were sure that Ao Bao was not a zombie, they moved the wooden board away, and planned to let Ao Bao in for shelter. With the green light emitted by the fluorescent sign, they saw Ao Bao's appearance clearly. The young boy wore a white long-sleeve top with a doll collar, and a blue-black plaid short skirt. Under the skirt, a pair of white and slender calves were exposed. The boy's face was also very white, without any flaws in his facial features. Even a model face was not as delicate as his. And he was too beautiful to be a real person. The young boy was too clean. And he didn't look like someone in the end of the world. This is very suspicious. But the little guy was crying so hard that no one would be willing to doubt him. Seeing Ao Bao still crying on the ground, one of the men came up, pulled him and said, "Little brother, come in and hide. It's very dangerous outside." The air in the shelter was dirty, as if it had not been ventilated for a long time. There were 5 people in total, 3 women and 2 men, one of whom was a pregnant woman. Ao Bao had no appetite for human flesh now, and he didn't plan to attack them. He just wanted to find Ruirui as soon as possible. Ao Bao shook off the hand that was holding his arm and turned around to leave. But before Ao Bao could run 2 steps, the man dragged him into the room. "Why are you running around? It's very dangerous outside, especially for someone as delicate as you, who is the most attracted to zombies." Seeing that the man was holding him tightly, Ao Bao waved his hands angrily. "Ao, go away. Don't touch Ao Bao. Ao Bao will bite you." The man didn't care and directly pulled Ao Bao in, then closed the wooden door and locked it, and said in a condescending tone, as if he had saved Ao Bao's life, "You're safe if you stay here honestly. If you wander around outside, you will be eaten by zombies." The pregnant woman sitting in the corner sneered coldly, "I've never seen you so kind." In fact, everyone knew that Li Hu had taken a fancy to the boy. Otherwise, he wouldn't care so much about other people's lives. Li Hu is a handsome and capable man. He used to be a gangster. He has a cool and handsome temperament, which attracts the admiration of many women. The 3 women present are all his lovers. And the other man is Li Hu's younger brother. He has long been tired of women and wants to try men. But his younger brother is too ugly and unhygienic, with a dirty asshole, so he can't do it. Today, he finally met a clean boy, who is not only clean, but also a top-notch beauty. Looking at this boy, he is not dirty at all. His body is clean and fragrant, which makes people want to swallow him in one bite. Li Hu didn't care that there were several other people watching. He directly pushed Ao Bao against the wall. "Come, let me see your asshole. Is it dirty or not?" Even if it was dirty, he wouldn't mind it. Just as Li Hu bent down and prepared to get under Ao Bao's skirt, a dark green vine quietly stood behind Li Hu. Then the vine climbed up Li Hu's body, and then wrapped around his neck, wrapping around again and again, and finally tightened, suffocating to death on the spot. Maybe he died too quickly, leaving no one else time to react. So the room remained silent for a long time. After a while, everyone came to their senses and found that Li Hu was dead. Dead in the hands of the seemingly fragile boy. If Li Hu died, it meant that no one could go out to find food. In this case, they might starve to death. So the 3 women stared at Ao Bao with hatred and fear. The pregnant woman even cursed at Ao Bao with her big belly. "You damn." The pregnant woman spoke in dialect, which Ao Bao didn't quite understand. But from her disgusted expression, she probably didn't say anything good. The pregnant woman was excited, grabbed the heavy object at hand, and smashed it at Ao Bao. Ao Bao was a little slow to react, and before he could dodge, his little head was hit. This time, the pain made Ao Bao dizzy, and he couldn't even stand. The Zombie King's regeneration ability made the wound heal quickly, but the pain was still there. Ao Bao squatted on the ground, holding his little head that was hit, and sobbing softly. "Woo!" Ao Bao went back to Ruirui. These humans were too hateful. Li Hu's little brother stopped the emotional pregnant woman and said, "Don't be impulsive. That little guy is very strong. Don't anger him. Otherwise we will all die." The pregnant woman calmed down a little. But when she thought that her child would be born without a father, she couldn't help but sob. The other 2 women were no longer so sad, and they said sarcastically, "It's all Li Hu's fault for being lustful and wanting to have a harem in the end times. Men like him deserve to die." Ao Bao had a headache, and the 3 women chattering in his ears made it even more painful. Ao Bao bared his teeth at them, roar. Under Ao Bao's intimidation, the 3 of them quieted down. Then Ao Bao stood up and went to open the door, intending to leave. But Ao Bao didn't know how to open the lock, and he couldn't open it after fiddling with it for a long time. Li Hu's little brother came behind Ao Bao and said, "Do you need my help?" Ao Bao moved his body and let him help him open the door. Seeing that Ao Bao seemed to be easy to talk to, the younger brother introduced himself while unlocking the lock. My name is Erhizi. Ao Bao did not respond to his introduction. Erhizi continued, Can I go with you to the end of the world? From now on, you can use me as you like. Erhizi knew that Ao Bao was a powerful man, so he had to hold on tight. After the lock was opened, Ao Bao went out directly, and did not intend to take Erhizi as his younger brother. Erhizi trotted to catch up with the little guy, and followed Ao Bao shamelessly. The three women saw that Erhizi had left, so they followed him out. Otherwise they would just be waiting to die if they sat there. Ao Bao ignored the people behind him and walked forward, shouting non-stop, Ruirui, Ruirui. Erhizi knew that Ao Bao was looking for someone, so he asked, Do you have any friends here? Ao Bao didn't answer him, and continued to shout to the air, Ruirui. Ao Bao's legs were sore from walking, and he still couldn't find Ruirui, so he wanted to cry. Tang Rui was so focused on finding tools that he forgot to pay attention to the whistle outside. When he realized that there was no whistle from Ao Bao outside, Tang Rui's heart skipped a beat. He hurried outside to see if Ao Bao was still there. He found that there was no sign of Ao Bao outside. He probably ran away to play somewhere. Tang Rui didn't care about finding any tools. He just wanted to find Ao Bao back. Seeing Tang Rui running out, Yang Yu and Xiao Shu hurriedly followed him and asked, What happened? Tang Rui said in a panic, Ao Bao is missing. Now is not the time to talk nonsense. He has to go find him quickly. Although Ao Bao is very strong, Tang Rui is still very worried about his safety. Tang Rui turned to look at Xiao Shu and the others and said, Search separately. Hearing that they were going to search separately, Xiao Shu and Yang Yu both showed resistance. Let's go together. Otherwise we'll get lost. The three of them were ordinary people without superpowers, and Xiao Shu and Yang Yu were weak fighters. Only Tang Rui's own strength was a little stronger. If they left Tang Rui, the possibility of Xiao Shu and Yang Yu surviving would be very small. Seeing that the two of them were unwilling to search separately, Tang Rui had no choice but to stop talking nonsense and go to find Ao Bao first. The five zombie brothers did not run around with Ao Bao, but were like headless flies, wandering around. When the zombie brothers smelled the meaty aroma emanating from Tang Rui and the others, they rushed to surround them. Yang Yu looked at the zombies that surrounded him. His legs began to tremble, and he almost couldn't stand. It's bad. Without Ao Bao, those zombies will come to attack us. Tang Rui punched the first zombie to the ground. Fighting with these zombies is a waste of time. Tang Rui punched once, then stopped and yelled at the two people behind him, Run. After that, the three of them started running. Tang Rui ran in the front, calling Ao Bao as he ran, Ao Bao. Tang Rui ran very fast, and the two behind him obviously couldn't keep up, especially as a girl. Xiao Shu had weak physical strength. After running for a few minutes, she had trouble breathing and stopped to rest. The five zombie brothers were chasing after her. When Xiao Shu stopped, they caught up with her immediately. Looking at the zombies coming, Xiao Shu's eyes widened, breathing heavily and shouting, Brother Tang, save me. Tang Rui heard her voice, hurried over, and kicked the zombie next to Xiao Shu away. Although Tang Rui arrived in time and saved her, Xiao Shu was still very unfortunate and was scratched by the zombie. But the wound was small and didn't hurt, so no one noticed it. Tang Rui didn't have time to deal with these unkillable zombies, so he just knocked them to the ground and ignored them, continuing to run forward to find Ao Bao. On the other side, Ao Bao was also looking for Tang Rui. There were 4 humans following Ao Bao, 1 man and 3 women. The man named Erhizi was giving directions to Ao Bao. Go forward and you will see the escalator. You can go to the first floor from the escalator. Do we want to go to the first floor? Ao Bao shook his head, indicating that he would not go to the first floor. He knew Ruirui was on the negative first floor, so he only needed to look for him on this floor, and he would always find Ruirui. Ao Bao soon encountered 2 zombies. The appearance of the zombies made Erhizi and the 3 women pale. The 3 women ran away first. Only Erhizi was still standing beside Ao Bao. He swallowed his saliva and asked, Can you deal with these 2 zombies? Ao Bao took out a whistle and blew it twice, and the 2 zombies turned around and left without attacking them. Seeing the zombies go away, Erhizi breathed a sigh of relief, and then flattered Ao Bao, You are really awesome. The 3 women behind him saw that Ao Bao could drive away the zombies, so they followed him boldly again. Halfway through the walk, Ao Bao was hungry and kept growling. Ao Bao looked back at the 3 humans. They hadn't taken a shower, and their bodies were too dirty. so he couldn't eat their meat. Ao Bao gave up the idea of eating human flesh, and took out a pack of bear biscuits from the space to eat. Seeing Ao Bao conjure up a pack of biscuits out of thin air, it was clear that he had space. Erhezi approached Ao Bao with a big smile on his face. "Boss, can you give me something to eat? I haven't eaten for a long time." Ao Bao gave Erhezi a small biscuit for showing him the way. The three women completely ignored their previous grudges, and came to Ao Bao to ask for food. Ao Bao didn't bear grudges, and gave each of them a small bear biscuit. After sharing, a pack of small biscuits was eaten up in a short while. There were only a few packs of small bear biscuits in the space, and they were gone after they were eaten. This made Ao Bao feel distressed and regretful. He should have saved some food. Erhezi finished the small biscuit and came over to ask, "Boss, do you have any other food?" Erhezi's eyes were flattering and a little shrewd. He knew that there must be other food in Ao Bao's space. Ao Bao is not a stingy person. He is willing to share some food he doesn't like with others. Therefore, Ao Bao gave all the food he didn't like in the space to Erhezi. Seeing Ao Bao take out so much food, Erhezi was dumbfounded and spoke incoherently. "Can I have all of this, these?" Erhezi's legs softened and he knelt on the ground, crying with joy. He was sighing that he was so lucky to meet Ao Bao. A little fool. Damn. He was too stupid and easy to deceive. Ao Bao was not stupid. He just didn't like to eat these, so he gave them to Erhezi. If Tang Rui knew about this later, he would definitely spank Ao Bao, but he actually gave food to a stranger, and gave several boxes at a time. He was really a spendthrift little wife. Erhezi walked to Ao Bao on his knees, laughing and crying, and pretended to kiss Ao Bao's feet. "Boss, you are my second parent. Do you have any more food? Can you give me some more?" Erhezi knew that Ao Bao was easy to deceive, so he continued to coax Ao Bao to give him more food. Sometimes people are greedy. Even if they have already got a lot, they still feel that it is not enough. Erhezi wanted to empty Ao Bao's entire space. Ao Bao's brain is sometimes not very smart, but it does not mean that he is really easy to deceive. Ao Bao pushed Erhezi, who wanted to kiss his feet, away. Ao Bao likes to eat other foods in the space, and he won't give them to you. Ao Bao is not a sucker, so he will not give others food for nothing. Erhezi didn't understand what Ao Bao said, and he felt that Ao Bao's way of speaking was a bit strange. Just when Erhezi was wondering what Ao Bao said, a series of footsteps and shouts came from not far away. "Ao Bao." Ao Bao's eyes lit up when he heard the voice. It was Ruerwei who was calling him. "Ao Ruerwei is finally here." Ao Bao followed the voice and ran over excitedly. "Ruerwei. Ao. Ruerwei. Ao Bao is here." Hearing Ao Bao's response, Tang Rui was also very excited. He quickly quickened his pace. "Ao Bao. I'm here." At the corner, the two met. Ao Bao threw himself into Tang Rui's arms and cried aggrievedly, "Woo, Ruerwei." Fortunately, Ruerwei was found. Otherwise Ao Bao would have to wander alone in the end times. Tang Rui held the back of Ao Bao's head and pressed him hard into his arms, saying reproachfully, "Next time if you run around again, I will definitely beat your little butt to pieces. Don't run around anymore. Do you understand?" When he saw Ao Bao was gone, Tang Rui's heart was about to jump out of his throat. Tang Rui was very afraid that Ao Bao would leave him, and was also afraid that Ao Bao would get into trouble. After hugging enough, Tang Rui lowered his head and wanted to kiss Ao Bao. As a result, he found blood on Ao Bao's head. Although the wound had healed, the blood could prove that Ao Bao had been injured before. Tang Rui's dark eyes were suddenly covered with a terrifying chill. He wiped the blood on Ao Bao's head with his fingertips and asked, "Who did this?" "Ao Bao." Ao Bao was hit by someone. Thinking about it now, Ao Bao still felt pain, and couldn't help rubbing at himself. Hit by someone. Are there other humans here? Where are they? Tang Rui's tone was full of murderous intent. He would never forgive the person who dared to hurt Ao Bao. As soon as he asked where those humans were, Erhezi and his men appeared. Erhezi was holding 2 boxes of drinks in his hands, which were given to him by Ao Bao. The 2 boxes of drinks were found in a snack bar before. They were expired and could not be drunk, but he was reluctant to throw them away, so he put them in Ao Bao's space. They were obviously things in Ao Bao's space. How could they appear in someone else's hands? Tang Rui frowned and stared at Erhezi with a terrifying look. "You hit Ao Bao's head." Looking at the strange but handsome man in front of him, Erhezi shook his head vigorously. "No. It's not me. Tang Rui's eyes swept to the three women behind him, and asked in a cold tone, Is it you? The other two women retreated, and only the pregnant woman stood there with a horrified face. Seeing that it was the pregnant woman who hurt Ao Bao, Tang Rui still had a chill on his face. But he did not attack the woman. Just warned, don't hurt my people next time. Tang Rui moved his eyes away from the pregnant woman and fell on Erhizi. Where did you get the 2 boxes of drinks in your hand? Erhizi said with cold sweat, The boss gave it to me. Tang Rui raised his eyebrows. Who is the boss? Erhizi raised his chin and pointed at Ao Bao with his chin. Him. Tang Rui looked down at the person in his arms. Ao Bao. Did you give it to him? Ao Bao nodded weakly. Ao. The 2 boxes of drinks were expired and could not be drunk. So Ao Bao gave them to Erhizi. Tang Rui aimed at Ao Bao little butt and slapped it hard. The pain on the butt made Ao Bao cry out, Woo! How can you hit Ao Bao, but Ruerwei doesn't love Ao Bao anymore. I've told you so many times not to give food to others. But you never remember. Tang Rui slapped Ao Bao on his round butt again. Although Tang Rui didn't hit him very hard, Ao Bao still cried in pain, mainly because he felt wronged. Ao Bao's legs hurt from walking to find Ruerwei. But after finding Ruerwei, Ruerwei didn't feel sorry for him and spanked his little butt. Woo! Ruerwei is so bad. Ao Bao will dislike Ruerwei. Tang Rui just slapped him twice. But he didn't expect that this would make Ao Bao cry in pain. Seeing Ao Bao crying out of breath, Tang Rui couldn't bear to spank his little butt anymore. Don't cry. I won't spank you anymore. Tang Rui licked the tears hanging on the corners of Ao Bao's eyes, and said with pity. Ao Bao sobbed twice and stopped crying. The pain on his butt was still there. Ao Bao pulled Ruerwei's big hand and put it on his little butt, asking Ruerwei to rub it for him. Ao. Tang Rui gently rubbed the little butt as Ao Bao asked. The two of them flirted for a long time, completely ignoring the other people present. After coaxing Ao Bao, Tang Rui remembered the people around him. Erhizi noticed that Tang Rui's cold eyes fell on him, and his hair stood up, and his palms were sweating coldly. Then I will return the food to you. Erhizi knew that Tang Rui was a person who could not be provoked. So he decided not to provoke him, and honestly returned the food that he had cheated from Ao Bao before. Erhizi moved 2 boxes of expired drinks in front of Tang Rui. Here. I will return it to you. Tang Rui's expression eased a little. Ao Bao. Put these 2 boxes of drinks back into the space. And don't give food to others casually next time. It is still unknown when the apocalypse will end. If you finish the food in advance, you will starve to death before being eaten by zombies. So you must save food. Ao Bao obeyed and put the 2 boxes of drinks back into his own space. Seeing Tang Rui holding Ao Bao and preparing to leave here, Erhizi hurriedly shouted, Boss. Ao Bao turned his head and responded to him. Ao. Ao Bao was quite happy to be called boss by others. Tang Rui's face darkened, and he turned back to warn Erhizi, Don't call me boss. Ao Bao has nothing to do with you. After that, Tang Rui held Ao Bao and continued to move forward. Erhizi followed Tang Rui timidly and asked, Can I follow you? Tang Rui didn't say anything, and Ao Bao didn't say anything either. Only Yang Yu stood up and refused. No. Yang Yu didn't know how much food there was in the Ao Bao space. But no matter how much, it would be eaten up one day. If there was one more mouth to share the food would be consumed faster. So no one else could be allowed to join. Erhizi didn't give up easily. He caught up with Tang Rui and said, I'm willing to do anything for you. Tang Rui thought Erhizi was too noisy and couldn't help frowning. Yang Yu pushed Erhizi and said, If you follow us, what about the 3 women? What should they do? Do they have to follow us? Yang Yu was selfish. He didn't want to share the only food with so many people. Erhizi said ruthlessly, Let those 3 women fend for themselves. It has nothing to do with me. People like Erhizi are easy to betray for the sake of interests. Tang Rui doesn't like such people. Get out. Don't let me do it. Erhizi was unwilling to leave and wanted to promote himself more. At this time, Yang Yu looked into Erhizi's eyes and hypnotized him. Don't follow me anymore. Erhizi's brain was hypnotized, so he couldn't use his brain to give instructions to his body. Without instructions, his body could only stand there and couldn't move. It wasn't until Tang Rui and his backs disappeared around the corner that Erhizi's body finally moved. Tang Rui and his group came to the previous hardware store. He put all the things that could be used in the hardware store into Ao Bao's space. Originally, He wanted to continue looking for supplies in this department store. But the sky was gradually getting dark. It was too dark in the mall. And it was easy to see the road and bump into things. So they rested on the spot. Tang Rui dismantled the abandoned wooden tables and chairs, and used them to burn fire. With the illumination of the fire, Tang Rui noticed that Xiaoshu's face was very wrong. And her body was still twitching from time to time. It looked like she was going to mutate. Tang Rui was still unsure whether Xiaoshu was going to mutate. Have you been bitten by a zombie? Xiaoshu buried her face in her knees, her body twitching. And she didn't speak. Ao Bao couldn't smell the scent of human flesh on Xiaoshu now, which meant that Xiaoshu had mutated into a zombie. Ao Bao told Rui that he couldn't smell the scent of Xiaoshu's flesh. After listening to Ao Bao, Tang Rui noticed that there was a very small and inconspicuous scratch on the back of Xiaoshu's hand. Although the wound was not serious, as long as the skin was scratched, it would definitely be infected with the zombie virus. When Yang Yu heard that Xiaoshu might have mutated, he hurried away from her. Xiaoshu's body was still twitching, and the amplitude of the twitching was much larger than before. This was the prelude to becoming a zombie. Yang Yu was even more scared and hurried to hide next to Ao Bao. Ao Bao had a vaccine in his space, which could be injected into Xiaoshu, so that she could become human again. But Ao Bao had forgotten that there was a vaccine in his space, because in his little head, he only cared about things related to Rui. If the mutated person was replaced by Tang Rui, then Ao Bao would definitely think of the vaccine at once. But the mutated person in front of him was Xiaoshu, and Ao Bao didn't care about her very much, so he didn't think about the vaccine. And there was nothing wrong with becoming a zombie. Ao Bao was also a zombie, and he lived much happier than humans. Ao Bao never thought about injecting himself with a vaccine. He just liked his current identity. However, not everyone likes to be a zombie like Ao Bao. For example, Xiaoshu doesn't want to become a zombie that poops in her pants pocket. She also wants to have children. If she becomes a zombie, she won't be able to have children. Xiaoshu still has a little consciousness. She suddenly looks up at Ao Bao, her eyes full of desire to survive. Save me. After saying this, Xiaoshu's consciousness is completely gone. She has become an emotionless zombie. After becoming a zombie, Xiaoshu still sits by the fire as before. She doesn't lose control and bite Yang Yu and Tang Rui, the two humans, because these two pieces of meat belong to the zombie king, and she can't touch them. As long as the human beings around Ao Bao are considered food for the zombie king, so other zombies won't bite them. Xiaoshu followed this rule and didn't bite. Ao Bao knew that Xiaoshu must want to eat human flesh, so he took out a bag of meat paste from his space and handed it to her. Time in the space is still, so the meat is still fresh and not smelly. Xiaoshu took the bag of meat paste and ate it voraciously, even eating the plastic bag. Seeing that Xiaoshu was not full, Ao Bao was ready to feed her something else. At this time, Tang Rui's cold voice sounded in his little head. Ao Bao, is your butt itchy? Ao Bao answered seriously that his butt was not itchy. Ao. Tang Rui asked with a stiff face, really not itchy? Ao Bao felt that Rui asked this question, and it was a bit strange. Later, he realized that Rui was angry. But why was he angry? Ao Bao didn't do anything. Rui has become more and more unreasonable recently, and he deserves to be punished. Ao Bao hit Tang Rui's chest twice with his fist, and said, Ao Bao is stronger than you now. So Rui, you have to listen to Ao Bao. Do you know? Tang Rui clamped Ao Bao's slender wrist, and although his tone was cold, he smiled. You want to rebel, don't you? Ao Bao is very powerful now. You must listen to Ao Bao. If you don't listen, I will spank you. The smile on Tang Rui's face still did not diminish. Ao Bao, you still want to spank my butt? It seems that you are really itchy, and you have to let me scratch it for you. Tang Rui carried Ao Bao and walked towards the store next door. Seeing that Tang Rui and Ao Bao were leaving, Yang Yu hurriedly followed. Don't leave me behind. Tang Rui couldn't care less about Yang Yu now, so he just closed the store door. Seeing Xiaoshu following him, Yang Yu was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He slapped the glass door hard. Please let me in. I don't want to be alone outside. Tang Rui pressed Ao Bao on the cashier counter in the store, looked at Yang Yu outside impatiently and said, be quiet. There is only a glass door between us. You won't be bitten. What are you afraid of? Yang Yu was still afraid. He cried and said, can you do it outside? Anyway, I can see you doing it inside. The glass door is transparent and can't cover anything at all. So Yang, you can see it clearly from outside. In this case, why not do it directly outside? Why go inside? Tang Rui. Damn it. I couldn't find a way to refute Yang Yu's words for a while. After a moment of silence, Tang Rui said to him fiercely, "Shut your mouth and eyes." Yang Yu didn't dare to speak, so he could only sit down against the glass door and try to get closer to Aobao. Afraid that Yang Yu would peek, Tang Rui wanted to close the curtains. But Yang Yu cried and begged, "Don't close the curtains. I will not feel at ease if I can't see you." Tang Rui. Under Yang Yu's tearful request, Tang Rui finally chose to close the curtains. Next was the time to train Aobao. And Tang Rui did not allow anyone to disturb him. While Tang Rui was pulling the curtains, Aobao had already taken off his panties and waited for Rui to train him. However, Tang Rui did not buy into Aobao's initiative, and he helped Aobao put his panties back on. Aobao was a little confused, whether Rui wanted it or not. Under Aobao's doubts, Tang Rui gave a reason, "I will help you take it off myself."